Chapter 1, Job Transfer Failed, Bind to Family System. Letter to Xia Kingdom. Nankai City, Nankai No. 1 Middle School. Next, Leah. The principal's voice became increasingly impatient. Leah placed his hands on the awakening stone. The awakening stone emitted a faint light and had the words "no occupation" written on it. Oh! A sigh came from the audience. The principal cleared his throat and continued to call the roll. Next, Wang Ma. Next. Next. At the annual awakening ceremony, the principal sighed helplessly. After clicking a series of times, all of them showed no profession. Could it be that this year is the same as previous years, with not many people awakening and no advanced ones? It depends on those two. After a series of failed awakening attempts, the principal could only place his hopes on the two students with exceptionally high mental strength. Thinking about this, the principal continued to call out names. Next, Chen-Yi. At this moment, the atmosphere on the playground changed from anticipation to depression. Everything failed. I feel like I can't awaken anymore. I also feel like I have no hope. What's going on this year? Is it so miserable? Who said it wasn't true? There's not even one person who can awaken. What a damn bad luck. I feel like there's no hope for me either. Sigh. Shoo, keep your voice down, the principal's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. No, there's movement. The awakening stone is lit. Chen-Yi is about to awaken successfully. Finally, after more than a dozen people failed to awaken, a different line of words finally appeared on the awakening stone: D-level talented profession, chef. Good. 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 The principal clapped his hands repeatedly, a smile finally appearing on his face. Finally, someone succeeded, even though it was only a D rank. D-level is also good, at least I can change my job, which is better than nothing. It worked. Finally, someone has successfully awakened. Even though it's only D rank, it's better than failing to awaken. This is a good start. Chen-Yi, I remember his spiritual power was only over 100. Suddenly I felt confident again. Me too. The principal's face was filled with joy. After all, the business was finally open. He glanced at the list and spoke again. Next, Shushi. Shushi? It's her? The goddess is about to awaken. The previously lifeless playground suddenly erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze was directed to the back of the crowd, towards the girl who was walking step by step towards the awakening platform. Shushi, the recognized goddess of the academy, is not only beautiful but also has a mental strength of 395, second only to that pervert Chen-Yi. She walked onto the stage steadily, and everyone's heartbeat quickened. What profession will the goddess awaken? It must be very powerful, right? After all, his mental strength is so high. I guess it's an S-level talent. S-level? Nankai hasn't produced an S-level student in years. The discussion was getting louder and louder. Not to mention Nankai No. 1 Middle School, there hadn't been a student in the entire Nankai with a mental power of more than 350 for many years. This year, there were two. One is Chu Shi, and the other is Chen-Yi, who has the best mental power in the school. In the crowd, Chen-Yi heard his classmates talking about him, and some of them even turned around to look at him. He felt very happy inside, but at the same time, he touched his nose pretending to be embarrassed. At this moment, his good friend Chen Yuan suddenly came up to Chen-Yi, looked at Chu Shi on the awakening stage, and said, Chen-Yi, what profession do you think she will awaken? Who knows what profession will awaken? Chen-Yi shrugged, there are hundreds of known professions, not to mention the unknown ones. That's right. Chen Yuan nodded, then smiled and said, then what talent level profession do you think she will awaken? Since humans opened up the path of job change and awakening, countless professions have emerged. These professions are strong and weak. Countless ancestors have classified them according to the innate characteristics of the professions. There are 7 levels, namely SSS, SS, A, B, C, and D, with SSS being the highest and D being the lowest. This level determines the growth characteristics of this profession. The higher the level, the stronger it grows, and correspondingly, the more resources it consumes. Chen-Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment. Historically, most people with a spiritual power of over 350 points could awaken to S level. He then said, at least S level. S level? Damn! Chen-Yi, you're so bold. Chen Yuan exclaimed exaggeratedly. However, Chushi's mental strength is indeed high, and it might be possible for him to awaken to S level. Chen He didn't respond. S level was entirely possible. Even higher. Suddenly, Chen Yuan chuckled and nudged Chen He with his elbow. Does that mean you'll at least awaken an S rank class? After all, your mental strength is several points higher than hers. Chen He smiled but said nothing. 18 years ago, he was in Blue Star and had an accident while crossing the road. When I opened my eyes again, I came to this world full of demons and monsters. I traveled through time and space as a newborn baby. Fortunately, my parents were both C-level professionals, so my life was pretty good. Just a few years ago, a disaster struck and his parents died tragically while on a mission, leaving Chen He alone. In this world, animals and plants absorb spiritual energy and turn into monsters. In order to resist monsters, humans have opened up a way to change their jobs, and mental strength is the key to changing jobs. Perhaps because he has lived 2 lives, Chen He possesses the best mental power in the school, or even the entire city. 399 points of mental strength. With this kind of mental power, let alone SSS or SS level, it wouldn't be too much to awaken an S level profession, right? Oh shit, oh shit. It's lit. The awakening stone is lit. Look, look. A pillar of light shooting up into the sky. I'm going blind. This light is blinding my titanium dog eyes. The classmates suddenly made a violent commotion, and Chen He looked up suddenly. Chushi pressed the awakening stone with both hands, and a dazzling white beam of light shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably huge phantom of a 6-winged angel filled with a sacred aura descended from the sky along the column of light. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The awakening stone clearly reads Holy Angel. What the hell? The only profession in the legend. Chushi actually awakened the Holy Angel. Holy Angel? Isn't that a class even more awesome than SSS level? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I witnessed the awakening of the Holy Angel with my own eyes today. The playground completely exploded. If it was a riot before, now it is a volcanic eruption. Holy Angel, the only profession. There can only be one in this world. Only when the previous Holy Angel dies, will the new awakener have the opportunity to awaken this profession. Strictly speaking, the professional level of the Holy Angel has surpassed the SSS level. Everyone's eyes looking at Chushi changed. She used to be the goddess in everyone's heart, and now, she is the goddess of the whole world. Out of reach. Out of reach. I can only look up to it. Even the principal was shaking with excitement and speaking incoherently. The Holy Angel, it really is a Holy Angel. I actually witnessed the birth of the Holy Angel with my own eyes. Nankai hasn't produced an S-level talented profession in years. Now that Chushi has awakened to the SSS level, Nankai is going to be famous, and Nankai No. 1 Middle School is going to be famous. The college will definitely get more educational resources. Chen He's spiritual power is higher than Chushi's, so Chen He's awakening is even stronger. Chen He was also stunned, completely stunned, his head buzzing. Chushi actually awakened the Holy Angel? Her mental strength is only 395. 4 points lower than mine. What about me? My mental strength is as high as 399. Taller than Chushi. What profession will I awaken? SSS level? No. SSS level is nothing. Chushi's 395 mental strength can awaken the Holy Angel. My own 399 mental power. At least he should awaken a class that surpasses SSS level, right? Thinking of this, Chen He's breathing quickened, his heartbeat accelerated, and his blood boiled. Expect. Unprecedented expectations. He felt that every cell in his body was clamoring with anticipation. I can't wait to rush to the awakening platform, put my hand on the awakening stone, and see what kind of incredible profession I can awaken. Beyond SSS level. What could it be? SSSSS grade? Or even more awesome? After a commotion, the principal and his gang finally calmed down. Next. Chen He. The whole place fell silent immediately, everyone staring at Chen He. The highest mental power in the school. A few points higher than Chushi, who just awakened the Holy Angel. Chen He took a deep breath, and under the gaze of thousands of people in the school, he strode to the awakening platform and placed his hands on the awakening stone. Pay full attention. Focus. Chen He tried his best to feel the awakening stone, but his mind was empty and he felt nothing at all. Time passed second by second, and the awakening stone finally responded. The surface of the stone began to light up, and the light became stronger and brighter. It's lit. It's lit. The awakening stone is lit. Look, look. Shenhe's awakening stone has also lit up. I wonder what class will awaken. It's bound to be awesome. However, the light of the awakening stone gradually dimmed until the light finally disappeared, and not a single word appeared on it. Thousands of people were like they were acupunctured and couldn't utter a word. After a long time, someone finally reacted. It seems, it's over? Did Shenhe fail to awaken? Are you kidding me? Shushi's spiritual power is not as high as his, and he has already awakened the holy angel. Could it be? Shenhe has awakened a hidden profession? What a bullshit hidden class. The awakening stone didn't even react, it's obviously a failure. Shame on you. This is so shameful. I failed to awaken in front of the entire school. Shenhe has completely lost face. Serves him right. It's his fault for always being so pretentious. Those who were envious, jealous, and resentful just now have now all turned into ridicule and gloating, and their expressions change faster than turning the pages of a book. On the stage, Shenhe was also confused. Did I fail to awaken? Spiritual strength 399. First in the school. 4 points higher than Shushi. As a result, Shushi awakened the holy angel, but he himself failed to awaken? What the fuck is this? This is so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. Just when Shenhe was feeling extremely embarrassed, a voice suddenly rang out in his head. Bite. Family system binding successful. The system detects that the host is alone, so the system opens a family binding quota for you. The host can choose a woman to bind to, marry, and start a family. This will fully activate the family system, and after the family is established, you can obtain the other person's profession. Host, please choose the binding object. Chapter 2, Bind to the SSS level school beauty and propose to her in public. System? The sudden sound in his head froze Shenhe completely. After traveling through 18 years, Golden Finger, you finally showed up? Why didn't you come earlier or later, but just when I failed to awaken? You did it on purpose. The embarrassment and despair that had just gone from head to toe were completely shattered by this voice, and my heart began to beat violently again. Family system? How do you play it? Shenhe asked quickly in his mind, but on the surface he had to maintain a distraught look to avoid being noticed. The mocking voices from the audience grew louder and harsher. Ha, this is making me laugh to death. Number 1 in the entire school, yet I failed to awaken. What's the point of having high mental strength? You're just a piece of crap. I thought we'd get a second holy angel, but it turned out to be a dud. These sounds buzzed like flies, but Shenhe couldn't care less now. Host, this system is designed to help you build the strongest family. After the system is fully activated, the host will receive system rewards as long as they do anything that is beneficial to the family's development and enhances the family's reputation. The strongest family, favorable behavior, rewards? Shenhe rolled his eyes. Doesn't this mean that I have to start a company, acquire territory, recruit subordinates, marry a wife, have children, and make the family powerful? Just like the aristocratic families in ancient times, family status, reputation, population, property, territory. I understand, I totally understand. This system is pretty wild, I like it. Host, please choose a woman to bind to as soon as possible. After the binding is completed and you marry and start a family, you can fully activate the family system and obtain the other party's profession. The system's cold voice sounded again, urging Shenhe. Is there any need to choose? Shenhe's gaze drifted towards a certain direction in the audience. It must be Shushi. She is an SSS level holy angel, the only one. If I marry her, wouldn't I also become a holy angel? System, I choose Shushi. Bind her immediately, right now. Shenhe screamed wildly in his heart. Received the order, started binding the target person, Shushi. It is detected that the target person has a high degree of favorability towards the host. Bind successfully. Family system members 1-2, Shenhe Patriarch. Family system members 2-2, Shushi. Host, please complete the marriage ceremony with Shushi as soon as possible to formally establish your marriage. You will then obtain her profession, Holy Angel, and fully activate the family system functions. at the same time. In the crowd below the stage, Chushi's body trembled slightly, and an indescribable wonderful feeling surged into his heart without warning. It felt warm and itchy, as if there was an inexplicable connection between her and Chen-hee on the stage. She saw Chen-hee standing on the stage, distraught, facing the ridicule of the audience, and her heart ached suddenly. So what if the awakening fails? Even if Chen-hee really became an ordinary person, he would never despise him. On stage, Chen-hee received a notification that the system binding was successful, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Holy angel, I'm going to have one soon. He suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and tried to make his expression look disappointed. Who the hell said I failed? My cheat is 1,000 times more awesome than you can imagine. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the crowd and landing precisely on Chushi. The girl was looking at him worriedly, her eyes clear without any trace of ridicule or contempt. Cough, cough. A burst of coughing interrupted the noise from the audience. The principal walked onto the stage with a frown and walked around the dull awakening stone twice. He raised his head and looked at the teacher in charge of maintenance next to him. Is there something wrong with this stone? Chen-hee's spiritual power is as high as 399, which is higher than Chu-shi's. How could he fail in awakening? The surrounding school leaders and teachers also nodded in agreement. Yes, 399 mental strength is unprecedented. The awakening stone must be broken. Chu-shi just awakened the holy angel, and the energy was too strong, causing problems with the stone. Quick, get Chen-hee a new awakening stone. The voices of doubt and ridicule died down, replaced by a new round of expectations. Chen-hee sneered in his heart. Exchange for stones? Even $100 is useless. My cheat code is not here. However, he still looked lost on the surface and nodded. The staff hurriedly brought in a new awakening stone to replace the original one. Student Chen-hee, try again. Chen-hee took a deep breath and placed his hands on the cold awakening stone again. Buzz. Almost instantly, the new awakening stone burst out with a light even brighter than before. A thick beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was brighter and thicker than the beam of light that appeared when Chu-shi awakened. Fuck, it's brighter now, brighter than before. This beam of light is incredible, it's definitely a class that surpasses SSS level. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Chen-hee and the awakening stone enveloped by the beam of light. Time passed minute by minute, the light was still blazing, but the surface of the awakening stone was empty, without a single word. Gradually, the beam of light began to weaken, and finally, just like before, it completely disappeared, and the awakening stone returned to its original gray appearance. If the first time was shock and disbelief, this time it was complete despair and disappointment. I replaced the awakening stone with a new one, and it shines brighter than before, but the result is still the same. Failed. The expectation on the principal's face froze, his mouth opened, and finally turned into a long sigh, filled with endless disappointment and regret. The other school leaders and teachers were also dejected, as if their energy had been drained away. The school has two rare geniuses in a century. One awakened the only SSS level holy angel, while the other had higher spiritual power but failed to awaken? This dramatic reversal made everyone feel ridiculous. The mocking voices from the audience rang out again, more brazenly than before. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Changing the stone won't help. What good is the bright beam of light? It's still useless. Such a high level of mental strength is wasted. All kinds of unpleasant words flooded towards Chen-hee like a tide. The principal shook his head and said to Chen-hee, "Student Chen-hee, please go down first." Chen-hee acted as if he didn't hear anything and ignored the clamoring clowns in the audience. His gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the graceful figure. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he took a step forward and walked towards Chu-shi. What is he going to do? You're upset because of your failed awakening, and you want to cause trouble for Chu-shi? No way, he dares. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone stared with wide eyes as they watched Chen-hee walk towards Chu-shi step by step. The principal's face changed and he shouted hurriedly, "Chen-hee, what are you doing? Get down here and don't mess around." Several teachers also gathered around nervously, trying to stop Chen-hee. Chu-shi, looking at Chen-hee walking towards her step by step, her heart began to beat wildly. What is he going to do? Her fair face was flushed with a touching blush. She was a little nervous and shy, but more of it was an indescribable expectation. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the school, Chen He finally walked in front of Chu Shi, ignoring the nervous teachers and principal around him, and also ignoring the various speculations and discussions in the audience. There was only Chu Shi in his eyes. He looked at the girl's slightly red cheeks and her clear eyes that contained a hint of panic and expectation, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chu Shi, 100 years ago, the country amended the law and changed the legal age of marriage to 18. Now, we are all 18 years old and adults. Will you marry me? Marry me. These 4 words were like thunder, exploding over the silent playground. Proposal? After failing to awaken, Chen He actually proposed to Chu Shi, who had just awakened a holy angel, in front of all the teachers and students in the school? After a few seconds, the crowd went wild. Is Chen He crazy? He failed in his awakening. How can an ordinary person propose to a future holy angel? How dare he be so shameless? Even a toad wouldn't eat swan flesh this way. Shameless, so shameless. You've become a loser yourself, and you want to cling to Chu Shi. Insults, ridicule, and contempt erupted like a tsunami, almost overturning the entire awakening platform. The principal was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chen He and yelled, "Chen He, what are you doing? This is outrageous. Get out of here." How could Chu Shi agree to him? The school beauty is so aloof, she barely talks to Chen He, right? Just wait and see. I'm sure I'll be rejected in public. This will only make me even more embarrassed. Many people were waiting to see Chen He's joke with glee. Chu Shi raised her head and looked into Chen He's eyes, a hint of shyness flashing in her clear eyes. She nodded slightly and replied in a clear and gentle voice. I do. Chapter 3, Get a marriage certificate right after proposing? I do. Chu Shi's voice clearly spread throughout the playground. The breeze blew her soft hair, her cheeks were flushed with happiness, and the sunlight was sacred and beautiful. Willing? She actually agreed? The expressions of all those who mocked Chen He in the audience were completely frozen. What's going on? That's not how the script is written. How could a school beauty who had awakened an SSS-level holy angel, a girl with a promising future, accept the proposal of a loser who had just failed to awaken? This is unscientific. Fuck, he agreed. Chu Shi agreed? Did I hear correctly? Did she just say I do? Crazy, is Chu Shi crazy too? Why would she agree to such a loser? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Was Chu Shi coerced by him? Shit, are we clowns? Everyone's eyes widened, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets, unable to accept what was happening before their eyes. How could such a high and mighty goddess choose to fall down to earth and choose a recognized waste? The principal felt dizzy and almost fainted from suffocation. He pointed at Chu Shi, his lips trembling. Classmate Chu Shi, do you know what you are saying? You need to think it through. The teachers nearby were also getting extremely anxious. Yes, classmate Chu Shi, marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. Chen He failed to awaken. You two are not from the same world at all. You are a holy angel. Your future is limitless. How could you? They all tried to persuade Chu Shi to change his mind. Chu Shi just looked at Chen He firmly, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. Why would you agree? Others may not understand, but Chu Shi knows it very well in his heart. Her white moonlight has always been Chen He. It's not because he was a genius in the past, nor because of his so-called failure now. But it was because, many years ago, when she was most helpless and in the darkest time, it was Chen He who stood in front of her like a ray of light. Because of family changes in junior high school, she became silent and was bullied. Several gangsters blocked her, snatched her things and pushed her. The people around her watched indifferently. When she was in despair, it was Chen He, who was not strong at the time, who rushed out and protected her with his thin body. From that day on, this figure was engraved in her heart. Later, Chen He's parents died in battle, and he became silent, but Chu Shi always paid attention to him silently. She knew how much pressure and criticism he had endured. Now, he stood in front of her and asked her if she was willing. How could I not be willing? What's more, there seemed to be a mysterious connection that made her feel an indescribable sense of closeness and trust towards Chen He. So she agreed without any hesitation, and even had an unconcealable smile of happiness on her face. Looking at the happy smile on Chu Shi's face, Chen He felt warm in his heart. He was not at all surprised by Chu Shi's agreement. The principal's old face turned red, he almost fainted, and his fingers pointing at Chu Shi were shaking. Student Chu Shi, you are confused. Do you know what you are doing? How can an SSS level sole professional, the future pillar of the country, marry an ordinary person? This is unfair to you and a huge loss to the country. He couldn't accept that the school's rare genius, a holy angel destined to stand at the top of the world in the future, was going to marry a waste who had just failed to awaken. Several school leaders nearby were also jumping for joy. Yes, classmate Chushi, think twice before you act. Marriage is not a joke. It affects your lifelong happiness and future. Chen He is no longer worthy of you. You two are not from the same world at all. A vice principal who wore glasses and looked gentle pushed his glasses and spoke in a heavy tone. Chushi, listen to the teacher's advice. It's not too late to cancel the engagement now. Don't ruin your bright future for so-called friendship. The Dean of Studies rushed over, his face livid, and pointed at Chen He's nose and started scolding him. Chen He, you troublemaker, you have no ability yourself, so you want to drag down our school's genius? Look at what you look like now. You're a loser who can't even awaken your profession. What qualifications do you have to stand beside Chushi? I used to think you were a talent because of your high mental strength, but now it seems you're just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. The headmaster was spitting and his words were extremely sarcastic. He used to be the one who had the highest opinion of Chen He, and he often praised Chen He in public as the hope of the school. But now he has changed his mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Yes, get out. Waste. Stay away from our goddess. A toad who wants to eat swan flesh shouldn't even take a piss and look at himself. The students in the audience also joined in the booing, and all kinds of ugly insults once again flooded the playground. Jealousy, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions intertwined together made them lose their minds. Chen He remained expressionless, as if these harsh sounds had nothing to do with him. He just looked at Chushi quietly, feeling the warmth from his palm. Chen He could ignore it, but Chushi couldn't stand it. Chushi's face instantly turned cold when he heard the insults and abuse directed at Chen He, especially from the teacher who once praised Chen He. The invisible pressure quietly dissipated, and the shouting and cursing around them died down. The teachers and students who were nearby took a breath, their faces changing. Enough! A cold gaze swept over everyone. Principal, teachers, and students. I repeat, this is my choice, and I do it willingly. Chen He is not a waste. He wasn't in the past, he isn't now, and he certainly won't be in the future. Her voice was firm and decisive, and every word was clearly heard by everyone. I won't allow anyone to insult him or belittle him. Chushi's gaze finally fell on the Dean of Studies, who had the ugliest expression. Dean, please be mindful of your words. If you dare to speak rudely to him again, don't blame me for not respecting the teacher-student relationship. A faint golden light flowed in Chushi's eyes. It was the power of the holy angel giving a silent warning. The dean shuddered when he was looked at by her, took a small step back, moved his lips, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. The students in the audience also quieted down, looked at each other, and dared not make another sound. Chushi actually challenged the principal and teachers directly for Chen He? And even warned the dean? The entire playground was eerily quiet, as if the air was frozen. After the unpleasant voice died down, Chushi's tense face relaxed. She turned to look at Chen He, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and unhappiness. Chen He, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go. The faces of the people around her made her feel sick. The praise they gave her in the past was so hypocritical, and the slander they gave her now was so harsh. Chen He saw the grievance that flashed across the girl's eyes, and his heart moved. Okay, let's go. He paused, looked at Chushi's slightly red cheeks and expectant eyes, and added with a smile. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Civil Affairs Bureau? Chushi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This is too fast. Just proposed and we have to get the marriage certificate? She secretly raised her eyes and saw Chen He's smiling eyes, and the small, blushing self in his eyes. After 2 seconds, he nodded gently. Chapter 4, The family is officially established. Obtain the professional holy angel. Chen He held Chushi's hand and walked through the crowd towards the school gate as if no one was around. It was not until the two figures were about to disappear around the corner that the entire playground suddenly erupted. Holy crap! Are they really going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? What a joke! Goddess Chushi is only 18 years old. Getting married right after awakening? Why does Chen He have the right? The students were completely in an uproar. There were all kinds of exclamations, discussions, and unbelievable noises that were several times louder than the previous insults. Countless people took out their mobile phones and tapped their fingers frantically on the screen. Shocking news. Shushi, the school beauty who just awakened her only SSS level profession, publicly accepted the proposal of Chen He, an ordinary person with no profession, and is suspected of rushing to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Outrageous. A genius and a loser combined? Is this true love or is there something else going on? Various posts spread like viruses on major social platforms. On the rostrum, the principal and a group of school leaders looked darker than the bottom of a pot. The headmaster was shaking all over, half out of anger and half out of fear. Shushi's cold eyes and warning just now were still deeply imprinted in his mind. The power and pressure of the holy angel made his calves feel a little weak. Principal, what should we do? The vice principal asked stutteringly, with cold sweat on his forehead. Shushi is the hope for the future of their school, the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire country. The only SSS level profession, holy angel. If such a peerless genius were to marry a loser who hadn't even awakened his profession just after coming of age. If Chu Shi's family knew. Thinking of the behemoth behind Chu Shi, all the school leaders present shuddered. The principal's face turned pale, and veins popped on the back of his hands. He looked fiercely at the dean of studies. What are you still standing there for? Quick! Contact the Chu family. We can't afford to gamble, we absolutely can't afford to gamble. If they really go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the certificate, then everything will be over. The headmaster woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly took out his communicator, and dialed a number that he usually didn't dare to call. At the same time, in the center of Jiangcheng, in a vast and heavily guarded manor. In the study, a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a sense of authority without even getting angry was processing documents. It was Chu Shi's father, Chu Tian. Suddenly, the private communicator on the table rang rapidly. Chu Tian frowned slightly and glanced at the caller ID. It was the dean of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Director Chu, this is terrible. Something terrible has happened, the dean's incoherent voice came from the communicator. The young lady has awakened an SSS level gifted class, the Holy Angel. What? Chu Tian stood up suddenly and exclaimed, Holy Angel, ha ha ha, my daughter Chu Tian has awakened the Holy Angel. Hearing Chu Tian's joyful voice, the Dean of Studies quickly spoke up, Director Chu, the focus right now isn't on this. The focus is on the eldest lady. The eldest lady is going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate with a boy named Chen He. What? Chu Tian, who was extremely happy and excited just now, suddenly tightened his grip on the communicator and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. A bastard wants to marry my daughter? What did you say? Say it again. Director Chu, we can't stop them. The eldest lady is determined to go with Chen He and has warned us not to interfere. They've probably already headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen He? Yes, that Chen He, his spiritual power is 399, the best in the school, but he failed to awaken his profession. Asshole. He slammed the table hard, and the hard mahogany tabletop made a crack with a crack sound. My precious daughter is going to marry a loser who can't even awaken his profession? Chu Tian knew Chen He. Chen He's parents were also well-known C-level talent awakeners in Nankai City, and Chen He himself was also a well-known person because his mental strength was the best in the school. But what is the use of having high mental strength? If you fail to awaken, you will be useless. Chu Tian would not allow his precious daughter to marry a loser who failed to awaken. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Should I get married on the day of awakening? Or should I marry an unemployed person? If this gets out, what will happen to the Chu family's reputation? Will Chu Shi's future be ruined? Send someone to find him right now. Even if I have to turn the entire Nankai University upside down, I will bring that rebellious girl back to me. And that kid named Chen He. Jiangcheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Unlike the chaos at school, it seems particularly peaceful here. Chen He and Chu Shi walked in side by side. There were not many people in the hall, and staff at several windows were handling business. The two came to the marriage registration window. The person in charge of registration was a female staff member in her 50s. She was stunned when she saw two people who were so young and were still in school uniforms coming to register. Are you going to register your marriage? The staff member took the ID card and saw the date of birth on it. Today is your coming of age ceremony day, right? You're here to register right after turning 18? Shen He explained calmly, I've already awakened, so I came here. Oh. The staff member drawled out his tone, with a bit more sympathy in his eyes. Running away from school so early and rushing to get married probably means that you have failed to awaken, have lost hope for the future, and choose to get married and live life early. Alas, the young people nowadays. The staff members were guessing silently in their hearts, but their hands kept moving. 100 years ago, a disaster struck, and in order to encourage childbirth and replenish the population, the legal age of marriage was changed to 18. At the same time, the registration procedures have been simplified a lot. Household registration books are no longer required, only the identity documents of both parties are required. Okay, please fill out this form. She handed over 2 application forms without asking any more questions. When Chushi was filling out the form, his hands were shaking slightly, and it took him several strokes to write his name properly. After Chen He finished writing his own, he saw that she was nervous and reached out to gently hold her hand. Soon, the forms were filled out, photos were taken, and the oath was taken. The whole process took only about 10 minutes. When 2 brand new red marriage certificates smelling of ink were handed to the two, Chushi still felt dazed. Well, congratulations to you two, and happy wedding. Shen He picked up the marriage certificate, opened it, and saw the photo of him and Chushi side by side, as well as the 3 gold-plated words marriage certificate. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. From now on, they are legally married. Ding! Detected that host Shen He and Chu Shi have completed legal marriage registration. The family is officially established. Obtained the professional holy angel. In an instant, countless information about the holy angels flooded into Chen He's mind, and a data panel appeared in front of him. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, holy angel. Level, level 6. Weapons, angel's holy sword, angel's silver wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, angel's growth cycle. 12-winged holy angel, 12-winged fallen angel. Talent skill 1, angelic holy sword. Holy sword skill, insufficient level, to be unlocked. Talent skill 2, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 3, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Shen He's eyes almost popped out of his head. As expected of a holy angel, he had 6 innate skills and a passive skill. This passive skill was also a growth skill. He could become a 12-winged angel and could choose to be a holy angel or a fallen angel. By binding with family members, you can obtain their professional talents. This is simply incredible. Shen He turned his head and his eyes fell on Chu Shi again, with an indescribable satisfaction. The girl's skin glowed white in the sunlight, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a blush still remained on her face. Noticing his undisguised gaze, Chu Shi's cheeks suddenly turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Why are you always looking at me? Shen He raised his lips to a wicked smile and moved closer on purpose. Look at my wife. She's so pretty, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't take a few more glances? The hot air sprayed on her ears, and Chu Shi felt that her ears were about to burn. She raised her hand in embarrassment and gently pushed Shen He. Don't talk nonsense. He. Shen He chuckled twice and stopped teasing her. He naturally held Chu Shi's hand. The girl's fingers were slightly cold, but very soft. Chu Shi was stunned for a moment, but instead of struggling to break free, he subconsciously shook hands with her. The smile on Shen He's face softened, and he tightened his clenched hands. Okay, no more trouble. Let's go home. Chu Shi raised her head and looked at him. Shen He met her gaze with a more serious look. I'll tell you a secret when we get home. Chapter 5, All Professional Awakeners? Nankai City. This is a city located at the junction of the 3 major provinces of Zhejiang, Fujian and Jiangxi, and was formed by the merger of several cities including Xinzhou, Nanzhou and Tongdu. After the revival of spiritual energy, in order to better resist demons, most cities across the country, except for megacities and large cities, were merged, with the exception of a few larger cities. Wui Villa District. Arrive. Shen He walked to the door, stepped aside, and made a pleased gesture to Chu Shi. Come in, this is my home. After a pause, Shen He looked at the girl's fair cheeks and added. From now on, this will be your home too. Chu Shi's cheeks turned red in an instant. She lowered her head and walked quickly into the door, not daring to look at the mischievous smile on Shenhe's face. Shenhe closed the door and followed in. Shushi stood at the entrance, looking curiously at this space he had stepped into for the first time. The living room is large, the decoration style is very simple, and the furniture looks very valuable. It's just that the things are arranged a bit haphazardly. A few pieces of clothing are thrown on the sofa, half-empty drink bottles and snack bags are placed on the coffee table, and the books on the bookshelf are also tilted. Although it looks messy, the floor is clean and there is no dust on the furniture. It seems like the owner is not particular about details, but still maintains basic cleanliness. Sit anywhere. Shenhe walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of water and handed it to Chushi. Thanks. Chushi took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in small sips, his eyes still wandering around the room. Shenhe didn't sit down, but stood in front of Chushi, staring at her with burning eyes. Chushi felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, and her fair neck was stained pink. She put the bottle down, her fingers scratching the bottle unconsciously. What's wrong with you? Why, are you always looking at me? Shenhe grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Come closer, I'll tell you a secret. Chushi didn't understand why, but still moved closer as he was told. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened, and Shenhe could even smell the girl's faint fragrance. What secret? If you want to know the secret, you have to tell me the information on your career panel first. She looked at Chunhee speechlessly. This guy was still keeping her in suspense. Although the information on the career panel is personal privacy, it is okay to tell Shenhe. After all, they are already husband and wife. Name, Chu Shi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV9. LV9, actually 3 levels higher than me. Is it because she awakened directly that I inherited it from her? This system is too biased. Shushi didn't notice Chunhee's abnormality and continued talking. Weapons, Angel Holy Sword, Angel Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. There are still 6 talent skills, but they haven't been unlocked yet because of the low level. Shushi's passive skill description seems to be different from his own. On his own panel, there are brackets at the back, which say 12-winged Holy Angel and 12-winged Fallen Angel. This is not in Shushi's description. Is her growth path fixed? Or is it hidden? It's quite interesting. I've told you everything. Shushi put down the water bottle and looked up at Chunhee. Now, can you tell me your secret? Do you think I failed in my awakening? Isn't it? You didn't show any signs of your career coming at that time. Shenhe shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. No, I didn't fail. On the contrary, I awakened. Then what profession did you awaken? Why didn't you react at all? Because, I didn't awaken a specific profession, I awakened all professions. Theoretically, I could have any job that exists in the world today. Shushi felt as if his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and it was buzzing. All professions? How is that possible? She widened her eyes and looked at Chunhee in disbelief, wondering if she had heard it wrong. What did you say? All professions? That's impossible. Common sense told her that a person could only awaken one profession in his lifetime. This was an irrefutable iron rule since the revival of spiritual energy. I've never heard of anyone breaking this rule. This is simply a fantasy. It's 100 times more outrageous than the sole profession of Holy Angel. How could you awaken all professions? No one has ever. Shenhe looked at her speechless expression of shock and laughed inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Of course, he couldn't reveal the existence of the system. The statement of awakening of all professions was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. It not only explains why he possesses the profession and skills of a holy angel, but also lays the foundation for acquiring more professional talents in the future. I know this is hard to believe. Shenhe spread his hands, pretending to be helpless, but this is the truth. My situation is rather special. Although I've awakened all my professions, I can't use them all right away. They need to be unlocked one by one. He looked at Shushi's eyes, which were still full of suspicion, and smiled. And unfortunately, the first profession I unlocked. Coincidentally, he is also a holy angel. Shushi's heart skipped a beat. The first profession unlocked is also a holy angel? I don't believe it. Holy angel is the only profession. It's written in the profession atlas. Only when the previous holy angel dies can the next one be born. Since I have awakened, how can you awaken too? If it's the only profession, why don't you try it and find out? He pointed to the open space in the middle of the living room. You summon your angelic holy sword. She looked at Chen He's determined eyes, her heart full of contradictions. Reason told her that Chen He was talking nonsense. But she couldn't help but want to see what Chen He was trying to do. Taking a deep breath, Chu Shi concentrated his mind. Buzz. A soft sound was heard in the air. Bits of holy light gathered in front of her and quickly solidified into shape. A silver-white long sword, emitting a soft and sacred aura, appeared in Chu Shi's hand. A diamond-shaped white crystal is inlaid on the hilt of the sword, a faint halo flows on the sword, the blade is sharp, and there is a faint light surrounding it. It's the holy sword of angels. She looked at Chun He and nodded at him. Yes, I have the same one as yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen He stretched out his right hand. The same sound was heard, and even the way the light gathered was exactly the same. As Chu Shi's pupil suddenly shrank, an angel holy sword that was almost identical to the one in her hand appeared out of thin air in Chen He's hand. The same silver-white sword body, the same diamond-shaped crystal, the same flowing halo and sacred and majestic aura. The two angel holy swords faced each other from a distance, and Chu Shi was completely stunned. Her fingers gripping the hilt of the sword turned slightly white from the force, and her mind went blank. Really? He really summoned the angel holy sword? How so? Holy angel, the only profession. Wasn't he agreed that only one could exist in the world at a time? Doesn't he say that the next person can only awaken after the previous one dies? So what is Chun He doing? What about the holy angel sword in his hand? Could it be that what he just said about the awakening of all professions is true? Chapter 6 An unprecedented all-professional? Full professional? Chu Shi opened her mouth slightly, her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. This is unheard of. No wonder. No wonder the light of the awakening stone was so dazzling and eye-catching when Chen He awakened, even more powerful than her SSS-level soul profession. Everything is explained. So that's how it is. Although Chu Shi was very shocked, he thought that what Chen He said was too shocking and unbelievable. But she believed in Chen He. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the holy sword of angels in Chen He's hand. He. Let those self-righteous guys envy them. My Chen He not only possesses the rare SSS-level profession, Holy Angel, but also has an unprecedented full range of professions. But Chu Shi thought about it again and felt a little confused. But Chen He, since you awakened all professions, why didn't any profession information appear during the awakening ceremony? To this, Chen He was well prepared and replied. It's precisely because I awakened all professions that no profession information was dropped. Otherwise, in what order should they descend? Should we go through all the career information from beginning to end? Chu Shi thought about it. That scene is really too shocking. That makes sense. Various professions have their strengths and weaknesses. The more powerful a profession is, the more intelligence and pride it possesses. Even if all of them were unique SSS-level professions, they could not be accurately ranked in order. It's impossible for such things to happen at the same time. A smile appeared on Chen He's lips. This girl is quite easy to fool. Did I marry a silly wife? Wrong. Normally, Chu Shi keeps everyone at a distance in school. She is as cold and pure as an inviolable iceberg, and is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless Nankai students. What scene have you not seen? He's got a sharp mind. Only in front of him would she be so naive, because she was willing to believe what she said. The marriage is right. Chen He, what are your occupations? What's the next job to unlock? Chu Shi's eyes were sparkling, and she was quite curious about all the professionals. Chen He just said it casually. What about the Scourge Mage, the Holy Knight, the God of War's Blessed One, the Apostle of Dawn, the Great Prophet, etc.? There are many more to come. As for what the next profession to be unlocked will be, I don't know either. He thought to himself. What's next to unlock? That depends on what profession the next member who joins the family awakens to. How would he know? Let it be. Chu Shi was stunned. Of the professions that Chen He mentioned casually, the worst ones were SS-level professions, and there were even some SSS-level professions, which were top professions that were almost unique in Nankai's history. I didn't expect that Chen He would catch them all in one fell swoop. So awesome. Then I hope that the next profession you unlock will be a chef. A demon chef who can cook up those monsters. This way I can make all kinds of delicious food for me. Xu Shi imagined Chen He's career and couldn't help but smile and pout, looking very expectant. Hearing this, Chen He joked with a smile. I didn't expect my wife is such a foodie. Xu Shi's face flushed, she turned her head away, somewhat afraid to look into Chen He's eyes, and lowered her head shyly. But a light humming sound still came out of his mouth. Obviously in a really good mood. The dream that was once unattainable has come true today. She was with Chen He. And they even got a marriage certificate. We will be a couple from now on. He. Thinking of this, Xu Shi's pretty face turned even redder, and she nervously clasped her hands with her head down. At this time, bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. Immediately following, boom. The door was violently knocked open. Chu Tian, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in quickly, followed by a group of intimidating bodyguards in black suits. Chen He looked over. I was still annoyed at who suddenly broke in, then I took a closer look. Yo! Isn't this my father-in-law? Chu Tian is a very important figure in Nankai City. It is impossible for anyone from Nankai not to have heard of his name. He is the chairman of the Blue Sky Group and a level 48 4th Order Awakener. The awakened talent profession is B-level swordsman. Although it is not a very powerful profession, Chu Tian is brave and hardworking. When he was young, he relied on the big knife in his hand to fight his way out in the world where demons were rampant. Killed countless demons. By reselling monster materials, he built up the Blue Sky Group's business empire bit by bit, which is now well known in Nankai. Now, Blue Sky Group's business covers the daily lives of everyone in Nankai City. Food, clothing, housing and transportation, all aspects. If his level was not high enough to cover the sky with one hand and suppress the entire Nankai University by himself, he could be called a local emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that he single-handedly conquered the world. Therefore, Chu Tian has always been decisive in his actions. As soon as he entered the room, he glanced coldly at Chen He with his tiger eyes like copper bells. Then he spoke to Chu Shi in a stern voice. "Cici. Come home with daddy. I'm not leaving." Chu Shi subconsciously stood behind Chen He, wrapped her small hands around Chen He's arms, and expressed her attitude very seriously. Chen He and I are already married. From now on, Chen He and I are a family. We're going to live together. Giggling. Chu Tian gritted his teeth instantly, his face flushed with anger. He felt like he was going crazy. My precious daughter, who was raised like a little princess at home, was held in my hands for fear of dropping her, and put in my mouth for fear of her melting. Now, in the blink of an eye, she has been taken away by another pig? How could he accept this? Besides, his Cici has always been very obedient, why is she acting like this today? It must be this little bastard's fault. He glanced at Chen He coldly, his anger blazing, and the majesty of the group chairman was instantly suppressed. Even if you get married, you can still get divorced. He originally thought that Chen He, an 18-year-old kid, would not be able to withstand the pressure from his superior. But this little bastard not only did not retreat, but under his burning gaze, he held Chu Shi's little white hand with his backhand, as if to provoke him. I've inquired about it. This guy is just a loser who failed to awaken. He's not worthy of you at all. Cici, you are my daughter. And now you have awakened the only SSS level profession, the Holy Angel. What kind of husband can I find in the future? What's more, even if this kid didn't fail to awaken, you are a Holy Angel. A Holy Angel that Nankai rarely encounters in 100 years. There's no way a little bastard who hasn't even grown all his hair is worthy of her. Listening to my father-in-law's disparagement, I almost stood face to face with him. Chen He didn't care too much and just smiled calmly. Father-in-law, can I have a word with you for a moment? Shall we talk alone? There are too many people here. After all, this is our family matter, right? After all. Chen He didn't want to reveal too many of his own secrets in front of outsiders. But my father-in-law is Chu Shi's father, so it's not good to hide it completely. I can reveal a little bit. Chu Tian's nose almost got crooked from anger. Don't call me father-in-law. Do I admit it? Who is your father-in-law? There's no room for negotiation on this matter. You two must get a divorce. He originally didn't want to chat with Chen He anymore. After all, saying one more word to a loser who failed to awaken would be a waste of his precious time and life. But looking at Chen He's absolutely confident and fearless look. He frowned slightly. After years of doing business and having the foresight of a superior, Xu Tian concluded that this boy must have something to rely on, so he could be so confident. Take his daughter to get the marriage certificate directly. He really wanted to see what nonsense this kid could say. But Xu Tian was still determined on one principle. No matter what Chen He says, divorce is necessary. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. He signaled the other bodyguards to push the door out and slam it shut. Bang! As other irrelevant people left, only the family of three was left in the room. Chen He asked directly without waiting for the other party to ask. Mr. Chu, if I also awaken an SSS-level talent profession, would you object to my marriage to Cece? Xu Tian raised his eyebrows. What did you think this kid could say? He immediately sneered. If you can also awaken an SSS-level talent class, then of course there's no problem. We're a perfect match. I certainly wouldn't object. But there are no ifs in this world. Ideals are beautiful, and you, a little bastard, are an awakening failure. Xu Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. Swish! A flash of light, shining brightly. The dazzling brilliance creates a sacred glow. Chen He waved his hand. He pulled out an angel's holy sword that exuded a strong sacred aura from the void. Xu Tian witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was stunned on the spot. Angel holy sword? Is this the real angel holy sword? Wasn't it his own daughter Cece who awakened the holy angel? Where the hell did this guy get the holy angel sword? What is going on? Xu Tian was completely confused and scratched his head in bewilderment. Chen He smiled and gestured to Chu Shi beside him. Chu Shi understood and raised his hand as well. Swish! His own angel holy sword was also pulled out. In an instant, the entire room became bright, and the two angel holy swords shone brightly, extremely bright. Xu Tian looked at the angel holy sword in his precious daughter's hand. Look at the angel holy sword in Chen He's hand. There are really two. He was completely confused. Am I dazzled? What the hell is going on? How come there are two angel holy swords? Chapter 7 Xu Tian's certified son-in-law. Xu Tian was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Staring blankly at the two angel holy swords. Why, are there two angel swords? It's broad daylight, and I'm not drunk. What the hell? It is normal for my precious daughter to have the holy angel sword, after all, she is a holy angel. But why does Chen He also have it? Can this be reproduced? What on earth is going on? Xu Tian was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. He thought about it until his head almost hurt, but he still couldn't figure it out. Seeing that it worked, Chen He smiled calmly and began to explain. Because I also awakened the SSS level talent profession, Holy Angel. No, that's impossible. Don't try to fool me. Xu Tian didn't believe it at all and waved his hands repeatedly. That's impossible. I've memorized the occupational illustrations too. The Holy Angel is the only profession. A new awakener will only appear after the previous awakener dies. It is impossible for two Holy Angel awakeners to exist at the same time. Chen He calmly spread his hands, pointing to the angel holy sword in his hand. But Mr. Chu, it's clearly happening right before your eyes, isn't it? There isn't just one holy angel. It's because there has always been only one awakened one at any given time, so people mistakenly believe there can only be one. Actually, that's not the case. Xu Shi subconsciously glanced at Chen He. She knew the secret of Chen He's all-professional status. Hearing that this was intentionally concealed, with her intelligence, she immediately realized that Chen He didn't want to reveal his cards and wanted to secretly shock everyone. It's quite interesting. Moreover, this is a little secret between her and Chen He. Belongs exclusively to the two of them. Xu Shi smiled and helped out from the side. Yes, father, if there is really only one person in the same generation. Then how do we explain Chen He's holy angel sword? Hearing the couple's harmonious words, Xu Tian touched his head and fell into deep thought. After a brief brainstorming session, He quickly recalled that the SSS-level professional arbitrator was once considered the only profession, until the second arbitrator awakened and made the world understand. This is not the only profession at all. Just because it's so rare. Could it be that the holy angels are like this too? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Shu Tian thought again of what the dean had said about Chen He's failed awakening. But your teacher said that you failed to awaken. Why has the holy angel awakened now? Chen He shrugged and lied casually. I'm not too sure about that. There really weren't any professions present at the awakening ceremony. It looks like the awakening has failed. I thought so at the time, but later I did awaken successfully. Maybe the awakening stone I used was too low level. Shu Tian always felt like something was wrong. But it is true, the holy sword of angels can never deceive anyone. That being said, my son-in-law actually has an SSS level talent class, a holy angel? Although it is not the only profession, which will reduce the value of this profession, it is still the top and most awesome SSS level profession. If Chen He really married his daughter. After. Oh my god. The Chu family is about to take off. One has 2 SSS level professions, one has 2 angels. It's so cool just thinking about it. Moreover, he heard that Chen He's parents seemed to have died on the front line of the battlefield, so there were no parents or elders around to take care of him. From now on, he would only be surrounded by the elders from the Chu family. As long as he can support this marriage, Chen He will feel a sense of belonging to the Chu family. Are you still worried about the Chu family's future? Perhaps, with these 2 angels, the Chu family will be able to move into the 4 main cities in the future. This has always been Shu Tian's dream. Thinking about it, his fantasy time drifted further and further away, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, almost drooling. At this moment, Shu Tian had completely forgotten that he wanted Chen He and Chu Shi to divorce, and he had naturally decided that Chen He was his son-in-law. After. Anyone who wants to break up Chen He and Chu Shi is against him, Shu Tian. This marriage. He agreed. At this time, Chen He grinned, revealing a row of small white teeth. So, father-in-law, you should agree to my marriage with Cici now, right? Ha 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 ha. Shu Tian laughed heartily instantly, and looked at Chen He with eyes that seemed to be looking at the opportunity for the Chu family to rise and ascend. He raised his hand and patted Chen He's shoulder and said, I agree. I absolutely agree. I fully support it. Besides, I'm not the only one who agrees. I have to arrange your wedding, too, and it has to be a grand affair. I want the entire Nankai community to know that you, Chen He, are my son-in-law. Joke. My precious daughter has an SSS-level talented profession, and my son-in-law also has an SSS-level talented profession. This is an embarrassing miracle unprecedented in history. There couldn't be a more well-matched marriage than this, it had to be celebrated with great fanfare. His Chu family has made great progress. Just when Chen He's family of 3 and the father-in-law and son-in-law were living in harmony. At the same time, the news that Chu Shi, the goddess school beauty of Nankai No. 1 Middle School, has awakened an SSS-level talented profession, and the only profession of holy angel, is spreading wildly in Nankai City. At the same time, the news that Chu Shi was with Chen He, who had failed to awaken, also spread. Have you heard? Goddess Chu Shi has awakened her only profession. Holy crap! Is this true? An SSS-level talent that only appears once in decades at Nankai? No way. Our Nankai is going to be prosperous. What? Goddess Chu Shi is already taken. No. This is more painful than killing me. How can I marry Goddess Chu Shi even though I failed to awaken? Is the goddess crazy? The goddess is good in every way, except that she is blind. Not fair. This isn't fair. Chu Shi and Chen He are both celebrities in Nankai City. One is the daughter of the chairman of the Blue Sky Group, and the other is the genius with the best mental strength in Nankai No. 1 Middle School. A person who has awakened the only talent of SSS. An awakening failed. The contrast is so dramatic and huge that it is hard to imagine. It is impossible for the news to spread more slowly. It is very popular in the whole Nankai City. Just when Chu Shi learned that she had awakened an SSS-level talented profession, the Holy Angel, she was actually with Chen He, a loser who had failed to awaken, and they even went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused dissatisfaction among many awakened people. Because of this, this news also attracted the attention of Nankai City's garrison and law enforcement departments. This news is incredible. Every SSS level talented professional is one of the country's most important top talents. We must intensify our efforts in training them. How can they be married off so casually? I think it's obvious. That guy is definitely taking advantage of the girl's innocence and using her feelings to cheat her and live off her. They say it's better to demolish 10 temples than to have a marriage, but this time we have to break up the couple. No matter what, they can't be together. This is a blasphemy against an SSS level talented professional. What a loss. An SSS level professional's future is destined to be limitless. How could they be reduced to the point of marrying with a piece of trash? We respect other people's love lives, but in this era of rampant demons, SSS level professionals and those who have failed to awaken are destined to be from two different worlds. This relationship was destined to end in tragedy from the beginning. It must be reported. Report it immediately. This matter is too serious. We can't just watch such a good seedling be ruined like this. Someone immediately reported the news. The discussion was heated and overwhelming. Chapter 8 Family Fame Reward. At Chen He's home. Chen He was chatting with his father-in-law about the future and the wedding. Father-in-law, about the wedding. Don't worry, leave your wedding entirely to me. I promise to give you the most grand wedding. Chu Tian smiled brightly. It was a stark contrast to the majestic look of a superior he had when he came in just now. How could my daughter, Chu Tian, get married so casually and quietly? I'm going to do it well, do it hard. Wait for me to go back and look through the old almanac to see which day is suitable. Then we can find an auspicious day soon and set the wedding date. Then, Chu Tian left Chen He's house with his head held high and chest puffed out, and quickly went to prepare for the wedding. It seems that he feels that Chen He and Chu Shi's progress is a bit too slow, and he wants to speed up the wedding. Such a good son-in-law must not run away. If he is seduced away by other little vixens, he will have no place to cry. It gave Chen He and Chu Shi enough space for their own world. Watching Chu Tian's back as he left with big strides, Chen He became alert. A system prompt sounded beside my ears. Your marriage to Chu Shi has caused quite a stir in Nankai City. Your family has become well known to many people and has become quite famous. Your family fame value is plus 20,000. You receive a fame reward, your level increases by 5 levels. Chen He's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the fame reward to arrive so quickly. Swish. The light gushed out, and surging streams of experience light fell from the sky. It was like an epiphany. A powerful feeling filled every part of his body, making Chen He feel that his attributes had been greatly improved. In just a few breaths, Chen He's level was upgraded from LV6 to LV11, officially entering the category of First Order Awakeners, even higher than Chu Shi's level. Come from behind and win. It made him feel quite surprised. The next moment, Chen He expanded the system panel and checked the information. Then his eyes lit up and he found that he had unlocked something new. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV11. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate Skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword Skill, Judgment. Talent Skill 2, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 3, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 4, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 5, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 6, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. His eyes first fell on Innate Skill 1. Among them, the suddenly unlocked Holy Sword Skill Judgment successfully attracted his attention. What kind of Holy Sword skill is this? Before this, the original Holy Sword skill on the profession panel was marked as waiting to be unlocked. And now, after breaking through the first level, the Holy Sword skills have been unlocked naturally. Chen He was filled with curiosity. If he wasn't at home right now, he would have wanted to try out this newly unlocked ability directly. It must be a very powerful skill. If you have the chance, you should try this skill out. Then, Chen He opened the family system panel again. Family level, LV1. Family members, Chen He, Chu Shi. Family reputation, 20,000 100,000. The fame value only increased by 20,000 points? This was something Chen He had not expected. He originally thought that the news that he, a waste who failed to awaken, was combined with the most stunning and beautiful school beauty was a big deal. Once it is released, it will definitely be bombshell news. It will cause a massive sensation and heated discussion. After all, although Nankai City is not a top-tier city, it is already a second or third-tier city with a very dense population. After all this time, I only gained 20,000 fame points. This probably means that the news of his marriage to Chu Shi has not yet spread throughout Nankai City and has not caused the desired sensation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little added. But it doesn't matter anymore. He is not in a hurry. After Chu Tian's grand wedding, on the day of the wedding ceremony. By then, I don't know how much jealousy, envy and hatred this will attract. The family's reputation value will surely usher in a surge. Who knows, maybe I can directly raise the family rank by one level. Thinking of this, Chen He secretly looked forward to it. At the same time, he also turned his gaze to Chu Shi beside him. Speaking of which, Chu Shi brought him luck. If he hadn't become a couple with Chu Shi, his family system would not have been unlocked yet. Chu Shi is a great contributor. Treat yourself well. CC, what do you want to eat tonight? Although I haven't unlocked the professional chef, I'm actually quite good at cooking. After his parents left, he has been taking care of himself. As a foodie, Chu Shi tilted his head back and quickly came up with an idea. He named several dishes in succession on the spot. The little mouth chatters like a string of cannonballs. I want braised Crucian carp, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy stir-fried clams, boiled pearl conch slices, and duck blood vermicelli. Chen He. So much? Can you eat it? Chen He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was in a good mood because he had solved a major life issue today. It should be celebrated. He raised his hand and scratched the girl's delicate nose, speaking in a doting tone. Okay, let's do everything you said tonight. If you want a full banquet, I'll make it for you. Chu Shi nodded repeatedly, her little face flushed as she smiled. Okay. I can help you. Let's go buy some groceries. Chen He said hello, and the two of them changed their shoes and went out to buy groceries. And just as the newlyweds went out to buy groceries, just as Chen He thought, the news of his marriage to Chu Shi had indeed not spread yet. But now, it is spreading like a plague at a crazy speed. Many awakened people in Nankai City learned the news. They decided to organize themselves together to oppose the marriage of Chen He and Chu Shi. We must forcibly separate the two. Some awakened ones have even decided to go and cause trouble for Chen He. Your name is Chen He. Open your eyes and take a look. Do you think you can hold on to a wife with an SSS level talent? Are you worthy? Chen He, right? We must not let this brat take such a huge advantage. You useless idiot who failed to awaken, stop dreaming of trying to eat swan meat. This matter. It even shocked the officials. After the garrison and law enforcement departments reported the news, the orders from above were strictly to prevent the two from getting married. After all, the government does encourage childbirth. But that is something that many people who have failed in awakening, or awakeners with very poor professional skills, should consider. A top genius like SSS level shouldn't get married so early. For a moment, the wind is blowing everywhere. Officials and many awakened people from the public were on their way to Chen He's house one after another. Information about Chen He has already been dug out by netizens and published on the Awakener's official website. To this, Chen He knew nothing. He and Chu Shi were shopping sweetly at the vegetable market. The two of them held hands and looked here and there. Chen He bought all the dishes Chu Shi ordered. By the time they got home after buying the groceries, they were already laden with bags and bags. But as soon as I got home, the two of them stopped and saw a lot of people gathered at the door, making a lot of noise. Chen He frowned, a little confused, and stepped forward to ask. What is going on? Who are you? The person closest to Chen He didn't even look at Chen He and the others. He stood on tiptoe to observe the crowd and explained casually. Oh, we're all here to stop Chen He and Goddess Chu Shi from being together. That's right, Chen He is just a loser who failed to awaken. He is not worthy of Goddess Chu Shi at all. What a thing! Are you worthy of marrying Goddess Chu Shi? Goddess Chu Shi is everyone's goddess, Chen He, forget it. Others followed suit. Ah. Chen He was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, whether he was useless or not, whether he was with Chu Shi or not, what was it to you? Who wants you to meddle in other people's business? He asked calmly. So how are you going to stop it? The crowd suddenly exploded and started talking. I think we should focus on persuasion and not be too drastic. We should convince Chen He and make him understand that being with Goddess Chu Shi is just wasting her time. Chen He must be destroyed. What a bastard. Bah! If it really doesn't work, and that kid refuses to change his ways, we're in numbers, so why not just go all out and kill Chen He? How can a loser like Chu Shi defile the goddess? He must be taught a lesson. Hear what these people say. Chen He's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 9 Lin Xiao's threat. Chen He's eyes were cold as he glanced at the troublemakers. Chu Shi, who was originally content with her world of two, felt the same way. His eyes were cold and his face was frosty. Faint ripples could be heard in the surrounding air. It seems like he is ready to summon the holy sword of angels at any time to kill the opponent directly. You want to kill my man? Have you asked about the holy sword in my hand? Chen He frowned slightly, looked around carefully, and suddenly became curious. At first glance, there seemed to be only 3 awakeners blocking the door, and the one with the highest level and strongest strength among them was only a first-level awakener. The others are all ordinary people and are not a concern. How dare they block my door? Do you really think that Chen He is made of clay? Chen He didn't believe that there was no one secretly meddling in this or stirring up trouble. All awakeners have special badges issued by the Hanxia country's coordination department. The awakener's rank can be judged by the different types of special awakener badges. However, no specific levels are visible. Among this group of people, only 3 wore the awakener badge. Only one of them has the number I marked on its badge. You only have so few people? Do you dare to block the door? The group of troublemakers clearly had no intention of explaining. They just talked at once and spoke indignantly. That little bastard surnamed Chen is nothing but a loser who failed to awaken. In this era of spiritual energy revival, people like this are just hiding in a corner, waiting to die. Who knows how many people die every year? Why are they delaying the holy angels? Chu Shi has awakened the only SSS level professional holy angel. Delaying Chu Shi is delaying all of humanity. That's right. Such an awesome profession is unique in Nankai. Everything we do is for Goddess Chu Shi and for the future of mankind. Even if we kill Chen He and are held responsible by the law enforcement department in the future, it will still be worth it. We are righteous. Chen He. How can a bunch of heresies be so confident in speaking out? What a stupid thing. Chu Shi on the side couldn't bear to listen any longer. Swish. A bright and dazzling holy light suddenly burst out. Amidst the countless overlapping and shining golden lights, an angel's holy sword, almost as tall as his body, immediately emerged, pointing at the group of rude troublemakers. The momentum suddenly condensed. She completely shed her previous silly look and transformed into a cold and noble ice goddess. Glancing at everyone, he was intimidating without even getting angry. Like the eternal ice. All the troublemakers were completely shocked by the horrifying scene. Shrinking his neck in fear. But he immediately recognized that these 2 people were the ones in the rumors. Chu Shi, who awakened to the holy angel profession, and her good-for-nothing boyfriend Chen He. So it's you guys. Seeing this, the troublemakers stopped pretending and spoke out. Your name is Chen He? Are you worthy enough to delay an SSS-level holy angel? Are you worthy enough to marry the goddess Chu Shi? Either you separate from goddess Chu now, or we kill you together. Choose one for yourself. The words had just fallen, before Chen He and the others could say anything. Swish. A dark shadow suddenly descended. The troublemakers looked over and saw a group of bodyguards in black suits following Chu Tian. They were tall and surrounded him in a mighty manner. That momentum was extremely terrifying. Chu Tian's face was covered with flesh and a fierce look was in his eyes. He looked at the group of people coldly. The voice was extremely cold and stern as he began to question. Who do you want to kill? When various rumors from the outside world are coming frequently. Chu Tian got the news immediately. He didn't want such a good son-in-law like Chen He to be bullied, so he rushed over to endorse Chen He. Let Chen He truly feel the warmth from his father-in-law. Giggling. As Chu Tian spoke coldly, the men in black suits behind him rolled up their sleeves and pressed their knuckles until they made a crackling sound, looking extremely ferocious. Everyone was frightened by this sudden situation. The troublemaker who had previously threatened to kill Chen He was also hesitant and unable to utter a word. It's not that I don't dare to kill Chen He. But he was so scared by Chu Tian that he couldn't speak. This is Chu Tian. He is just a small fry in the Blue Sky Group's chairman's team. How could he be qualified to confront the chairman head-on? I'm asking you a question? Answer me. Tread. Chu Tian took another step forward, looking majestic and proud. There is no need to release sword energy at all. Just relying on the aura and pressure of being in a superior position for many years is enough to completely crush the opponent. The troublemaker didn't dare to confront him at all and could only retreat step by step. His legs became weak and big beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was trembling and couldn't speak clearly. I could only mutter quietly and refute. What kind of person is Chen He? Not worthy of Chu Shi at all. Not worthy of her. He will only delay Goddess Chu. Chu Tian spoke coldly. What's this got to do with you? Do I, Chu Tian, need your consent to choose a son-in-law? This shout was like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Thump! The troublemaker was so frightened that he trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. My whole body was trembling. Just then. Tread! The sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. Uncle Chu, they have good intentions. Everything they do is for Cece's own good. Why make it so difficult for them? In my opinion, the person you should really be making things difficult for is this loser named Chen He. What is his identity? What are his talents and strengths? Why would he be the son-in-law of your Blue Sky Group? The man who came was a rich young man wearing a well-tailored suit, handsome features, and luxurious clothes. He obviously comes from a wealthy family and has an aristocratic air. He is confident in every move he makes. But in fact, this is a silver-plated spearhead that looks good but is useless. This man's name is Lin Jiqing, and he is the eldest son of the Qiu Shui Group, which is ranked 9th in Nankai University. Previously, Qiu Shui Group's business in Nankai City had always been lukewarm. It was thanks to the good relationship between the family and the Blue Sky Group that they were able to rely on the Blue Sky Group. In addition, an uncle in the family recently went to the 4 major cities to develop, which led to the improvement of the Qiu Shui Group and its continuous growth. But it is still far from the Blue Sky Group. Chen He looked at Lin Jiqing and raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he understood. He probably planned everything, including the blocking of his door and the arrival of these brainless troublemakers to cause trouble, in order to force him to break up with Chu Shi. Wow! The crowd naturally split up, and Lin Jiqing walked up slowly with a gentle smile on his face. Uncle Chu, I came here because I heard that Cece was actually with a piece of trash. I knew immediately that this guy had deceived the innocent Cece. I want to get on the big tree of Blue Sky Group and live off the Chu family. So, I came here specifically to persuade the two of them and share Uncle Chu's worries. After all, whether from Cece's personal perspective, the Chu family's perspective, or the perspective of all mankind, Chen He will only hinder Cece's future. Having said that, Lin Jiqing stared into Chu Tian's eyes and asked back with some surprise. However, judging from Uncle Chu's attitude just now, it seems that he agrees with Chen He and Cece being together? This really makes me puzzled. Snort. Chu Tian sneered in his heart. He is also a smart man, how could he not see that these troublemakers were arranged by Lin Jiqing? He almost made his good son-in-law fly away. So, he didn't give any good look and didn't answer with a sullen face. I'll give you a look and let you experience it yourself. At the same time, Chen He took Chu Shi's hand and raised it up, showing off in front of Lin Jiqing with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Lin, right? Don't worry about it, Cece and I are not only together, we're married. We've already got the marriage certificate and are now legally married. We'll have a wedding together soon. I've delayed Cece, what can you do to me? Lin Jiqing looked at Chen He's provocative eyes and felt extremely unhappy. I feel extremely humiliated. But now Chu Tian is also here, he still suppressed the anger in his heart, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. Oh, that's all, as long as Uncle Chu agrees. That's what I said. But in his heart, he still hated Chen He, and hated Chu Tian even more. I don't know what is wrong with Chu Tian. Knowing that Chen He is a loser, he still wants to accept him as his son-in-law. Aren't they afraid of bringing shame to the Chu family? But wait until the official people and his uncle return home to take charge of the situation, and see how arrogant Chu Tian can still be. When the time comes, Chu Shi, the SSS-level holy angel, is right in his pocket. As for Chen he is just a piece of trash, and can be easily killed with just a flick of the finger. He didn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 10 Wedding Announcement, Getting Married in a Week. Chu Tian spoke lightly. I have no objection. Immediately, he looked at the other party with a very intimidating look, and asked back in an aggressive manner. Do you have any objections? Swish. Lin Shiqing was instantly sweating profusely. At this moment, he felt that the sword energy of a high-level swordsman had turned into tangible energy. Completely block his retreat. A terrifying sense of crisis arose spontaneously. It made him break out in cold sweats. How dare I have any objection? I wouldn't dare. This is the Chu family's affair. How dare I have any opinion? Lin Shiqing was completely numb. What's going on with Chu Tian? Why would you support a piece of trash? A piece of trash, what is there for Chu Tian to value so much? My own conditions are far superior to Chen He's. But he dares not speak out now. When Chen He heard that Lin Shiqing didn't dare to have any opinions, he immediately started to mock him. You still know that this is the Chu family's family affair? It's our family affair? If that's the case, why are you all coming here to block the door? Are you bored? If I had this much time, I might as well level up and kill more demons. Hearing this, Lin Shiqing's face looked extremely ugly and he felt very aggrieved. How dare a loser like him be so disrespectful? And attack him right in front of his face? Kid. You wait. The Chu family can't protect you forever. Uncle Chu, I'm leaving now. He took the initiative to greet them and prepared to leave quickly, not wanting to stay here and suffer in frustration. But Chen He refused to do it. Is his family someone who can come and go as they please? Stop. Do you really think that Chen He is so easy to bully? Could it be that Master Lin is planning to leave just like this? Because Chu Tian is watching here. There was a large circle of bodyguards in black suits surrounding them, standing there like black towers, making it impossible to use force. Lin Shiqing had no way to deal with Chen He. He could only speak with a dark face and gritted teeth. What do you want? Chen He smiled, and his smile became brighter and brighter. He's just like a sunny and cheerful boy. Of course I have to pay compensation. We can't let Lin Xiaobai come here. You brought people to block my door this time and wanted to send someone to kill me. Who knows what you can do in the future? I need a little life-saving equipment, that should be okay, right? As for you guys, you're probably all broke. You can't even get 2 pounds of meat out of your body even if you squeeze it dry. Take out all the money you can and get out. If you let me see you again next time, you know the consequences. Faced with such blatant blackmail from Chen He, everyone present was helpless. Didn't they see that even the leader, young Master Lin, was defeated? Don't mess with me. Lin Shiqing's face became increasingly gloomy. He had miscalculated. I really miscalculated this time. No matter how much I thought about it, I never expected that even Chu Tian would stand by this loser. He casually took out a crystal blue pendant and threw it to Chen He. Then he snorted coldly and turned away. Chen He took a closer look and found that it was actually a guardian crystal, and a guardian crystal of extremely high quality. A total of 3 fatal injuries can be resisted. Although it has been used once and only has 2 more times left, it is still an excellent piece of equipment. The market value is quite high. This Lin Shiqing is really rich, he should be extorted more. It's a pity that he was allowed to leave like this. Thinking of this, Chen He turned his increasingly hostile gaze towards the other people in the field. Everyone was alerted and reached into their pockets. They stuffed all the money they had on them into Chen He's pocket. Although the loss was not huge, the humiliation was truly heartbreaking. Social death is at its peak. After the compensation was completed, they looked at Chen He and nodded with a smile. Their faces were as gloomy as water and they left quickly. It seems like he is afraid of being recognized. A small episode was easily resolved because of Chu Tian's coming and going. The family of 3 returned to Chen He's home. Father-in-law, why are you back so soon? Have you already chosen a wedding date? Chu Tian then remembered this and said. Xiao He, as far as I know, there are many auspicious days suitable for marriage in the past 6 months. The nearest day was a week later. Which day do you and Cici want to choose? Everything depends on your wishes. Chen He subconsciously looked at Chu Shi beside him. But when Chu Shi was with him, she never had any objections. She just said it with a slightly red face. You are the one who decides everything. From now on, you will be the head of the family. Chen He thought for a moment, then looked at Chu Tian and said. Father-in-law, I want to choose a date a week later. Chu Tian frowned slightly, although the wedding date was mainly based on the opinions of Chen He and the others. But isn't it a bit too rushed to prepare for a wedding in just 1 week? After all, it was the day of his precious daughter's wedding, the most important event in his life, so he had to hold it in a grand manner so that he could watch his daughter get married in a dignified manner. If you only have 1 week, you won't have enough time to prepare. It's a bit too hasty. Well, isn't it a bit too hasty to hold the wedding in just 1 week? Chen He shook his head. I think it's just right. Chu Shi also said from the side. Dad, I think next week is a good one too. Let's do as Chen He says. The scene of the two people, husband and wife, following each other's lead, made Chu Tian feel uncomfortable. I only have this one daughter, and I want to marry her off so simply? Is this really okay? But this was a matter between the young couple after all, and he valued Chen He as his son-in-law very much, so he immediately made a few phone calls and arranged for people to prepare for the wedding as soon as possible. Since there is only 1 week, we must race against time. After the rough arrangement is completed, Chu Tiankai asked Chen He. Xiao He, why are you so anxious? If you have a few months to prepare, I guarantee your wedding will be the most magnificent. Now that Cici and you have already obtained the marriage certificate, why are you in such a hurry? Chen He must consider his father-in-law's opinion, and explained immediately. Father-in-law, it's not me who's anxious, it's just the situation that's pressing us. I don't know how many people are trying to stop Cici and I from getting married. If that's the case, I think we might as well add fuel to the fire. On the day of our wedding, I will demonstrate my profession as a holy angel. Let all the outside voices of doubt be suppressed, and let those who clamor be reduced to clowns. That's what I said. But in fact, what Chen He was thinking in his heart was that revealing his profession on the wedding day would definitely cause a sensation in the whole city and greatly enhance the family's reputation. Of course, the sooner the better. Moreover, he really wanted to give Cici a wedding and a status as soon as possible. After knowing Chen He's thoughts, Chu Tian thought for a moment and nodded. That's a great idea. In that case, I'm going to help add fuel to the fire. This time I must let everyone know that my vision for choosing a son-in-law cannot be bad. The person I choose must be the most brilliant one. Those who question it, those who stir up trouble, forget it. When Chu Tian was looking for someone to pick a wedding date, many people called to persuade him. Therefore, he could also understand Chen He's anxiety at the moment. He also felt that those harsh words were quite unpleasant to hear. Who dares to question the decision made by Chu Tian? What's more, his son-in-law is a well-deserved SSS-level holy angel. We must find the right opportunity as soon as possible to clear our son-in-law's name. He really wanted to see how ugly the faces of those who claimed to be doing good for Chu Shi would be after they learned that Chen He was also a holy angel. How nice are the words. In fact, it was all jealousy. Jealous that Chu Tian had such a good daughter. Jealous Cici for awakening an SSS-level profession. Then the wedding will be a good time to vent your anger. Just thinking about these things makes him feel very interesting. Very funny. Then, Chu Tian immediately made a phone call. Right now, immediately have someone issue a city-wide notice and let everyone know. My daughter and son-in-law's wedding will be held in a week. Chu Tian, welcome friends from all walks of life to come and have a drink at the wedding. Chapter 11, Fame Value Skyrocketed Again. Next week? A city-wide announcement? Mr. Chu, please think twice. Shouldn't you reconsider this? Isn't this a bit too hasty? There was a questioning and puzzled voice on the other end of the phone. Chu Tian said calmly with a cold face. Shut up. Am I Mr. Chu or are you Mr. Chu? Arrange it immediately. The person on the other end of the phone immediately became solemn, knowing that the chairman had made up his mind and was not discussing this with anyone, but was giving an order. Not daring to question anything further, he quickly responded. Chu Tian gave his men orders and simply stayed at Chen He's house to eat. There is nothing wrong with my son-in-law's talent. But in terms of living, we still need to examine it further. 2 hours later. When Chen He brought the last braised fish to the table, Chu Tian's eyes widened. Looking at the luxurious feast on the table, which could be called a full Manchu Han banquet, everyone was stunned. The frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising and stewing are all delicious. There are fish, meat, non-vegetarian and vegetarian dishes, and even soup. The rich aroma of food filled the room, whetting one's appetite. Why prepare such a large table of food? There are only 3 of us. Wouldn't it be a waste if we can't finish it? Chen He smiled and glanced at Chu Shi beside him. Chu Shi blushed and lowered her head. CC loves to eat. Chu Tian was happy. Okay. This guy looks good. Know how to pamper your wife. Very good. Crash, crash. The 3 of them started eating. Chu Tian took his first bite and set his sights on the braised pork on the table. He picked up a large piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the delicious taste exploded between his taste buds. The rich aroma that melted in his mouth made him couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. So fragrant. This cooking skill is amazing. It's not worse than what their royal chef cooks. You have to know that the chef of their Chu family is an awakened one. What is awakened is the chef's life profession. Cici will have a delicious meal from now on. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Chu Tian knew that his daughter was a foodie. Chen He has such great cooking skills and a face that is no less handsome than when he was young. No wonder he easily captured his precious daughter. This kid. Amazing. Just as the 3 fathers-in-law and sons-in-law were in harmony, toasting each other with glasses. Chu Tian's people were broadcasting the wedding news to everyone in the city through the news. City-wide notification. Our station has just released news. The chairman of the Blue Sky Group has just issued a new announcement. The wedding of Ms. Chu Shi, the daughter of the Blue Sky Group, and her son-in-law, Mr. Chen He, will be held in a week. Chairman Chu sincerely invites everyone from all walks of life to attend the wedding and drink together. Let us congratulate the newlyweds on their happy marriage and the birth of their baby soon. This program is sponsored by the Blue Sky Group. The influence of news is enormous. It spreads much faster than news spread by word of mouth. The marriage between the daughter of the richest man and the grassroots boy became the focus of attention and heated discussion in the whole city. The eldest daughter of the Blue Sky Group is getting married like this. What a pity, the eldest daughter was destined not to wait for me. Holy crap! Who is Chun He? How could he marry the daughter of the Blue Sky Group? I'm so envious. I remember the daughter of the Blue Sky Group is only 18 years old this year, right? What a beast! Chen He is truly a beast. Countless people are confused about Chun He's identity. I have absolutely no idea where this guy came from. Is there such a guy hiding in the upper class of Nankai City? How come I've never heard of it? Who is this person? Certainly. Many awakened people who have been paying attention to the spiritual power of each class of students in major universities every year were shocked because Chen He's spiritual power was surprisingly high, far breaking the previous record of the highest spiritual power of unawakened people in Nankai City. So, many awakened people actually know Chen He. But from this, we also know that Chen He is an ordinary person who failed to awaken and is a waste. A brick on the street can easily knock down a whole row of that kind of trash. An ordinary person who failed to awaken is actually going to marry Goddess Chu, who awakened an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel. Why is this possible? Why? Is this news fake? This is too magical. Chairman Chu agreed? I don't believe it. With Chairman Chu's personality, how could he agree? That's right, if it's Director Chu, it would be considered light if he didn't slap this kid to death. Open your eyes and take a look. This is a notice personally issued by Chairman Chu of the Blue Sky Group. How could they possibly disagree? What kind of fantasy plot is this? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. Is Chairman Chu mentally ill? Is he crazy? If Chu Shi of the Holy Angel really gets married, there are so many powerful families in the 4 main cities that they will compete with each other and ask their young generations to rush over to get married. Whether from the perspective of family development or Chu Shi's personal development, it is far better than marrying that loser Chen He. Why is this happening? Just because Chun Hee is handsome? What kind of charm could win over Chairman Chu and his daughter? Is this really an era where looks are everything? I suddenly feel like I'm doing it again. Even Chen He can marry into a wealthy family, so why can't I? Chairman Chu agreed to this? And he even advertised it to the whole city? What kind of serious illness does he have? I think the Chu family is going downhill this time. An SSS level holy angel has found a useless son-in-law. Bad times are still to come. Time passed and it was night. On the internet, all kinds of chaotic news about Nankai City are spreading like wildfire. Because of Chu Tian's announcement, Chen He was suddenly shocked in just one meal. Received the system prompt again. Hearing the familiar prompt tone in his ears, his eyes lit up. The whole city knows about your marriage to the school beauty. Everyone in the city also knows about your family. Your family is quite famous. Family fame points plus 20,000. Reward, level up by 5. Swish. In an instant, a powerful stream of experience light suddenly fell from the sky. It was like a sudden enlightenment, rushing into the body and completely blessing the body. Chen He felt a power he had never felt before. In just a blink of an eye, his level was raised from LV11 to LV16. This increased speed feels like flying. But, although he had increased his family's fame and successfully advanced from level 11 to level 16, Chen He still felt very confused. Strangeness? The reward for increasing the family's reputation this time is not as high as the last time? Last time, it only caused a small stir, but it was not known to everyone. But this time, the whole city was in turmoil, and everyone was talking about it. Why is that? Chen He tried to communicate with the system mentally, asking for the reason behind this. But the family system did not give Chen He any answer. Think about it for a moment. He suspected that it might be because Chu Tian was the one behind the scenes fueling his fame this time, as the leader, so the system judged that it had little to do with him. Therefore, the reward given is just the same as last time. Therefore, if you want to stir up trouble to enhance your family's reputation, you still have to do it yourself? Chen He suddenly felt eager to try. Certainly. These are just Chen He's guesses, and he is not sure whether they are correct or not. Then, Chen He opened the career panel again, wanting to see if there were any new upgrades. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV16. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, insufficient level, to be unlocked. Talent skill 3, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Seeing that the second talent skill was unlocked successfully, although the Silver Wing skill had not yet been unlocked, Chen He also obtained the talent skill Angel Silver Wings. You can directly summon a pair of extremely sacred and powerful silver wings. Compared to the Angel's Holy Sword, Chen He likes the Angel's Silver Wings more. Because obtaining silver wings is equivalent to giving yourself a pair of wings. Not only will it become more flexible and faster, it can even fly. From now on, if you encounter an opponent you can't beat, you can just run away. If you meet a monster you want, you can chase it. It's simply a magical tool. Able to fight and retreat, ever-changing. In addition to Angel's Silver Wings, Chen He also noticed his own level, level 16. Yes. He is already level 16. It's been less than a day since he awakened, and he has already been promoted to level 16. His level is much higher than Xu Shi, who has awakened SSS level God level talent and is blessed with it. The speed of this level improvement is really exaggerated. We must find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, once the strength is exposed, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Then, Chen He looked at Xu Shi, who was quietly clearing the dishes in the kitchen, and said with a smile, Cici, I plan to go to the wild to find monsters and gain some experience. Improve your level. Chapter 12 is also about eating Xu Shi's gigolo. The reason why Chen He wanted to go out for training. There are two main reasons. First, it is convenient to explain the problem of sudden increase in one's level and too fast improvement speed. The second is to get familiar with fighting demons in the wild and feel the feeling of killing demons with real swords and guns. An awakened person who has never seen blood is ultimately just a waste. When Chushi learned that Chun-Hee wanted to improve his level and train himself, he said it without thinking. "It's okay, Chun-Hee. If you want to practice, I have a training room at home. You can use it." Also, there are many benefits to practicing at home. In addition to having a practice room, there are also many skill books that you can learn from. There are also elixirs and magical treasures. These can feed you to your heart's content. Chushi talked incessantly about the various resources at home. A precious skill book. Various precious elixirs. A secret weapon of great value. Each of them is a resource that Chun-Hee in the past could never have imagined. Practice room. It can simulate the experience and feeling of fighting monsters in the wild, keeping it as real as possible. Let people feel the real feeling of bloody fighting. Moreover, it avoids the possibility of getting injured while training outside. Specially designed for awakened students below the first level. It will allow awakened students below the first level to become familiar with actual combat with demons in the wild earlier. And the skill book. It is a skill book created by the Awakened Profession Skill Creator, commonly known as Skill Creator, who records various skills and abilities. It can be studied and used by all awakened people. Not every profession has innate skills. Moreover, professions with innate skills need to be constantly upgraded to unlock the innate skills, and the emergence of the special profession of technology creator makes up for this shortcoming very well. It allows professions without natural skills and awakened people whose talents have not been awakened to learn and use various skills in advance. Of course, the values are generally high. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. As for elixirs and spiritual treasures, they are refined by special professions called alchemists and weapon refiners and are important cultivation resources for the awakened ones to use. After hearing what Chushi said, Chun-Hee was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Cece in their family is a wealthy woman, and her father is the richest man in Nankai City. His reason for going out to gain experience is somewhat untenable. But Chun-Hee insisted. No, the feeling in the training room is completely different from actual combat in the wild. I still want to go out and experience the wild. If I don't go, I really have no way to explain the problem of my level. He had just awakened for one day and had already advanced 10 levels in a row, reaching the exaggerated number of level 16. It was really unbelievable. Even if the level of the holy angel profession increases very quickly, this speed is too exaggerated. Therefore, you must go out to gain experience in the wild, and then you can say that you have accidentally encountered an opportunity outside. The plan works. Moreover, he also wanted to test on the spot how strong he was at the moment. Seeing Chun-Hee actually planning to go out, Chushi was not the kind of person who would strongly object, so after thinking about it, he said it seriously. If you must go, take me with you. We can experience it together and take care of each other. You've been practicing so hard. How could I possibly fall behind? Chun-Hee shook his head repeatedly to refuse and reached out to hold her shoulders. You just stay home, I'll go by myself. But this time, Chushi didn't listen to Chun-Hee and insisted. But if you can go, why can't I go? Chun-Hee, I won't hold you back. Besides, we're getting married soon. How can I just watch you go out and take risks by yourself and do nothing? Chushi stared at Chun-Hee with her big, watery eyes. I feel pity for him. Chun-Hee felt helpless inside. This is indeed difficult to explain. He could only bite the bullet and explain. Be good and listen. This time we're not going out for fun. If you go out with me to train, my identity will definitely be exposed. I don't know how many people in this city don't want us to be together right now. If my identity is exposed, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble, or even lead to my death. Besides, Cece, the fact that you have awakened the SSS level talent class, the Holy Angel, is now known to the whole city. If you follow me and encounter a human traitor, I won't be able to protect you. You are safest if you stay in the city. So, it's best if I go alone. Chushi actually understood these things. If he insisted on following Chun-Hee to gain experience, it would be very dangerous for both Chun-Hee and himself. If he made a mistake, they might die together. But if he let Chun-Hee go out and take risks alone, he would really feel uneasy. Then, Chushi thought about it over and over again, and suddenly took Chun-Hee's hand. Follow me. Where are you going? Go home. Half an hour later. The core area of Nankai City's high-end villa area. Inside an extremely luxurious mansion villa. Study on the second floor. Shushi directly informed Chu Tian that Chen He had decided to go out alone to gain experience. Afterwards, he rushed directly into his own treasure house and began to loot. Find a life-saving treasure for Chen He. What? Bang! Chu Tian, who learned of the situation, suddenly raised his head, slammed the table, and stood up. No, this is absolutely not possible. Xiao He, no matter what, you can't go out and gain experience at this critical moment. Chen He still insisted. Father-in-law, please believe me, I can return safely. Besides, I have to go out for training. I have a reason to go. Seeing Chen He's persistence, Chu Tian also knew that this boy was a dragon among men, and the decisions he made could not be easily changed by others. But as his daughter's wedding was approaching, he was still worried about letting Chen He leave. We can't just watch the opportunity for the Chu family to rise slip away. Alright. You want to go out and gain some experience, and see some blood, that's a good thing. I once also fought my way through the demons one by one. I admire your courage now, but I would be worried if you were alone. How about this, I'll send an elite team to protect you. Chen He refused immediately. No, father-in-law, I understand your good intentions, but I am enough on my own. Having a bunch of people surrounding me would defeat the purpose of going out for training. Now, Chu Tian was angry and slammed the table. He wished he could just find a bundle of ropes and tie Chen He up at home. Wait until the wedding is over, and wait until people from the universities of the 4 main cities come and take these 2 little guys in. At this time. Bang! Shushi opened the door again, holding a thick pile of supplies like a mountain in his arms. There were thick stacks of skill books, small medicine bottles that smelled of medicine, and various high-quality spiritual treasures. Almost all the important stocks in the house were moved out. Looking at Chu Tian, the corner of his mouth twitched. Many of the treasures here are his hidden treasures. It turns out that girls are extroverts. Find a treasure for your man so soon. This girl. It's really a leaky cotton padded jacket. However, he is my son-in-law after all, and he is a family member once he enters the family. Chen He becomes stronger, which means that his future development as a monk will be even higher. So, Shu Shi was left alone. Chen He. Look quickly. I've found all the treasures that are currently useful to you. You can take your pick. Since you insist on going outside the city to gain experience, and you don't want me to follow you, and you don't want Dad to send anyone to protect you, I'm really worried. So I can only support you in other ways. As she spoke, she stood in front of the hill-like resources, blinking her big watery eyes. As if to say, choose quickly. Choose quickly. Gulp. Chen He couldn't help swallowing. There were at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of important materials outside, which could be called top-grade treasures, but here they were casually displayed like street goods, allowing him to choose. People are almost overwhelmed by the great happiness. He is also living off Chushi. Why do I feel so good for no reason? He squatted down and began to search among the many rare treasures. This sword slashing style is pretty good. Although the name is unremarkable, it's a well-known S-rank sword technique. This one's not bad either. I never thought I'd find something so good that I only heard about it in rumors here. He first selected 3 kendo skill books. Sword chopping style, sword drawing and slashing, sword qilong rainbow. The secret body refining technique quenching dragon bones? Give me a copy. The life-saving pills true spirit pill and life-saving pill? Add them too. Well, this moonlight sword is quite easy to use. The colorful feather robe and heart mirror are both protective spiritual treasures, take them with you. After a while, Chen He, who had armed himself almost to the teeth, looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt that everything was ready. That night, he left Nankai City under Chu Tian's secret arrangement. Headed into the vast wilderness. Chapter 13, Outside the City, Killing the Demon for the First Time. Outside the city walls. Chen He turned around and took a look at the towering city wall in front of him, which was 100 meters high and reached into the clouds. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. This city wall is really high. I wonder how much manpower and resources were spent on casting it. And how magnificent and stunning would the legendary 4 main cities be? Within the city walls is naturally Nankai City. Before this, Chen He had lived in the city and had only seen the shadows of the towering city walls from afar. This was the first time he stood at their feet and looked up at them. The degree of shock between the two is almost incomparable. Outside the city wall was a vast wilderness with no end in sight, and scenes of desolation and ruin were everywhere. Above the city wall. Wow! 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 Giant beams of light, emitting blazing light, continuously swept across the wilderness below and the surrounding wilderness, observing the situation. To prevent demons from attacking Nankai City at night. It also prevents large numbers of demons from gathering into a tide and triggering a large-scale demon riot. Today, cities all over the world are like this. It is surrounded by a huge circular wall. On the top of the wall are stationed soldiers and awakened people, guarding the people inside the wall day and night. Except for the awakened ones, most ordinary people may never come into contact with the city wall in their entire lives. Not to mention coming outside the city walls in person. After Chen He raised his head and sighed for a while, he dodged the huge beams of light that were sweeping towards him and stepped silently into the vast wilderness. The night deepens. A strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. His experience has just begun. Perhaps because they were close to the city wall, all the monsters around them had been wiped out by the army, so after an hour, Chen He did not encounter any monsters. But as Chen He continued to go deeper into the wilderness, he could still smell a hint of blood. Rustle! At this moment, a patch of shadowy bushes suddenly shook violently. The next moment, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. Swish! Whoosh! The hair on its body is so dark that it cannot reflect light at night. Its figure is very agile and it can easily leap several meters into the air with one leap. Jump onto a tall, towering tree. With its better vision, stronger aura, and a pair of dark green eyes, it looked down at Chen He below. It could pounce on Chen He at any moment. Chen He frowned, and instantly recognized that this was a first-level shadow leopard. My level should not be as high as his, I am just entering the first level. When I was in school, all students have learned how to identify demons and memorized the demon atlas. Although many students are destined to never see a demon in their lifetime, if they really encounter one, this knowledge can save their lives. Chen He used to be a top student and had a deep understanding of demons. You can tell at a glance that this is the shadow leopard, which is swift and best at surprise attacks and killings. Moreover, its hair is dark black, making it a representative of the first level. Once you break through to the second stage, the hair on your body will transform into dark blue, allowing you to escape deeper into the darkness. A mere first-level beast dares to act so arrogantly in front of him? Roar! On top of the giant tree, the shadow leopard suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp and sinister fangs. Tick tick! Sticky saliva dripped from its bloody mouth, and it seemed to have found the right moment, and its body suddenly moved. Whoosh! An extremely powerful force that breaks through the air swept across, as powerful as thunder. The two sharp front claws pounced straight at Chen He's neck with such swiftness that they almost left a hideous and twisted afterimage in the air. Killing intent is approaching. Chen He's eyelids twitched, and he felt happy instead of surprised. He just wanted to try out the holy sword skill of the angel Holy Sword Judgment. I want to try whether this skill is as exaggerated as the legend says. Drink! With a loud shout, brilliant lights gathered together. A large amount of Holy Spirit light is like the sunlight projected from the sun in the sky. In this dark and silent night, it is extremely bright and powerful. The air vibrated. Ripples spread out in circles. Chen He stretched his hand slightly, reached forward, and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. He grasped the bright silver hilt of the sword. Boom! A shocking sword light suddenly appeared, exploded, and soared into the sky. Holy sword skill. Judgment. Just see. In the hand of the angel's holy sword, which was already as tall as a person, a powerful shadow several meters high suddenly appeared in the sky. An extremely sacred and huge holy sword emitting a strong glow appeared in the dark night sky, and descended forcefully with a fierce, indiscriminate crushing pressure. It seemed as if all the evil and deep powers would be completely destroyed by this powerful sword skill. Roar woo! The shadow leopard was in mid-air, with a ferocious look on its face, and was still roaring. Handsome for only 3 seconds. Suddenly, the figure turned sideways and fell from mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. Boom! It stirred up rolling dust and splashed earth and rocks. The shadow leopard no longer had the ferocious look it had just had. Instead, it turned into a well-behaved kitten, curled up on the ground, not daring to move. It was suppressed by the strong light on its body and the oppressive feeling of sword skills, and dared not move at all. My whole body is shaking like a sieve. The dark green eyes were filled with deep fear. Fall. Shenhe held the sword with both hands and chopped it down directly. The giant sword in the sky also slashed down, and a sacred light spread across the earth, as if it had experienced a powerful baptism. Phew! With a slight sound, blood plasma splashed. A burning, bloody head shot up into the sky, and a large amount of demon blood gushed out on the spot. A first-level shadow leopard was killed so casually. The power of a single strike is so strong and terrifying? Staring blankly at the result of this scene, even the spellcaster Shenhe was a little shocked. The pupils contract slightly. This holy sword skill is quite powerful. Although it consumed a lot of energy and drained nearly a third of my strength, I'm still pretty strong. Especially with the holy sword in hand, the intense pressure and suppression I felt made me feel as if I could forcibly kill a second-level monster. So cool! Shenhe exclaimed that it was so exciting, touching the hot angel holy sword in his hand. For the first time, I felt the exhilarating and intense pleasure of slaying demons. Tap tap tap. After killing the shadow leopard, Shenhe did not forget to pick up the corpse. Killing demons is the same as killing people for treasures. The many materials on your body cannot be wasted. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Sword lights flashed frequently, and in a few seconds, Shenhe dug out the leopard skin, for leopard claws, a leopard heart, and a pair of leopard eyes from the shadow leopard. A first-level demon does not yet possess the legendary and valuable magic core used to refine high-level elixirs. However, many of the materials on him can still be used for making pills or weapons. None of it can be wasted. Finally, he even cut off some meat from the back of the shadow leopard's neck. According to legend, the shadow leopard's muscles were too tight, so it would be a bit tough to eat and difficult to chew. Like dried chicken. The only piece of meat on the back of the neck is fat and lean, and it is the most tender and delicious ingredient in the body. He had long heard that the meat of demons, no matter how they were cooked, was a delicacy, and could even improve one's strength and strengthen the body. The effect is no less than medicinal food. Must try. However, just when Shenhe had just finished cleaning up the battlefield and was about to leave, his mind was somewhat relaxed. Phew! A sharp cry suddenly broke through the air. Then, another dark shadow flashed across the horizon. A dark shadow swooped down from the sky, spinning and attacking. Fortunately, Shenhe never let his guard down. The moment he heard the sound, he immediately moved away and narrowly avoided the sneak attack. Looking up, I saw a large green feathered bird flapping its wings and flying high. Shenhe couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. It turned out to be the blue feathered falcon. This is a monster that specializes in traveling at night. It is good at hiding and attacking by surprise. It is at least 2 levels more difficult to deal with than the shadow leopard. After growing up, they can even rely on the properties of old silver coins to stealthily launch sneak attacks and kill monsters or humans that are several levels higher than themselves, or even 1 level higher. Fortunately, the level of the blue-winged falcon in front of him is not high, it is only at the first level. Otherwise, I could have been killed by this blow just now. I died on the spot. This wild. It is indeed quite dangerous and you may lose your life if you are not careful. But the blue-winged falcon relies on its ability to fly and is very difficult to deal with by people on land. If a sneak attack fails, it can easily escape by flapping its wings. Just right. Having just unlocked the angel silver wings, let us use this blue-feathered falcon as a touchstone for the angel silver wings. Think of this. Swish. Silver light suddenly exploded, illuminating the dark night. A pair of huge wings, all bright silver, with feathers like sharp blades, appeared behind Shenhe. With a slight wave, they stirred up a hurricane. Innate skill. Angel silver wings. Chapter 14 Level 17. Mastering sword skills. Woo woo. High in the sky. When the Qingyu falcon saw that the sneak attack had failed, as a race of experienced scoundrels, the correct answer was to just run away if they couldn't succeed in one strike. So, it turned its body and tried to escape through the air. But how could Shenhe let it escape? Whoosh. Woo woo. Wings fluttering. He leaped forward, his mind fluctuating. The angel silver wings behind him had an extremely subtle connection with him, making him feel that this equipment was no different from one growing on his body. It is very smooth to use, just like using your arm. The waving was very coordinated, and in just a short moment, the basic usage was easily mastered. Woo woo woo! The angel's silver wings continued to flap, and Shenhe soared into the air. The blue-winged falcon in front seemed to have discovered that Shenhe could fly, and actually caught up with him. It was so scared that its body trembled, and then it increased its flying speed in panic. The green-winged falcon's ability to hide and its ability to sneak attack and kill with the next blow are both very powerful. It belongs to the mastery of instinctive attributes. But in frontal combat, it is very weak. Once the air-to-ground advantage is gone, the blue-winged falcon's lethality is even worse than that of the shadow leopard. So, after a failed sneak attack, the only option is to escape quickly. I didn't dare to stay any longer. But what I didn't expect was that this damn human could actually fly, unlike the other group of humans, and he actually caught up with us. Isn't this just stealing a chicken and losing the rice? And at this moment, Shenhe, who was familiar with controlling the angel's silver wings, found that the angel's silver wings were like a part of his body, with the ability to do whatever he wanted. You can fly however you want. The speed is also quite amazing. At full strength, the blue-winged falcon in front of him is not a problem at all. The distance between the two sides is constantly closing. Shenhe was very satisfied with this. As expected of a holy angel with an SSS-level profession, Jushi is truly his lucky star. Drink! He lifted the holy sword of angels with both hands and held it tightly. With the angel's silver wings vibrating rapidly behind him, he increased his speed and flew across the sky like a meteor. Bright, eye-catching, and powerful. Unrivaled. Unstoppable. Swish! The dazzling holy sword light killed the blue-winged falcon heading forward. The sword energy created a hurricane and swept away wildly. The golden sword light was like a meteor shower in the sky. But the blue-winged falcon is not given away for nothing. After all, the sky has always been its home ground. The response is also very quick. Whoosh whoosh! He turned his body lightly in the air, shifted to the side, and dodged directly, making the sword move miss. Then, Qingyu Falcon realized that he could not continue to run away like this. It flapped its wings suddenly, turned around, and fled deeper into the wilderness. Its not-so-clever intelligence told it that the humans inside the city walls were extremely afraid of the depths of the wilderness and didn't dare to go deep into it. Escape! Escape as soon as possible. But the flying speed that the angel's silver wings brought to Chunhee was simply beyond the reach of a low-level monster like him. A fierce hurricane blew rapidly. Next second, Shenhe chased him directly and raised the huge angel holy sword in his hands, slashing forward angrily. Puff! Tear! This time, the green-feathered falcon was no longer able to dodge. Blood splattered everywhere, and large pieces of green feathers were scattered all over the sky. Its body swayed and it was chopped down and fell to the ground. Boom! It hit the ground with a dull sound. It continued to move several meters towards the ground behind it before it finally stopped. But Shenhe started later but arrived first, and Angel Silver Wing was destined to be one step ahead. In this lightning instant, he had already landed on the ground first, raised his hand and another sword light swept across, directly completing the finishing blow and killing. Crash! The inertia of the green-feathered falcon had not yet ended when it was smoothly cut in half. In just a few minutes, Shenhe actually killed two monsters at a rapid speed. This time, Shenhe's movements became more and more skillful, and he began to squat down and pick up the corpse. The materials on this blue-feathered falcon are more precious than those on the shadow leopard, especially the three tail feathers at the back of the tail, which are the main materials for refining the light body pill. Moreover, because hunting a blue-winged falcon is rather tricky and difficult, and it can easily escape if you are not careful, so even the materials from a first-level blue-winged falcon are of considerable value. This wave, it can be said to be a good harvest. He took away the emerald green tail feathers and tore off the two large wings, wanting to taste the secret barbecued green feathered falcon wings. This little thing flies so fast, its wings must taste pretty good, right? After all the materials were collected and the battle scene was simply cleaned up, Shenhe did not actively look for other monsters to continue leveling up, but instead looked at the career panel. There is an information prompt on the panel. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the demon beast Shadow Leopard. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the demon beast Blue-Feathered Falcon. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Chen checked his class panel again and found that his level had indeed increased by one level, successfully reaching LV17. In the past, Chen had always been curious about how the Awakeners upgraded, but now he completely understood. To put it bluntly, this is just like playing online games in the previous life, where killing monsters would give you experience points and upgrades, and you would get various rewards. However, the career panel does not give specific upgrade conditions or the experience points required for upgrading. Once upgraded, it is upgraded, and there will be a direct reminder. At this time, gurgle. Chun-Hee's stomach suddenly rumbled and he felt a little hungry. He guessed that this was most likely because he had just killed 2 monsters, causing his body to consume too much energy. We simply built a bonfire and started barbecuing right there. This was still the outskirts of the wilderness, and monsters were quite rare. While he and the green-feathered falcon were fighting in the air, he had been observing the ground below, and hadn't seen a third monster at all. Therefore, this is still a relatively safe novice village. You can grill on the spot. Chen-Hee, who was proficient in cooking, even though he didn't have any ingredients on hand, was able to roast the shadow leopard's neck meat and the blue-feathered falcon's wings to produce an extremely strong aroma. Unfortunately, it takes longer to prepare monster meat. So, while he was grilling meat, he was also flipping through the skill book he got from Chu-Shi's house. Mainly based on sword skills. Although the judgment skill is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy, and he still needs to fill it with more sword skills. Swish, swish, swish. Sword lights flashed from time to time. He started practicing by the fire. But the more he practiced, the hungrier he became. The meat was finally grilled. He planned to continue practicing after filling his stomach. The increasingly strong aroma of meat made him salivate and he devoured it with relish. The meat on the back of the neck is chewy, tender and very firm. The oil comes out as soon as you take a bite. It is very tender and very satisfying to eat. The wings of the blue-winged falcon were so delicious that they melted in his mouth, making him gnaw on them in big mouthfuls. Soon after dinner, he continued to practice. After practicing for a while, Chen-Hee was surprised to find that he had mastered the 3 sword skills proficiently, and quickly went from the initial stage to the advanced stage. The sword slashing style is decisive and ruthless, gathering all the strength of the body and pressing down. A sword technique that uses force to overwhelm the opponent. He is best at dealing with opponents who cannot be crushed in one move and who must fight a protracted battle. And the sword drawing and slashing move is a famous fast sword move. What we pursue is the ultimate speed, the speed that is on the verge of the peak. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. With one sword, the enemy surrenders. The long rainbow sword energy is a sword move that is more about meaning than form. More emphasis is placed on comprehending the sword intent, feeling the sword intent, and comprehensively improving one's own sword skills. The 3 coexist and complement each other. This made Chen-Hee's every move more methodical, no longer just random hacking and slashing like before. The speed at which he grasped and mastered the subject made him sigh in admiration. As expected of a professional holy angel with SSS level talent, even learning a skill is so fast. This talent is maxed out. In fact, what Chen-Hee didn't know was that the reason he learned skills quickly had nothing to do with his SSS level talent profession, the holy angel. It was because his innate mental strength was high enough and his talent was extremely strong. The SSS level holy angel profession is powerful because it upgrades faster and has stronger combat power. At this time, he had just finished sighing. Suddenly, when the cold wind blew, all the hairs on his body stood on end. It was as if I was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Moment. Swish. Swish. Chen-Hee summoned the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings at the same time, and looked around vigilantly. Immediately, he saw that in the dark woods around him, pairs of eyes emitting faint light appeared and surrounded Chen-Hee. Ready to go. Chapter 15. People are coming from the 4 main cities. I saw pairs of bright, glowing eyes in the surrounding woods. Chen-Hee instantly realized something, his scalp tingled and his mind became tense. Without thinking too much, he jumped up in a hurry. At the same time, roar, roar, roar. Boom. One after another, ferocious and brutal monsters jumped out from the dark jungle, vying with each other to open their bloody mouths, breathe out bloody breath, and bite the air. They collided with each other in a chaotic manner. It was a failure. They were a group of monsters that pounced on them, but they missed. The monsters were stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised their heads and stared at Chen He in the sky with their ferocious and bloody eyes, exuding a strong bloodthirstiness and greed. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. They kept roaring, and some even jumped towards Chen He, trying to stretch out their claws and drag Chen He down from the sky. Bloody hyena. It turned out to be the extremely powerful bloody hyena, a first-level monster. And there was actually a large group of them. Any bloody hyena here can easily bite and kill the shadow leopard. A group gathered together. I'm afraid that even the legendary third-level one-horned elephant could be torn alive and bitten to death. He had actually been targeted by so many terrifying monsters before. In mid-air, Chen He looked down at the monsters that were still roaring at him and jumping and tumbling. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I have already unlocked the Angel Silver Wing skill. Can fly in the air. Otherwise, I guess they have been torn to pieces and eaten by the bloody hyenas below. In the end, not even a bone residue will be left. In Chen He's mind, he recalled the many knowledge points that his teacher had taught him when he was studying the demonic illustrated book. This bloody hyena is a relatively rare social monster in the wilderness. The race is very strong and only the strong can survive and enter this race. If they are too weak when young, they will be eaten by their own kind. The same is true in adulthood. If they do not have the ability to hunt for food outside, they will be eaten directly. Even many female hyenas that have just given birth to bloody hyena cubs will be eaten directly as food because they are too weak. This is also the origin of the name bloody. Those who can come out to forage for food together are at least first-level beings. Among the group of monsters below, Chen He saw the largest bloody hyena, which was over 3 meters long. With this size and this terrifying ferocity, it is obviously a peak-level second-order demon beast with strength close to third order. It's so terrifying that it makes people shudder. Just looking at it from a distance made Chen He break out in a cold sweat. In this wilderness, sure enough, danger is everywhere. If you slack off even a little, you may face a catastrophic disaster. In seemingly peaceful places, there may be hidden mysterious and powerful monsters that have disappeared without a trace. These bloody hounds were obviously attracted by the smell of the meat he had just grilled. From now on, I can barbecue when I eat, but I must not stay in one place for too long and must leave as soon as possible after eating. Otherwise, who knows what kind of terrifying monster will be attracted. This is also a case of learning from one's mistakes. Fortunately, he did not go deep into the wild area, which is relatively close to the city. Still in the newbie zone. Generally, large-scale monsters of high levels rarely appear. This peak-level second-level monster should be the ultimate. Then, Chen He no longer cared about the group of bloody hyenas below, flapped his wings, and flew away. Woo woo woo. The wings created a hurricane, and the surrounding scenery swept backwards rapidly. Move closer to the city wall. This way, you can sleep well tonight. Soon. In a dense forest near the city wall, he used the wilderness survival knowledge he had learned in the past to determine that there was no danger around. Only then did they feel at ease to set up a tent and simply camp there. The next 2 days, Chen He was always moving around near the city and on the edge of the wilderness area. Relying on the safe zone around the city wall, they jumped back and forth between the monsters' positions, specifically hunting lone monsters and avoiding other dense groups of monsters. Gradually, I gained more experience in surviving in the wilderness. The strength is improving and increasing steadily. The use of the 3 sword techniques became more and more skillful and exquisite. At the same time, in Nankai City, the matter of Chen He and Xu Shi's marriage has long become a hot topic of conversation for everyone after dinner. It seems that anyone who doesn't talk about this topic is out of date. At Xu Shi's home, Xu Tian frequently received the latest communication information. Director Chu. The presidents of the top universities in the 4 main cities have all arrived at Nankai. They are all on their way to the Chu family now. Director Chu. In addition to the presidents of the top universities in the 4 main cities, people from the 4 major national ministries, the Law Enforcement Department, the Garrison Department, the Coordination Department, and the Ministry of Education are all heading south. I heard, these people are all from the imperial capital headquarters of the 4 major departments. Even the 4 major headquarters have sent people to Nankai. I'm afraid it won't be long before they rush to your house. Director Chu. Wasn't the city-wide announcement a bit too hasty? The eldest lady's marriage is no longer a matter concerning the Chu family alone. It concerns the survival of the entire human race and the overall situation of the Hansha nation. Director Chu. I heard that all the top families in the 4 main cities have also sent people here. Everyone is on their way to the Chu family. This is going to be a big deal. Director Chu, what should we do? Listening to the news coming from the outside world, Chu Tian felt very nervous. Live to such an old age. He is considered half the local emperor of Nankai City. He holds the life and economic lifelines of millions of residents in his hands and runs the business empire of Blue Sky Group. What big scenes has he not seen? Hey! He had never seen such a grand scene before. Who are these people? Each of them is a big shot that he can only dream of, but he never expected that this time, all the powerful people would gather together and come to their Chu family at the same time. What virtue and ability does the Chu family have? Isn't it just an SSS level gifted class holy angel? Is that amazing? Oh. That's really cool. That's all right. Chu Tian certainly knew the purpose of these people. The president of a top university is here to recruit students. SSS level professions allow direct admission to top universities without taking exams. People from the headquarters of the 4 major departments came to provide Chushi with more resources. At the same time, it is also to prevent this ridiculous marriage. As for the people from the top families, they must want to form an alliance through marriage with his Chu family. In the final analysis, the target is Chu Shi, the newly awakened holy angel. Of course, it is also closely related to Chen He, the well-known waste. A waste who failed to awaken has become the core of all the turmoil in the outside world. Only. Even Chu Tian, the father-in-law, has no idea how Chen He is doing now. If he had known 3 days ago that there was a family of twin angels in his family, he would not be afraid of these disturbances at all. But now, with Chen He not here, he has no confidence at all. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Chen He come back yet? I hope he died in the wilderness. This kid is good in every way except that he is too arrogant and stubborn. How dare you go to the wilderness to train alone? Chu Tian was so anxious that he almost went crazy. And at this moment, swish! Outside the wilderness, Chen He was shaking off the bright red blood on his sword. In front of him was the freshly excavated corpse of a monster, still oozing blood. He slowly and calmly squatted down to harvest the materials. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Iron Bone Wolf. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Woohoo, upgraded again. After 3 days of continuous hunting, my level finally reached 19. Looking at the level LV19 prompt in the career panel, Chen He's eyes lit up slightly. Looking towards the deepest part of the wilderness. It seems that if I want to advance to the 2nd level, I have to go deeper into the wild area. Besides, with my current strength, it's too easy for me to fight against these 1st level or even lower level monsters from the outside world. It doesn't serve any purpose at all. The next target is the 2nd and 3rd level monsters. Even stronger monsters. Chapter 16. How could you possibly see through me? Since the 3 days of field training, Chen He killed quite a lot of 1st level and lower monsters. This place was at the edge of the wilderness, and it was also the place where these 1st level monsters appeared the most. The number is extremely large. Sometimes, you can even encounter them in groups. At his current level, he could easily crush the enemy and kill them with ease. The collected materials filled the space ring. But, even so, he had only just reached level 19. From this point of view, if you want to continue upgrading and break through the 2nd level limit, you have to go deeper. But the depths of the wild area are fraught with danger, and you may encounter dangers like bloodhound packs. He still needs to be cautious and not force his way in. Retracting his thoughts, he headed straight towards the depths of the wild area. Tap tap tap. The surrounding scenery moved rapidly backwards and the terrain gradually changed. From the more familiar dense forest, it gradually transformed into a primeval forest where no human beings had appeared for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. On the angel's holy sword, dazzling sword lights bloomed. Wherever the sword energy passed, 1st level monsters were killed indiscriminately, and various prompt messages kept flashing before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the gray wolf. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the blue and white python. Ding! Congratulations! Unfortunately, his level has not been raised again and has not yet reached level 20. Swish! Another sword light shot up into the sky, suddenly smashing away and forcibly cutting a brown bear that was madly biting at him into two halves. Thump! Crash, crash! Large clumps of flesh and blood shattered on the ground, turning into two mountains of flesh. Ding! Congratulations on killing that mutated brown bear. This brown bear is at least level 16 or 17. The bear paws on my body are made of very good materials, but as for the others, I don't even care about them anymore. Shenhe was about to go forward and cut off two pairs of bear paws when his eyes suddenly became alert. Dang dang dang. He quickly took 2 steps back and saw a strange movement coming from the unusually dense dark green bushes next to him. Rustle! The leaves shook violently, alerting Shenhe. He frowned and stared at the situation in the bushes with sharp eyes. Next second, a tall woman dressed in a charming and domineering manner staggered out from the bushes. Her clothes were torn and she had many wounds that were bleeding. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Help, help me. Please save me. This woman has a very charming appearance, the type that can be quickly remembered at first sight in a crowd. What's more, she is dressed quite sexy. A very capable little leather skirt and leather pants, both very close-fitting. It perfectly highlights the curves of her slender and graceful figure. In addition, because the dress was torn at this moment, large areas of white were exposed. And she looked so pitiful that I felt sorry for her. It also highlights her charming and seductive look, making people feel close to her and want to run over to rescue her and protect her in their arms. It is captivating and confusing. But Shenhe was very calm. He had long witnessed Chushi's otherworldly beauty, which was a bit fairy-like and seemed not to be from this mortal world. He was immune to her natural nobility and coldness, and he was immune to most women. Besides, in such a desolate place, he would not let his guard down just because he suddenly met a woman. I still remain quite vigilant in my heart. Seeing the woman staggering and falling to the ground, he had no intention of stepping forward to help her, but just watched coldly from the side. Ouch! The woman fell to the ground, looking even more charming and beautiful. Seeing that Shenhe was still standing far away, she rolled her eyes, looking even more charming, and spoke in a sweet voice. How can you be so unromantic? Don't you even know how to support someone? Shenhe looked at her coldly. He pretended to be confused and asked back. How come you, a woman who doesn't look like you're of high rank, suddenly appear in this wilderness? This is a wild area, full of powerful monsters. The woman quickly explained in a sweet voice. Don't be so nervous, I'm also an awakened one. The awakened profession is dancer, you should have heard of it? Shenhe had naturally heard that his academic performance had always been among the best. Speaking of the awakened profession of dancer, it is actually a useless profession. Because it cannot directly improve the combat effectiveness of the awakened person, and it does not have any powerful talents. The main function is to improve the awakened person's figure and appearance, greatly increase their charm, and also give them excellent dancing skills. No matter which dance you choose, you can learn and master it faster. Moreover, when dancing, you can also have an alternative beauty that is in harmony with the world, which adds a bit of charm. In this era of revival of spiritual energy and rampant demons, this kind of profession that entertains people with sex is destined to be useless. Except for a very small number of awakened dancers, they have become the objects of pursuit by countless ordinary people because of their stunning appearance and dancing posture that can bring disaster to the country and the people. The vast majority of dancer awakeners will become playthings of some powerful awakeners. That's the only value. Even those dancers who stand at the top of the pyramid and are admired by countless ordinary people may actually be playthings in the mouth of a powerful person at a higher level. The woman pursed her lips when she said this. I'm the lover of a prominent figure. He's a true fourth order expert. This time, I followed him and his other awakened followers to the wilderness. What we didn't expect was that we encountered a demon beast with strength comparable to a 5th level being. The casualties that directly led to the deaths and injuries of our group have all been dispersed. Even my lover has disappeared, woo-woo. I'm really scared. So scared. Please save me, woo-woo. At this point, the woman burst into tears, crying and sobbing, showing a sense of brokenness. If it were someone else with lust on their mind, they would have surrendered on the spot. But Shenhe just sneered in his heart. Lover? To put it nicely, isn't it just someone's kept plaything? Moreover, the credibility of the other party's explanation is quite low. Anyway, Chen He couldn't imagine that there was any idiot who would go hunting in the wild with such a useless burden. Uhu, I beg you. As long as you can take me back to the city, I will give you everything you want. I've accumulated quite a bit of savings over the years, and I can give it all to you. Even if you want me, I can give it to you. Please. Her crying voice and the way she kept wiping away her tears really made people feel distressed and sympathetic. This is the kind of woman who is as delicate and tender as a pear blossom in the rain. However, after a brief thought, Chen He's eyes suddenly turned cold. Swish! He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the void. In an instant, golden light blazed brightly, and the brilliant golden light spread out, sweeping madly. He pulled out the holy sword of Angel. Without any hesitation, he raised the huge sword that was as tall as a person and slashed at the weak and pitiful woman. The woman sensed a dangerous aura, her eyes fixed, and her expression suddenly changed. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Her figure suddenly flashed, wrapped in a dark purple evil light. After a few quick flashes, it retreated several meters away. She no longer looked as pitiful as before, but only looked surprised and confused. Why did you do that? I shouldn't have revealed any flaws. She had thought over that set of rhetoric over and over again. As she displayed her skills, Chen He recognized her instantly. It turned out to be a relatively rare kind of monster, quite rare in number but very difficult to deal with, the succubus. Swish! Swish! In an instant, a brilliant light flashed out, and the angel's silver wings appeared behind him. His eyes were serious, and he held the sword in both hands, ready to escape at any time. Succubus. As far as he knew, it evolved from some demons that mastered powerful charm techniques and could evolve into monsters. The lowest level seems to be level 60. It is a truly powerful 6th level monster. It is far beyond his current ability to contend with. This is equivalent to encountering the top boss before leaving the novice village. So, Chun Hatsai immediately summoned the angel's silver wings to leave himself a way out. If you find something wrong, run away on the spot. But the reason why he didn't run away directly was because he seriously suspected that there might be something wrong with the succubus in front of him. Because if a succubus in her prime really attacked him, there would be no need to act. Now, the appearance of the woman opposite had changed again. She, who had just looked so pitiful and tearful, had become even more enchanting and charming, captivating. Her long hair had turned into an alluring dark purple. But the surprise on her face became more and more intense. As soon as the angel holy sword and angel silver wings appeared, she instantly recognized Chen He's profession. Holy angel. The surprise in her heart became even stronger. I didn't expect that the previous generation of holy angels had just fallen not long ago. The human race has actually produced the next generation of holy angels so quickly. It's truly remarkable. No wonder they dared to come to this wilderness alone. But her tone changed. How did you see through me? Chapter 17. There is something wrong with this succubus. Compared to Chen He's profession, holy angel, the succubus was even more surprised at how Chen He saw through her. She thought she was a very good disguise. What's more, as a succubus, she often needs to do similar things to tempt those awakened to make mistakes. In the past, she had always been successful. Why doesn't it work on Chen He? Chen He still looked at the other party with a vigilant expression, and sneered when he heard the words. Heh, there are a certain number of 4th level experts in Nankai City. I know exactly who they are. I haven't heard of any 4th level expert getting into trouble in the wilderness recently. This kind of news is major news in Nankai City. Once it gets out, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. But I haven't heard anything about it. This is not normal at all. There's another reason. As far as I know, there hasn't been a single awakened dancer in Nankai City. Even if you want to pretend, could you please investigate thoroughly first? Jenny said so, but in fact, he knew very well that there were too few 4th level experts in Nankai City, and they were all stationed in Nankai City and had never left the city. Besides, an awakener who can fight all the way to the 4th level should not be so stupid. What is the point of bringing a dancer with you in the wild? Apart from fighting in the wild, Chen He couldn't think of any other use for it. As for the matter of the dancer awakener, it has indeed been many years since there has been an awakened dancer in Nankai City. He had heard people discuss things like, what a charming dancer came out of a certain city, why doesn't Nankai have one? So, Just now, when Chen He heard the succubus's explanation of her experience, he immediately judged that there was something wrong, so he took action without any hesitation. The purple-haired succubus became more and more surprised. Just because of these little flaws, you dare to judge that I'm not human? You just attacked me directly? Aren't you afraid that I'm actually human and you're killing innocent people? Besides, I never said I was from Nankai City. What if I'm from another city and followed a fourth-level expert from another city? Why do you dare to make such a promise? Why do you dare to kill him directly? Chen He spread his hands and said calmly. Oh, this is even more nonsense. The cities are so far apart, and there's an endless wilderness in between. How many powerful demons will we have to pass along the way? I absolutely don't believe that a fourth-level awakener can lead people across this endless wilderness, from one city to another. If you just use your brain to think about it, is there any possibility in this? It's bullshit. The succubus frowned slowly and said doubtfully. Aren't you afraid that someone could actually do it, that a team could actually come across the wilderness and kill the wrong person? How old are you? You're so young, how can you be so murderous? She knows. With the advent of the era of spiritual energy revival, all kinds of demons are rampant. The human population has dropped sharply, so killing each other is strictly prohibited among humans. Once discovered, they will be liquidated in the future. So, how could Chen He, an awakened person who looked like he had just reached adulthood, dare to kill someone under completely uncertain circumstances? Isn't he afraid of offending the imaginary fourth-level strongman behind him? Aren't you afraid of being charged with the crime? What's more, the purple-haired succubus is naturally charming. How could such a young and hot-blooded boy possibly resist her charm? She couldn't believe it. Chen He said lightly with a more intense sneer on his face. Since I've already determined that there's something wrong, even if you're truly human, I'll kill you in this unknown wilderness. In short, you cannot identify various uncertainties and put yourself in any danger. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. A world full of demons is like the end of the world. Is it advisable to be a saint? I wouldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't be the type to sacrifice myself just to save someone else. Being a little cruel and selfish won't do any harm in this chaotic era full of demons. It's always good. At least it can ensure that you're still alive. Only when you are alive can you have everything. After hearing Chen He's words, the purple-haired succubus instantly became serious. I didn't expect that a young boy who looks like a child could be such a cruel and ruthless character. His character is very strong. Although his level is not high enough and he is still too young, his heart is cruel enough. Such a person must not be kept alive, otherwise she might not have any chance next time she sees him. She must take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and kill him by force. Clang! Clang! With two crisp sounds, the purple-haired succubus's arms instantly turned into two sharp claws, and the long, pointed nails seemed to emit a strange cold light. Chen He narrowed his eyes. The original form of the succubus might be a fox? Moreover, the aura emanating from him was only at the second level. The moment the other party tried to attack, Chen He sensed the level of the succubus. Its aura was extremely unstable, fluctuating only in the upper middle level of the second level at most. At most, he is about level 27 or 28. This is obviously due to serious injuries, which caused his level to drop to this level. He has completely lost his original strength of the 6th level, and his current strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Really? It is exactly the same as what I guessed. This succubus is indeed problematic. In the eyes of the purple-haired succubus, even if her level dropped a lot, it was more than enough to deal with Chen He, a little guy who had just awakened not long ago. Come to think of it, she has never fought against the holy angel. She stuck out her pink and wet tongue, licked the sharp claws, and spoke in an extremely soft and charming voice. Little brother, I'll be quick, it will only take a moment. Swish! Her figure flashed, purple light floated, and she appeared in front of Chen He in an instant. When? With a fierce crisp sound, her sharp claws were blocked by the angel holy sword. Ding 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 ding. There was another series of fierce collisions. In just a breath, the purple-haired succubus and Chen He clashed and fought several times in succession. The truth was just as the succubus thought. She completely suppressed Chen He by relying on her level advantage. In almost every confrontation, Chen He would step back several steps in a row, barely maintaining his posture. Fortunately, Chen He's awakened profession is the holy angel. Holding the angel's holy sword in his hand, an angel's silver wings behind him. It has both combat power and speed. He fought and retreated at the same time, occasionally soaring into the air and forcibly removing the succubus's power, which was considered a barely sufficient response. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen He's breathing became increasingly heavy, and he had already made a decision in his mind. If you really can't beat him, the worst that can happen is that you fly away on the spot. A succubus of mid to upper level 2 shouldn't have the ability to fly. However, after realizing that she couldn't defeat Chen He after 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the purple-haired succubus became obviously impatient and started to attack more frequently and without the previous method. Although it was still a torrential attack, with continuous moves, sharp and powerful blade lights were killing people. But he just seems quite irritable and uneasy. The attack was extremely fierce, and every move was aimed at Chen He's fatal spot. When Chen He swung the holy angel sword in his hand down suddenly, blocking the blade light that the succubus was aiming at his crotch. Hey, that's too much. Is there a place where you can fight? Hurry up and beg for mercy. I can still give you a chance to live. If you continue to hold on, I will make sure that no trace of your body will be left. The purple-haired succubus spoke in a seductive voice, but her moves became faster and faster. As dense as raindrops. This made Chen He's response increasingly difficult. Boom boom boom. The earth and rocks behind and around him were flying, trees were broken, and large areas of land collapsed. His body was also tilted and he almost fell down several times. But Chen He also discovered an important problem. This succubus is so anxious and so eager. It seems that her problems and injuries are not as simple as just a drop in level. Let's wait and see, there might be a turning point. If it doesn't work, run away. Now is not the time to be at the end of one's rope, there is still a chance to fight back. Chapter 18 7 levels in a row. Boom. Ding ding. Beyond the wilderness. The battle between the man and the demon did not cause much of a stir because Chen He's level was not high enough and the purple-haired succubus's level was dropping rapidly. But it still knocked down many surrounding trees. As time went by, the purple-haired succubus was unable to successfully defeat Chen He. Every time she had a chance to kill Chen He gritted his teeth and held on. The purple-haired succubus's mood became more and more manic. His eyes turned red, and the energy fluctuations around him became more and more intense. The breath is becoming disordered. Every attack is deeply personal. It's difficult to get off the tiger. Things have come to this point, and it is impossible for her to just leave. Because if Chen He finds out her weakness, she might be killed by him. But keep fighting. If she still couldn't defeat Chen He in a short period of time, her level would drop again. When the time comes. Even if he really captured the other party, the noise he made would attract other monsters, including other monsters that were currently paying attention to him. I guess he can't even protect himself. This is almost a dead end. Damn it. She had clearly just come out to hunt down a young awakener who looked easy to bully. Obviously, Chen He is just a waste who has not yet reached the second level. How can it be so difficult? Who would have thought that this guy would be a holy angel? What to do? What to do? The purple-haired succubus's mood became increasingly chaotic, irritable, and she gnashed her teeth. Whoosh whoosh. Ding ding. After several more exchanges, although Chen He was still at an absolute disadvantage and was being suppressed by her and forced to retreat step by step, Chen He's eyes were a little red at this moment, and it was obvious that he was really angry. I am determined to compete with her. These waves of counterattacks became more intense. If the purple-haired succubus lost her concentration for even a moment, Chen He would seize the opportunity and gain the upper hand. She could no longer sit still and decided to launch a psychological offensive and retort. Brother, is all you can do is hide? You can't do it? You always have to try to defend yourself and keep retreating like this, it's really embarrassing. The holy angel is an SSS level profession. It's a disgrace to you, a great disgrace. If I were a holy angel, I would immediately take back the power I gave you. Brother, admit defeat. There's no way you can beat me. With your useless strength, you'll soon be exhausted and completely lose your fighting ability. Why bother? Why keep struggling? Her voice is very magnetic, charming, and enchanting. It's like a devil's sound piercing one's ears, even making people feel a little mentally confused. But Chen He did not respond and still maintained a defensive posture. Parry the succubus's powerful attacks, avoid the fatal injuries that are simply impossible to withstand, and keep jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Chen-He remained silent, just avoiding the sharp edge. But the purple-haired succubus's words still made Chen-He feel quite frightened. Will the holy angel take back the power given to him? What does this mean? Are holy angels more than just a profession? A talented profession that can be obtained by the awakened, with the talent blessing and promotion path to eventually grow into a holy angel. But what did the purple-haired succubus just say? Could it be that a holy angel isn't just a profession, but a truly supreme being? A top-tier being who transcends all awakened humans? Similar to the legendary gods? This news is unheard of, but the meaning it conveys is simply horrifying and terrifying when you think about it carefully. If that's the case, if holy angels are truly real beings similar to gods, then are other professions also the same? Do the pinnacles of other top professions also represent a more powerful supreme being? So, does the power that the awakened can obtain all come from those supreme beings? And are these professional abilities capable of being arbitrarily taken back and bestowed upon the awakened by those supreme beings? No way. What if all the strongest professional abilities of human awakeners are eventually taken back by those supreme beings? Then, wouldn't the cities guarded by those top human awakeners fall directly? Humanity would be doomed immediately. It's terrifying when you think about it. Chen-He's heart was filled with turbulent waves. He doubted the authenticity of what the purple-haired succubus said. Perhaps she just wanted to influence his mentality and make him show a flaw. That's why I said these words on purpose. But the purple-haired succubus looked so confident, but it didn't seem like she was bluffing. But it is the absolute truth. What does she know? Swish. Swish. Chen-He asked in a cold voice while dodging another attack from the succubus's claws. What do you mean by that? Can the holy angel take back my power? The purple-haired succubus's long dark purple hair became increasingly messy. She didn't answer, but continued to sneer coldly. Brother, there's no point in hiding anymore. With the strength and talent you've shown now, you're not even worthy of possessing the abilities of a holy angel. You can't even unleash 1/10,000th of the power of a holy angel. I truly feel sorry for you humans. Think about how powerful the holy angels of your previous generation were, but now they're nothing to you. You're just a piece of trash. The power of the holy angel bestowed upon you is a waste. You don't deserve it at all. The reason why she didn't answer was because what she just said was just a mockery of Chen-He's words, which she made up to confuse his mind. She actually didn't know why Chen-He still asked. You are really sick. Just then, Chen-He saw a glimmer of opportunity. He saw that the purple-haired succubus's attack had weakened slightly amidst her constant taunts. It was obvious that she had reached the end of her strength. He stopped dodging and chose to confront the purple-haired succubus head-on. Drink! He suddenly roared, and the angel's holy sword in his hand, which had only been used for parrying, was raised high again, emitting an extremely powerful angelic light. Now, the explosive aura wrapped around the purple-haired succubus was descending, rapidly descending. The level actually dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the upper middle level of the second level to just around the second level. So, at this moment, Chen-He had an idea in his mind. He wants to take advantage of this good opportunity to capture the purple-haired succubus alive. Forcefully asking questions about innate professions and supreme beings such as the so-called holy angels. However, the purple-haired succubus was also a veteran of many battles. She was able to cultivate into a succubus in this wilderness and had quite a lot of combat experience. How could she not know what Chen-He was trying to do? If she were really captured alive by Chen-He, the consequences would be unimaginable. You seem to be thinking about something really extreme. In that case, I won't hold back. She suddenly snorted coldly, and her body instantly avoided the brilliance of Chen-He's sword, and licked the claws again with her tongue. TSK TSK. The next moment, a layer of dark purple mist rose instantly. A shadowy figure suddenly flashed and leaped out, transforming on the spot into a 3-meter-long purple-haired fox demon. The 4 dark purple tails behind were dancing in the wind. There is a foul smell of malice between the lips. It turned out to be the original form of the monster. Chen-He watched the changes that happened in an instant, and looked at the 4 tails behind it. His pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized it on the spot. It turned out to be the four-tailed fox demon who was proficient in the art of charm. Although its level has dropped rapidly and its strength is only 1/10 of what it was, its original level can still be seen from its four tails. It actually didn't have 6 tails at the 6th level. It seemed that in its heyday it was only at level 40 or so, which was the 4th level. This made Chen He quite surprised. How did she manage to evolve into a monster when she's only about level 40? The threshold for this monster is much higher than that of a demon beast, and its strength is also much higher. At this time, the succubus transformed into a fox demon, staring at Chen He with a pair of cold fox eyes. Said in a cold voice, He, I never thought that I would be pushed to this extent by a little brat like you. Since I have been forced to reveal my true form today, then, even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. Swish! A purple light flashed, and the four-tailed fox demon pounced towards Chen He with extremely fast speed. Ding 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 ding. Ding dang dang. The sounds of more intense collisions and confrontations exploded continuously, stirring up circles of fierce winds and waves. A fight even more intense than before broke out between Chen He and the succubus. When they were on the verge of separation again, both of them had many wounds on their bodies, and sticky blood was flowing out. The succubus instantly realized that her level was about to fall below the 2nd level. By then, she will no longer have any chance. Whoosh whoosh. Her muscles tensed instantly, and her hair and the 4 fox tails on her back also tensed up. An extremely strong and terrifying wave of energy was instantly released. A full-strength attack. Fiery red mist and gusts of dark purple evil wind suddenly rolled up, and a strong threat of death instantly fell upon Chen He. He felt extremely dangerous. He immediately clenched the holy angel sword in his hand. The brilliant light suddenly became brighter. Holy sword skill, judgment. A huge holy sword shadow descended from the sky and suppressed it forcefully. Wherever the sword goes, it is unstoppable. This time, the power of the holy sword skill judgment is much stronger than the previous time it was used. It is also a sword that condenses all the energy and spirit. Where the edge falls, everything collapses and disappears. Under the brilliance of the powerful and flashing judgment sword skill, the succubus's body, which was leaping in the air, was chopped down to the ground on the spot. At the same time, a fierce ray of sharp claw blade light also descended in front of Chen He. Crash, crash. The bright silver wings behind him instantly turned into a protective layer, covering the front of his body, and the angel's holy sword that was suddenly retracted in his hand also blocked it. The sword energy skill of Changhong burst out, and the sword energy was like a wall, desperately resisting. Boom! His body flew backwards uncontrollably and was knocked dozens of meters away. Puff! The man vomited a mouthful of blood in the air. Swish! A golden light appeared, and Chen He breathed a sigh of relief as he touched the heart-protecting mirror on his chest that suddenly became hot and shiny, as well as the colorful feathered robe that shone with 7 colors of light all over his body. Fine. Fortunately, Cece gave him the life-saving equipment, otherwise he would have died under the succubus's final counterattack. Crash! Chen He took out the life-saving pill from the storage space and swallowed it down. After taking a breath, he regained his strength. He quickly stood up and walked over to the succubus's body. Just see. The succubus's fox demon body was almost completely cut in half, and a large pool of blood flowed out. As expected, it was killed by the holy sword skill judgment. Chen He curled his lips. I was unable to find out anything about the holy angel and his profession. It's a pity. After sighing, Chen He heard a system prompt sound in his ears, and received a prompt from the career panel. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the four-tailed demon fox. You successfully advanced 7 levels. Chen He was slightly stunned, and successfully advanced to the 2nd level, and reached level 26. But he was not too surprised, instead he was a little confused. No way? He had finally managed to kill a fox demon succubus that was at least level 4 in its prime, but he only advanced 7 levels? Chapter 19 7th level experts gathered at the Chu family. This prey, a 4-tailed fox demon with 4 tails, belongs to the top type of blood-eyed fox demon and is the most powerful type of fox demon. Although her level has dropped, she was originally a succubus over level 40. His body was contaminated with demonic energy, and part of his body had transformed into a demon, possessing the power of a demon. How come after killing this fox demon succubus, I only got such a small level increase? At first, he even thought that he had a chance to directly reach the 3rd level. Unexpectedly, it stopped at level 26. I still remember that he heard it a lot when he was in school. Someone other than the awakened one killed a demon whose level had dropped, and then his level increased rapidly. Some even directly upgraded to a higher level. There are also cases where certain awakened people encounter a great opportunity and are promoted by more than 10 levels at once. How come I only advanced 7 levels after jumping over nearly 3 levels and forcibly killing a 4-tailed fox demon in a weakened state? This is unreasonable. It was totally different from what Chun-Hee had imagined at the beginning. However, there was no detailed explanation on the career panel, which made Chun-Hee feel helpless. This profession panel is good in every way, except that there is no way to accurately view the experience points gained from each monster hunt, and there is no obvious experience growth. Instead, he saw the changes in the Silver Wing skill column on the career panel. Silver Wing skills are no longer a matter of insufficient level to be unlocked. As he officially reached the second level, new talents and skills were unlocked. He was instantly surprised and looked carefully. Name, Chun-Hee. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 26. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. All changes? This newly acquired Silver Wing skill is called manhwa. Chun-Hee instantly became excited and curious. He didn't know how to use the Silver Wing technique and what effect it would have. Is it ever changing? Can this pair of Angel Silver Wings be transformed into other weapons and allowed to be controlled by him? How curious! Chun-Hee secretly guessed in his heart. Just when he was about to try and see if this Silver Wing skill could really change the form of the Angel's Silver Wings and add infinite effects, he couldn't help but feel his body heavy. Cough, cough, cough. Ahem. He coughed suddenly and his face turned red. He coughed up a mouthful of thick blood and immediately felt that his internal injuries were worsening. Most of the pills CC gave him were used to save his life at critical moments. It can temporarily keep him in this state so that he won't be unable to stand up. But the injury cannot be completely healed. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The previous battle must have attracted the attention of some monsters. Now is obviously not the time to test your skills. He must find an absolutely safe place immediately to heal his wounds. Upgrading can only restore some of his strength, but it cannot instantly heal his injuries. Then, Chun-Hee gave up the idea of testing the Silver Wing technique and directly stuffed the succubus's corpse into the storage space. The body of this 4th level succubus is full of treasures. There's even a magic core inside. That is very valuable material and must not be missed. After collecting the body, Chun-Hee didn't have time to carefully count the spoils before he simply waved the Angel's Silver Wings behind him and flew rapidly towards the city wall. When we got closer to the city wall, we could see the towering wall looming in the sky. And make sure that the surroundings are safe. Only then did Chun-Hee put away the Holy Sword and Silver Wings and began to heal his wounds together with the elixir. Fortunately, when I came out, I got a lot of good things from Cece's wife. It is of great help in recovering from one's injuries. It won't be long before he's back to normal. And just as Chun-Hee was staying in a safe place, patiently healing his wounds. Nankai City. Inside the Chu family's luxurious villa. At this moment, a stream of people gathered, and luxury cars blocked the entire street and most of the villa area. It was packed, and all kinds of bigwigs rushed to the Chu family one after another. Visitors from the aristocratic families of the 4 main cities. The admissions principals of the 4 top awakening academies from the 4 main cities. Now, everyone has arrived at the Chu family's door. They looked at each other, either nodding in greeting or showing strong hostility. There is clearly a competitive relationship between them. They were all dressed in suits and ties, looking gorgeous and noble. They look completely different from the people in Nankai City. It seems as if one side is naturally the person on the horizon, while the other side is just a rat in the sewer. Even Chu Tian, the richest man in Nankai City, felt dwarfed and ashamed when facing so many bigwigs. I can only greet them with a smile. Principal Luo? Principal Wu? Principal Chen? Principal Li? I didn't expect you to come to my humble abode in person. I, Chu, am truly honored. Come in and have a seat. Hiss. Are you from the Zhao family in the imperial capital? Are you? I've heard so much about you. I've really heard so much about you. Everyone knows. The admissions principles of the 4 top awakening academies must all be 7th order strongmen above level 70, and based on the secrets about awakeners that Chen He knew. This 7th level is obviously a major leap in level. There is a saying in the world that all those below the 7th level are ants. It symbolizes the terror of the 7th level strongest person. Before that, as the richest man in the small Nankai city, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet the other party. And at this moment, this principal, who was a prominent and superior person even in the 4 main cities, had a very good attitude. He smiled kindly at Chu Tian and walked quickly into the gate of the Chu family. After the 4 principals came people from the top families in the 4 main cities. A total of 7 top families came. These families are all noble and wealthy, and are of aristocratic family level. At least the foundation was laid in the early days of the great era of spiritual energy revival, and it has a historical background of hundreds of years. Not to be underestimated. In terms of status alone, it is certainly not as good as the 4 top awakening academies, but its power and the resources behind it are beyond imagination. These 7 major families. There is the Zhao family in the imperial capital. The Fong family of Magic City. The Yun family and the Li family of Yangcheng. The Chen, Feng, and Lu families of Chengdu. Similarly, although only 1 or 2 people came from each family, they were all 7th level warriors above level 70. They were all top-notch experts whose names Chu Tian had heard of but had never had the chance to meet. He is one of the most powerful people in Hanxia Kingdom. In the list of 7th level strongmen, they can at least be ranked in the top 100. Such an existence opened the eyes of many servants in the Chu family. Chu Tian was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He now understood what it meant when one person succeeds, everyone around him would benefit. This group of people came in such a grand manner just because they knew that his daughter was an SSS level professional. If one knew that his son-in-law was also an SSS level holy angel, and that his Chu family had 2 angels, one would be so shocked. Just thinking about this idea made Chu Tian feel so happy that his scalp tingled. Before Chu Tian could entertain these visitors from wealthy families and universities one by one, there was another commotion outside the door. Chu Tian immediately went outside again and greeted them personally with a smile. Turn out to be. They are people from the headquarters of the 4 major departments in the imperial capital. 4 people in total. They look dressed differently from the noble people mentioned above. Their style seemed tougher, more direct, and capable. He carries an air of authority and dominance. It's hard to look at. These 4 people are 3 men and 1 woman. They are all deputy ministerial level bosses, and each of them is a 7th level strongman above level 70. The 7th level strongmen who you would never see in your lifetime are now everywhere in the Chu family villa, just like cabbages. Even though the Chu family villa is spacious enough, it is almost unable to accommodate everyone. However, the middle-aged man following closely behind Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department only had the 5th order strength of 50 levels. Compared with other 7th order strongmen, he seemed a little out of place. When he saw this person, the smile on Chu Tian's face froze instantly and changed slightly. Why is it him? Why is he following behind the Deputy Minister of Coordination? Could it be? When the man saw Chu Tian from a distance, he greeted Chu Tian with a smile. Long time no see, Lao Chu. Chapter 20. Wherever Chen He goes, I go. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. The other party greeted Chu Tian so warmly and friendly that Chu Tian immediately showed a professional fake smile. Just a casual greeting. Oh, so you're from a long way away. It's been a long time since we last met. I heard you went to the 4 main cities to develop your career, but I didn't expect you to return home in glory this time. I heard a seemingly friendly greeting between the 2. Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department frowned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. The 5th level middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Actually, I'm from Nankai City too. I used to be a member of the Lin family in Nankai City. I have a very close relationship with the Chu family, and we are very friendly with each other. In the early years, I once formed a team with old Chu to hunt monsters in the wild. Over the years, my Lin family has also had a close relationship with the Nankai Chu family. Don't you agree? Old Chu? He is Lin Jiqing's second uncle, named Lin Yuandao. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he nodded with a fake smile. At that time, that brat Lin Jiqing had evil intentions and wanted to let his precious daughter marry into the Lin family. Now Lin Yuandao came back at this time, and there was a big shot like Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department in front of him. Obviously, he wanted to take the opportunity to do something. No matter what, he would never let his daughter and son-in-law separate. So no matter what Lin Yuandao wants to do, it is all wishful thinking. After hearing Lin Yuandao's explanation, Deputy Minister Kong nodded in understanding and then said, "Oh, since you two know each other, that's easy. Xiao Lin, I'll leave the work of connecting with the Chu family to you. I have other important matters to deal with in Nankai City." After saying that, Vice Minister Kong and Chu Tian nodded lightly and quickly turned and left. Didn't stay long. The work of the Coordination Department has always been divided into two major parts. The first is to comprehensively record the awakened person's talents, professions, and levels for easy management. The second is to coordinate the allocation of national resources, which is equivalent to the logistics department of a large company. All major and minor matters need to be carefully arranged and managed in a coordinated manner. The work is relatively simple overall. So, since his subordinate Lin Yuandao knows Chu Tian, he can just let Lin Yuandao do this part of the work, which is not difficult. What's more, this time, the four major departments are here to stop Chu Shi and Chen He from getting married. Since Lin Yuandao is someone they know well, he can do his job better. Lin Yuandao smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Deputy Minister, I will definitely do a good job for the Chu family, so don't worry. A group of 7th-level experts gathered in the Chu family. They looked at each other, observing each other with serious expressions. There is a faint undercurrent, and everyone has their own thoughts. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy was a gentleman who looked very kind and friendly. He shook the cane in his hand and asked Chu Tian, "Mr. Chu, where is classmate Chu Shi? I'm here specifically to invite Chu Shi to join our Magic City Academy. We still need to ask Chu Shi's wishes about this matter." When this was mentioned, others also became confused. Look at Chu Tian. The reason why they came to a small place like Nankai City today and traveled thousands of miles to the Chu family was for Chu Shi, the SSS-level holy angel. Everyone wanted to see Chu Shi first. Seeing this, Chu Tian pulled Chu Shi out of the room. Chu Shi was still a little reluctant, with a cold expression on his face, which made him look even more aloof and noble. She was worried about Chen He's safety. Who cares what happens to these people? When they saw Chu Shi finally come out, their eyes lit up at her figure, looks, temperament, and the rumored top talent. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy stood up with the help of a cane, with an elegant smile on his face. "Student Chu Shi, can you show us your angel holy sword? We are so happy to hear that the holy angel has been born again and has awakened his talent." The others also nodded, their eyes burning. That being said, in reality, everyone's goal was not the holy sword of angel, but to see if Chu Shi had truly awakened the SSS-level talent class of holy angel. After all, similar hearsay news has appeared in previous years. No misunderstandings can be made. Everyone has this opinion. Although Chu Shi had no feelings towards them, facing her father Chu Tian's eager and passionate gaze, she was forced to raise her hand and pull out the angel's holy sword with shining holy light from the void. The summoning is complete. Swish! The huge sword, which was as tall as his body, shone with such strong light that it could almost blind everyone's eyes. The moment they saw the holy angel sword, everyone present confirmed that this was the holy angel profession, the most top-notch SSS-level talent profession. For a while, everyone became excited. Principal Wu of Shanghai immediately took 2 steps forward and asked eagerly, "Student Chu Shi, do you have a favorite school in mind? Would you like to come to our Magic City Academy? With your gifted profession as a holy angel, you can choose any school across the country, especially our Magic City Academy, which will allow you to enter without taking the entrance exam." Having said that, he emphasized again, "Our Magic City Academy, whether it's the strength of the instructors, the resources we can acquire each year, or resources like skill books and elixirs, is at least ranked among the top 3 in the country. Especially skill books. The skill creators at our Magic City Academy are recognized as the best in Hanxia country. We can even customize some powerful skills for you." At this time, A sneer came from the other side. Principal Luo of the Imperial Capital Academy was a middle-aged man with a beard, a rough face, and an overbearing demeanor. Upon hearing this, he spoke with a cold face. Top-notch? Superb? Custom-made? Old Wu, can you please stop bragging? It's the same thing every year with the admissions office. I'm so tired of hearing it. During last year's National Awakener Academy competition, the students of the Magic City Academy gave it their all, but after a long time, they only managed to get 4th place. They barely even managed to beat the military academy ranked outside the top 4 universities. How can you say you're in the top 3 in every aspect? Across the country, there are not only 4 top awakening academies in the 4 main cities, but basically every city has at least one awakening academy to train more awakeners. It mainly depends on the awakened profession and what level of talent it has. Generally speaking, the 4 top universities are among the top because their standards for admitting students are quite high, with the lowest requirement being a level talent. Certainly. Not all students who awaken a level and above talents will choose the 4 major universities. This is a relationship of mutual choice. Some people choose military academies, while others choose other institutions. Principal Luo's words instantly seemed to ignite gunpowder. All 4 principals spoke up. That's right, Old Wu. We're not saying anything bad about you, but it's important for people to know themselves. Do you think your Magic City Academy can just trick an SSS-level holy angel? Do you think they're fools? In my opinion, our Yangcheng Academy is the best choice for Chushi. Hey, the 3 of you, be quiet, listen to me, none of you 3 can control the holy angel, only our Demon City Academy can do that. Student Chushi, take a look at our Rongqing Academy. Not only are our resources plentiful, we're truly a pentagonal warrior. Our students are also incredibly beautiful, and we're recognized as both handsome and beautiful. With such outstanding looks, you're sure to be accepted into our Rongqing Academy. Old Chen, have you lost all your dignity? How can you choose a school based on appearance? Is this a school or a beauty pageant? Old Li, please stop talking. The atmosphere in your school is so chaotic, aren't you afraid that it will lead Chushi astray? If I have to choose, I'll choose the Imperial Capital Academy. Our Imperial Capital. Inside the Chu family villa, a fierce battle for talent is underway. This one talks about how excellent their technical creators are. The one who said they have many alchemists. This guy also said that the art of refining weapons belongs to them. Each has its own advantages, and no one is willing to give in. They even expose each other's shortcomings and stab each other in the back. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy has completely lost the demeanor of a refined gentleman and instead acts like a crude barbarian. Bah! Old Li, shut your stinky mouth. Why do I remember that the previous generation of Holy Angel Awakeners went to your Yangcheng Academy? But he died in a battle to suppress demons. We still haven't figured out how he died. You still dare to shout here. Principal Li of Yangcheng University also cursed angrily. The Imperial Capital Academy has the highest mortality rate among geniuses. Every year, countless top geniuses perish under your cultivation. You truly are a top-tier academy. The other principals also had their say. I'm reporting it. Rongqing Academy has the worst atmosphere. While there are indeed many alchemists, many of them also go to extremes and often blow up their furnaces. How good are your weapon refiners? The magical weapons they refine may look fancy, but in reality, they're not even as good as an old lady's firewood stick. Shut up. Shut up. Old man, are you looking for trouble? Do you want another fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Regardless of life or death, do you dare? For top-level 7th-level masters, for admissions directors of top-notch universities, were so busy that they had no time to care about their manners and were about to start a fight. A cold and sharp shout violently interrupted the 4 people's fight to snatch the person. Deputy Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Education spoke with a cold face. That's enough. Stop arguing. You're making a fool of yourself by letting the younger generation see you. Don't you old guys feel ashamed? Which Awakener Academy we choose to attend depends mainly on Chushi's opinion. What are you all doing here making so much noise? For a while, all the burning gazes were once again focused on Chushi in the middle. Let Chushi decide for himself which one to choose. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Chushi's choice. Under the gaze of these 7th level bosses, Shushi spoke calmly and directly. I'll go to whichever school Chunhee likes and wants to go to. I listened to Chunhee. Aside. Chu Tian smiled when he heard the answer from his precious daughter. It is true. This is even more fun. It's so fun to watch the show. Chapter 21. What kind of waste is Chunhee? Chunhee? I heard Chu Shi mention this name. It seemed as if her future was completely tied to Chunhee. The presidents of the 4 top universities all looked confused. Who is it? Who is Chunhee? Have you ever heard of this name? Since someone like Chu Shi, who has awakened the holy angel profession, has taken a fancy to him, he must be a top talent with extraordinary talent, right? What profession did he awaken to? Where is he now? I heard that Nankai City only awakened one SSS level profession this year. Where did this Chunhee come from? Is he SS level? The 4 principals were all confused and their eyes were full of bewilderment. The 4 admissions principals from the 4 main cities immediately arranged their itineraries and rushed to Nankai after learning that Chu Shi had awakened the holy angel profession. After all, the SSS level talent profession is really too powerful. In the future, he will almost certainly reach the 7th level or even the 9th level as a super monster. If he is snatched away by other schools, it will definitely affect the future ranking. Therefore, no one wanted to fall behind other principals, so everyone acted quickly. After arriving in Nankai City, he went straight to the Chu family. Therefore, he had no idea about Chu Shi and Chunhee's marriage, let alone what Chunhee's situation was. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy looked at Chu Tian. Excuse me, what's the situation with the classmate Chunhee that classmate Chu Shi mentioned? Can you call him out and show him to me? If he has good talent, maybe we can recruit him together. As long as you are not too untalented and are a hopeless case. For Chu Shi, he was willing to give an extra spot to this guy named Chunhee. The other principals also nodded and stared at Chu Tian. Chu Tian said quickly. Chunhee is not here at the moment, so we may have to wait a few days. He didn't know what Chunhee's current situation was, and he wasn't even sure if Chunhee was still alive. At this time, the 3 deputy ministers next to them, as well as the people from the 7 major families who came from the 4 main cities, all changed their expression slightly and looked at Chu Tian in unison. Even Lin Yuandao, whose strength level was incompatible with everyone else's, cast a scrutinizing and amusing look at Chu Tian. They all came here because they got the news. I heard that Chu Tian has agreed to let Chu Shi be with Chunhee, that good-for-nothing who failed to awaken, and he wants to hold a grand wedding for the whole city to witness. Now seeing Chu Tian's attitude. Especially when Chu Tian mentioned Chunhee, he was so confident and calm, as if he was proudly introducing him as his son-in-law to others. The pride made them all a little puzzled. What the hell is there for him to be proud of for having a loser who failed to awaken as his son-in-law? It seems that the news circulating outside is actually true. Did Chu Tian really agree to let a loser who failed to awaken be his son-in-law? Is this crazy? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain? They were all very confused and didn't quite understand. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence, a strange silence. Just then, a young voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. I know who Chunhee is. Then, Lin Jiqing, dressed in a suit and tie, pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the room full of imposing 7th level experts, he did not forget to straighten his tie to show off himself. Lin Jiqing showed a sarcastic and playful smile on his face. He first looked at Chu Tian deeply and then said, Let me introduce Chunhee to the 4 principals. Chunhee is now a well-known figure in Nankai City and a hot topic for everyone to talk about after dinner. It's so glorious. The 4 principals looked at Lin Jiqing in surprise. Who is this? Lin Yuandao quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. Dear principals and ministers, this is my nephew Jiqing. He's also a freshman who just awakened this year. He awakened to the A-level talent class, the Berserker. Bloodthirster? When everyone heard this, they all seemed a little indifferent. It's just an A-level profession. At best, it is just the threshold for entering the 4 top universities. To enter the 4 top universities for such an A-level profession, one must obtain extremely high scores in the college entrance examination, and will not be taken seriously by anyone present. Not to mention, the Bloodthirster is still a relatively useless A-level profession. Every time his talent explodes, he will fall into a semi-crazy state of madness, making the battle completely disorganized. This is a talent skill that can only be used in a desperate state. Moreover, the cost is very high and will lead to a period of weakness afterwards. Apart from this talent, it's just a mediocre warrior profession. It is the worst profession in Class A. In the evaluation of many people, it is even worse than some powerful B-level talent professions. Lin Shicheng cleared his throat and took the initiative to introduce Chen He's situation to the four principals. Let me first talk about Chen He's background. His parents died on the front lines a few years ago. Now he's all alone. He has no resources, no wealth, and he has to rely on himself for everything. At this point, the four principals didn't think it was a big deal. A hero is not judged by his origin. What's more, if the awakened talent profession is awesome enough, then soaring to great heights is just around the corner. In this era, background is not too important. Then, it's Chen He's mental strength. Before his awakening, his spiritual power was as high as 399 points. Not only did it break the record in Nankai City, but it also ranked at the top of the national record rankings. Hear this spirit value. The four principals, who were experts in the field, were all amazed. Before awakening, it is extremely rare to have a spiritual attribute of 390 or above. According to reliable data, almost 9 out of 10 people can awaken to the top SSS level profession. What's more, 399 is the highest peak. According to their understanding, even Chushi's mental strength was not so high before he awakened, right? I didn't expect that Chen He's spirit would be so high. It seems like the talent class he awakened must be pretty good. At the very least, it's an SS level talent class. I didn't expect there are such talents in Nankai City. The higher your mental strength, the easier it is to awaken a high-level talent profession. This is the consensus of everyone. This is mainly because people with low mental strength cannot withstand the mental impact brought by high-level talent professions. Therefore, the higher the mental strength, the easier it is to awaken higher-level talent professions. Same. At this time, the people from the 7 major families and the 3 deputy ministers were also a little surprised. I think Chen He's mental strength is ridiculously high, so logically there shouldn't be any problems. Judging by such high mental strength, how could the awakening fail? It shouldn't be. Even if it is not the top SSS level talent profession, at least awakening an SS level profession, or an S level talent profession, is definitely no problem. But why did he fail? Could it be that something went wrong with the awakening ceremony? Or is there something wrong with the awakening stone? Seeing everyone's surprise, Lin Shicheng's smile became more proud. He did not rush to tell the 4 principals that Chen He had failed to awaken. Instead, he turned around and told me. So from the perspective of mental strength, Chen He and Chu Shi should be a very compatible couple. It's no exaggeration to say they are a match made in heaven. And they are really in love. They went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate not long ago. They will have their wedding soon. The 4 principals suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I haven't congratulated you yet. They're actually a newlywed couple. There seems to be no reason to separate them. Principal Luo of the Imperial Capital Academy quickly expressed his opinion. It's okay, classmate Chu Shi. As long as you are willing to come to our Imperial Capital Academy, then classmate Chen He can also go with you and enjoy the same treatment. The same is true for other principals. The 4 principals were all thinking that no matter how bad Chen He was, with his super high mental strength of 399 as a guarantee, he should be able to awaken an S-level talent profession. S-class is pretty good. Even if we give him the same treatment as Chu Shi for Chu Shi's sake, what's the harm? That S also earned. And just at this moment, Lin Shicheng felt that he had laid most of the groundwork, so he grinned with a cruel look in his eyes. Awakened, time to hunt. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Although Chen He's spiritual power is very high, he failed to awaken and is a useless waste. Chapter 22 The latest regulations force divorce. Outside Nankai City. In the wilderness. Swish. Chen He suddenly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The injury has almost recovered. Simply count the various monster materials in the storage space, pack up and prepare to return to the city. He gained a lot from this experience outside. Killed hundreds of monsters. Even. Also because of a chance, he was able to kill a 4th-level succubus whose realm had fallen. In this way, the rapid improvement of his level can be explained. It's time to go home. At home, he has a young and lovely wife who just got married, and a very worried old father-in-law waiting for him. We can't delay any longer. In front, the gate of Nankai City wall rumbled open. Inside the city. Chu family. Upon learning that Chen He was actually a loser who had failed to awaken, the four principals' eyes widened, their breathing became heavy, and their mouths opened in disbelief. How is this possible? A genius with 399 spiritual power actually failed to awaken. He has no profession? No. This is impossible. This is unprecedented. I suspect there's something wrong with the awakening ritual, or maybe it's a problem with the awakening stone. Haven't you tried replacing the awakening stone? The four principals grumbled and expressed their opinions. At first, they didn't believe the news and suspected other factors. People from the 7 major families and the 3 deputy ministers also had such doubts. They didn't know before that Chen He's innate mental power was so high, it was almost exaggerated. Everyone thought Chen He was just a waste. But after learning about Chen He's incredibly high mental power, they began to doubt whether there was something wrong with the awakening stone and whether there was some hidden secret behind it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. At this time, Lin Yuandao, who had returned from the main city, seemed to be well prepared and stood up to explain. I had already inquired before coming here. During the awakening ceremony, the school's dean and teachers were unwilling to believe that Chen He had failed to awaken. So, I deliberately let Chen He awaken twice, but both times failed. This is the problem with Chen He's poor talent. Hiss. There were many sounds of deep inhalations coming from the room, some with puzzled frowns, some with serious questioning, and some with bewildered wonder. 2 awakening stones, 2 awakenings? This is definitely not a ritual issue. How could this fail? It seems that Chen He's situation is a very rare case. Could it be that too much mental strength is also harmful? A little higher is a good thing, but too much can easily lead to awakening failure? After receiving this news, the 4 principals, people from top families, and 3 deputy ministers were all very surprised. Some people find it hard to believe. With such high spiritual power, Chen He should have been another prodigy, another top prodigy as brilliant as Chu Shi. But I didn't expect it to be like this. This is such a pity. It is possible that one awakening stone has a problem, but it is impossible that both awakening stones have problems at the same time. How could such a coincidence happen? So, everyone thought about it and accepted the fact that Chen He failed to awaken. I believed what the uncle and nephew of the Lin family said. Just at this moment, Deputy Minister Gao of the Ministry of Education walked out from the crowd, frowning and speaking very seriously. The reason I came to the Chu family this time is mainly for 2 things. First, we need to determine whether Chen He has failed to awaken and see if there is any hidden reason behind this. Now it seems, it's true. I'm very sorry. It's a pity that a genius with such outstanding innate conditions and talents could not become a pillar of our Hanxia nation. Secondly, I hope to dissuade Chu Shi and Chen He from getting married. Marriage is not a joke, nor can it be a momentary impulse. It should be something that requires deep consideration, especially in the current era of spiritual revival when the situation is becoming increasingly severe. According to a lot of reliable data, a parent's career talent can influence the next generation. Therefore, talent is hidden in genes, and if not properly managed, it can really affect 2 or even 3 generations. We absolutely cannot allow any top genius to have their life delayed by others. This isn't just a loss for the Chu family, it's also a loss for our Hanxia nation, and even for all of humanity. I hope Chen He can understand. This isn't the kind of peaceful and prosperous time suitable for romance. Having said that, Vice Minister Gao sighed with regret. He took out a divorce agreement from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Tian and the other man. As long as Chu Shi agrees, please sign this divorce agreement. The divorce between Chu Shi and Chen He can be handled unilaterally and immediately. This marriage, which was mismatched from the beginning, shouldn't have existed in the first place. It's time to end this farce. Deputy Minister Gao saw Chu Shi frowning, with her arms folded across her chest, looking like she was totally unwilling to accept the divorce agreement. His expression became more serious and he spoke in a deep voice. If Chu Shi disagrees with this result, the Ministry of Education may enforce the divorce. Such an unmatched marriage will not be allowed to continue. On the other side, Deputy Minister Yang from the Law Enforcement Department also came out. They came for this too. Someone from the side spoke seriously. That's right, classmate Chu Shi. According to the latest regulations, awakened people with a level or above talent professions are not allowed to marry ordinary people. So, if Jinhee is truly an ordinary person who failed to awaken, our law enforcement department will forcibly process your divorce and will no longer legally recognize this marriage. Furthermore, if you insist on getting married and holding a wedding, it will be a violation of Hanxia country's marriage law and will not be tolerated by the law enforcement department. The voice was firm and powerful. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. The latest regulations? There are such regulations? How come they haven't heard of it? This is specifically aimed at Chu Shi and Chenhee. Could it be that they heard about what happened to Chu Shi and the other one, so they came up with such an outrageous regulation? It seems that the situation on the front line is really getting more and more serious. Hanxia Guotai needs more geniuses with top talents and has to control marriage and childbirth. Then, with the two major departments taking the lead in expressing their opinions, others also began to persuade Chu Shi. Classmate Chu Shi, you should get a divorce. It's good for both of you. Yes, we are doing this for your own good. Do we come all this way here to harm you? Forced divorce isn't a good idea, so don't make it too ugly. Student Chu Shi, you are an SSS level holy angel. You should broaden your horizons. You haven't even seen the scenery of the 4 major cities. How can you be confined here by that loser Chenhee? People from the 7 major families also expressed their views. Student Chu Shi, don't worry. As long as you divorce that loser Chenhee, our family can marry you. This is the healthiest and most correct marriage. That's right, our family also has top SSS level geniuses and young people with extraordinary talents. Student Chu Shi, as long as you are willing to marry, our Chen family promises to fully train you in the future so that you can have a more long-term future. Faced with these miscellaneous voices of advice, not only was Chu Shi unmoved, his eyes were also growing colder. She looked at the 2 serious-looking deputy ministers, seeing how they were trying to forcibly separate her and Chenhee with a cold attitude. Suddenly, her face turned stern and she raised her hand to snatch the divorce agreement. Just when everyone thought that Chu Shi had finally come to terms with it. Tear. A crisp sound shocked everyone. Chu Shi actually tore up the divorce agreement rudely. It was torn into a pile of pieces and thrown out by her casually, scattering everywhere. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I won't leave Chenhee. Even if I die, I will never divorce Chenhee. If you've come all this way to bless Chenhee and me, then I welcome you. If not, please leave. You are not welcome in my home. The 2 ministers of the law enforcement department and the Ministry of Education had increasingly cold expressions in their eyes. The others who were trying to persuade him with smiles on their faces were also speechless and didn't know what to say. His face gradually became gloomy. They are all 7th-level strongmen and giants in their respective areas. How could a girl like Chu Shi actually order him to leave? As for Chu Tian, who should have stepped forward to take charge of the situation, has always stayed out of the matter and remained indifferent. Even when he saw the scene, he just looked like a bystander, happily watching the show from the side. The atmosphere was so awkward. But what he was thinking in his heart was, what kind of expressions would these people have when they knew that my good son-in-law Chenhee was also an SSS-level talented professional holy angel? Will there be a sudden change of the century on the spot? It's so fun just thinking about it. Suddenly, Lin Yuandao's face was stiff and he turned to look at Chu Tian. Old Chu, what are you just watching? Hurry up and stand up and persuade Cici. Do you want to ruin Cici's life? We are all doing this for Cici's good. Chu Tian smiled gently. Chu Shi's attitude is my attitude. If Cici is determined to be Chenhee in this life, no one can stop her. Please go back. This time, Chu Tian, the head of the family, also issued an order to expel the guests. The atmosphere is getting more tense. The situation is tense. Chapter 23 Did you betray humanity? Chu Tian's reaction surprised everyone present. Judging from Chu Tian's smiling face at the beginning, everyone felt that Chu Tian was a person who was very sensible, knew the limits, and cared about the future development of the family. But now it seems. What the hell is this? The child is acting up, and the father is acting up too? Is this the time to fool around? He even said that he would support whatever decision Chu Shi made? This is a bit too much pampering for Chu Shi. It's simply pampering without any bottom line or principles. How so? Lin Yuandao's already stiff expression became even stiffer. Even if you are doting on your child, you shouldn't dote on him her like this. He didn't consider Chushi's future or the development of the Chu family at all. Why is this happening? Did Chen He really put a curse on these father and daughter? Why were they acting like they were drugged, refusing to respond to anything he said? Everyone frowned and gave him some advice. But seeing Chushi and Shu Tian still being so stubborn, refusing to listen to anything I said, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department cleared his throat, forcibly controlled his anger, and spoke seriously. Student Chushi, Patriarch Chu Tian, I hope you will think carefully about whether you want to go against the newly enacted marriage law. Do you want to go against my law enforcement department? No family can expect to be safe in the face of the enforcement of the law enforcement department. He had just finished speaking. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once, and then the door was pushed open. Chen He walked in from outside, looking dusty and bloody, with his hair and clothes looking a little messy. But it still couldn't conceal the youthful heroism in his eyes. And the fierceness that comes from having experienced bloody battles. It seemed like just a few days. Chen He has grown from a fledgling high school student to a man who can stand on his own. Ha! So many people? A party? Chen He looked around, a little surprised, not understanding what was going on. Chen He! Shushi's eyes lit up, and he immediately pushed through the crowd around him and ran to Chen He. Her eyes were a little red, and she wanted to throw herself into Chen He's arms, but inexplicably felt that this was not a good idea. A little ashamed, a little reserved. Chen He was delighted when he saw this. He raised his hand and grabbed the snow-white, slender and soft body, and with a little force, he pulled the soft and boneless body into his arms. If you want to hug me, just hug me. We are a legal couple, what are you afraid of? Shushi cried out softly, her face instantly turning red. She buried her fair and tender face in Chen He's chest, not daring to look at Chen He. Shu Tian felt relieved when he saw this. This brat finally came back safely. It's so annoying that he has been worrying for so long. But Chen He came back just in time, because this group of people are now clamoring for Chen He and Shushi to divorce. I don't know how this guy plans to deal with it. Are you Chen He? Seeing the intimate behavior between Chen He and Shushi, everyone realized that this was the protagonist of recent discussions, classmate Chen He. Chen He leaned over to Chushi's ear and asked what was going on. Shushi whispered the whole situation to him. Chen He was stunned. Good job. I didn't expect that getting married would cause such a big fuss. However, this is also the development he expects, this is all about family reputation. You're the deputy director of law enforcement, right? Good. Then I have to ask you, when was this new regulation promulgated and introduced? Deputy Minister Yang frowned. This guy's tone was so aggressive. Don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? Just 2 days ago. Chen He shrugged and smiled calmly. Oh, so it's the latest regulation that was just issued 2 days ago. Cici and I got married before the new law was enacted. Our marriage certificate stated that we were legally married, and it was valid for 99 years. Is it 99 years now? Why should the new regulations apply to us? Forcibly separating a legal couple, I think you, Mr. Deputy Minister, are the ones knowingly breaking the law and maliciously undermining the marriage law, aren't you? Vice Minister Yang. He was silent. What Chen He said was correct and his logic was impeccable. For a moment, the Minister of Law Enforcement was speechless and didn't know how to respond. What can be done about it? Doesn't that mean the previous legal marriage certificate was fake? Wouldn't Han Xiagua become the one who has the final say in the law enforcement department? If you don't like someone, just come up with new laws and regulations targeting that person. But if you say you can't do anything about it, how can you get them to divorce? Just when Vice Minister Yang was speechless and didn't know what to say. Everyone else in the room gathered around, including the 4 principals, the 7 major families, and Vice Minister Gao of the Ministry of Education. Surrounding Chen He and the other 2 in the middle. Student Chen He, stop playing word games here. It's useless. We all know that you're leaving Chushi is the best outcome for Chushi. To put it bluntly, you're just an ordinary person who failed to awaken. Do you think you have the qualifications to stay with Chushi forever? It won't be long before Chushi shines brightly and is rapidly promoted. By then, you two will no longer be from the same world. This marriage is doomed to be a tragedy from the start. We're all doing this for your own good. For Chushi's sake. Stop being stubborn. If you're willing to leave Chushi, you can set any conditions. That's right, what do you want? A common person with nothing to offer, do you want wealth or power? My family can give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. As long as you leave Chushi. However, no matter what they said, Chenhe's attitude was quite firm. Same attitude as Chushi. I can't possibly divorce Cece. Absolutely not. Stop talking. Just when the scene was at a stalemate. Suddenly, the crowd was pushed aside, and Lin Jiqing squeezed in from the end, sneering. Alright, Chenhe, do you think that just because you know how to please Cece, you can just keep eating her soft rice? I'm telling you. Impossible. I don't think you understand what forced divorce means. Do you really think you're worthy of Cece? You're just trash. Trash. Do you understand? Cece is a holy angel. What makes you think you have the right to stand by Cece's side? You are just a selfish piece of trash who only cares about hanging out with rich women. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in. Before he could finish his words, Chenhe's eyes suddenly turned cold. He loosened his arms around Chushi's slender waist and slapped her in the face with almost no pause. It was so fast that it left an afterimage. Snap. A very cruel slap hit Lin Jiqing on the face, knocking him to the ground with his face swollen. Ah! He screamed, his vision went dark, and he was so dazed that he almost forgot where he was. This incredibly fast attack shocked everyone present. So fast. This is simply not the strength that an ordinary person who failed to awaken can possess. Because at this moment, the aura exuded by Chenhe was that of an awakener, and he was actually a second-level awakener. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the speed to be so much faster than Lin Jiqing. He didn't even have a chance to react before he was knocked over. How is this possible? Isn't it said that Chenhe is just a useless piece of shit who failed to awaken? How did he become an awakener in the blink of an eye, and a second-level awakener at that? What is going on? Same. Even Chushi and Chu Tian, who knew the secret, were deeply shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Chenhe, how come he's already at level 2? It's only been a few days since I went out. After coming back, he improved at a speed as if he were ascending to heaven and directly became a second-level awakener. Are they dreaming? How on earth is this done? Just field experience alone won't be enough to achieve this. Chushi, who is also a holy angel, has been practicing at home these days. He is only at level 9 now and has not even reached the first stage. How come he was left so far behind by Chenhe? Chenhe slapped Lin Jiqing, who fell to the ground groaning in pain. He slowly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Jiqing's head, pulled his hair, and said in a very cold voice. Watch your mouth. You were the one who blocked my door earlier, weren't you? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Can't you see it? At that time, I spared you for the sake of my father-in-law. How dare you jump here now? You're just a piece of trash with a useless talent. It's just an A-level talent class. What's a bloodthirster? I've never heard of it. It's the most useless and low-level class in the A-level, right? What did I tell you last time? If it happens again, I won't let you go. Lin Jiqing was instantly annoyed. He was indeed not very satisfied with the bloodthirster class. Chenhe's words were like a stab in the heart. I feel quite unhappy. Smash it to pieces, and die. His eyes turned red, and he instantly wanted to explode with blood and enter a state of frenzy. Bang! Lin Yuandao suddenly pressed his palm on his shoulder, stopping him forcibly. Chenhe is now a second-level professional. If Lin Jiqing goes up to fight Chenhe, isn't that courting death? At this time, Deputy Director Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, who had just recovered from his brief moment of daze, had a darkening expression on his face and asked Chenhe in a very serious tone. Chenhe, didn't you fail to awaken when you were in school? Right. Chenhe answered calmly. The next moment. Swish. A terrifying and horrifying 7th-level aura suddenly emanated from Deputy Minister Yang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his powerful aura was like a sword drawn from its sheath, pointing at Chenhe. He asked in a cold voice. Then what's with your second-level strength? Did he betray humanity? And implant the heart of a demon beast? Chapter 24, Those who shelter traitors are guilty of the same crime as the traitors. Implant a demon heart? No way. Hearing the words of Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department and looking at the terrifying pressure that suddenly emanated from him, the majesty and tyranny of a 7th-level strong man were undoubtedly revealed. Everyone in the villa instantly looked at Chun He with extremely solemn expressions. Chen He's 2nd-level strength is obviously not fake. Otherwise, it would be impossible to crush Lin Zicheng by force and knock him to the ground. And he himself has already admitted the fact that his awakening has failed. That's the case. Where does his 2nd-level strength come from? Although, there are indeed some records that some unprofessional people and ordinary people who failed to awaken can get some very slight improvement after hunting monsters. But that is too difficult. It was completely impossible to advance all the way to the 2nd level, and it only took a few days. The 4 principals had also heard that although ordinary people could also possess some bodybuilding methods to strengthen their bodies, if they practiced to the extreme, they could barely reach the level of a 1st-level awakener. But this is already the best. Moreover, most of those who practiced the secret method of body refining were in the military, and there was no detailed hierarchy, so it was very likely that Chen He had betrayed humanity. A demon heart was implanted in him by some extremely powerful demon beast, and directly obtained the power in the demon's heart and blessed it on his body. Otherwise, this situation would be too unbelievable. Speaking of demon heart, in fact, it is the heart of the monster. Anyone who has a demon heart implanted in their body will immediately gain the same cultivation talent that the demon heart was originally intended to acquire. The more exaggerated the talent, the faster the level will increase. Also, you can also obtain some special abilities provided by the demon heart, surpassing ordinary people, and even surpassing the special abilities of awakened people at the same level. I heard that some monsters can cultivate very quickly. By constantly devouring their own kind or performing various bloody sacrifices, they can achieve rapid improvement in a short period of time. Anyone who implants the demon heart of this type of demon beast will simultaneously obtain the cultivation speed, level improvement speed, etc. of this type of demon beast. Before, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department once saw a traitor who had the heart of a human-faced worm implanted in him. It has the ability to devour human flesh and blood, hatch insect eggs to parasitize other humans, quickly drain strength, and rapidly increase its level. He was promoted to the 3rd level in just 3 days, and to the 5th level in half a month. If it hadn't been discovered early. Once it breaks through to the 7th level, the consequences will be disastrous, and it may even devour a city from within. Similar things are everywhere. Vice Minister Yang must handle this with caution. What's more, humans with demon hearts implanted are no longer humans. They will be directly controlled by higher-level demon beasts of the same race and become puppets of the demon beast tribe walking in human society. Hidden. Do evil, commit crimes secretly, and cause bloodshed. Because the process of implanting a demon heart requires one to remain absolutely awake and to accept the demon heart's control wholeheartedly, all those who have had a demon heart implanted are traitors to humanity. He is a shameful person who voluntarily betrayed humanity and joined forces with monsters. Anyone can kill him. But at present, Deputy Minister Yang is still not sure whether Chen He has really implanted the demon heart. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill Chen He without any discrimination. He just used the 7th level pressure to suppress Chen He, making him unable to move. No killing was done immediately. Maybe. Who knows what kind of adventure Chen He might have? Or maybe something went wrong with the previous awakening ceremony, and a more powerful profession was awakened later? Deputy Minister Yang was guessing in his heart. Swish. Boom. A brilliant golden light burst out immediately, and a powerful angelic aura swept through the entire villa. Chushi's already noble and cold aura instantly rose to its peak. It was as if he had instantly transformed into an unparalleled majestic holy angel. She held the holy sword of an angel in her hand, her eyes filled with brilliant golden light, and she carried the majesty of a god descending from heaven. Trample. Trample. She quickly walked to Chen He's side, stood beside him, and helped Chen He share the terrifying pressure of the 7th level strongman. She frowned and stared at Deputy Minister Yang. Chu Tian didn't say anything. He didn't expect things to get to this point. Although he was also very puzzled, even though Chen He was an SSS level holy angel, the speed at which his level increased was a bit too exaggerated. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Swish. The aura of a 4th level awakener suddenly released outward, transforming into a protective barrier that covered his beloved daughter and son-in-law, barely helping to share some of the pressure. Help Chen He resist. But The disparity in levels is really too great. Moreover, when one reaches the 7th level, he has surpassed the ordinary life level of mortals and reached a whole new level. So, in front of a 7th level strongman, even Chu Shi, the holy angel with his majesty, plus Chu Tian, were not enough, far from enough. The two of them were bent over in an instant, with cold sweat on their foreheads. So strong. Is this the terrifying thing about a 7th level strongman? Deputy Minister Yang looked sternly and coldly at the Chu family father and daughter, issuing a serious warning. I know you and Chen He are close, but now is not the time to get close to each other. Once it involves a war between humans and demonic beasts, a war of life and death, involving the righteousness of the race, the law will not tolerate any mercy. Those who harbor traitors to humanity are guilty of the same crime as the traitors themselves. Even a top-tier awakener with SSS level talent would be killed on the spot. Do you really want to be the enemy of law enforcement? And the entire human race? Boom! Another pressure as big as a mountain came crashing down. Chu Shi and Chu Tian held their breath in an instant, barely holding on and resisting, feeling that their waists were about to be broken. Then, at this time, giggling, Chen He gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. He looked straight at Deputy Minister Yang and said in a deep voice, I don't have a demon heart implanted in me. I've reached my current level entirely through my own hard work and talent. What does that have to do with a demon heart? Vice Minister Yang frowned slightly. Talent and talent? Personal efforts? Do you have any of these things? You are just a useless person who failed to awaken his talent. How dare you brag like this? You didn't implant the demon heart? He looked Chen He up and down with cold eyes. So what's with your 2nd level? He racked his brains for a long time and concluded that the only possibility for such a rapid increase in strength in just a few days was that a demon heart had been implanted. Lin Jicheng, who was watching coldly from the side, could no longer sit still. Immediately stand up and add fuel to the fire. That's right. That's right. Vice Minister Yang is absolutely right. How can a loser who failed to awaken possess the strength of a 2nd-level warrior? Are you worthy of it? There is no other possibility except betrayal of humanity. Chen He, you're such a jerk. Just to gain power and to show off, you actually betrayed humanity. Do you think you're worthy of the country and my race's years of training you? You're an ungrateful piece of shit. Others felt that these words were a bit excessive. But looking at Chen He at this moment, he also had mixed feelings. They also wanted to know why Chen He had reached the 2nd level without the demon heart implanted, and why did he improve so quickly? What kind of adventure did he encounter? What the hell is going on? Chen He's eyes were filled with strong mockery, especially when he glanced at Lin Jicheng. His eyes were full of strong ridicule and condescension. Under extremely strong pressure and suppression. But he smiled, and his smile was very sunny. Want to know? You all want to know? Okay. Then I'll let all of you know everything. Let you all take a good look. Swish. A holy golden light suddenly descended into the villa without any warning and shot up into the sky. Its power was so astonishing that it even surpassed the genuine holy angel Chu Shi standing beside it. A life-size, dazzling angel holy sword suddenly appeared. Then, swish, swish. Boom. Another dazzling silver light illuminated the room. 2 huge silver wings that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared behind him, waving slightly and bringing with them a hurricane. Angel's holy sword. Angel's silver wings. Common manifestation. Chapter 25. It must be the magical beastess talent that's causing the trouble. In the room. With the appearance of the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings, coupled with the holy angel's light that continued to emanate from Chen He's body, the room was almost illuminated as if the sun had descended. It shocked everyone. The 4 principals were dumbfounded, their mouths opened so wide that several eggs could be stuffed in. Is this the angel's holy sword? The angel's silver wings? The people from the 7 major families were all petrified, in disbelief, and their scalps tingled. SSS level holy angel? What's going on? Isn't it Chu Shi who awakened the holy angel class? Why is there another one? Fuck. The visitors from the 3 major departments were even more incredulous. Deputy Minister Yang and Deputy Minister Zhang were both stunned. They looked at Chen He in astonishment, their emotions were very complicated, and their hearts were filled with shock and suspicion. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family were completely confused and couldn't understand what this sudden turn of events was. Where did the second holy angel come from? They looked at the angel's holy sword in Chen He's hand, and then at the angel's holy sword in Chu Shi's hand. There is almost no difference between the two, and their aura is exactly the same. It's just that Chen He appears to be more powerful because of his higher level. How come there are two angel holy swords? How could there be two awakened people with SSS level talent profession holy angel? Isn't this the only profession? Besides, didn't Chen He fail to awaken? Isn't he just an ordinary person, a waste? Both awakening ceremonies failed, this should be true, right? So what's going on now? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a brief silence. Very subtle and very stiff. At this time, even Chu Tian and Chu Shi couldn't help but look at the angel's silver wings behind Chen He in surprise. He was indeed a second-level professional and had unlocked the new ability of the holy angel. This angel's silver wing is so handsome. Chu Shi himself hasn't unlocked it yet. He didn't expect that this brat Chen He would be able to bring him such a big surprise after some experience outside. What a good son-in-law! What a good son-in-law! Chu Tian thought secretly in his heart. He was so happy that he was blooming. Cool. So cool. Before, when this group of 7th level experts surrounded him, he didn't dare to even breathe. Now that his good son-in-law has returned, he can finally feel proud. The reason why I didn't explain the situation before was just to show off at this moment, right? At this time, Chen He looked calm and composed. He took a heavy step forward, bringing all the stunned and shocked people back to reality. He began to explain. I didn't receive any job during the awakening ceremony at school. At that time, I also felt that I had failed in awakening. But later I realized that it only seemed like a failure. In fact, I had indeed awakened successfully, just like my CC's awakened talent profession. It's an SSS level holy angel class. After hearing Chen He's words, the group of 7th level bosses present were still a little skeptical. For a while, many eyes were focused on the 4 principals. As the principals of the 4 top universities in Hanxia country, they should have more say in this matter. Principal Luo frowned slightly. As I recall, holy angel has always been the only profession. The other 3 principals nodded in the same manner and echoed thoughtfully. Yes, we have a clear understanding of the inheritance of many generations before us. There are many battle records and historical records. The previous generation of holy angels is in our school. I should be the one who knows the holy angel profession best. There can only be one awakened one in this generation. Only when the awakened ones of this generation die, will the next generation of awakened holy angels appear. This has always been the case, and it's also true for many other unique professions. That's why it's the only profession. This profession is inherently powerful, which means it's almost impossible to have 2 awakened people at the same time. Unheard of. Unheard of. 2 holy angels awakened in the same generation have never happened before. Deputy Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Education thought for a moment and asked. But didn't they say before that Chen He's innate spiritual power is ridiculously high? Could this be the reason for the simultaneous birth of 2 holy angels? Could it be because Chen He is so gifted? The 4 principals looked at each other and fell silent for a while. They weren't sure if it was like this. It sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny or careful thought. At this time, seeing that the wind direction in the villa was gradually changing, everyone actually began to believe that Chen He was also an SSS level professional. This situation was very unfavorable to the uncle and nephew of the Lin family. After all, their intention from the very beginning was to break up Chen He and Chu Shi. If there were a reversal now, wouldn't they be finished? So, Lin Yuandao cleared his throat and retorted seriously. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The holy angel is the only profession. This is something we all know. It's impossible for 2 awakened people to exist at the same time. The 4 principals just said so. Besides, it's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony. Even if Chen He is truly an SSS level holy angel, an unprecedented double holy angel, it is impossible for him to be promoted to the 2nd level. Do you think we are fools? How could we not know the normal speed of the holy angel's improvement? Just look at Chu Shi's situation and you will know. Chu Shi hasn't even broken through to the 1st level yet. How could a knockoff like you break through to the second level so quickly? This is simply impossible. I think the answer is obvious. Chen He is lying. He must have used some kind of deception we can't see yet to disguise himself as a holy angel. He's truly despicable. Immediately, Lin Shiqing also covered his swollen face, stood up and spoke up. That's right. Uncle is absolutely right. This guy is full of flaws, he's definitely lying. Chen He clearly failed during the awakening ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it couldn't be more true. If the awakening was successful, why couldn't it be shown during the awakening ceremony? If it's the same holy angel class, he should have performed the same as Chu Shi in the awakening ceremony. It doesn't make sense that he failed to awaken even after changing 2 awakening stones. There's a huge problem here. Chen He's explanation is ridiculous. The words of the uncle and nephew are logically clear and well organized. Seems to make a lot of sense. The 7th level bosses who originally didn't quite believe that Chen He had truly awakened an SSS level holy angel instantly became more reassured and doubted Chen He's situation even more. This time, it wasn't just Vice Minister Yang who looked solemn and serious. Even Deputy Minister Zhang and the 4 principals looked at Chen He with vigilance. That makes sense. With so many impossible things happening at the same time, the final result is definitely unlikely. Anyway, they couldn't believe that so many incredible things would happen to Chen He alone. Seeing this, Lin Yuandao continued to add wood to the fire and fan the flames. Oh right. I suddenly remembered. I remember that among the demonic beasts, there is a magical beast with extremely powerful talents, named Sky Mirage Beast. The legend of the Mirage was passed down from the Sky Mirage Beast. Legend has it that Sky Mirage Beasts can simulate the auras of various demonic beasts. A powerful, high-level Sky Mirage Beast can even create a powerful illusion out of thin air, making it impossible for even high-level experts to see through it. Moreover, the Sky Mirage Beast can also simulate the form and aura of demonic beasts 2 levels higher than itself. I remember that some special and very powerful Sky Mirage Beasts can even simulate becoming powerful humans. And if one can implant the demon heart of a Sky Mirage Beast, that person will definitely be able to gain the innate ability to simulate humans and can simulate any professional form. So, I guess Chen He is most likely the one who implanted the demon heart of this Mirage Beast. Otherwise, Chen He's level is completely inexplicable. I remember that among the Sky Mirage Beast clan, the lowest level is level 2, so this matches perfectly. It fits perfectly. This reminder. The 7th level bosses in the room also thought of the news about the Sky Mirage Beast. He nodded in sudden realization. Just now, they were blinded by Chen He's sudden outburst and were shocked and unable to react. That's right, Mirage Beast. It's the Sky Mirage Beast. This kind of monster is considered to be quite rare. And they have always been humanity's greatest enemy. There was once a case where a Sky Mirage Beast simulated itself as a powerful human, sneaked into a city, and ultimately devoured an entire city's worth of people, instantly advancing to the 9th stage. I remember. That disaster was crazy. So it was this beast. I never thought someone would implant the demon heart of a Sky Mirage Beast and betray our human race. He deserves to be killed. He really deserves to be killed. Suddenly, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, whose aura had just been restrained, burst out again. Like a flood beast suddenly awakening. It locked Chen He tightly, and at the same time blocked all of Chen He's escape routes, preventing Chen He from forcibly escaping by taking advantage of the Sky Mirage Beast's ability to create illusions and tricks. Ready to kill Chen He at any time. If he sees even a hint of the Sky Mirage Beast's aura emanating from Chen He will kill him on the spot. And at this time, Chen He, who heard these messy discussions, was amused by what the uncle and nephew of the Lin family said. He looked at Lin Yuandao with a smile and said with a playful and confident tone, "Oh, you're talking about the Mirage Beast. I know. But even if the Sky Mirage Beast is implanted with a demon heart, it can only simulate the external form of the profession, not the skills and combat power, right? You insist on saying that I'm not a holy angel and don't believe what I say. It's simple. Just pick someone to fight me, and then you'll know who's real. By then, you won't continue to say that the Mirage Beast can even simulate its combat power and skills, right? That Mirage Beast is really awesome, don't you think?" Chapter 26 Judgment shocked the whole audience. I heard that he wanted to find someone to fight. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family sneered at the same time. Pretend it. Just keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Fake is fake. Trash is trash. It can never become real. Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department shook his head lightly and said casually, "No, you just need to use the Holy Sword skills of your Angel Holy Sword. If you can truly perform the Holy Sword technique, it will be sufficient proof that you have truly awakened the SSS level gifted class, the Holy Angel. I will apologize for my previous doubts and threats against you. But if these are all lies, then you are playing tricks on us. Then you won't be able to withstand the wrath of us 7th level warriors. When that happens, both you and the high-level Sky Mirage Beast behind you, who is manipulating all this, will be subjected to our thunderous wrath," he said coldly. The others also nodded, their eyes serious and unblinking, waiting to see what Chen He will do. That's right, it's impossible for the Sky Mirage Beast simulation to use its real skills. It's always good to experiment. This Chen He is a little too confident. Is this true? To verify whether Chen He has also awakened the Holy Angel class, all we need to do is use the Holy Sword skill. This method is very direct. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family also came closer, observing carefully with their eyes wide open. Once they discover the flaw, Chen He will be finished. Lin Shicheng cursed in his heart. Wait to die. You are a waste. Chen He smiled faintly and nodded, quite calm and confident. Okay. Then. Under the watchful eyes and hidden threats of a group of 7th level experts, the group arrived at the underground martial arts training ground of the Chu family. This martial arts training ground is quite spacious. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a Taoist temple. An underground martial arts training ground is 10 times larger than Chen He's home. He is worthy of being the richest man in Nankai City, Chen He thought to himself. He walked quickly to the center of the training ground. Deputy Minister Yan walked closer, stared at Chen He with cold eyes, and said lightly, "You, use your Holy Sword skills on me." Chen He didn't say anything more. He immediately grasped the Holy Angel sword with both hands, suddenly raised it up and above his head. The extremely bright and powerful angel light instantly emerged, surging and blazing. Boom! A proud angel shadow that reaches from heaven to earth, like a real angel descending, contains boundless sacred aura of God, looking down disdainfully. In the dark void, it seemed as if one majestic and towering holy sword after another was descending from the infinite distance. Chen He raised his sword and slashed it down. A powerful sword energy seemed to be able to split everything, tear everything apart, and cut everything in half. It descended with an aura of absolute majesty and judgment. At the same time, the shadow in the sky also opened its arms wide, as if thousands of holy swords descended at the same time, cleansing the earth. Judge the sin. The holy sword in Chen He's hand slashed down in the air, and the huge shadow of the angel's holy sword also fell from the sky, locking onto Deputy Minister Yang with a 360-degree angle. Such terrifying power. This sacred breath. It's impossible to fake it. Deputy Minister Yang felt it carefully, and recalled the actions of the previous generation of holy angels that he had witnessed in the past, and had already made a judgment in his heart. And seeing such an exaggerated scene, the others were even more certain that Chen He had truly awakened to the SSS level Holy Angel class. He was terrifyingly powerful and had outstanding talent. For a moment, the 4 principals' eyes were burning, and their breathing became heavier. I didn't expect this. I actually got an unexpected reward this time. Given the romantic relationship between Chen He and Xu Shi, they will definitely stay together. So, getting an SSS level Holy Angel with top talent is like getting two Holy Angels. These are 2 unprecedented Holy Angels. It's done. It's done now. No matter what, we must get them to come to our Imperial Capital Academy. Even if I have to offer them unprecedentedly generous conditions, we must win them over. For a time, the 4 principals were once again hostile to each other. Everyone realized that this battle for talent might be even more intense than the previous one. Whoever can snag this young couple will definitely win first place in next year's national competition. The visitors from the other 7 major families knew that it was almost impossible for their children to marry Xu Shi. Unless separate Chen He and Xu Shi, and then let Chen He marry one of them, and let Xu Shi marry as well. Sounds like more money. But this is simply impossible. They are a perfect couple, twin angels. Why would they marry you? Since the marriage alliance failed, we can only make friends. The Chu family is definitely going to take off against the odds. As for Vice Minister Zhang, his eyes quickly became hot. This was truly an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect such a big mistake to happen. Twin angels really exist. It's really a precedent. As for the uncle and nephew Lin Xiqing, they were dumbfounded. They stared with their eyes wide open and opened their mouths several times but couldn't say anything. Lin Xiqing, in particular, recalled these two humiliations. Last time, he was directly blackmailed by Chen He. This time, Chen He slapped him in the face in public and pressed him to the ground, humiliating him. Why? Isn't Chen He a complete loser? Didn't he fail in his awakening? Why is this happening? Damn it! Why? Why wasn't he the one who awakened the SSS level talent class? Lin Yuandao's sneer froze on his face and soon became expressionless. His brows furrowed slightly. He immediately understood that it would be impossible to deal with the Chu family again. Let the Lin family rise up and suppress the Chu family. It is also impossible for Lin Xiqing and Chu Shi to form an alliance through marriage. The Chu family has a holy angel with an SSS level talent profession, so it is already very difficult to deal with the Chu family. Now, what more, he directly gained a son-in-law who was a holy angel. Two angels in one family. This is a unique pair of angels in one family. If we want to deal with the Chu family again, it will be even more difficult. And after the incident they had caused today, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the uncle and nephew were targeting Chen He and the Chu family, and they would likely face retaliation from the Chu family in the future. This is troublesome. If we can't kill Chen He today, there will be a lot of trouble later. And at this moment, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, who was standing closest to the attack range of the trial, was in great turmoil. Because Chen He not only used the holy sword skills of the angel holy sword, but also successfully proved his identity. At the same time, he could also clearly feel that the power of Chen He's holy sword skills was even stronger than the strength of the holy angel in his impression. An ordinary third-level awakener might not be able to resist it at all. You know, Chen He is only at the second level now, yet he can easily leapfrog a level and crush and kill awakeners of a higher level. What are his future achievements? Is this the holy angel? Although the holy angel has always been an SSS level talent profession, its own strength is very powerful and its talent is quite incredible. There are many different skills that can be unlocked and there are stronger cultivation paths to bless it. But this power has a limit, and it depends on how the awakened person uses it. Chen He is obviously the type of person who can fully utilize his professional advantages. After a moment of emotion in my heart, Deputy Minister Yang waved his hand, and the intimidating and powerful giant angel holy sword phantom instantly dissipated and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. And at this time, Chen He looked at Deputy Minister Yang calmly and said with a smile, "Mr. Deputy Minister, do you need me to prove anything more?" However, before Vice Minister Yang could answer, he said something else. Lin Yuandao stood up first and questioned. "Yes. You have clearly explained the matter of awakening the holy angel. But this still doesn't explain it. It's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony, and your level has already been directly raised to the second level. Isn't this point worth explaining? Whether you have betrayed humanity or not, it's still unclear." Chapter 27. Could this be the reward from my first experience? Speaking of which, Chen He's level up speed is indeed a rather outrageous problem. It's only been a few days and he's already at level 2. The suspicion raised by Lin Yuandao can be considered to have some truth to it. This is a point worthy of suspicion. In addition, Chen He is an unprecedented double holy angel, so it is impossible not to suspect that there is something wrong with Chen He. For a moment, the 4 principals, the 7 families, and the people from the 3 departments all turned their gazes over again. However, compared to the suspicion and vigilance just now, most of these eyes now are filled with curiosity. Curious about Chen He's experience. I'm curious about what kind of opportunity Chen He encountered. Facing Shanglin Yuandao's aggressive suspicion, Chen He sneered. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He immediately took out the storage backpack he was carrying with him. Crash! A strong smell of blood suddenly emerged. The 7th level bosses frowned at first, and then they saw a large pile of monster materials below the 1st level, which was piled up into a huge hill. There are fangs, skins, flesh, and claws of various monsters. They all looked very fresh, as if they had just been plucked from a monster, and were still dripping with bright red blood. Let everyone look at it for a moment. There were so many materials, and although they were generally of very low quality, it was still surprising that Chen He could complete the hunt in his first try. Chu Tian, who had been dealing with various monster materials all his life, brightened up his eyes. I didn't expect my son-in-law to be so strong. Fortunately, Cece brought Chen He the largest storage backpack in the house, and she took several at once, otherwise so many materials would not be able to fit in. It's a fruitful harvest. But this isn't over yet, it's just the beginning. Chen He smiled and asked calmly. Is this enough? Does it explain my level problem? If that's not enough, there's more here. He took out a second storage backpack. Crash, crash. More and higher level materials were piled up into a small hill again, making the bloody smell in the training ground even stronger, and also bringing out a uniquely ferocious aura of monsters. This time, the materials piled up into a small hill were all first-level monster materials. Chu Tian took a casual look at it, and then his eyes lit up. The shadow leopard's neck flesh, skin, and claws. The septic wolf's skin, wolf hair, wolf teeth, wolf eyes, heart, etc. There are also red-spotted dogs, two-headed crocodiles, and so on. After taking a casual look around, Chu Tian quickly figured out that these were all first-level materials. Some monsters were even at the upper middle level of the first rank, but were still taken down by Chen He, who easily took away their materials. The others were even more stunned. The presidents of the 4 major colleges were all stunned. He looked at Chen He, then at the materials on the ground, his face full of shock. As the top 4 universities, they send students out of the city for training every year. This is the first-time experience for many students. Even with the protection of teachers in school and the designation of safe areas in advance, it is still difficult to complete so many hunts. Is this really Chen He's first time going out for training? Moreover, when he went out, his strength had not yet reached the first level. How is this possible? Deputy Minister Yang was so shocked that he didn't know what to say after opening his mouth several times. He was silent for a long time before asking. These are all first-level monster materials. Are they all monsters you killed when you went out? You've been training alone in the wild these past few days? At the same level, being able to hunt down 1 or 2 monsters can be considered a student with great skills, courage, and talent. Chen He, on the other hand, killed all kinds of first-level and lower monsters as if they were free. I guess they have almost killed all the monsters in the outermost area around Nankai City. Good boy. Not only did he give them a big surprise right from the start, but the subsequent surprises kept coming out. What's the limit for this kid? Chen He nodded. Certainly. If it's not the prey I hunted, how could I possibly take it out? Hiss. For a moment. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in shock from the training ground. For a 7th-level strong man, it is actually rare to feel shocked. After all, I have seen many big scenes. What kind of genius have you not seen? What kind of scene have you not witnessed? But today's scene. They have never seen it before. I really didn't expect that I would be shocked again and again in front of this little guy Chen He. Just a few short days. How did Chen He, who had just awakened, manage to hunt so many monsters in the wild alone? This isn't school. I have studied the illustrations of various monsters. It can be done if you know the weaknesses of various monsters and how to hunt them. Everyone can talk big on paper. Not everyone can handle real guns and swords. Chen He is only 18 years old this year. How could he be so brave as to go out into the wild alone? What were they doing when they were 18? You are all eagerly looking forward to going to college. But at this age, Chen He is already far ahead. The 7th-level bosses present also slowly killed monsters and increased their levels bit by bit. When they first awakened, most of them entered universities, were promoted to a certain level, and then went into the wild to kill monsters under the organization and leadership of the school. There will definitely be teachers from the school or high-level powerful people around to protect and guard you. It was not until his level broke through to level 30 and entered the 3rd stage that he would begin to slowly go into the wilderness alone to kill monsters. Chen He's behavior of going out alone to kill monsters in the wild right after awakening. This is too bold. It was hard for them to say whether this was because of the courage of a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger, or whether it was because Chen He was skilled and brave. Exaggerate. Outrageous. Shock. All kinds of strange emotions emerged in the heart of the 7th-level boss. Faced with Chen He's impressive record, even if they wanted to doubt or question it, they didn't know what to say. This was a real record. Kill the record. Compared to the shock of these big guys. After Chu Tian's initial surprise and shock, he couldn't help but feel worried. In just such a short period of time, Chen He was able to kill so many monsters. This means that Chen He hardly got any rest. You must have encountered a lot of dangers. Fortunately, Chen He came back alive, otherwise he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Next time, I must not let Chen He act like this. He didn't want his precious daughter to become a widow at such a young age. Chu Shi felt really sorry for Chen He, and subconsciously pulled up the corner of Chen He's clothes nervously, with a pair of big kiss eyes misty. I can empathize with Chen He's dangerous experiences these days. So sad. However, facing the shock of these big guys, Chen He smiled, and his smile became even more sunny and bright. Are these enough? If that's not enough, I have more here. Besides? What? Are you kidding me? There's more? Lin Yuandao and Lin Xichen looked at each other, both dumbfounded, their faces stiff. I don't even know how to talk, how the hell can I ask them to question me? What kind of monster is this Chen He guy? Too strong. Could it be a second-level monster? No way. You can hunt down a second-level monster on your first training trip? Don't say too much. I'd feel powerful just to have one of them. How the hell can this be the result of my first training trip? Chen He's excellence far surpasses that of other SSS-level geniuses. We can give up Chu Shi, but we must bring Chen He into our Magic City Academy. It's so hard to come across such a genius. Everyone was only briefly shocked, and their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Chen He. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Chen He is now at the second level of strength. He was able to successfully kill first-level monsters before. Among the monsters he killed, there must have been second-level monsters. Otherwise, Chen He's level would not be able to be promoted to the second level so quickly. It's too difficult. Then, Chen He didn't give everyone much time to react, and he immediately took out the corpse of the succubus, the four-tailed fox demon, which was almost split in half by his judgment. Seeing this demon beast that was firmly at the fourth level at its peak, there was also a succubus with a demonic aura. On sight, there was a moment of silence. You can hear a pin drop. The silence is terrifying. All the 7th rank bosses, the uncle and nephew of the Lin family, and the father and daughter of the Chu family were collectively petrified. Transfixed. Chapter 28 Luck is also part of strength. The Chu family's luxurious villa. Inside the underground martial arts training ground. There was a brief silence at the scene, and then all kinds of shocked sounds exploded. What the hell? Why is there a succubus corpse? Where did Chen He find the succubus's corpse? This is too good of a luck. This is too outrageous. Could Chen He possibly kill a succubus? No way. If I remember correctly, the lowest level of a succubus is level 6. Any demonized monster is far more powerful than some monsters of the same level, so without the strength of level 7, it's difficult to truly kill a succubus. Could it be that I encountered the corpse of a succubus on the road? Picking up a corpse? I'm really impressed by my luck. He even encountered such an opportunity? He's invincible. No wonder his level increased so quickly. While many people were talking about it in shock, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department immediately began to conduct an inspection. He took the succubus's corpse from Chen He and examined it carefully. At his level, he usually has more opportunities to deal with real monsters. What's more, the realm level of this succubus's original body, the blood-eyed fox demon clan, is also relatively easy to distinguish. It can be identified by looking at the 4 tails at the end. It should have been only the 4th level in its prime. Huh? When this succubus was alive, it turned out to be just a level 4 succubus in its 40s? That's not common. No, that's not right. I should say, this is really rare. I never thought that at such a young age, on your first time out for training, you would actually be able to obtain such a great opportunity. It's truly rare. After confirming the situation of the succubus, Deputy Minister Yang's previous shock had subsided a lot. No particular surprise. Because it is said that there are some special methods of cultivation within the monster clan. In This includes some cultivation methods that can be used by many monsters and beasts to achieve early demonic attainment. Some monsters that have not yet reached level 60 or the 6th tier will choose to become demons in advance in order to forcibly improve their own combat effectiveness, cross to a higher level of life, and obtain more powerful innate abilities. If the demonization is successful, one's own abilities will be comprehensively enhanced. Especially, it will use more powerful and more elusive vitality. The most difficult thing about a monster is its regenerative ability, which is its terrifying vitality. The difficulty of killing a monster of the same level is at least several times or even dozens of times that of killing a demon beast. This step up is a huge enhancement. And vice versa. If the demonization fails, the level will continue to decline. Until you fall to level 1 and start all over again. This succubus most likely failed in its demonization, so it only had part of the succubus's aura on its body and showed some signs of demonization. So, the realm dropped rapidly. Then, Shen-He took advantage of the situation. Interesting. Shen-He encountered such an adventure during his first training. It was really beyond his expectations. An idea flashed through Deputy Minister Yang's mind. So he asked Shen-He, "What level was the succubus when you encountered it?" Shen-He answered immediately without hesitation. "When I first met the succubus, she was only about level 26 or 27. Later, it fell all the way to the edge of the second level, until it finally fell below the first level. Before that, I had been fighting with her, trying hard to resist her attacks, until her realm dropped rapidly, and I seized the opportunity to kill her smoothly. It is precisely because of this great opportunity that I was able to reach my current level." Shen-He explained the entire process of killing the succubus clearly. Including when you first realize that the succubus is in a bad state, you can only dodge the attacks and avoid its edge. He found an opening at the back and killed the prey in one fell swoop. He was also seriously injured. The entire process was a completely real battle. The only lie he hid was that the level increased by killing the succubus was not as high as he said. They are all covering up the improvements brought by the family panel. However, what he said was enough to convince people. Everyone listened, amazed and shocked. It was a pity that Shen-He had such an experience on his first trip out for training. And they marveled at how Shen-He remained calm when facing the powerful succubus. He linked his moves closely together, took every step carefully, forced the succubus into a desperate situation, and successfully completed the reverse hunt. This is a reflection of strength and talent. This kid is so talented. The admissions directors of the 4 top universities looked at Shen-He with increasing satisfaction. After saying this, Shen-He looked at Lin Yuandao and said lightly, "How about it? Now, is this enough to explain my level problem? Or do you still want to see the remaining monster materials in my backpack?" Shen-He's face was filled with mockery and ridicule. In just a short moment, the status of both parties changed drastically. Lin Yuandao stared at Shen-He with deep eyes and said nothing. Because he couldn't say it. He had found so many faults before, but he had not been able to kill Shen-He directly. Now the situation has reversed and he is completely helpless. Even if he was furious with Shen-He, he couldn't say anything else. Lin Shiqing was so angry that he didn't care about his neat suit and tie anymore. He rushed forward and wanted to fight back against Shen-He, but was held down by Lin Yuandao. Lin Yuandao looked silent and shook his head seriously at him. "No way. We can't take down Shen-He today." The uncle and nephew got nothing out of this quarrel. Instead, they became stepping stones for Shen-He, who stepped on them and gained a lot of attention. Just thinking about it made them feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. As for the other 7th level bosses in the room, they all fell into a brief silence. Everyone has their own ideas. This kid is so lucky. They say luck is part of strength, and I saw it today. When I was at the first level, I was still cowering in the academy, practicing boxing and training. But he turned out to be so ruthless. At such a young age, he killed so many monsters and even killed a succubus. This is truly a case of a hero emerging from youth. It's incredible. He actually encountered a succubus whose level had dropped? Who the hell could have imagined this? Seeing that Lin Yuandao was speechless, Shen-He sneered. The sneer and ridicule in his eyes became more obvious. He looked around at the other 7th level bosses and asked in a calm and clear voice. "You guys pretty much understand the situation. In that case, who agrees and who opposes my marriage to Cece?" Everyone. This moment. all the 7th level bosses fell silent. I didn't expect that little guy Chen He would be so aggressive. He is so ungrateful after getting the advantage. It was also their fault that they were too careless before and ran here one after another without fully understanding the situation. Now they are all clowns. He was severely slapped in the face by Chen He. Especially the people from the 7 major families and 3 major departments, they looked at each other inside. Be opposed to? What the hell is there to oppose? They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, like a perfect couple. How could it be their turn to object? After all, Chen He is a holy angel with an SSS level talent profession. For 2 young people who have awakened SSS level talented professions, getting married is a strong combination. If they have children in the future, the genes will be extremely strong. When the country learns this news, it will definitely wish that the 2 of them are together. Still opposed? Who dares to stand up and oppose this? That's a top-tier SSS talent, a future pillar of Hanxia Nation. Can't offend. It takes blessing. As for Chen He and Xu Shi, both of them were holy angels, which overturned the idea that holy angel was the only profession. The group of 7th level bosses also gradually accepted this fact. It doesn't feel too surprising. Because there had been SSS level talented professionals in the past, and when the current situation occurred, everyone thought it was the only profession, and it was passed down from generation to generation. Until modern times, 2 awakened people of the same profession appeared at the same time. This confirmed that it was not the only profession. It's just that the rarity of the profession is too high, so it's difficult to awaken too many of them. This time, they made a big mistake. Chapter 29 Why do I have to pay compensation? All the bigwigs fell silent. In the end, it was Vice Minister Yang who took the initiative to smile and said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. We didn't fully understand the situation before arriving this time, and we ended up causing such a huge misunderstanding. On behalf of the law enforcement department, I wish the 2 newlyweds a happy marriage." The others also nodded. Some people who were forced to work surrounded Chen He and Xu Shi and showered them with blessings. It seemed as if they came this time either to break them up or to congratulate them. Obviously, these 7th level bosses all have flexible moral bottom lines. At the same time, Chen He also heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations! You've ventured into the wilderness alone to train, slayed numerous monsters, and successfully advanced to level 2. You've left a deep impression on the leaders of the 4 main cities and received blessings from many level 7 leaders. Your family has become somewhat famous, and your fame points have increased by plus 20,000. Reward, level up by 3 levels. Chen He's eyes lit up slightly. This time, the fame value obtained is the same as the previous 2 times, which is 20,000 points. But it's a pity. The level only increased by 3 levels, unlike the previous 2 times, which were both increased by 5 levels. It looks like, as the level gradually increases, the experience required to upgrade also increases. The more difficult it is to improve. But level 3 was already quite satisfactory for Chen He. He only leveled up 7 levels after killing a 4th level succubus. Rounding it off, it means he killed half of the succubus. Swish! He summoned his career panel in an instant and checked his own data. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 29. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. The level was successfully upgraded from LV26 to LV29, and it is only 1 step away from the 3rd level. Looking back, from the time he awakened to today, less than a week had passed. And he is about to become a 3rd level awakener. For Nankai City, a 3rd level awakener is actually a very rare and powerful person. He can become the president of a university or even the backbone of the city. This wave of improvement is huge. Family level, LV1. Family members, Chen He, Chu Shi. Family reputation value, 60,000 100,000. We are one step closer to upgrading our family's rank. The wedding hasn't even started yet, and the upgrade progress is already halfway through. How much fame can you gain by the wedding day? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Looking at his current level, feeling the joy of entering the third level, and the excitement of having his beautiful wife, Chen He smiled sincerely. The tone of the conversation changed. Thank you all for your blessings. I am deeply grateful to receive the blessings of all the 7th level masters. However, you are all 7th level experts, top figures in charge of your respective areas. How could you come to my house without even saying hello and try to persuade me to divorce CC? I'm a coward, and this incident really scared me. It has caused me severe mental damage. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares from now on. I'm afraid it will happen to you all again someday. So, since you all have important tasks, you should at least give me some mental compensation, right? Shu Shi. Seems to make sense? This should be considered as Chun He supplementing his family income through extortion, right? What a man who knows how to live. He is worthy of being the man I like. Chu Tian. This kid is fucking crazy. How dare you chat and laugh with a group of 7th level bosses, and even dare to ask for mental compensation? Blackmailing a rank 7 boss. Aren't you afraid of dying miserably? All the big guys were also confused. I have absolutely no idea what this guy is up to. This. Why the hell do I have to pay compensation for this? Just like bandits. But. Indeed, everyone present was a prominent figure, and many people felt a little guilty about what had happened. This is especially true for the presidents of the 4 top universities and the 2 deputy ministers. They are all willing to compensate. Chen He and Chu Shi are both SSS level talented professional holy angels. Giving them some compensation is equivalent to building a good relationship in advance, just as a gift to the newlyweds. So they all reached into their pockets and looked for things worth giving as gifts from their storage spaces. This bottle of medicine was made by a 7th rank alchemy master that I specially found. This magic weapon can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You definitely need this skill book. This is the latest magic weapon developed by our Imperial Capital Academy. Someone is willing to give. Certainly. Some people are unwilling to give. Lin Yuandao was very unhappy and felt like he was screwed. Oh shit. He didn't get the chance to show off, but was attacked by several people. And finally, compensation? Are you kidding me? There are also some family members who are unwilling. They came here to arrange a marriage, but now they are here to bless the newlyweds, which means they have come here for nothing. And then it has to match its own worth? Impossible. There were even some with arrogant tempers who turned around and left on the spot without even looking at Chen He and Chu Shi. Because if they couldn't marry, Chen He and Chu Shi, both SSS level Saint Angels, would be of no use to their family. It's bad luck to stay here. Chen He's personality is such that if someone respects me an inch, I will respect them a yard. For those who gave compensation willingly. Chen He responded with a smile, writing off all previous grudges. As for those who are unwilling to pay compensation. Hey! He was a petty person and wrote everything down in a little notebook. Sooner or later, we will be able to extort even more money from them. As for Lin Yuandao, who was also unwilling to pay compensation, he directly asked Chen He and Chu Shi to cooperate with the work. I'm here on behalf of the coordination department and need your cooperation. What's the point of compensation? Hurry up and register your identity information, awakened profession information, and current detailed level. Chen He looked at Lin Yuandao coldly. Now, the uncle and nephew of the Lin family are at the top of the list of bad reputation in his little notebook. As long as there is a chance, the first thing to do is to settle accounts with these two people. However, cooperation work still needs to be done. Chu Shi, Professional Holy Angel, Level 9. Chen He, Professional Holy Angel, Level 29. What? When Chen He's level came out, Lin Yuandao's hands trembled and the registration form in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Level 29. No way? The others also stared over in shock, looking at the situation here in disbelief. Chen He is already level 29? Although everyone had seen the succubus's corpse, they had a rough idea of what was going on. But when everyone learned that Chen He was actually close to the 3rd level, they still widened their eyes in shock. I can't even say it. This upgrade speed is too exaggerated. How many levels did the 4th level succubus help Chen-He improve? Directly jump over a whole level? Lin Yuandao frowned, acted businesslike, and quickly registered the two people's information in the terminal background. Okay, your information has been successfully entered into the National Awakener system. The subsidies and rewards the state has given you too will be deposited into your accounts after you enter university. Please check them carefully. After saying that, he grabbed the unbalanced Lin Jiqing and quickly left the Chu family. Lin Yuandao's face was stiff and he remained expressionless all the way. Lin Yuandao frowned, feeling quite dissatisfied and unhappy to the extreme. But there is no way. Chen-He was almost at the 3rd level, so even if he wanted to retaliate, he had no confidence at all. The gap is really too big. Now, not only in terms of awakened profession, but also in terms of level and strength, he has been crushed by Chen-He in all aspects. There's no way to compare with Chen-He. What else can I do? After being away from the Chu family, Lin Xiqing's expression became more sinister, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Uncle, are you really going to let the Chu family and Chu Shi go? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Cici and I are clearly a perfect match. Chen-He is just a piece of shit. Lin Yuandao glared at him instantly and shouted loudly. Shut up. Can you please clear your mind for a moment? Our target is the Chu family and the entire Nankai city. Not Chu Shi, so stop dwelling on that useless sperm of yours. What's more, even if we succeed in taking over the Chu family, Chu Shi is not something you can get your hands on. Shut up. Chapter 30, he is so shameless in order to snatch people. Chu family. Inside the luxurious villa. Most of the people who wanted to leave have left. But Chen-He remembered them all. Whether it was Lin Yuandao or his nephew, they often came to cause trouble for him and the Chu family. Or those people from top families who left arrogantly. Chen-He remembered it all. If you don't avenge this, you are not a gentleman. He is not the kind of person who would not dare to say a word or do anything after being cheated and disgusted by others. Quite the opposite. He is vindictive and will never let go of any grudge. Don't let him meet it. Otherwise, they will definitely suffer the consequences. Then, in the reception room, Chen-He looked at the deputy ministers in front of him. One was Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department who had almost killed him as a traitor. One was Deputy Minister Zhang who seemed easy to talk to but was actually gentle on the outside but tough on the inside, and the other was Deputy Minister Gu of the Garrison Department who had just heard the news and rushed over. Also, the admissions principals of the 4 major schools also shamelessly remained. He looked at Chu Shi and Chen-He with very fiery eyes. Do you have anything else to do? 3 deputy ministers, Vice Minister Zhang and Vice Minister Yang, looked at each other. They came from far away with similar goals. I'm here to persuade you to break up. Now that it has been confirmed that Chen-He has successfully awakened, and the issues of compensation and apology have almost been dealt with, it's basically fine. Therefore, there is no need to stay any longer. But it's different on the garrison side. The importance of the garrison. Strictly speaking, it is even more important than the coordination department, the law enforcement department and the education department. It is the 4th department independent of the 3 major departments. Especially in today's era where demons are rampant, the garrison of each city is the lifeline of the city and its people. The importance is self-evident. All awakened ones, from the moment they awaken, must join the garrison, obey orders, and be on standby at all times. If a city is attacked by demons and invaded by demons, the garrison can mobilize the awakened people in the city at any time to resist the demons. Even the garrison will also take the initiative to carry out missions in the wilderness and encircle and suppress demons. You can also mobilize the awakened people in the city at any time. Certainly. With Chen-He and Chu Shi's current levels and ages, they are still at the age of entering college. If it is not absolutely necessary, such young awakeners will not be transferred. They are all fresh forces and the future of the country. Don't lose easily. DD. After a quick operation, Deputy Minister Gu of the garrison nodded in satisfaction and looked at Chen-He and the others with a burning gaze. Alright, now both of your identities have been entered into the garrison system. From now on, no matter which city you two appear in, the garrison will get your information. We have just finished cooperating with the garrison. The other side. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy really couldn't stay any longer. He was the first to come forward, leaning on a crutch, and rudely pushed Deputy Minister Gu aside. Student Chen He. You still remember me, right? The one who just gave you the skill book. Are you interested in joining our Magic City Academy? As long as you're willing, our Magic City Academy is willing to provide top-level resources to help you reach a higher level as quickly as possible. Student Chen He, you've reached nearly the 3rd level not long after awakening. It's truly rare. We at the Magic City Academy need talents like you. I promise you right here, as long as you're willing, you can choose any instructor you want. You can use all the resources in the school's treasury at will. We have everything you need. Of course, the same goes for classmate Chushi. At this point, Principal Wu seemed to feel that these conditions were not enough. Turning his head to look at the other 3 principals who were eager to try, he quickly added. Ahem, I think the vast majority of instructors at our Magic City Academy aren't strong enough, and their abilities aren't enough to teach top talent like Chen He. If it really doesn't work. Mr. Chen He? What do you think of me? I am also a veteran 7th level expert, ranked among the top 7th level experts in the country. My battle record and reputation can be verified. If you're not satisfied with me. The previous principal of our Magic City Academy, who is also the current Minister of Education stationed in Magic City, is an 87th level, 8th rank expert. He is the pride of our Magic City Academy. I can personally contact the old principal. He still remembers the incense of our Magic City Academy and can definitely become your teacher. Student Chen He. Personal instruction from an 8th rank expert, don't miss it if you pass by. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Principal Wu kept rubbing his hands. He resisted the urge to grab Chen He's wrist and snatch him away. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with enthusiasm, staring at Chen He with full of anticipation. As soon as these words came out, not only Chen He, but also Chu Shi and Chu Tian were completely stunned after hearing what they heard. No one expected that Principal Wu would go to such lengths to recruit people. Even the old principal with the 8th level strength has become a bargaining chip for Principal Wu to recruit people. This is too enthusiastic. The 3 principals on the other side started cursing on the spot. Old Wu. Can you please give me some billion? Old Wu, please behave yourself. The old principal should be your teacher. He finally escaped from that devil's den of Magic City Academy and got a job at the Ministry of Education. So let him take a break. Are you even human? You're the headmaster of a school after all. You've brought disgrace upon the Magic City Academy. You know. The previous president of the Magic City Academy, the old president, who is now the Minister of Education of the Magic City, is currently just a nominal tutor in the Magic City. It is a fictitious title similar to consultant. There is no way he would have time to practice with Chen He and Chu Shi. Even if he is really willing to accept a disciple, it would be just a nominal one at best. The strong men of the 8th level or even higher levels are all very busy and have endless things to do every day. It is impossible for them to personally teach apprentices. So, this option was not suitable for Chen He and Chu Shi at all. Even if they really held a disciple-taking ceremony, the ones who would lead Chen He and the others to practice together would still be other instructors in the school. It's just that the name sounds intimidating. Then, the 4 principals all swarmed up. Immediately, a second round of more intense competition for talent broke out in the conference hall. They all took out their trump cards. I can also invite an 8th level expert. Isn't he just an 8th level expert? It's the same as if there is no one. My teacher can come out of seclusion, I will accept it on his behalf. Lao Luo. You've lost your humanity. Your teacher has been retired for almost 10 years, right? He was seriously injured and retired to enjoy his retirement, and now you're dragging him out again, you unworthy disciple. I can, my dad is an 8th rank 1, haha. It's time to compete with your father. Chen He, I declare that I have accepted you on behalf of my father. From now on, you will be the direct disciple of the 8th rank 1. From now on, I will call you junior brother. Hey! I almost forgot. My wife is at the 8th level. Classmate Chen He, come home with me. From now on, we will be close friends. At this time, The four schools were competing with each other in terms of their respective backgrounds and who could provide Chenhe and Chuxi with the best and most generous resources. After a series of competitions, arguments, and insults, the four of them stared at Chenhe and Chuxi in the middle with their 8 big eyes. My two little classmates, now the choice is up to you. I think you should all be very clear about the background and situation of our four families. Chenhe raised his eyebrows. These guys look quite old. I didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly and become as noisy as it was just now. This made Chenhe doubt for a moment whether these four people were from a legitimate school. Now, they were all a little hesitant. Chenhe thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Chuxi beside him. "Cici, which school do you want to go to?" Chuxi smiled gently and took the initiative to put her little hand around Chenhe's wrist. They say marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. From now on, wherever you go, I will go. Aside. When Chu Tian saw his precious daughter in this state, he felt a little jealous. It feels like the cabbages I have been growing for half a day have been eaten by pigs. But I still took the initiative to suggest it. Xiaohe, Cici, I think the situations of the four families should be similar. In that case, let's go to the Magic City. Because Shanghai is closer to Nankai University, it's convenient for me to go home. It's chaotic outside right now, full of dangers. We're too far away, and I'm really worried about you too. Chapter 31, Choose a School and Reject Family Recruitment. Under the expectant gaze of the presidents of the four top universities, Chenhe glanced at Chuxi. Seeing Chuxi nodded seriously, he signaled him to make the decision. Chenhe no longer hesitated and spoke directly. I choose Magic City Academy. Chuxi also followed suit. I also choose the Magic City Academy. This answer immediately made Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy burst into joy. He smiled so hard that his mouth couldn't stop and nodded excitedly. You won't regret this decision. The Magic City Academy will definitely do its best to train you. That's great, this is really great. With the two of you, the Magic City Academy will be even more powerful. It will definitely be able to easily crush the other 3 unknown academies. Speaking of this, Principal Wu was leaning on a cane, but he did not forget to turn his head and give the other 3 principals a show-off look with a beaming expression, looking quite excited. The other 3 principals? They asked with frowns. Mr. Chenhe, may I ask why you chose Magic City Academy? Our 3 universities, whether in terms of school spirit or resources, should be no less impressive than the Magic City University. Besides, the Magic City University only ranked 4th last year. Yes, the Magic City Academy is ranked 4th. At the last minute, the 3 principals did not forget to make fun of Principal Wu. Principal Wu was instantly furious. The Communist Party has such a trivial dark history, why does it keep being brought up over and over again? Anxious. They must have seen that Chenhe chose their Magic City Academy, so they all got anxious and went to such great lengths to mock him. What a bunch of shameless old guys. Chenhe shrugged and explained casually. Actually, my parents are both graduates of the Awakened Academy in Nankai City. Nankai Awakening Academy is not even ranked in the country, not even in the top 100. But I remember there was a time when the professors at the Magic City Academy held a teaching exchange with schools in surrounding cities, and my parents had the opportunity to study at the Magic City Academy for a while. For a long time afterwards, my parents would always talk to me about my experience studying at Shanghai University, and they would tell me about its fine traditions and excellent school spirit. It's because my parents often whisper in my ears about the good things about the Magic City Academy. So, maybe it's because of my childhood, but I've always had high hopes for the Magic City Academy, thinking it would probably be a good place to go. Plus, my father-in-law also said that the Demon City is relatively close to Nankai. Now that the demons are rampant outside and it's so dangerous, it will be more convenient to go home if it's closer. Even if I don't consider myself, I have to consider my Cici. It's her first time away from home so far, so she'll definitely miss home sometimes. If we're close, we can look after each other if anything happens. This is why I chose the Magic City Academy. After hearing these reasons, the other 3 principals felt disappointed. Good job. It turns out that the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. These 3 universities often organize teaching exchanges, allowing outstanding students from other universities to come to the school for exchange and study for a period of time. Pity. It was still too far away from Nankai City where Chen He was, so it was not possible to establish such a close relationship with Chen He's parents in advance. And it is understandable that people want to choose a university that is closer to home. That makes sense. Student Chen He, Student Chu Shi, we respect your choice. However, my two young students, please don't forget that the doors of our 3 universities are always open to you. If one day you decide that Magic City University isn't as good as that shameless old Wu says it is, and you want to transfer to us, we'd love to welcome you. That's right. Old Wu is just a boaster. You'll know once you get in. Chen He couldn't help but laugh. He noticed that the presidents of these 4 universities always disliked each other and found fault with each other whenever they were together. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. But actually, after all, they are from the same era, and they are also 7th level strongmen at the same level. Their relationship is actually quite good, and it is quite natural for them to expose each other's shortcomings and curse each other. The more they said this, the more arrogant Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy became. Hold your head and chest high. Hey! Just go ahead and say what you want, you are all envious and jealous. The more you belittle our Magic City Academy now, the more it proves that your hearts are full of mean intentions, and the more it shows that you are jealous. This smug look made the 3 principals roll their eyes and couldn't help but curse again. Shameless old thing. You're so disrespectful. You're so disrespectful. Why did the Magic City Academy choose you as the admissions director? You're such a loser. Magic City Academy really isn't afraid of losing face. If Chushi and Chen He join you, and your Magic City Academy is still overwhelmed by us, then it will be fun. Principal Wu hummed a few times, not taking it seriously at all. The disputes and battles for talent among the 4 principals have come to a temporary end. 4 people from the main city's big families also stayed at the scene. Seeing this, one of them stood up and started to recruit people. Modu Academy. Good choice. Modu is a great place, with outstanding people and abundant resources. This is a very good choice for Chen He. As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Classmate Chu Shi, classmate Chen He, hello. I'm the steward of the Fong family in the Magic City. You can just call me Steward Fong. We're both in the Magic City, and we've always been closely connected with the Magic City Academy. Since you two are going to Shanghai to attend university, we can definitely get closer. Although, considering the relationship between Chen He and Chu Shi, a marriage arrangement is impossible. However, he can still continue to recruit the young couple. It would be best if Chen He and Chu Shi could be registered under the name of the Fong family in Magic City. Even if they just use the Fong family's name to do things outside, it will allow the Fong family to become prominent in the future and obtain more resources. You must have heard of the family name. As long as you are willing to register under our Fong family name and claim to be members of our Fong family, you will not only enjoy all the conveniences of the Fong family, but we will also provide you with some resources and protection in the future. And when the family needs help, you can lend a hand and accumulate family merits, which can be exchanged for more resources and even a higher status within the family. I used to be just an awakener in the Fong family. Later, by constantly accumulating family merits, I successfully obtained the family surname and became a member of the Fong family. I also became an extremely glorious Fong family steward. With your 2 extraordinary talents, your future is definitely not something you can sit still in. Within the family, you will soon be able to stand out and receive greater resources and training from the family. Of course, this kind of nominal status is more flexible. If you insist on not contributing to the family, you don't have to help and just be affiliated. That's also fine. This is like investing, with both success and failure. If the Fong family, and even all the top families and aristocratic families in the 4 main cities, want to last forever and remain powerful, they must be able to possess more top-notch talented people. Even if it is just a title, in the eyes of outsiders, it is a symbol of the family's strength. The other 3 family members who stayed behind also handed over their business cards. The meaning is basically the same. No matter how many resources Deacon Fong gives, I will add an extra 20%. I'll give you 30%. I'm 40%. Who's afraid of you? Deacon Fong's face turned dark instantly. All right, what are you doing? You're trying to win people over, but why are you raising the price? Do you have any shame? Do you think this is an auction? Facing the recruitment of 4 top families, Chen He did not give an answer immediately, but asked the family system in his mind. System, if I register my name in another top family, will it affect my family's reputation? Will every time I make big news, I just help other families? After all, his system is a family system. It is obvious that the main focus is to cultivate and develop the family. And when Chen He was asking the system. When the people from the four families saw Chen He examining the four business cards, they all thought that Chen He was considering which family to choose as his name. Even Shu Tian thought so. He even took the initiative to walk over to Chen He. He took the initiative to help Chen He analyze the situations of these families and make a simple comparison. The situation of the other three families is the same. I think the most suitable one is the Feng family in Modu. After all, you will be going to Modu next. The Feng family in Modu is not only powerful in Modu, but also has abundant resources. If you can register under the Feng family, your future development will be much easier. And who knows, maybe his Chu family can also take advantage of this opportunity. However, Chen He waited for a while, but did not get a response from the system. But if you think about it carefully, since his system is a family system, he needs to build his own family, so all development must be based on his own family. Become a vassal of another family and work for them for free. What is this? So, he raised his head, looked at the people from the four families, and shook his head decisively to refuse. Forget it. I don't want to be registered under another family's name. Chapter 32, Build the Best Family. Hearing Chen He's straightforward rejection, the visitors from the top families were all stunned. Completely confused. I don't understand why Chen He refused so easily. So direct? So simple. There was no room for easing the situation, no further inquiry about what resources and facilities were available, and no further discussion of conditions with them. It was like he rejected it on the spot without even giving it much thought. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, the reputations of the top families in the four main cities are also the reflection of people's reputations. Chen He, who comes from a humble family, wouldn't be so indifferent to such a top family, right? Even the Chu family, the richest family in Nankai City, still hopes to introduce a family name to Chen He, right? You know. For all the awakened ones, except for those who have a good background and resources behind them. Almost all other awakened people are registered under the name of a certain family. It's like in Nankai City, almost all the local powerful awakeners are registered with the Chu family, or other large groups and families such as the Lin family. Having a family as a background is also a kind of confidence. A symbol of strength. There are very few awakened individuals who grow up on their own. No status, no power, no resources, everything depends on your own hard work. That is too hard, right? Result. Now, facing the active recruitment of four top families in the four main cities, Chen He actually rejected them without even thinking twice? What's going on? Deacon Feng of the Feng family in Magic City had a slightly stiff smile, and looked a little confused. He originally thought Chen He chose the Magic City Academy, so it should be a foregone conclusion that he would be listed with the Feng family. Even if there is still some hesitation. After his patient persuasion, I guess he will finally convince me and take advantage of me. I didn't expect Chen He to be so resolute and refuse so straightforwardly. Student Chen He, can I ask why? Yeah, don't you know the benefits of being listed under a top family? The Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, it's about the ways of the world. With our families backing you up, your future will be much easier. Furthermore, we're in a mutually supportive relationship, and the families won't take advantage of you. Could it be that you have already registered your name under the name of another family? Several people had different opinions and asked questions at once. Surrounding Chen He in the middle was like fighting for a hot commodity. To this, Chen He explained. Well, I'm not affiliated with any family at the moment. And I have no intention of being affiliated with any family. If you must ask which family I belong to, then I am from the Nankai Chen family. I don't need to rely on any other family, nor do I need to be affiliated with any family. I am who I am, and my Nankai Chen family is my Nankai Chen family. Where I am a family. Having said that, he looked around with a sharp look in his eyes. There is a hint of youthful arrogance, but at the same time there is an unquestionable firmness and confidence. Or to put it more simply, I want to carry forward the Nankai Chen family. I want to build a top family. I don't need to be affiliated with any company. Chushi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. I feel that Chun-hee is so imposing at this moment. Also, really handsome. She felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, and little stars twinkled in her big eyes. Chu Tian. What a great ambition. I never thought my son-in-law would have such courage and guts. Chu Tian relied on his courage and the spirit in his heart at the time. This laid the foundation for the current situation of Blue Sky Group. At that time, I wanted to reach the pinnacle of strength without relying on anyone but myself. Although, he felt a little regretful for rejecting the olive branch from the 4 major families in the main cities. But he was still very happy that his son-in-law had such ambition. At least my daughter didn't choose the wrong person. If Chen-hee didn't have the courage and determination, he wouldn't have gone out alone to gain experience, and he wouldn't have the current strength close to the 3rd level. And listen to Chen-hee's words. The people from the 4 top families were stunned for a moment, and then they felt inexplicably at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This sounds a bit exaggerated. It's a bit like talking nonsense. But think about it. This doesn't seem impossible. With Chen-hee and Chu Shi both having SSS level talents as professional holy angels, as long as they don't die tragically along the way, then in time, it won't be a problem for them to create a top family. This is really possible. In addition, the two will soon receive strong training from the Magic City Academy, and their growth rate will probably be very fast. Chen-hee's current bold words may become a reality at any time. But even though they were rejected by Chen-hee, the people from the top families did not intend to give up. Deacon Fong took the initiative to speak. I understand Chen-hee's ambition. But this doesn't conflict with being a nominal member. When you grow up, you can leave the family and start your own business. I've said it before, being a nominal member is relatively free, and you can leave the family at any time. You can stop being listed as a member at any time, it won't prevent you from building a top family. Others were in the same state. To put it bluntly, their main goal was to provide some help and investment to Chen-hee when he was weak. This way, when Chen-hee grows up, he will at least remember the friendship they once had. But Chen-hee didn't think so. As long as he is listed, he will be branded with the stigma of a certain family, and he may not be able to get rid of it in his lifetime. If he wants to do something, he must be the head of his own family. Even if this will lead to many detours and difficulties. But he has the family system to support him, so how could he be afraid of difficulties? Deacon Fong, and all the deacons and elders, I really have no intention of affiliating myself with the family for the time being. Let's end this matter here. He was rejected again. Moreover, he did not allow other family members to continue persuading him and immediately changed the subject. CC and I's wedding is coming soon. Every one of you, the 7th rank experts and local giants, have come here from afar. Would you like to stay a few more days? I hope to invite you all to my wedding with CC. Face the invitation. The 4 principals looked either regretful or excited as they nodded when they heard this. Okay, for such a happy occasion, we old guys should join in the fun. It's good to share in the good luck. No problem. I'm deeply honored to witness the wedding of 2 angels. Although the 3 deputy ministers were serious, they nodded when they heard this. But I have some things to do, so I won't come back until the wedding day. Congratulations, I promise. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people from the top families in the main city had to give up the idea of recruiting them. Okay, this is a good thing, I'm willing to participate. I wish you two a smooth wedding and a long-lasting marriage. Those who are willing to stay naturally hope to make friends with these 2 angels. So naturally I was willing to stay and attend the wedding. What's more, this kind of wedding where both parties are SSS level top talented awakeners is a rare event. They can share in the good luck and who knows, maybe they will meet more SSS level top talented geniuses in the future. Although it is impossible to recruit Chen-hee and Chu Shi to join the family. It's a great pity. But it's always good to be able to make friends with Chen-hee. What if this so-called Nankaichen family really succeeds and rises? That's a pretty good gesture. Chapter 33. The Chu family business will be ours sooner or later. Chu family. Inside the luxurious villa. It's been a long time since I've seen such a grand event. It's rare to meet someone with SSS level talent. There aren't many in the entire country in a year, let alone 2 at once. They can still become a perfect couple. They are a match made in heaven. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, their looks are rare in the world, and even their talents are top-notch. The wedding of two holy angels is quite shocking news even if it happens in the four major cities, enough to attract attention from all over the country. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain during my visit to Nankai. All the 7th level bosses present agreed to attend the wedding. Chu Tian was the happiest, his face flushed. I feel so proud. His daughter has someone to rely on for her lifelong affairs, his son-in-law is so reliable, and there are so many 7th level bosses who he never dared to think of in the past coming to support him. It made him more confident about his daughter and son-in-law's wedding. He believes it. This wedding must be the most unprecedented and luxurious wedding in Nankai City, and it will shock the whole Nankai City. From now on, Chu Tian is also a person who has been surrounded by 7th level bosses, and is also someone who can chat and laugh with the top masters of the four main cities. In this Nankai City, no one can surpass him in status and fame. Certainly. Except Chen He. However, even if Chen He's future Nankai Chen family surpasses him, he is still his son-in-law, so he should be proud of it, which is equivalent to becoming prosperous together with them. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. It's so cool just thinking about it. Therefore, Chu Tian happily arranged accommodation for each of the 7th level bosses and let them temporarily stay in the Chu family's mansion. Then, in the study, he looked at his daughter and son-in-law in front of him and discussed it. Xiaohe, Shishi, do you have any other requests for the wedding? Who said I've always arranged your wedding according to the best standards in Nanping City? But now that so many 7th level bosses have come, I think I have to pay more attention to it. Chen He looked at Chu Shi beside him. He held the girl's smooth and tender white hand and smiled. Father-in-law, you can take full charge of these matters. Cici and I will listen to you. Being able to marry Cici is a great happiness for me. Chu Shi's eyebrows curved instantly, and she leaned into Chen He's arms shyly. She also reached out and grabbed Chen He's arm, letting him hold her slender waist. This made Chen He smile even brighter, and he added, by the way, father-in-law, I'll follow your arrangements for the wedding, but there's one thing. After the wedding, Cici wants to come back home with me. Swish. Chu Shi's face, which was already slightly flushed, turned completely red in an instant. The little head kept burrowing into Chen He's arms, and he whispered in a low voice. What are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. Although she thought so in her heart. But the thought of returning home with Chen He, a single man and a single woman, just the two of us in our own world. Her little heart was beating fast and her breathing became heavier. The more I think about it, the more I feel filled with anticipation and shame. Along with Chen He and Chu Shi's identity information, they were registered in the Coordination Department and the Garrison Department. That very day, Chen He awakened the SSS level talent profession Holy Angel and killed hundreds of 1st and 2nd level monsters. He even killed a succubus with a combat power of the 4th level at its peak. The news that his current level had reached the peak of the 2nd level, level 29, spread like wildfire. It spread out at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it was like a huge rock smashing into a pool of still water. This caused a huge uproar in Nankai City and sparked countless heated discussions. The top 10 hot searches in this city were completely dominated by news about Chen He and Chu Shi. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. I was in disbelief for a long time before I reacted. The whole city was shocked. Many people who had previously discussed this online and felt that Chen He was not worthy of the goddess Chu Shi were now dumbfounded. I just felt like my face was swollen from being slapped. How lively the discussion was before, how shocked and frustrated I feel now. What if even Chen He is not worthy? Then who else is worthy of Chu Shi? Are they these garbage keyboard warriors? Didn't they say Chen He's awakening failed? What happened? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. This must be fake. It's all been recorded in the back end of the 3 major ministries, and the country has confirmed it, and yet there are still people questioning it? I don't need to explain the reasons. Isn't Chen He a loser? Holy shit. Why wouldn't it be so? How did Chen He awaken the SSS level talent class, the Holy Angel? He got a beautiful woman and was able to awaken a top class. Why does all the good things belong to him? This is more painful than killing me. That's not right. Isn't the Holy Angel the only SSS level talent class? How come 2 of them suddenly appeared? I admit that I spoke a little loudly before, I admit my mistake. And at this moment, Nankai High School. Chen He and Chu Shi's alma mater, from the principal, dean of studies and other school leaders to the students, were all shocked when they heard the news. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's not right. We all witnessed Chen He's failed awakening. How come there's another shocking reversal now? Director, how did you arrange the awakening ceremony? After such a huge blunder, how will the outside world view our school from now on? After 2 failed awakenings. Now they're telling us that Chen He has also awakened a second SSS level talent class, the Holy Angel? Are they kidding us? What a joke! How can this be true? Isn't Holy Angel the only profession? It seems we have to admit that we are short-sighted. Tomorrow, no, today, right now, we must send someone to apologize to Chen He. We must make friends with Chen He. Also, there were also many people who planned to cause trouble and stop the wedding of Chen He and Chu Shi. All of a sudden they all felt like clowns. I dare not say a word online. In fact, thousands of people cancelled their online accounts on the spot. I really can't afford to lose this person. No wonder Chairman Chu promoted the wedding so loudly before. It turns out Chairman Chu got a huge advantage. And as the news spread, Chen He, who was in the Chu family, suddenly had a look in his eyes. The prompt sound of the family system came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations! The news of your awakening of the Holy Angel spread throughout Nankai City, causing a huge sensation, and the whole city is talking about it. Your family has become a little famous. Fame points plus 20,000. Reward, 6-star magic weapon dragon slaying sword. Chen He was startled, and his eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the bright silver sword with a dragon's roar that suddenly appeared in the storage space of the family panel. 6-star magic weapon. This means that this sword can be used up to at least the 6th level, or even all the way to the 7th level. It is an extremely powerful magic weapon. I'm afraid that in the entire Nankai City, it may not be possible to find a magic weapon that can reach 5 stars. The sword that Chen He chose from the Chu family's warehouse before was a magic weapon that was half a step to 5 stars. There is still some distance to 5 stars. Unexpectedly, the family system directly rewarded a 6-star magic sword. At least at this stage, before he can break through the 6th level, the strength of this dragon-slaying sword is far higher than the Holy Sword of Angels in his hand. After all, the Holy Sword of Angels is a growth-type magic weapon that needs to be upgraded as the level increases. Although there are no more reward levels on the family panel this time. But this dragon-slaying sword is also a great help to Chen He. At the same time, just when the guests and hosts of the Chu family were having a great time, Lin family. A group of senior executives of the Lin Family Company Group and the awakened people who have devoted themselves to the Lin family gathered together and sat in the conference hall. Lin Jicheng and Lin Yuandao were also among them. Among the crowd, Lin Yuandao, who went to the main city to develop and successfully entered the headquarters of the coordination department, was obviously the one with the highest rank. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yuandao. Lin Yuandao cleared his throat and spoke. From now on, until Chen He and Chu Shi go to school together, my entire Lin family must keep a low profile. After the 2 of them go to the Magic City to attend school, we will start planning our plans for the Chu family. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Yuanguang, Lin Jicheng's father, asked back with some confusion. Why do we have to wait until those 2 brats start school? Wouldn't it be fine to wait until after the wedding, when those 7th rank bosses leave? Even if they are holy angels, they will not pose a threat until they grow up. Lin Yuandao shook his head solemnly and explained. Chen He and Chu Shi are both top-tier SSS level holy angels. Regardless of whether they are demons or traitors to the human race, once they learn of their situation, they will definitely find ways to kill them. So, before the 2 of them can even enroll in school, there will always be powerful human race members secretly protecting them in Nankai City. That's why, once we execute our plan against the Chu family before the 2 of them start school, by then, the powerful people who are secretly protecting us might think we are targeting Chen He and Chu Shi. By then, our fate might be certain death. Learn about these situations. Lin Yuanguang and other senior executives nodded, and suddenly understood what was happening. What they want is the Chu family's business and all the current resources of the Chu family. I'm not looking for death. Chapter 34. A 7th level expert teaches personally. The matter of Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding. Chen He has already handed over full authority to Chu Tian to make the arrangements, but he doesn't know how big a wedding scene Chu Tian can make. It shouldn't be too outrageous, right? Let us put the wedding aside for now. Chun-Hee immediately took Chu-Shi with him and found Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, who was resting in the guest bedroom. Principal Wu, we are quite confused about Cici and I's future cultivation methods, as well as the situation of this holy angel. I also hope that Principal Wu can give us some guidance. This is Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, a 7th level expert. Even though they are so active in recruiting students this time, I am afraid that such a big shot will not be someone you can see at any time, even if you enter the Magic City Academy in the future. Maybe you are very busy and have a lot of things to do. So, since we have some free time and opportunities now, and there is such a strong person here, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't seek guidance from Principal Wu? This time out. Seeing so many demons running rampant, Chun-Hee felt a sense of urgency. In this era, if you want to live longer, you must have absolute strength to support you. Otherwise, you can only live as a turtle in the city for your whole life, and you never know when you will be attacked by demons and swept away by a catastrophic disaster. The best way is to become stronger as soon as possible. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy was quite satisfied with Chun-Hee's humble attitude towards learning, especially his unwillingness to waste any opportunity and his eagerness to practice hard. He has seen many people with outstanding talents. I have seen many people who are obviously very talented, but because they did not work hard enough, they failed to achieve anything in the end, and some even died suddenly on the battlefield with demons. People like Chun-Hee who seize the time and practice diligently are the best seedlings. So, Principal Wu immediately and patiently explained to the two of them the innate skills of the holy angels, as well as the main training routes in the future. That's good. As holy angels, you should really learn more. According to our school's records, the holy angel has always been one of the strongest first-order talent professions. The main reason is that its innate skills are extremely powerful. These innate skills are not as simple as what is displayed on your class panel. In other words, what is displayed on your current talent panel is only the elementary stage of these innate skills. Further development can be carried out later. Primary stage? Chun-Hee was a little confused and subconsciously glanced at Chu-Shi, and saw that Chu-Shi was also confused. Clearly no understanding of this. Principal Wu smiled slightly. That's right, every talent skill can actually be developed in depth. Most of the innate skills can be developed to the intermediate stage, and some top-level innate skills can be developed to the advanced stage, even the legendary, ultimate stage. Each stage not only strengthens the power of the innate skill itself, but also allows for a certain level of sublimation, gaining new skill characteristics. Take your first talent skill, the Angel's Holy Sword, for example. The Angel's Holy Sword can summon weapons and magical treasures that are only wielded by holy angels. It can also be continuously strengthened as your level increases. You should be very clear about this. The corresponding holy sword skill, Judgment, is actually the primary effect of this innate skill. Innate skill 2, Angel Silver Wings, allows you to summon Angel Silver Wings. The effect is similar to that of the Angel Holy Sword, but due to its characteristics, it is even more precious than the Angel Holy Sword. Allowing the awakened holy angel to possess the ability to hover and fly at the second stage is a huge advantage among talented professions. Air-to-ground attacks inherently have a suppressive effect. Adding to this the ever-changing Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations, adds a lot of variety to this second talent skill, but this is only the primary effect. The more Chun-Hee and Chu-Shi listened, the brighter their eyes became, driven by interest. I am very excited about the higher-level talent skills and higher-level skill development effects in the future. Principal Wu, can you tell us about the subsequent talent skills? Principal Wu chuckled and acted mysterious. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. This third talent skill is called Angel's Eyes. It can give you a third sense independent of your own eyes and perception. Its primary effect is insight, which allows you to see the enemy's weaknesses and defeat the strong with the weak. The intermediate effect is analysis, which allows you to analyze the target's attack moves and even learn the enemy's moves in a very short time. It's an incredible effect. Talent skill number 4 is called Angel's Judgment. The initial stage is to use the Angel's supreme power of judgment against certain specific opponents, ignoring all defensive effects and killing them at the same level. Of course, the conditions for killing are quite harsh. You will know when you reach the 4th level later. It's a mid-level skill, so it's said to be able to perform a forced judgment kill that surpasses a level. It's an extremely powerful talent skill that's difficult to counter. Among all the innate skills of SSS level talent classes, the killing power of Angel's Judgment is one of the best. It is the most advanced killing method. As for the fifth and final talent skills, Sacred Domain and Seraphim, I know very little about them. I only know that their effects are quite dramatic, and they can easily achieve the feat of transcending levels and defeating enemies. After hearing this story, both Chen He and Chu Shi were dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too powerful? It was far beyond their initial imagination. No wonder the outside world is saying that the holy angel is the most powerful profession. Just relying on these first four talents, the holy angel almost has the ability to be completely invincible under the same level. No wonder it is called a god-level profession that surpasses the SSS level. This is too exaggerated. When Principal Wu said this, his expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He seemed to be thinking of something that was too painful to recall, and said it with some regret. Because most of the previous Holy Angel Awakeners died in battle before reaching level 60, or were assassinated by demons or human traitors. Only one person broke through level 60. So, up until now, humans still know very little about the Holy Angels. I don't even know the intermediate effects of talent skills 5 and 6. As for the advanced effects, I know nothing about the advanced effects of talent skills 3 and 4, not to mention the last two, talent skills 5 and 6. Aside from the last four innate skills, the first innate skill, the Holy Angel Sword, the Holy Sword skill Judgment, the second innate skill, the Silver Angel Wings, and the Silver Wing skill Myriad Transformations, humans have not yet fully developed them and understand very little about them. Many top experts who are very familiar with the Holy Angels are actually speculating that these two innate skills obtained along with their natal weapons and magic treasures actually have the highest upper limits. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Next, I hope that you too, the unprecedented twin Holy Angels, can develop even more profound and unfathomable skill effects, allowing us to understand the even greater power of the Holy Angels. Let the name of the Holy Angel resound throughout this chaotic and dangerous era. Chen He and Chu Shi nodded heavily. Suddenly, I felt as if I had taken on the responsibility of glorifying the profession of Holy Angels and the important mission of revitalizing humanity. After telling Principal Wu about the information about the Holy Angels, Principal Wu did not hide anything and spoke proactively. Your current main training route is actually to guard against arrogance and impatience. Although the Holy Angel profession is quite powerful, it is 1 in a million. But you two can't slack off either. We must lay a solid foundation, improve the strength of our physical body, and stabilize our spiritual attributes. Continue to learn other skills, consolidate yourself, and become stronger. This is the right path. In this day and age, awakening is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat. Your diligent and conscientious attitude is correct. Then, Principal Wu brought Chen He and the other two to the martial arts training ground and personally guided them in their training. The strength of this body depends on food, but also on diligent training and utilizing the spiritual energy within. Today, I will teach you a method of spiritual resonance. Using the spiritual energy contained in one's body to resonate with the spiritual energy of the external world, it stimulates muscles and bones, boils the blood, and strengthens the body over time. This isn't some low-level body refining method, but a true method for strengthening the body. It's been developed by generations of powerful human beings, and it's a method only awakened people can practice. Remember it well and study hard. The method of aura resonance was carefully taught several times. Chen He and Chu Shi were both extremely talented, and they were almost able to master it after just a few tries. Each of them practiced their cultivation, and waves of spiritual energy came from them. Then, Principal Wu also taught the two of them how to strengthen their mental strength. This method is called enlightenment. It stabilizes one's spiritual power by continuously drawing special ancient runes in the spiritual world. After awakening, it is generally difficult to improve mental strength, unless there is a big opportunity or a big promotion. But it needs to be constantly consolidated. Otherwise, as the level increases, if the mental strength is not stable enough, you may suffer a mental breakdown after fully unlocking the professional status. The ways to strengthen your spiritual power are actually varied and diverse. There are even many ways to strengthen oneself through mental torture, but I don't recommend that you two choose such extreme methods. The enlightenment of the mind that I practice is a gentle method that uses gentle means to strengthen the mind. Although the effects are slow to show, it is universally applicable to everyone. Inside the underground martial arts training ground, under the guidance of Principal Wu, Chen He and Chu Shi continuously improved their recruitment strength and consolidated their mental strength. And at the same time, Chu Tian is busy preparing for their grand wedding. There was no more hiding, and everyone in the South knew about it. You can say that. Posters of the couple's wedding can be seen everywhere in the South. Various businesses, shops, buses, and other places are all covered with wedding news. There were even hot air balloons floating in the sky. There was a photo of Chen He and Chu Shi, a handsome man and beautiful woman. Chu Tian even made a statement to the outside world. On the day of Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding, all Nankai citizens who spend money at the Chu family's properties will receive a 10% discount on the first item they purchase. Even if you only buy one, you can still enjoy a 90% discount. All Nankai citizens, whether awakened or ordinary people, can come to attend Chen He's wedding, and no gifts or cash are required. The whole city is having a party. For a moment. Throughout the South, countless people wanted to attend Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding. The streets are empty. Everyone is eagerly waiting. Chapter 35 The Wedding. Nankai City. On the wedding day of Chen He and Chu Shi, the most luxurious hotel in the city was packed with people. There were huge crowds of people. The sound of discussion was in full swing and echoed everywhere. Several tables of people were sitting on the top floor of the hotel, waiting for the banquet to begin. Each of them is a top figure in Nankai City. Just look around. The mayor, deputy mayor, and the 4 ministers of Nankai City's education department, law enforcement department, garrison department, and coordination department were all there. Logically speaking, once these people show up, they will definitely attract the admiration of Nankai City. There will definitely be many people who, out of curiosity or the desire to get to know each other, will keep approaching here and come up to say hello. But there was complete silence. The other guests attending the wedding all seemed nervous and cautious. And now, even the mayor of Nankai City and the ministers of the 4 major departments were exchanging glances with each other in great surprise and fear. From time to time, he glanced at the table in the front. The person sitting at that table was the most important person among those attending Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding today. The principals of the 4 main cities, 3 deputy ministers, and people from the top families of the 4 main cities. Every one of these people is a 7th-level powerhouse. They were all people who came to attend Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding and offer their blessings. A 7th-level expert? Fuck you, a genuine 7th-level expert. When did this tiny Nankai city manage to gather so many rank 7 experts? Isn't this wedding a bit too exaggerated? That seems to be the president of the 4 major universities. That elegant-looking guy seems to be Principal Wu from the Magic City Academy. I ran into him once several years ago. Isn't that right? Principal Wu is here too. What a great honor this is. I never thought that Chairman Chu could invite such a person. This isn't Chairman Chu's honor at all. It's clearly the work of Chen He and Chu Shi, 2 SSS-level Saint Angels. Besides these 2 top-tier geniuses, who else could possibly hire a rank 7 expert? Incredible. It's really incredible. This is a great man whom we may never meet in our lifetime. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy crap. 10 or so rank 7 warriors showed up all at once. That's outrageous. A group of people exchanged glances with each other, but did not dare to speak at all. I didn't even have the face or courage to go up and say hello. After all, even the mayor and 4 ministers who were defending Nankai City were only 5th-level warriors in their 50s. The deputy mayor is only 1 level higher than Chu Tian. In front of a 7th-level strongman, he could only break out in cold sweats. And on the other tables at the next level, sitting there were Chen He, the principal and teachers of Chu Shi High School, and other prominent figures in Nankai City. Basically, anyone with a little wealth and status in the city was present. Certainly. Someone from the Lin family also came and sat at the back. He is far away from these key core figures in Nankai City and those 7th-level bosses. Lin Yuanguang and Lin Yuandao came together, and at the moment they were dressed in suits and looked respectable. As for Lin Shicheng, he wasn't even allowed to come. Because they were afraid that Lin Shicheng might say something wrong in such a big occasion, they didn't let him come. Besides this, inside the hotel, which is decorated in a very luxurious and grand manner, almost every floor is filled with awakened people from Nankai City, as well as countless ordinary people. Looking down from upstairs, the wedding tables and the pomp extended all the way out, like a big red wedding dragon stretching across the land, extending into the distance and spreading out in all directions of the hotel. You can't see the edge at a glance. There are crowds of people everywhere. Even so, there were still countless people from all directions, constantly gathering here and rushing to participate in this grand wedding. The whole city is here. And at this time, swish! Everyone saw a curtain of light pouring down from the sky, like the upside-down Milky Way. The figures of Chen He and Chu Shi appeared vividly. It covers the sky and the sun, like the curtain of a formation. Although the streets in the distance were very congested and crowded, the crowds still dispersed naturally, leaving the main road in the middle free. Rows of people in black suits guarded both sides of the road. All kinds of fireworks and streamers poured down from the sky as if they were free. Further away, a long line of vehicles came speeding in from farther away, and the sky was suddenly filled with floating ribbons. At the same time, another series of sword energy shot into the sky. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! A huge sword shadow, like an angel descending, rose from the ground and appeared in the air, like an angel's holy sword in the hands of a holy angel slashing down. Immediately afterwards, countless sword energies continued to penetrate the long river and swept across the sky. The sword light reflecting the sky is flying, and the sacred light is spreading. But the arrogant sword energy exploded in the sky. It turned into countless star-like fireworks that exploded in the sky. Whoosh! Snap! 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 The fireworks in the sky formed a huge character that could be seen even from standing on the city wall. Even though this group of 7th level bosses were knowledgeable and experienced, they couldn't help but marvel at such a grand scene. Wow, that big curtain before should have only been a 3-star formation. But this sword energy-filled formation used to pick up the bride is at least a 5-star formation. What a grand ceremony! Perhaps only this way can we be worthy of the wedding of 2 top SSS level monsters. The crowd around was completely shocked and there was an uproar. Instantly elevate the atmosphere of the wedding scene to its highest point. Here comes the bride. Bride! 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 There were thunderous shouts everywhere, and at the end, they gradually turned into various kinds of shouts. Some were shouting groom, some were shouting goddess Chu Shi, all kinds of shouts were there. At the end of the extremely long convoy, under the attention of everyone, Chen He, dressed in red as a groom, pushed open the door. His extremely handsome appearance instantly caused many screams from the people around him. His face was full of joy as he looked at the lively scene around him and nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked around and opened the door on the opposite side. Tread! A foot slowly emerged from the car. Immediately afterwards, the entire street and even the entire sky seemed to become brighter and more dazzling. Crash, crash! Chu Shi wore a golden red hairpin on her head, which emitted a dazzling light. Her noble yet extremely graceful and beautiful phoenix crown and bridal robe dazzled everyone, and made everyone feel that everything else had lost its color. The long skirt that trailed the ground at her feet and back spread out on the thick fiery red carpet like a waterfall. At this moment, Chu Shi is so beautiful that she looks like a character walking out of a painting. Set off by the bright red phoenix crown and bridal robe, she looks like an immortal in heaven. She has a stunning face, bright makeup, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her watery eyes are bright and full of brilliance. Her already snow-white and powdery skin now looked even whiter and more dazzling, as white as snow. Beneath the pink neck and shoulders with very soft lines, there is a very hot chest wrapped up. Although she has just reached adulthood, her figure already has a devilish S-shaped curve, which naturally reveals a pure and natural beauty, with a slender waist that can be held in one hand and a round and perky figure like a full moon. At first glance, it's like seeing a fairy descending from the sky, transformed into a peerless beauty. Chen He was stunned, even a little surprised for a moment. Is this my bride? So beautiful. Chen He. The girl opened her red lips and called out in a soft and tender voice. It touches people directly to the heart. Chen He took a deep breath and felt a burning sensation in his heart, as well as a dry mouth and red face. He bent down and put his arms around Chu Shi's slender waist and legs, holding him in his arms. Still calling me Chen He? Isn't it time to change that? Swish! Chu Shi's already extremely bright and beautiful face, with a rosy blush on her cheeks, turned completely red in an instant. It's so cute and red. But on such a happy day, she definitely couldn't spoil Chen He's fun, so she called out in a delicate voice as soft as a mosquito. Husband. What's your name? Can't you hear it? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of booing from the surrounding area. What are you calling? I can't hear you. We can't hear clearly. Chu Shi's face flushed red, and her heart nearly jumped out of her chest, but she still bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth and shouted loudly as if to declare her sovereignty, and actually suppressed all the booing. Husband. Hey. Chen He responded with satisfaction. Amidst Chu Shi's soft cry of he was picked up. Holding her over the brazier, the wedding banquet officially began. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he and Cece got married. Top floor of the hotel. With the warm congratulations from countless relatives and friends. And now, groom, you may kiss your bride. Boo. Chen He lowered his head and kissed Chu Shi's soft lips that looked like flowers. There were excited shouts everywhere. Even Chu Tian, who always had a tough attitude, had tears in his eyes at this moment. He stared at the newlyweds on the stage in a daze. The wedding went off without a hitch and ended without a hitch. But what puzzled Chen He was that for such a grand wedding, why was there no movement from the system? Shouldn't it increase some fame points? Didn't you say you could upgrade directly to level 2? Shouldn't there be some reward? It's our wedding day after all. Could it be that this wedding didn't even bring any fame to the family? That shouldn't be the case, right? Chen He looked at the crowds reveling everywhere, completely bewildered. But the system did not provide an explanation. In fact, this wedding did not increase Chen He's family's reputation. Although the entire Nankai city was deserted, everyone was stunned by the grand scale of the wedding. But this made everyone in Nankai city see Chu Tian's generosity. I saw the wealth of the Blue Sky Group. I saw the Blue Sky Group banquet, inviting the whole city to attend the wedding. In the final analysis, it increased the fame of Chu Tian and the Chu family. You can say that. After this wedding, in Nankai City, whether it is the awakened ones or ordinary people, when they want to buy anything, the first thing they think of is definitely the Chu family. It wasn't just Chen He and Chu Shi who were in the spotlight. Chu Tian, the father-in-law, also became very popular. Chapter 36, the ceremony is over, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. The wedding is over. Watching the guests in the hotel disperse. Before leaving, he did not forget to send his blessings to the talented and beautiful couple, wishing them a happy marriage and a baby soon. Chen He was already a little drunk. Just now at the banquet, he held Chu Shi's slender waist and circled around the room to toast the friends and relatives who took turns. Even though he was now a second-level awakener with a very strong physical fitness, he could not handle the guests around him. There are too many people coming today. If you want to blame someone, blame your father-in-law for making the wedding so grand. They actually gathered everyone in the city to attend the wedding. Even this 10-story restaurant can't accommodate it. Fortunately, Chu Shi came up with an idea and replaced his wine with water in the second half. Otherwise, Chen He even doubted whether he could drink it. After a grand banquet, Chen He and Chu Shi returned to Chen He's home, a small house of less than 70 square meters left by Chen He's parents. Although Chu Shi's home is bigger and more luxurious. But Chen He always felt that his small home, which was not very big, had a more homely feel and atmosphere, and he was more willing to return to this home. Certainly. From now on, the Chu family is Chen He's home. It is also Chu Shi's mother's home. I took a short nap on the way home. When he was woken up by Chu Shi, Chen He looked at the face in front of him. The beautiful woman is delicate as a piece of jade, and suddenly felt that the effect of the alcohol had almost dissipated. No. I can't continue to be drowsy. There is still important work to do tonight. After this grand wedding ceremony, there are more important steps to follow. Get married first. Then sent to the bridal chamber. Hey. Chen He instantly became alert and was about to put his arms around his legal wife's slender waist as he walked into the bedroom. But suddenly I heard a coo sound. He looked up. Chu Shi felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head shyly. The pink and white little hands rubbed the corners of the clothes, not knowing where to put them. Chen He was amused and raised his hand to scratch her delicate white nose. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Chu Shi pouted her soft pink lips slightly, blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. She glanced at Chen He, then whispered shyly. If you're anxious, you can have your wedding night first. Chen He smiled, looked at his wife who was so close to him, and listened to the gentle words. He suddenly became less anxious and rubbed the girl's cute little face gently and lovingly. Why rush? We have plenty of time tonight. Besides, you're not the only one who's hungry. I barely ate anything at the wedding today, and I'm starving. I really should eat something. Order the food. I'll make it for you, whatever you want to eat. Shushi nodded with a red face and whispered a few dishes. Satisfy you. Shenhe stretched himself, stood up, walked into the kitchen and started cooking. In the kitchen, Shenhe was lost in thought while cooking. Despite such a grand situation today, the system did not increase any fame points and did not obtain any rewards. This shows that the system is still very rigorous. Whoever deserves fame gets it. It's impossible to pin it on him. In this case, if you want to develop your family and increase its reputation, you cannot rely on any external forces, but must rely on yourself to improve and develop. The various resources and enhanced reputation obtained from father-in-law Chu Tian will only benefit the Chu family. If a family develops according to the direction of the ancient 5 surnames and 7 ancestral families, if it wants to reach a higher level, it must start with family status, reputation, population, industry, territory, etc. Family status. This requires Shenhe and Shushi to work together, strive to improve their levels, improve themselves, and create more impressive records. Words of fame. Although he and Shushi are very famous in Nankai City, their reputation is seriously lacking. Moreover, because of the presence of the father-in-law, it is destined to be difficult to get promoted. In Nankai City, no matter what he and Shushi did, they could never do without the influence of Chu Tian, the richest man in Nankai. As for the population, there is no need to be anxious. You have to take it slow. Take it one step at a time. We can't be too hasty. We need to give him and CC some time to have a baby, right? Industry. And the land. This sounds even more unreliable. The economic lifeline of Nankai City, the lifeblood of most of the people in the city, is in Chu Tian's hands. How can he develop? He can't get around Chu Tian at all. Shenhe thought about it over and over again. I feel more and more that it is difficult to develop the industry and chassis. At least in Nankai City, it cannot develop at all. Because in terms of the interests of family development, in Nankai City, my father-in-law has really reached the ceiling of Nankai City in all aspects. Almost all the paths Shenhe could take were blocked. And it's precisely because my father-in-law did such a great job. If Shenhe develops in Nankai, it will be quite disadvantageous to his father-in-law. Moreover, he might even be given the title of father-in-law. What if he finally develops for a long time, builds up an industry, acquires territory, and grabs some market share? Result. In the eyes of others, he is following Chu Tian's path and is part of Chu Tian's business empire. Isn't that bullshit? I'm just making wedding dress for my father-in-law for nothing. On the contrary, it would be even more disadvantageous to Shenhe. So, after some thought, Shenhe discovered that apart from the population, it was actually difficult to develop a family in Nankai City. It seems that the only way now is to develop outside. Continue to develop in places that Chu Tian cannot control. Then, Shenhe planned to develop his family in the Magic City after he went to the Magic City Academy. That's all. As I was thinking, a fairly sumptuous dinner was ready. 5 dishes and 1 soup. Especially the steamed fish and duck blood vermicelli soup, which were the dishes Shushi had just ordered, he made them all. Shushi's eyes lit up instantly, his index finger moved, and he sat down next to Shenhe. He started eating it in small bites. At the beginning, he was still very elegant, eating slowly and paying attention to his image. But it soon evolved into the image of a foodie who could eat anything he wanted, with a pink and tender cherry mouth that was shiny and smooth, and rosy cheeks that were puffed up. He ate with a smacking sound, just like a little hamster. Seeing this, Shenhe felt more and more that he had married a silly little girl. This was not the iceberg goddess who was as noble as an iceberg and would not allow anyone to violate her in the eyes of others. It's clearly his little cutie. He just ate a few mouthfuls of food during this meal, and let Shushi eat most of the food. As for him, he has been staring at his beautiful wife. This is called beauty is a feast for the eyes. Shenhe secretly thought that the development of this population could perhaps be put on the agenda. Seeing that Shushi had almost finished eating, especially noticing his gradually becoming fiery gaze, Shushi suddenly became a little nervous, and the food didn't smell as good anymore. He subconsciously sat upright, with his hands placed obediently on his knees. Her rosy face was flushed red as she spoke softly. You, don't look at me like that. I'm a little nervous. Shenhe smiled and sat down next to Shushi. He first took her slightly trembling little hand, then put it close to her crystal clear earlobe and whispered softly. Can't you even look twice? We are a legal couple. Of course, but I'm just a little scared. Don't be afraid, come, hug me, dear. Chen He you. You're not listening. I asked you to change your words before. Husband, no, it's a bit itchy. Chen He was not too anxious. He leaned close to Chu Shi's ear and whispered sweet words, feeling Chu Shi slowly getting warmer and softer in his arms. Until they became so weak that they had no strength to resist. Half of my body is numb. Finally. Chu Shi really couldn't stand Chen He's increasingly dishonest hands anymore, so she gritted her teeth and pushed Chen He away with great effort, then ran into the bathroom with a red face. I'm going to take a shower first. It's better to be clean, it's better. Chen He smiled and added in his heart. Eat me. Soon. After the newlyweds took a bath one after another. Looking at Chu Shi, who had just finished taking a shower, with wet hair and skin as white as a peel egg, Chu Shi felt shy and timid. He was only wrapped in a bath towel. Chen He's heart was pounding. I'm hungry again. Chu Shi was slightly stunned, and his look became even more silly and cute. Didn't you just have dinner? Chen He chuckled. That's not what I meant. Then. He ignored Chu Shi's angry cries, and hugged the girl by her legs in his arms and ran straight to the bedroom. Chu Shi's little face shrank shyly in Chen He's arms, and she understood instantly. It turns out that Chen He wanted to eat her. I feel more and more shy. At the same time. Outside Chen He's house. Two figures, a man and a woman, dressed in black robes, suddenly appeared and quickly set up a formation around Chen He's building. Swish. On the ground, the formation runes flashed for a moment, then quickly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Talismans flew out one after another and were posted around the doors and windows. A lot of precautions were taken. Then. The two figures disappeared and quickly moved away from Chen He's house. Chapter 37 Family Level Upgrade. There was a violent storm all night. This night. It was Chen He and Chu Shi's wedding night. The wedding night is one of the 4 major happy events in life. Both parties were completely frank with each other, knew each other well, exchanged skills with each other, and completely gave themselves to each other. He tossed and turned until it was dark and there was no sun or moon, and then he fell asleep exhausted. After all, it's my first time. Moreover, young people do not know moderation. Relying on youth and strength, it is the time when one can enjoy the best of things. I fell asleep only when it was almost dawn. The room was full of messy signs, with all kinds of clothes torn apart, and many shoes and socks scattered everywhere. Even a pillow was missing. Recording the madness of this night. There were still some red scratches on Chen He's back, and his thin and handsome face showed a sense of refreshment, as if he had completed a leap in growth in the level of life overnight. Become a real man. And the other side. Chu Shi's fiery red phoenix coronet and bridal robe were disheveled, with pearl hairpins and hairpins hanging between her messy hair. Her face was full of fatigue and tenderness, and there were still some traces of tears on her beautiful face. She was breathing heavily, and her delicate and soft body trembled slightly from time to time. It was obvious that he was exhausted, and he huddled in Chen He's arms, sleeping soundly. She is like a sleeping kitten, showing her cute and innocent posture, as well as the traces of love that have not faded from a new wife. People feel extremely pity for her at first sight. It's so enchanting that it goes straight to the bone. Speaking of which, last night, when Chen He carried her to bed, she was only wearing a bath towel and nothing else. But in the second half of the night, Chen He also became lustful. Somehow she had to wear this phoenix coronet and bridal gown for her wedding. She was extremely embarrassed at the time, but her whole body felt so weak that she had no strength at all. Under Chen He's repeated requests, he reluctantly agreed. Even later in the night, Chen He asked her to change into various socks and high heels, sometimes black stockings, sometimes white stockings, and tear them into various shapes. She didn't have the strength to resist. Although I felt extremely ashamed, I finally let the young man do whatever he wanted. The two of them were resting so much that they didn't pay attention to the time and it was dark and gloomy. I can't get out of bed during the day. It was not until the evening, when the sky gradually darkened, that the two of them felt their rumbling stomachs and slowly got up to eat. Even though Chen He is in relatively strong condition. But now my hands and legs are too weak to cook, so I ordered takeout instead of cooking myself. As the saying goes, 1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood. This cannot be wasted casually. It seems we need to be alert to the principle of abstaining from sex. After dinner, Chen He pulled Chu Shi, whose body was still weak, to practice together in the living room of his home. Continue to use the aura resonance method taught by Principal Wu to resonate the chest, abdomen, and bones, and boost qi and blood. Strengthen your body. Then he used the method of enlightenment to outline various ancient runes in the spiritual world again and again to consolidate his spiritual power. The two complement each other. After practicing for a while, the breath gradually becomes longer. The reckless consumption last night was gradually making up for it. Young people are full of energy, and with various supporting methods of practice and self-coaching, that little bit of consumption is nothing at all and can be easily replenished. At night, the newlyweds took a bath. Looking at each other, who were as beautiful as lotus flowers emerging from the water, the handsome man and beautiful woman could not restrain themselves after all. Continuing the fierce battle and entanglement from last night. After spending the night together last night, they were both in love and couldn't leave each other. Moreover, Shushi is also a very competitive person and has a very fast learning ability. The first night, because I was very shy and it was my first time, I mostly endured it passively. But as the number of times increases, gradually, she was able to take some initiative and, taking advantage of the beautiful night, ride on it to show her dominance as a husband. There is no need to mention the intoxicating beauty of this place. This cycle of practicing during the day and fighting at night continued until the third day. It is the day when one returns to one's parents' home according to custom. Early in the morning, Chen-He and Shu-Shi, both with dark circles under their eyes, came together to the luxurious villa of their father-in-law, the Chu family. Along the way, both of them were yawning. Thinking back on the craziness of last night, I can't help but laugh and cry. But the more this happens, the deeper their feelings become, and they can't help but hold hands and hug each other. Wait until you get home. Anyone can feel the sour and cloying feeling of love. Chu Tian couldn't bear to watch. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, who was calmly drinking tea nearby, also had an anti-smile on his face. He looked at the newlyweds and shook his head. It's great to be young. Who says it isn't? Chu Tian next to him responded. Seeing that his daughter and son-in-law had such a good relationship, he was in a very good mood. Father-in-law, Principal Wu is here too. Chen-He walked in holding his wife's little white hand. I was surprised to see that Principal Wu was still here. The other 3 presidents of top universities, 3 deputy ministers, and people from top families have all left. In the villa that was previously filled with 7th-level experts, now only Principal Wu is left. Principal Wu smiled kindly and took the initiative to explain. While I still have some free time, I'll stay in Nankai City for a few more days. I plan to wait until school starts, then take Chen-He and Shu-Shi back to the Magic City Academy. That's what he said. But in fact, Principal Wu stayed here mainly to protect the young couple. A family of 2 holy angels. This is a serious matter. This not only concerns one family, but also the future of the entire human race and the future of the entire Hansha nation. There is no way he doesn't take it seriously. If other villains with hidden plans get the chance to harm these 2 people, it would be a huge disaster. He absolutely cannot let this happen. Chen-He's eyes lit up, his face showed joy, and he stared straight at Principal Wu. Principal Wu felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously shrank his neck. Have to. Seeing that the boy looked like he was going to squeeze out all his usefulness, Principal Wu knew that he couldn't continue to drink tea here peacefully, so he stood up and greeted him. Okay, now that we have time, I will continue to guide you 2 through the fierce training. Lay a solid foundation as soon as possible. Chen-He was satisfied and pulled Chu-Shi straight to the martial arts training ground. A moment later. Inside the underground martial arts training ground. Your main training goal right now should still be to improve your physical strength and consolidate your mental power. Don't even think about anything else for now, that's just unrealistic. You guys have top-tier SSS level talents, so you don't lack anything. The leveling speed, skill training speed, and so on are all top-notch, so there's no need to rush at all. As for learning skills, I suggest you don't learn anything first. Everything is based on laying a solid foundation. After all, after the foundation is completely laid, when school starts and we return to the Magic City Academy, we will have plenty of time to teach Chen-He and his wife more good skills. This is the Chu family skill book. Although most of the skills are of level 4 or 5, with relatively high star ratings, they are also the top skill books in this small Nankai city. But it was not in Principal Wu's eyes at all. I feel that if these skills were taught to Chen-He and Shu-Shi, it would be a complete waste. Not worthy of these 2 good seedlings. That's all. Time flies, and after a week of continuous practice, This day, Chen He suddenly received a system message prompting. Ding! Congratulations! Your and Shushi's talents have become known to countless awakened people across the country. Your family's reputation has greatly increased, and you have gained plus 20,000 fame points. Reward, level up by 2. Ding! Congratulations! Your family level has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Chen He's eyes lit up. It's level 3. He immediately called out his career panel and checked his career information in detail. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 31. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Angel Eyes, Ability, Insight. Talent skill 4, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. In the level column. As expected, he successfully upgraded from LV29 to LV31 and quickly crossed the threshold of the third level. Because Principal Wu had already explained the 6 innate skills of the Holy Angel, he knew how to use the third innate skill without much practice. In the dark, he felt a special sense that transcended his own senses and eyes, sweeping across, as if he had eyes on his back. It can record all kinds of details within a few meters around it. And have insight into the smallest details. Quite powerful. In addition to his own level being upgraded, his family's level was finally upgraded by 1 level as well. He was very surprised and subconsciously checked the family system panel. Family level, LV2. Family members, Patriarch Chen He and Mistress Chu Shi. Family reputation value, 100,000,100,0000. You can bind a new family member. Ha! Chen He's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, after all these days of accumulation, his family's fame value finally broke through 100,000 and successfully reached the second level family. It's time to bind the next family member. At the same time, he also noticed that there was a prefix of head of the family before his name, and there was also a prefix of mistress before Chu Shi's name. It seems all new family members in the future should have a new prefix. Let us look at the fame value required to upgrade. You actually need to reach a fame value of 1 million before you can upgrade. The required fame value is 10 times more than before. Chen He was excited for a while and began to think about the subsequent applications of the home panel. This is indeed very important for binding new members. This allows Chen He to start his second career. But now, even the first profession has not been fully mastered yet. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to bind new family members. In this era of spiritual revival, due to the rapid population decline and the relatively unbalanced gender ratio, the number of women exceeds that of men everywhere. Therefore, all countries encourage childbirth, and those who are able can practice polygamy. This is allowed by law. But before binding a new family member, he must discuss it carefully with Chu Shi, the family mistress, and obtain her approval. Then, let us talk about it after I can have a child with Chu Shi and completely maintain my position as Chu Shi's eldest wife. And then, only then will we consider new family members. And now, there is another more important thing. I have to go out into the wild for training again. Otherwise, when I enter school, it will be difficult to explain if my third level status is exposed. After all, from the second stage to the third stage, other people did not improve as easily as Chen He. Without half a year or even a year of practice, it is impossible to improve. Then, Chen He found Chu Shi and put forward his idea. "Cici, the training has been good recently. I want to go out and experience some more." Chapter 38, the second time going out for training. Upon learning that Chen He wanted to go out for outdoor training again, Chu Shi wanted to go with Chen He. "Hubby, if you want to go out and gain experience, that's fine. But you have to take me with you this time. Last time, I felt I wasn't strong enough and would definitely be a drag if I went, but this time, you can't leave me behind no matter what, otherwise I won't agree to let you go alone." Seeing this, Chen He was somewhat helpless and spoke frankly. "Cici, stop messing around. I'm going out to gain experience this time to do serious work. During this period, I continuously improved my physical strength and consolidated my mental power. I somehow reached level 31, officially breaking through the third level. You should also know how shocking it is to see such a rapid improvement in such a short period of time. Perhaps this is the special feature of my all-professional status. My leveling speed is different from that of ordinary people. So, I have to go to the wild area to hunt monsters to cover up the fact that I'm at a certain level. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain my level once it's exposed. If I say I leveled up by increasing my physical strength and consolidating my mental power, no one will believe me. By then, who knows, people might think I've implanted a demon heart, or have some other idea. Shushi opened her mouth slightly, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Hubby, you're at level 3? This is level 3? Seeing Chen, he nodded calmly. Shushi was speechless. All professionals. Is it so powerful? He is worthy of being the man I like. In that case, outdoor training is necessary. But honey, I still want to go with you. If you get any other opportunities during this trip, the gap between us will only get bigger. Hubby, I don't want to be a drag on you all the time and just be taken care of by you. I also want to be independent. Shenhe pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin with his fingers as he thought carefully for a while, and suddenly an idea came to him. Okay, let's go ask Principal Wu for his opinion. See if Principal Wu can take us out for training. When the time comes, we'll work together. I'll find an opportunity to hunt some high-level monsters on my own to cover up the level issue. That's easy. At that time, we can also ask Principal Wu to protect us. Even if we encounter a strong enemy, with Principal Wu's terrifying 7th level strength, he can easily solve it. Shushi thought about it and nodded repeatedly. Great idea. Then, Shenhe and Shushi quickly found Principal Wu in the study. Principal Wu was calmly sipping tea and reading a book, living a quite leisurely life. Principal, Cece, and I want to go out for some outdoor training. Puff. Principal Wu had a mouthful of tea stuck in his throat and couldn't swallow it, so he spat it out on the spot. My hands trembled and I almost dropped the teacup. He raised his head and looked at the two of them in surprise, shaking his head repeatedly. No. This matter is not negotiable. The most important training task for you two at this stage is to lay the foundation. There's no rush for the rest. Shenhe took a step forward and said firmly. Principal, Cece, and I don't want to be flowers grown in a greenhouse. If you want to do it, you must be an awakened one who fights with real swords and guns. What's the point of staying at home and practicing all day? After my previous field training experience, I've realized that only the boundless wilderness outside is the best training ground for improving one's strength. This is the big stage where we awakened ones should truly shine. Principal Wu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But thinking about Chunhe's last experience out, especially the situation with the 4th level succubus. Little guy Chunhe. He is not only a person with outstanding talents, but also has great fortune, a quick mind, and is very sensible in doing things. Encountering a 4th level succubus can turn danger into safety. Maybe there is some truth in what he said. This is a talented person who was blessed with unique talents and is extremely suitable for going out to gain experience. If he continues to train at home, it is indeed possible that he will become useless. Seeing that he had persuaded Principal Wu, Shenhe immediately took advantage of the situation and pressed on. Principal, besides the training, the main reason I went to the wild first was because I wanted to try something outside. See if I can successfully raise my level to level 30 and break through to the 3rd stage. Shenhe is now at level 31, but Principal Wu only knows that he is at level 29. This is a pretty good reason. Principal Wu also made some changes. If he could bring a 3rd level freshman into the Magic City Academy, then wouldn't those old guys in the Magic City Academy be furious? What a great opportunity to show off. I just like this kind of invisible pretense. The thought of being able to say that he was the one who brought Shenhe up. It was him who brought out the real 3rd level warriors from the wilderness. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy that my scalp tingles. The other side. Shushi also followed her husband's lead and spoke alone. Principal Wu, I also want to go out and gain some experience. Principal, please agree to our request. I'm only at level 9 now. After a week of diligent training, I still haven't reached level 10. Perhaps, only after entering the wilderness can we advance to the 1st level more quickly. Principal, could you take us with you to experience the wild? I think with you watching over us, even the most powerful demons will be no problem. Principal Wu pondered for a moment. I was already tempted. Plus, if he, a 7th level strongman, can't even protect and train 2 little kids in the wilderness, then he, a 7th level strongman, is just a useless person. Absolutely. Okay, I agree, you two go get ready. Principal Wu thought about it briefly and agreed. With him, a veteran and experienced rank 7 expert, and 2 rank 6 awakeners sent from above to secretly protect him. I think there won't be any big problems. He really didn't believe that he could encounter any unimaginable trouble in the small city of Nankai. Then, Shenhe and Shu Shi came to their own treasure house and found some supplies that could save their lives. By the way, they also told Chu Tian about going out for training again. Chu Tian's eyes widened instantly and he became anxious. How can this be possible? This is sheer nonsense. Before you all go off to study at the Magic City Academy, no one can leave this house, and no one can leave Nankai City. I don't agree. No matter who tries to persuade me, I won't agree. The last time that brat Shenhe went out for training, he was scared to death. Now look what happened. It's actually getting worse. Not only does Shenhe want to go out for training, but he also wants to take his precious daughter with him. This brat Shenhe is really not afraid of anything happening. No. Absolutely not. If anything happens to his precious daughter, he will die. Just then, Principal Wu's mellow voice came. What if I said, take them along to experience it together? Who the hell are you? Shu Tian was so furious that he almost cursed out loud on the spot. Finally, I turned my head and looked. Good job. The person who spoke was actually Principal Wu, who was at the 7th level. In an instant, Shu Tian smoothly demonstrated what it meant to change his face. Guangsu turned his anger into joy and said with a smile. Oh. It turns out that Principal Wu is personally leading the team out for training. That's no problem. I'm relieved to leave my daughter and son-in-law to Principal Wu. Excuse me, Principal. Shenhe. Shu Shi. Principal Wu smiled faintly and said nothing more. This little Chu is a nice guy and has good vision. He is a powerful 7th level warrior, how could he not be able to protect 2 children? Snort. In the wilderness of Nankai City, those impure people are allowed to wander around freely. Then, Shenhe and Shu Shi, accompanied by Principal Wu and secretly followed and protected by 2 6th level warriors, a man and a woman in black robes, successfully left the city. In order to bring back more loot. Shenhe even packed up all the storage space backpacks of the Chu family. I secretly look forward to what kind of harvest I will get this time. Chapter 39. The Holy Angel's improvement speed is very fast. After leaving the city, Shu Shi looked at the city wall towering into the clouds and could not see the highest point at all. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful big eyes flickered, and they seemed to be immersed in some beautiful vision of the future, but with a little bit of sadness. She said with emotion softly. I hope that one day, humans will no longer be restricted by these towering walls and will be able to freely set foot anywhere on the earth. The world is so vast, and there are still so many places we haven't seen. There are so many beautiful sights we haven't seen with our own eyes. It's a pity that it has been protected by such walls all this time. I was so confused that I couldn't even tell whether this was a form of protection or a cage that was imprisoning us. It felt quite depressing. Principal Wu looked at Chu Shi with deep eyes, but still showed a hint of a smile. Don't worry, children, with you, generations of young heroes will be born. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to defend our country and resist foreign enemies. One day sooner or later, we humans will no longer be trapped by demons. Shenhe also nodded heavily, stretched out his hand to hold the girl's slender waist, and comforted her softly. That day will surely come. I promise you, sooner or later my angelic holy sword will chop down the boundless demonic wilderness outside, as well as the 100-meter-high city wall. Then I'll take you wherever you want to go. Shu Shi's eyes flashed. I don't think Shenhe's bold words are self-promotional. On the contrary, I felt quite excited, as if I really believed that such a day would come. Then, after some emotion, with Principal Wu accompanying them at a leisurely pace, Chu Shi and Shenhe moved forward quickly and set foot in this wilderness where no human traces could be seen normally. Chu Shi was a little nervous at first. After all, it was my first time going out for training. Recalling the many rumors about the wilderness in the past, I always felt nervous and heavy in my heart. I was afraid that I would die in this wilderness if I wasn't careful. But at the same time, I feel a little curious. I look here and there, and always feel that everywhere is new. So this is the wilderness? Swish. The forest shook for a while. Shen he looked closely and continued. It's a spirit cat less than the first level. Cece, I leave it to you. Shushi subconsciously shrank his neck and saw a white cat half a man's height lying in the dense woods in front of him, with a look of fear in his eyes. This white cat doesn't look like a cat at all. It looks a bit like a little tiger. The textbooks say that civet cats are violent and ferocious by nature and only eat raw meat. It is a very brutal monster. If you are deceived by its silly and cute appearance, you may die without knowing how. She was breathing heavily and was a little afraid to move forward. Turning her head, she met Shenhe's gentle and doting eyes, and her heart settled. Well, husband, I'm going. Aha! Shenhe patted her slender waist with his big hand, not to take advantage of her, but to encourage her. Shushi gritted his teeth, suddenly drew out the holy sword of angel, and rushed out to kill. At the beginning, he was obviously a little nervous, and even closed his eyes, not daring to look at his opponent. But when she heard a whoosh, and Shenhe's be careful in her ear, she quickly raised her giant sword to block the air, instantly blocking the civet cat's pounce and claw marks. Tap tap tap. She took 2 steps back and felt her wrists tingling. The civet cat hit him so hard that he couldn't even lift his arms. At this moment, the civet cat was also very ferocious. When it saw Chushi retreating, it walked around Chushi with a very ferocious look in its eyes, like a hungry wolf looking at its prey. Chushi's breathing was rapid, but he still comforted himself quietly in his heart. I can do it. I can do it. My husband is so awesome, I'm sure I can do it too. For a while. She thought of some sword moves she had casually learned before Principal Wu came, and also thought of the much knowledge in the textbooks at school, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Have an idea. Trample. Trample, tramp, tramp. She spread her legs and suddenly jumped towards the civet cat. Almost at the same time, the civet cat seemed to have caught Chushi's movements in advance. It suddenly slapped the ground with its 4 claws and jumped into the air. Grab towards Chushi. It has a big body and heavy flesh, and its claws are as sharp as knives. If it were to land a heavy blow on you, I'm afraid Chushi's flawless little head would be smashed into a big watermelon. Shenhe subconsciously felt a little nervous and wanted to go forward to help. But he was held down by Principal Wu next to him. Principal Wu gave him a calm look and nodded towards him. Then, although Chushi's face was wrinkled with nervousness and she was a little flustered and trembling, she was surprisingly calm when she saw the civet cat pounce on her. He took a few steps and shifted his pace, then bent backwards. The civet cat flew right over her head and missed. At the same time, the angel's holy sword in his hand was raised and slashed out. The civet cat's bulging belly was cut open on the spot. Thump! Crash! The civet cat fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and died on the spot. Its body twitched twice and then it became completely motionless. Only blood splattered all over the ground. Chushi's body was stained with some blood. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, leaned on the angel holy sword with lingering fear, and breathed softly. Snap! Snap! Shenhe clapped his hands and came forward to speak. Amazing! Cece, I didn't expect you to have calculated the movements of the civet cat so accurately. Besides, you know the civet cat's weak spot is her lower abdomen. Find the right opportunity and kill her with one strike. She's worthy of being the top student and ice goddess of our #1 middle school. Chushi felt a little embarrassed by what he said and subconsciously pushed his shoulder. Don't brag, I'm not that great. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. Shenhe was very happy and proud of it. I feel that my wife is really capable of both being a lady in the living room and being a warrior in the open field. The first time you fight a monster, you can kill it with one move. Who knows, she might become a very powerful Valkyrie in the future. That's amazing, she's worthy of being my wife. The two of them had a brief moment of tenderness, and then the bushes in front of them shook again. Shenhe's eyes narrowed. Keep going. There are many monsters around here that are not even at the first level yet, so get more experience. Aha! Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, a faint sound of sword light rose and fell between the mountains and forests. A moment later. Shushi hunted down 3 or 4 monsters that were less than the first level, and then his aura suddenly increased sharply, and he successfully upgraded to level 10 and entered the first level. Ding! You successfully killed the meat beetle. Congratulations on your successful level 1 upgrade. Shushi took a look at his career panel and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Wow! Honey, I've reached level 1. I also successfully unlocked the Angel Sword's Holy Sword skill judgment. It's the one I saw you perform last time. It's a very powerful skill. Principal Wu, who was standing by, remained quite calm from beginning to end, but when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is truly worthy of being an SSS level talented professional holy angel. The upgrade speed is ridiculously fast. Without killing many monsters, he was able to reach level 10, breaking through the first level. That's awesome. Normally, this level that requires upgrading and advancement seems to be only level 1, but in fact it is very difficult to upgrade, and it requires hunting many monsters of the same level to be able to upgrade. But SSS level talents will directly reduce the difficulty of improvement. What's more, this is the top holy angel among the SSS level talents. After sighing in his heart, Principal Wu smiled and took the initiative to propose. Next, we can go deeper into some wild areas. It's not fun to stay here at the edge of the world, fighting monsters below the first level. Shout he won't get any experience at all. It would be best to find an area where both first and second level monsters coexist, so Xiaohua can participate and hunt monsters to increase his level as quickly as possible. Shushi nodded, and suddenly his eyes moved and looked forward. A giant green snake hanging from the top of a giant tree caught her attention. It turned out to be a first-level mutated demon snake. She said immediately, Principal Wu, I want to get more familiar with fighting various monsters. Leave that first-level demon snake to me. Although Shushi had just been promoted to the first level, Principal Wu took a glance and agreed. Swish! With a flash of swordlight, Shushi carried the Holy Angel Sword and killed the mutated demon snake. At the same time, Shenhe began to look for an opportunity to leave as soon as possible. When Shushi was fighting with other monsters that had not yet entered the rank, he originally wanted to leave. However, he unexpectedly discovered through the inside ability of the Angel Eyes that there were actually 2 people secretly following him. Although I don't know what level these 2 people are or where they come from. But Principal Wu looked calm and composed. He roughly guessed that these 2 people should be the ones secretly protecting him and Shushi's safety. And the level should not be low. Even if I leave Principal Wu, these 2 people are still watching me. This is not easy to deal with. So he can only look for another opportunity. Not long. Ding ding ding. After a fierce confrontation. In front, the angel's sword suddenly made a flowing sword flower, which was actually a flowing sword style. Rolling up layers of waves, emitting sacred light. Laugh. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the mutant demon snake was cut into 2 halves on the spot. All its internal organs were completely crushed by the flowing water sword style, and not even the snake gallbladder was left. Pity. The level was not increased this time. She was breathing heavily on the spot, sweating profusely, but still felt a little unsatisfied. I want to continue looking for first-level monsters to fight. This kind of competition on the same level made her feel refreshed. Soon, the group moved quickly through the dense forest. When they encountered monsters, they would stop for a while and let Shushi practice killing them. When they got tired, they would take a short rest to recover their strength. Not long after, I encountered another level 16, first-order blood-armored turtle. Rumble. A blood-shelled turtle as big as a hill crawled out of the mud. Shushi rushed forward holding the holy sword of Angel. Shenhe and Principal Wu stood by, arms folded, watching quietly. This time, because there is a gap of 6 levels, and Shushi does not have many moves at his disposal, Principal Wu did not allow him to learn before. She could only keep dodging and moving, struggling to cope with the situation with her half-baked flowing water sword. They were beaten back step by step and were always at a disadvantage. Although he wasn't injured, he still looked a little embarrassed. Shenhe wanted to go up and help several times, but in the end he stopped because he wanted Shushi to have a good experience. Ding ding ding. After another fierce fight, Shushi's breath was almost exhausted. She seized the opportunity, and after barely dodging a wave of blood, she stood still, holding the Holy Sword of Angels tightly in both hands. Immediately afterwards, a very magnificent and sacred shadow appeared on the horizon. The golden holy angel slowly opened his eyes and looked down disdainfully. An incomparably magnificent sword light slashed from top to bottom. Swish! Boom, boom, boom. Holy sword skill, judgment. Now. Although Principal Wu and the two people in the dark were not seeing this move for the first time, they were still stunned by the towering phantom of the judge and stared at the scene intently. Chun-Hee took this opportunity to leave quietly. Swish! Wherever the sword light fell, the blood-armored turtle was cut in half on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered. Ding! You successfully killed the blood-armored turtle. Congratulations on your second level increase. Shushi successfully reached LV12. Chapter 47th Level Temple Dragon Rider. Swish! The light of experience surged, and a powerful sense of strength poured into every part of his body. It seems that in an instant, people feel refreshed. Leveled up twice in a row. Successfully reached LV12. Shushi breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on the angel holy sword with both hands and inserting it into the ground. I feel like my heart is beating non-stop. This feeling of challenging a strong enemy between life and death. It was full of danger, but it also made her feel her adrenaline rush. Especially the joy she felt at the moment when she successfully killed her opponent, which made her feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. At the same time, she glanced around with her phoenix eyes and instantly discovered that Chun-Hee had disappeared without a sound. I understand it in my heart. I was secretly worried, but also a little excited. I hope my husband can secretly go out and gain experience, and not encounter any big troubles that cannot be solved. I hope to encounter more and better opportunities. She slightly frowned, pretending that nothing had happened, and prepared to cooperate with Chun-Hee. Principal Wu, I was promoted 2 levels in one go. It's already level 12 now. Principal Wu was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. The 2 6th level warriors, a man and a woman, who had been protecting him silently in the dark, were also deeply shocked when they learned that they could be promoted 2 levels in a short time. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Is this an SSS level talent class? This upgrade speed is simply unimaginable. This upgrade seems a bit too simple. I just don't understand. It's like these top professionals are from a different world than us. Back then, after we killed other monsters of higher levels, we could only level up by 1 level at best. I didn't expect Shushi to level up twice in a row. This speed of improvement is too fast. No wonder that classmate Chun-Hee was able to reach level 29 at such a young age. Principal Wu was also dumbfounded for a while, thinking that the speed of improvement was simply incredible. But if you think about it, it seems normal. After all, Shushi is a dignified SSS level talented professional holy angel. Strictly speaking, the holy angel is not just an SSS level profession, but a top level existence that surpasses most SSS level talent professions. If there is an SSSS level profession, then the holy angel should belong to this tier. But what can I do? SSS level is the top level. It's like for a top student, the reason he can get 100 points is not because his actual level is only 100 points, but because the maximum score of the test paper is 100 points. The holy angel is the top profession that surpasses the limits. Certainly. As a senior teacher, Principal Wu understands that at times like this, one must be humble and not get too excited, as this will affect one's future growth. So, he gave earnest advice. Well. Very good. Shushi has reached level 12 so quickly. As a teacher, I am very pleased. But holy angels are different from other professions. The level is increasing very quickly, but the physical and mental strength may not be able to keep up with the speed of the level increase. Unlike other professions, the level increase is not that fast. It can even be said to be relatively slow. It is a natural process, one that progresses step by step. Therefore, in every battle, during the process of improvement, the awakened one is actually increasing their physical strength, laying a solid foundation, and also consolidating their mental strength. That's why I've repeatedly emphasized to you that you must lay a solid foundation. Sometimes, upgrading too quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. If your physical strength can't keep up, you might end up like a glass man in battle. You're fragile and easily injured, even seriously injured. Worse still, you might die from the strain of your physical strength. I've seen this before. A powerful warrior with SSS level talent, who blindly pursued the speed of leveling up, but neglected his own foundation. As a result, in a battle, while trying to unleash a very powerful skill, he died on the spot. His body exploded. This is because the body cannot bear the pressure of the skill, and cannot withstand the power of the skill. That's why he died so miserably. I think this is the most miserable and frustrating way to die in this world. And precisely because of this, the 4 major universities all prioritize physical strength and foundational cultivation. As for insufficient mental strength, the same thing applies. One cannot withstand the mental impact of powerful skills. Using a talent skill several times in a row could even lead to a complete mental breakdown. It's even possible that you might become a madman because of this. Shushi saw Principal Wu's earnest look, his eyes seemed filled with eager expectation and concern. She nodded repeatedly and spoke very seriously. I see. After I return from this training, I will definitely listen to Principal Wu. Build a solid foundation and polish your own realm and bones more seriously. You can't just aim to quickly level up, you also need to have the hard power to fully match your level. Otherwise, your realm will be superficial. Seeing that Shushi finally understood, Principal Wu showed a very relieved smile on his face. Very good, Shushi's learning ability is indeed very strong. Then, he turned his head and looked at Chun-Hee behind him, emphasizing the same thing. Did you understand what I just said, Xiao-He? It was not until this time that Principal Wu was surprised to find that there was no one behind him. Empty. Where are the people? Where did Chun-Hee, who is so old like me, go? Principal Wu was confused and touched his forehead, lost in thought. Where's the person? Holy shit! Could this restless little fellow have gone off to hunt monsters all by himself? Don't be like this. And at the same time, the 2 people who were secretly protecting him finally reacted at this moment. This kid Chun-Hee is missing. Is Chun-Hee a reincarnated catfish? How could he be so slippery and relentless? It's over, it's over. This time it's really over. Chun-Hee actually disappeared right under their noses. If the higher-ups knew about this, he would definitely be severely punished. If anything happens to them, their lives won't be enough to compensate. Then, the 2 men looked at each other, their bodies flashed, and they quickly split into 2 different directions, flying rapidly in this huge wild area, looking for Chun-Hee's figure. Principal Wu's mind flashed with thoughts and his eyes became sharp. Turn around and take a look. He noticed Shushi beside him. It seemed that he had known that Chun-Hee would disappear. There was no strange or worried expression on his face. He understood what was going on in an instant. Suddenly, Principal Wu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, becoming extremely ugly. He suppressed his inner irritability and shouted angrily. Nonsense! You 2 are just bullshitting. What can I say about you guys? Shushi, don't you know how dangerous it is for Chun-Hee to be alone in the wild area? With so many of us surrounding him to protect him, even though there might not be a life or death crisis and it wouldn't serve as a training ground, we care more about your safety. The next moment. Boom! The terrifying aura of the 7th level erupted on the spot, sweeping across the mountains and forests. Rumble! 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 The earth suddenly shook violently, trembling, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. Countless huge mountains were torn out from the earth, rising up, and quickly gathered into a magnificent body that was 20 meters long and wide. 2 huge black stone wings spread out, with a wingspan of more than 40 meters. His figure is extremely tall and terrifying. It turned out to be a giant dragon with blood-red magma flowing all over its body and dark earth and rocks. Roar! A dragon roar swept across the area in an instant. The majesty of the SS-level profession Temple Dragon Knight instantly looked down upon all directions. Countless monsters were frightened and suppressed, and birds and beasts scattered and fled madly. And at the same time, it's just on the other side, about 10 miles away from here. The silver wings of the angel behind Chun-Hee spread out, and he held the angel's holy sword in both hands. He has already faced a double-winged black tiger with fierce eyes. The level is at least upper middle 3rd level, about level 37 or 38. The ferocious and powerful word king on the head shines brightly. The pair of evil wings behind it adds a bit of ferocity and terror. Chapter 41, Kill the enemy above your level and reach level 32. Double-winged black tiger. Looking at its huge body and the veins of flesh and blood on the nimble wings behind it, Chun-Hee instantly recognized that it was a 3rd level upper middle grade double-winged black tiger. As the saying goes, adding wings to a tiger is like adding wings to a tiger. This tiger-like monster was originally the top monster among all monsters, and its strength was much stronger than other monsters of the same level. What's more, there is a pair of wings behind it. This also reduced Chen He's Angel's silver wings air to land advantage to the lowest level. Fortunately, Chen He recalled the monster encyclopedia he had memorized in the past. He remembered that the third-level double-winged black tiger could not fly long distances and could only stay in the air for a short time. Just like a rooster, it can fly to a certain height by flapping its wings, but it is impossible to fly like a bird. So, as long as you find the right opportunity, this double-winged black tiger is difficult to deal with, but it is definitely not impossible to defeat. Call. Chen He exhaled a breath of foul air and his eyes became serious. It is the top monster among the third-level monsters. He is only level 31 now and has just entered the third level. There is still a level gap between the two. He couldn't help but be careful. Facing the ferocious double-winged black tiger staring at him, Chen He's eyes were quite cautious. Boom! A strong wind suddenly blew up. The black tiger suddenly flapped its wings, causing a terrifying gust of wind. Sand and rocks were flying all around, and a large amount of dust swept in, turning into a sandstorm that blocked the view. Swish! The figure of the double-winged black tiger was completely hidden in the sand and dust. Chen He's eyes were sharp. It's a good opportunity to test out the newly unlocked talent skill Angel Eyes. This talent skill is a passive skill that can naturally increase Chen He's perception ability, allowing Chen He to see all the details around him without having to observe carefully. At the same time, it is also an active skill. Once it is actively activated, his perception can be instantly expanded infinitely, and he can take in all the tiny details around him in an instant. You can also see every flaw of the enemy. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a hot and fierce tiger claw. When? Through the angel's eye, Chen He was able to anticipate the enemy's moves in the midst of a sandstorm with very low visibility, and raised the angel's holy sword in advance to fiercely block. During the violent collision, Chen He felt his hands and arms go numb. The base of the thumb was especially sore and almost broke. What a double-winged black tiger! This attack power was truly terrifying. He could barely withstand a single blow. And, following this tiger claw move, there is another killing move that is suddenly hidden in the sand and dust. Puff! Boom! A huge, dark, bloody figure broke through the air and attacked. Chen He's pupils shrank slightly. This move was obviously aimed at his lower body and legs. If he was hit, he would probably lose his ability to resist on the spot. So strong, he said in his heart, and the angel's silver wings behind him suddenly flapped, and his body soared into the air. Boom! A large charred pit quickly exploded under his feet, revealing the body of a black tiger covered in blood. In an instant, Chen He looked into those fierce and sinister tiger eyes, and felt the hairs on his back stand on end. Swish! Another claw mark shot out from the back of the neck. When? Chen He once again blocked it with the holy sword of angels. A little cold sweat oozed out of Chen He's forehead. After just a few encounters, he realized that this double-winged black tiger was no ordinary beast. Not only were its moves ruthless and its attacks as impenetrable as a torrential rain, but the sandstorm surrounding it was also quite formidable. It can be said that it is very organized. It's not much worse than some experienced awakeners. Coupled with the monster's own fighting and hunting talents, Chen He felt that it was quite difficult to deal with. Compared with the monsters encountered before, he only felt that this double-winged black tiger not only had a very fierce attack, with each move being exquisitely coordinated, but also could use the surrounding environment to create a more suitable hunting environment. Not a field. But it is similar to the field. However, Chen He only thought about these things in his mind. He was also very excited to face such an opponent. Every battle and killing of monsters was a valuable practical experience for him. Roar, roar, roar. A roar with considerable deterrent power erupted, and the double-winged black tiger pounced again, overlapping with Chen He's figure. Fighting each other desperately. Ding ding ding. Boom 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 boom. A series of dense and loud explosions continued to resound through the dense forest. Fortunately, with the dual blessing of angel silver wings and angel eyes, although Chen He could not kill this extremely ferocious double-winged black tiger in a short period of time, this double-winged black tiger was also unable to do anything to Chen He for a short time. A man and a beast jumped up and down in the mountains and forests, fighting desperately. It knocked down large tracts of trees, leaving behind a mess. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with holes and the air was distorted. Finally, when? Boom! After a rather fierce confrontation. In Chen He's special perspective, which allowed him to see every detail clearly, he keenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious red light, as if he had accurately spotted the enemy's weakness in battle. His eyes lit up slightly. This is where insight comes in. Almost instinctively, he raised the sword and swept away the sharp fangs that were biting and gnawing at him. At the same time, he used the strength of his elbows and upper arms to move his whole body, holding the holy sword of angels in both hands. Drink! With a fierce roar, he angrily swung his sword and slashed at the red flaw in the double-winged black tiger. Phew! Blood splattered. Awah! The double-winged black tiger roared miserably, and its figure was wrapped in blood. It retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, with large pieces of blood and flesh splattered on its body, and its hair was stained with the bright red blood. You can vaguely see the white bones inside. This move obviously succeeded in creating a gap in the airtight attack. Chen He's eyes lit up. It's worthy of being called angel eyes. It's indeed accurate. In such a fast-paced battle, it is actually very difficult for him to accurately capture the opponent's weaknesses. For others, it may take hundreds or thousands of actual combat trainings to have a slight chance of doing so. But the existence of angel eyes makes up for this. This gave Chen He the ability to easily see through his opponent and defeat him with one move. Roar, roar, roar. The double-winged black tiger stretched out its blood-red tongue with barbs and licked the wound. Its eyes became more ferocious and cruel, as if wrapped in a layer of angry arrogance. The intense pain made its face even more hideous. Being seriously injured by a human who was only a little over the third level, with the wound deep enough to see the bone, was simply a great shame and humiliation. You know, the double-winged black tiger was the absolute overlord of the nearby mountains and forests. How dare a mere useless human being do this? Boom! It pounced again fiercely, and its moves became extremely fierce and impenetrable. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Woo, woo, woo. Strong winds came one after another, surging and rolling violently. Chen He gritted his teeth and blocked the collisions. His eyes gradually revealed the excitement of being in control of the situation. Under such a crazy attack, Chen He was a little embarrassed at first. But compared to the fighting style just now, this one is almost completely disorganized. In such an almost absolutely crazy situation, the angel's eyes can see more flaws. Clusters of red light flashed and appeared before my eyes. His response seemed more and more easy. Awah! Awah! Sharp screams echoed throughout the mountains and forests. After just a few encounters, blood holes deep enough to see the bones appeared all over the double-winged black tiger's body, and it looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, Chen He was becoming more and more at ease. Not only was he not hurt, but the changes and connections between his moves became increasingly smooth and silky, like flowing clouds and running water. A mid to high-level third-level monster, close to the fourth level, the double-winged black tiger obviously also possesses some intelligence. Seeing that he was unable to defeat Chen He, his injuries were getting worse and his strength was gradually declining. Obviously no match for him. If you continue, you will surely die. The monster was also momentarily panicked. The fear of death made it want to retreat. It wanted to seize the opportunity and escape directly. And this is the opportunity. Crash, crash. The angel's silver wings suddenly trembled. Chen He suddenly leaped into the air. From his perspective, aided by the inside of the angel's eyes, the large masses of red light before him suddenly condensed into a single, eye-catching, bright red mass. There lies the twin-winged black tiger's greatest weakness. It is a huge flaw that can threaten life. We must seize this opportunity now to kill with one strike. Boom! Blood and energy were steaming around the double-winged black tiger, and murderous flames were rising into the sky. It seemed like it was erupting violently, trying to intimidate Chen He and then escape. But how could Chen He give it a chance to escape? Seize the opportunity. Instead of retreating, advance. Puff! The angel's holy sword in both hands suddenly fell in the air, and the sword energy was as powerful as a rainbow and killed across the sky. Puff, puff, puff! A huge tiger head was chopped off by the sword light on the spot, rolling on the ground with large pools of blood spurting out. Ding! You successfully killed the double-winged black tiger. Congratulations on your first level increase. Chen He's eyes flickered. He had reached level 32 so quickly. He nodded with satisfaction. But it should be normal to kill an enemy of a higher level and then level up by one. Thinking of this, Chen He suddenly felt that the experience points given were too little and the leveling was a bit slow. He walked steadily to the corpse of the double-winged black tiger and squatted down to take a closer look. This double-winged black tiger is full of treasures. It goes without saying that the tiger's head, brain, claws, and skin are all very nutritious, and even its internal organs, flesh, and bones are very valuable. He wanted to collect them all. At this time, whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came without any warning. In the distance, a feathered arrow shot through the air, hitting Chen He's vest directly. Sneak attack. Chapter 42 5th level human trader. Whoosh! A feather arrow flew through the air. Swish! A strong breath of death at a critical moment of life and death instantly hit my heart. Chen He got goosebumps all over his body and his scalp was numb. This may be due to the senses of the SSS level gifted profession Holy Angel itself. Or perhaps it's the sensory reminder of angel eyes. In an instant, he had an epiphany, and in the hasty moment before the arrow landed, he immediately reacted with his survival instinct and turned his head to avoid it. Whoosh! Puff! The arrow came with great force and chose the right time to attack Chen He when he was not on guard. So even though Chen He reacted very quickly, his arm was still scratched by the feather arrow. Suddenly, blood began to flow down his arm. Tick-tock! The bright red blood fell to the ground, causing Chen He to frown, his eyes blazing with anger. Who? He gripped the holy sword of angels tightly in both hands, and subconsciously glanced at the feather arrow that was still shaking and trembling on the ground. I can feel that this arrow is definitely a magic weapon, and its level is not low. The one who attacked him was a human, definitely not a monster. And their level must be much higher than his, perhaps even 1 or 2 levels higher. Who would have thought that in this boundless wilderness where demons roam rampant, they would actually encounter such a sneak attack? Unlucky. Bang! Chen He's hair stood on end and he instantly became alert. He first looked cautiously in the direction where the arrow came from, but unfortunately he saw nothing. Then he frowned and stared around, checking all the details. Angel eyes always works. He could feel that this feather arrow was aimed at killing him on the spot. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I might have been shot through the heart by the arrow and died on the spot. Who on earth would want to kill him in such a desolate place? Is it to steal the spoils of his double-winged black tiger? There's no need. Wrong. There must be some huge trouble hidden in this. Just then, a voice came from the dense forest in the distance, with a sinister and deep voice. As expected of an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel, you were able to dodge my arrow. I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect that you could reach this level after just awakening for such a short time. As the sound came from a distance, a figure was wrapped in the shadow of a black robe, and his face could not be seen at all. Suddenly, it appeared on the treetop not far in front of Chen He, standing shoulder to shoulder with the lush and dense treetops. In his hand he held a magical longbow with a faint green glow, and drew the bow and drew the arrow. From under the shadow of the hood, Chen He felt 2 disgusting gazes like poisonous scorpions, spying on him. I really can't keep you here. It's only been a few days, and you've grown to this point. What if it takes a while longer? This boy must not be kept. The man in black robe thought so in his heart. Before Chen He could say anything in return. Clank! Whoosh! Another feather arrow, carrying a cold and powerful aura, suddenly shot through the air. Chen He was well prepared. He dodged the arrow and swiftly moved his body to avoid the critical position. Then he grasped the holy angel's sword with both hands and slashed at the arrow in midair to block it. But I thought that this arrow would be easily deflected when it hit the angel's holy sword. However, he did not expect that an extremely terrifying force would suddenly sweep through his hands and penetrate them. Dang dang dang. Chen He was forced back by the huge force of the feather arrow on the spot. He was pushed back several meters in a row. He suddenly felt dizzy, his arms went numb, and his blood was boiling. Clang! The arrow fell to the ground, and the angel's holy sword in Chen He's hand also stuck into the ground. My back was instantly soaked with cold sweat and I was shocked. Just to be able to catch this arrow, his hands completely lost their intuition. So strong. This should be the most powerful enemy Chen He has ever encountered. At this moment, Chen He immediately thought of the other party's identity. This person is definitely a traitor to humanity. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. When he had this idea, he quickly made many associations and realized that the other party might come and kill this evil seed of his SSS level talented profession in advance. That's why we launched a sneak attack here. Based on the power of the 2 arrows just now, Chen He roughly estimated that the opponent was at least at the 5th level of strength. Level 5. 2 major levels higher than him. Chen He understood clearly in his heart, and without any hesitation, he spread out the silver wings of the angel behind him and flapped them quickly to fly away. The man in black robe has the strength of at least level 5. It is definitely not something he can handle now. The only option was to run away, towards the outer edge, in the direction where Principal Wu and the others were. By now, Principal Wu should have discovered that he was missing and should be searching for him. As long as he can find Principal Wu and the others, his safety will be guaranteed. Now, saving your life is the most important thing. The man in black robe with the bow and arrow was also very surprised at this moment. Unexpectedly. Even though Chen He was a monster among monsters, he broke through to the 3rd level in such a short time. But he was only at the 3rd level. How could he block an arrow from a 5th level like me? Chen He still has injuries on his hands. He had just experienced a fierce battle. This talent is simply terrifying. A moment. The eyes of the man in black robe hidden in the shadows became sharp, excited and fanatical. As expected of an SSS level gifted professional holy angel. This is too terrifying. If we were at the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any chance of defeating him. This is simply incredible. He has never hunted down an awakener with SSS level talent. This is a huge achievement. Just thinking about it makes people extremely excited. Swish. He immediately leaped down from the treetops, and then, with dense shadows entwined around him and a series of black afterimages in his wake, he chased after Chen He. His speed was so fast that it almost distorted the air. Soon, he chased all the way until he was not far behind Chen He. Chen He was also injured at this moment. He covered the scratch on his shoulder that was constantly dripping with blood. He could only desperately activate the angel's silver wings and keep accelerating. But unfortunately, he was still stuck by the other party. There's no way to get rid of it. Swish. Clank. The black-robed man leaped up, drew his bow and arrow, and locked onto Chen He, like a hawk aiming at its prey. Whoosh. The sound of breaking wind, mixed with the violent hurricane that was as powerful as a broken bamboo, shot out madly. Chen He was sweating profusely, but he still reacted quickly. Relying on the flexibility of the angel's silver wings and his own perfect control over them, he immediately changed direction. In a hurry, he narrowly avoided the arrow. The arrow almost grazed Chen He's scalp and ears, and it blew up several large trees along the way before it finally stopped. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. Is this an arrow or a mobile turret? Chen He cursed secretly in his heart. Seeing this, the man in black robe looked like a hunter who easily toyed with his prey. A faint smile appeared on his face, with a strong sense of playfulness. That's what makes it interesting. Escape, I want to see where you can escape to. No matter where you run, you'll die. The figure of the black-robed man turned into a shadow again, and broke through the air with a flash of lightning. Only to hear another sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh! Another arrow came flying towards us. Chen He had anticipated this moment and flew towards a towering tree. Seeing this, he changed direction and forcibly dodged another arrow, allowing the arrow to explode the tree. Then, Chen He took advantage of the many towering trees in the wild area and his ability to fly to dodge continuously, but the sound of breaking air in his ears never stopped, becoming more and more frequent and more powerful. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the black-robed man's arrows is still increasing. Knock, knock, knock. Click, click, click. Every time they met, they would just brush past Chen He, like a master of human body outlining. If Chen He had reacted even half a second slower, he would have been dead. If you continue like this, you will be killed sooner or later. However, just then, whoosh! Another feather arrow shot out, and the breath of death came to his face. Chen He dodged again like before, but this time the arrow was even faster than before, and he couldn't dodge it at all. He was still hit in the shoulder by the arrow. Engulfed by the terrifying force, he was thrown from a high altitude and fell to the ground. Chen Heron tried hard to control his body in mid-air, and immediately stabilized himself, landing hastily on the ground. He covered his shoulder, feeling the severe pain from his shoulder, his face distorted. Just put on the mask of pain. Not far away, the man in black robe was also laughing strangely, like a hunter whose conspiracy had succeeded. I told you, you can't escape. This vast wilderness is my hunting ground. Chen He felt that most of his body was numb. The arrow almost pierced through his body. The tearing pain made him sweat profusely, but he still forced the corners of his mouth to reveal a sneer. There's no need to run away anymore. The man in black robe was confused and puzzled. Next second, Chen He forced himself to raise his hands and clasped them together to grasp the angel's holy sword. Holy sword skill, judgment, suddenly activated. It condenses all of Chen He's energy and spirit at the moment. In the sky, a huge and magnificent phantom of a holy angel suddenly descended, and a golden angel holy sword that reached the sky and the earth was born from nothingness. From above to below, descending from the sky, slashing down violently. The black-robed man was completely locked down, leaving him with nowhere to hide. But this judgment sword skill looked quite powerful and oppressive, with a strong aura of majesty from a holy angel, but it posed no threat to the 5th-level black-robed man. Whoosh! Another arrow broke through the air on the spot. Snap! Directly smashed the shadow of the angel's holy sword that fell from the sky on the spot. Haha, that's it? The man in black robe sneered. At the same time, far away, Principal Wu and Chu Shi, who were searching for Chen He, as well as the 2 6th-level warriors who were secretly protecting him, saw the angel's holy sword falling from the sky in the sky ahead and then being shattered on the spot by a feather arrow. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Roar! A dragon roar was heard, and everyone was instantly swept up by the magma black dragon and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 43, How dare this loser kill someone in front of me? Ha! That's it? I really thought you had some killer move. I told you, you can't escape. The black-robed man sneered and glanced at Chen He with disdain. This feather arrow easily shattered the holy sword skill judgment. Chen He's actions even made the man in black robe feel confused. What does Chen He mean? Look down on him? Looking down on his 5th-level strength? You only have this little trump card, and you still have the nerve to use it. Are you worthy? Just be the prey of my arrow and let me kill you obediently. Although he had to admit that this SSS-level talented profession, the Holy Angel, was really strong. The Holy Sword skill judgment is also very powerful. At the same level, it is almost invincible. But the problem is, Chen He is only at the 3rd level at best. The damage that spans 2 levels is nothing but a drizzle to him. This little damage is not even enough to fill his teeth. There's no way it could hurt him at all. Could it be that Chen He has completely lost his mind? You feel like you're about to die, so you're trying desperately, so you're doing this kind of useless work? Although the man in black robe was puzzled, he was still cautious. To be on the safe side, he drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the shaky Chen He. After all, this is outside the wilderness and not a place to stay for long. Kill the man quickly and leave, to avoid any more trouble. Boy, prepare to die. Your greatest sin is awakening a top-tier profession that you don't deserve. The corners of Chen He's mouth twitched. His expression gradually returned to calm and composed. Pray silently in your heart. This place is still some distance away from where Chu Shi and the others hunted monsters and leveled up. However, I hope that Principal Wu and the 2 people who are secretly protecting him can see the changes in the celestial phenomena when the judgment just came, and rush over as soon as possible. But you must come here quickly. Seeing this, the black-robed man thought that Chen He had accepted his fate and sneered in his heart. What's with the SSS-level gifted profession, Holy Angel? You only have 1 life. Die. The words fell with a resounding sound. Clank. The taut bowstring suddenly relaxed, and the arrow shot out, aiming directly at Chen He. It's definitely going to be a one-hit kill. But in the next second, swish, sizzle. The feather arrow stopped dangerously in front of Chen He's brow, as if there was an invisible barrier. No matter how hard the arrow tried, no matter how it trembled and shook to try to pierce Chen He's brow, it was completely unable to move. Time seems to have been paused. Seeing this, the man in black robe was stunned and speechless. What is going on? Snap. All the power on the feather arrow was removed with ease, and the feather arrow fell to the ground. This moment, the black-robed man, like Shenhe just now, sensed the element, and the hairs on his back stood up. He felt a terrifying threat of life and death suddenly approaching. It felt like an invisible hand was strangling my throat. His heartbeat almost slowed down, but he still relied on his survival instinct and turned around and ran on the spot. In just a few short breaths, Shenhe and the man in black robes simply exchanged positions. The man in black robes turned into the embarrassed Shenhe, and without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. Call. At this moment, Shenhe, who had determined that it was Principal Wu who had taken action, also breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment. Rumble. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and a huge black shadow suddenly fell to the ground, causing a hurricane. The black dragon, with its body covered in burning magma, fell. Principal Wu and Shu Shi jumped down one after another. Husband, ah! You! The first thing Shu Shi saw was that Shenhe was covered in blood, with a feather arrow even stuck in his left shoulder. I felt so heartbroken immediately. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed out. She suddenly threw herself into Shenhe's arms and hugged him, sharing all of Shenhe's weight on her. Afterwards, the little hand hovered around the arrow for a long time, but had no idea what to do. He was so panicked that he didn't know what to do, and his nervous little mouth couldn't even speak. Big tears rolled down her face, and her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry and heartache. Shenhe smiled. Now he actually couldn't feel any pain, instead he just felt soft. Especially when the whole face is buried in the softness. Although it is a bit inappropriate to think about this now, his Shu Shi is indeed gifted. The content of his brainwaves is really enviable. But when he looked up, he saw Shu Shi's heartbroken face. He barely raised his uninjured arm, helped the girl wipe her tears, and said with a forced smile, "I'm fine, you look so scared." "I'm fine, right?" Principal Wu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't care about the black-robed man who had escaped at all, and immediately went to check on Shenhe's injuries. Fortunately, Shenhe's injuries were not fatal. Although he lost a lot of blood, his muscles and bones were not broken. They were just superficial injuries. They arrived just in time. Otherwise, excessive blood loss will become a problem after a while. He raised his finger, and suddenly a ray of light flowed. Laugh. The arrow pierced through the flesh and was pulled out. Shenhe clenched his teeth and nearly cried out in pain. Fortunately, Principal Wu waved his hand and forcibly contained the wound, preventing a large amount of blood from spurting out. Then, Principal Wu took out a dark red pill. Take it, this is the heart protecting pill. It can save your life at a critical moment, and it can also maintain your chi and replenish your chi and blood. Your injury isn't too serious. The physical fitness of an awakened person is much better than that of an ordinary person. It will be fine after a few days of recuperation. At this time, boom! A figure flew backwards and fell, landing not far in front of Principal Wu and the other two. Boom! A big hole was smashed on the ground. Immediately, a man and a woman appeared. Although they were also wearing black robes, they had badges hanging on their chests. Their attire was obviously more formal and not too shady. Even Shenhe and Shu Shi could tell from the special badges on their chests that the man and woman were both 6th-level warriors. They were obviously two people who were specifically protecting Shenhe and Shu Shi. As for the person in the pit, it was the black-robed man who had just hunted Shenhe. Ahem, you have no moral principles. You are bullying the weak with your numbers. Can you please have some shame, cough cough cough? The two 6th-level protectors looked at each other with sneers on their faces. Humph. A damn traitor, his crime deserves death, how can he even talk about martial virtue? You're a 5th-level warrior, yet you're bullying a 3rd-level kid. What kind of martial ethics do you have? Bah! Bastard! The man in black robe didn't say much, but coughed and took his breath. Seeing that the man and woman in front of him were both 6th-level experts, he immediately wanted to escape. But when his eyes fell on Principal Wu beside Shenhe and the black rock dragon with flames flowing all over its body, his scalp suddenly went numb and his face was filled with fear. Damn it! Did this stir up a hornet's nest? It would be fine if there were 2 level 6 warriors coming to support us, but how come there is also a level 7 warrior, and he has an SS level Temple Dragon Knight? When did Nankai City have such a strong person? Damn it! No wonder Chen He was running away all the way, running madly, and when he ran here, he suddenly activated the holy sword skill judgment. It turned out that there was someone behind him. Oh shit. He mentally counted all of Chen He's ancestors for 18 generations, then a wry smile appeared on his face. It seems I will definitely die today. What a despicable fellow, hiding himself and hiding his true face. Why don't you reveal your true face? The female 6th level expert scolded. The man in black robe suddenly burst into a cold laugh. Haha, today, even if I die, I'm going to take someone with me. Immediately. His gaze instantly turned to Chen He and Chu Shi. Swish. The body actually disappeared right where it was. Next second, his body suddenly appeared in front of Chu Shi again, holding a sharp cold iron dagger in his hand, which instantly emitted a sharp edge and stabbed straight at Chu Shi. But just then, bang! A light slap landed on the black-robed man's head with extreme precision. In an instant, the man in black robe was restrained from all movements and became like a wooden man, motionless. Principal Wu withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A useless profession, and you want to kill people right under my nose? Maybe in the next life. Thump! The man in black robe fell to the ground with a thud, no breath left. Dead. He was actually killed on the spot by a seemingly light slap from Principal Wu. Chapter 44, SSS level or high-risk occupation? A 5th level strongman. He was actually killed by a light slap from Principal Wu. Chu Shi's eyes widened in shock. His little mouth was so big that he could fit an egg in it. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Even though Chen He was surrounded by soft jade and warm fragrance, he was stunned by this scene. I didn't expect that a 7th level expert would be so powerful. Principal Wu's profession should be an SS level Temple Dragon Knight. Logically speaking, this profession should rely on the lava dragon as its main combat force. But looking at Principal Wu's casual attack, it was clear that he relied on pure physical strength and power to defeat his opponent. In other words, even if Principal Wu doesn't open a profession and doesn't use his innate skills, he can still rely on pure physical strength to easily crush and kill a 5th level professional with all his innate skills activated? The gap between these levels is too big. The black-robed man who assassinated him was, after all, a 5th level warrior. The arrows that shot at him one after another were so powerful that they almost drove him into autism. It can be called a mobile cannon without CD. But now, he was killed by just a slap? Just how powerful is the 7th level Principal Wu? Chen He was shocked at first, but then a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes as he looked at Principal Wu. Wait until he reaches the 7th level. Can it be so strong? This was the first time Chen He realized that the benefits of increasing physical strength were so great. And the other side. The two protectors, a man and a woman, were not surprised at all. Take the initiative to come up and say hello to Principal Wu. Principal Wu, long time no see. Principal Wu. I've heard so much about you, and today we finally have the chance to meet. Principal Wu looked over lazily and nodded calmly. Then he turned around and introduced Chen He and the other two. Xiao Shi, this is Lin Nai. Actually, she's your senior. She was probably a student from 4 or 5 years ago, and she also graduated from our Kyoto Academy. This is Xinhua. If I remember correctly, he should be a top student from a university in Shanghai. Well, I can't remember which university it was. Xinhua, the male protector, twitched his face and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my two juniors. I'm a graduate from Magic City Normal University. My name is Xinhua. You can call me senior. Linei and I were sent by the Ministry of Education to protect you too. Principal Wu, our Magic City Normal University is at least the second-ranked university in Magic City. It's not that embarrassing, is it? Principal Wu shrugged. I'm sorry, I only remember that our Modu Academy was the only one in Modu. Shanhua. Damn it. This is absolutely disrespectful to the elderly. A dignified principal is actually showing off here with him? Is it suitable? Chu Shi and Chen He ignored the conversation between Principal Wu and Xinhua and shouted hello. Senior Lin. Senior Xin. Thank you for your hard work this time. It would have been fine if this matter had not been mentioned. As soon as it was mentioned, Principal Wu blushed on the spot and was so angry that he almost cursed. He looked at Chen He and Chu Shi very seriously. He wants to say something but stops himself, and then he wants to say something again. In the end, he didn't scold, but just sighed and said, "This matter is also my fault for not explaining it clearly to you in advance. I can understand Xiao He's feelings. He doesn't want to be bound by others. He wants to go out and gain experience on his own, to experience the feeling of life and death, and to challenge his limits before he is on the verge of death. You want to put pressure on yourself, that's fine, I appreciate your idea. However, this does not mean that you can truly escape our protection. You must know that as an SSS-level talented professional, there are hidden dangers everywhere around you. If you make the slightest mistake, you might encounter something similar to this." Seeing that Chen He and Xu Shi were both quite honest and seemed to admit their mistakes, Principal Wu did not condemn the incident too harshly. His voice slowed down a bit and became gentler, but at the same time he maintained the dignity of a person in a high position. "After this incident, I hope that both of you can learn from your mistakes and realize that this wilderness is not a good place. You should also know not to easily escape our protection. Do you know that all awakened people who have awakened to SSS-level talent professions have a frighteningly high mortality rate, because they will be hunted by demons from the outside world and traitors to humanity? Especially, people like you, Xiaoyi and Xiaoxi, who, strictly speaking, have talents that surpass SSS-level talents in top professions. More demons and traitors among the awakened will find ways to hunt you down. They won't give you any chance to grow." At this point, Principal Wu's expression became serious. There was a heaviness in his voice. "I don't know what I remembered. In fact, up to now, there are no more than 20 SSS-level talented professional awakeners in the world who have truly grown up. Strictly speaking, Xiaoxi and Xiuhe, the two of you are both talented professional awakeners who have surpassed the SSS level, but neither of you has managed to grow. Because once you're out in the wild, once you lose the protection of high-level warriors, or once you're on the front lines fighting demons, as long as the high-ranking demons and the shameless traitors hidden among humans know about it, they'll send out a large number of high-level warriors to hunt you down. Similar things happen almost every moment, every day, every month. So, your awakened profession is so powerful. It seems like a great opportunity, but in fact, it also attracts the wind. It means you will be used as a target by the enemy. This time, the other party only sent out a 5th-level traitor to hunt you down. This is all thanks to the fact that Nankai City is a small place. It's difficult to quickly gather 6th or even 7th-level experts nearby. But in the future, when you arrive in the Demon City, the 4 main cities, or even other places, you may encounter powerful beings of higher levels who will surround and kill you at all costs. That's why, at first, I completely disagreed with you two coming to the wild for training. Come to think of it, this matter is still my fault. I thought Nankai City was too simple. I thought there would be no accidents with me here. But an accident still happened." Principal Wu gave Chen He a displeased look. This little guy is really going to cause him trouble. If something had really happened to Chen He right under his nose, he would have simply quit his job as the principal of the Magic City Academy and resigned. Seeing Chen He and Xu Shi, he looked even more apologetic. Principal Wu sighed and changed the subject. "But what you said actually makes sense. If you don't hunt monsters in the wild and gain experience, your level up speed won't even be as fast as a D-level talent class. You won't be able to grow at all. As you said, it's easy to be raised like a flower in a greenhouse. This is actually why I agreed to let you come to the wild." Principal Wu's words shocked both Chen He and Xu Shi. But at the same time, they also felt a sense of fear. Turn out to be. Is this SSS level talent profession really so dangerous? Is it true that a big tree attracts the wind to this extent? The death rate has reached such a high level? This is too scary. There are not even 20 SSS level talented professional awakeners who have grown up in the world over the years. This answer is too exaggerated. After thinking about it for a while, they both felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Principal Wu is here this time. Chen He's plan was still too reckless. However, in order to successfully conceal his level problem, he seemed to have no better way. Seeing that the two of them understood how dangerous they were, they awakened to the high-risk profession. Principal Wu did not repeat it and just told the two of them. "From now on, until you enroll in the Magic City Academy, I will not allow the two of you to go hunting in the wild for training. After enrollment, the school will also prevent students from hunting demons in the wild. Also, if you really want to go into the wild, you must tell me. At the very least, I can protect you and prevent you from encountering even more terrifying high-level hunters." Chen He and Xu Shi nodded in succession. We understand, Principal Wu. It must be said. If you don't tell me this and run into the wild alone, you might easily fall into someone's trap and setup, and no one might even know about it until you die. At this time, Principal Wu suddenly changed his tone. By the way, brat, what level are you now? Let me see if it's worth it for you to come out here and train alone. Chapter 45. Of course the family system must develop people. Principal Wu gave me instructions for a long time. Shen He also calmed down and answered truthfully. Well, actually, I just ran out and encountered only one prey that caught my eye. That's a double-winged black tiger of about level 37 or 38. Maybe it's because of the huge level gap. I was suppressed by it at the beginning. I almost lost several times. Luckily, I had the Angel's Holy Sword and Angel's Silver Wings. After a fierce battle, I finally found a flaw and chopped off his head. After I killed the double-winged black tiger, I was directly promoted by 3 levels. Now I've successfully advanced to level 3 and unlocked Angel's Eyes. This insight seems quite powerful. What Shen He said was basically the truth. Except for the fact that he had unlocked the Angel's Eyes before the battle against the double-winged black tiger, everything else was true. But wait until he finishes. I saw Principal Wu and the 2 senior students opposite him all had dazed expressions. I was so surprised that I couldn't speak. After a long time, senior sister Lin Nai and senior brother Shin Kuo finally came to their senses. They stared at each other blankly and discussed in a low voice. Level 3? This is already level 3? Are you sure? Damn it! How long did I stay at the 3rd level? Half a year? No, not that long, but at least 3 or 4 months. What kind of upgrade speed is this? It's unprecedented. Even the top professions that surpass SSS level talent professions wouldn't be so monstrous. That's ridiculous. I remember that the graduation requirement for our Magic City Academy seemed to be the 3rd level. As long as you can break through the 3rd level, you can graduate directly. Ha! In other words, junior brother Chen He can graduate directly after entering school? They were both speechless. Principal Wu looked puzzled. Shouty, you haven't even broken through to the 3rd level yet you dare challenge a mid to high level 3rd level double-winged black tiger? This isn't just a normal cross-level battle. This is a cross-level monster hunting. If I remember correctly, the double-winged black tiger should be the top monster among the 3rd level monsters. If it is at the same level, it will crush other monsters. I never thought that you could even kill a double-winged black tiger. The young are truly formidable. Lin Nai and Shin Kuo were shocked again. Yes. Shen He was able to kill the double-winged black tiger by relying on his 2nd level strength. Isn't this too strong? What kind of talent is this? Not only is his professional talent super powerful, but his skill mastery talent and practical training talent are also maxed out? What kind of pentagonal warrior is this? Shin Kuo muttered to himself. I used to think I was a genius. With an A-rank profession, I rose all the way to where I am now, on par with other S-rank and SS-rank professionals. But now, I realize I'm nothing. Linnaeus also touched his forehead. I'd become a clown too. Principal Wu suddenly remembered something. Oh right? Xiaohe, even if you successfully advance 3 levels and break through to the 3rd stage. But how did you, a mere level 3, survive being hunted by a level 5 awakener? Lin Nai and Xin Kui, yeah. This is outrageous. How about we go? They both felt like they had become the background for Chen He's show-off. Invisible pretense is the most deadly, okay? This time, Chen He didn't hide it anymore. Tell the truth about the battle that just happened. After I killed the double-winged black tiger, I was about to collect. Listening to Chen He's story. Shushi's beautiful face was almost completely tense, and she was nervous the whole time. She was very worried about Chen He, and a pair of small hands held Chen He's wrist. She made up her mind. No matter what Chen He said in the future, she would never agree to Chen He training alone outside. This is too dangerous. If he makes one wrong move, he won't be able to see her good husband again. It was discovered that the man in black robe had been using a bow and arrow the entire time, and had never used any skills directly, exposing his profession and strength. Principal Wu's eyes moved and he quickly realized something. I see. This traitorous assassin must be afraid of exposing his true profession, thus letting us discover his tracks and revealing his true identity. So, when using the bow and arrow, maybe I wasn't using my full strength. He also underestimated his opponent, thinking he could easily kill Chen He even without using his true identity and strength. This led to a series of missteps. Thinking of this, Principal Wu looked serious. He raised his foot and kicked the black-robed man's body, which was beginning to stiffen on the ground. Shaolin, the two of you, take this traitor's body back and examine it thoroughly. Find out who this person is. After all, in a place like Nankai City, there are only a handful of assassins who can rush here quickly. Their identities shouldn't be difficult to find. It would be better to see if we can find other traitors through this person. The two protectors responded quickly. Chen He recalled the black-robed man's final act of violence. He almost assassinated his CC, but even he didn't react in time. Principal Wu, what is the profession of this traitor? Principal Wu introduced. His innate class is called Shadow Killer. Don't be fooled by the fancy name, it seems quite good. It also has a natural skill. But in reality, it's just a C-level garbage job. It is also the only C-level talent profession that has a talent skill. Chen He suddenly understood. It turned out to be the Shadow Killer. He had learned relevant knowledge in school and immediately recalled it. The innate skill of Shadow Killer is called Shadow Kill. It can instantly teleport 10 meters and enhance the attack power of the next assassination. If used to kill people, it is indeed a very commendable talent skill that can bring unexpected results. But it can't be used to hunt monsters. Monsters all have thick skin and flesh. Moreover, its growth potential is not very good. This shadow kill will hardly be strengthened much as the level increases. It is much worse than the Holy Angel. Chen He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of exposing his occupation and identity. If the man in black robes used all his strength to deal with him right from the start, and directly used Shadow Kill to appear behind him and complete the assassination, he would be a corpse right from the start. But this assassin was confused, underestimated the enemy, was arrogant, and was unwilling to expose himself. Throughout the process, he relied on his powerful physical strength and used magic bows and arrows to kill him, leading to a complete loss in the end. This wilderness is still full of dangers. Chen He sighed inwardly. After I go back this time, I must improve myself. Until you have enough ability to survive in the wilderness, you can't go out and wander around anymore. Have a brief chat and clean up the battlefield. Principal Wu also took Chen He to retrieve the body of the double-winged black tiger. After all, it was also a trophy. By the way, they also hunted some insignificant monsters on the way. After the previous experience, and with Chen He still injured, Chu Shi did not continue his training. The three of them set out on their journey back to the city. On the way, Principal Wu told Chen He and the others, there are some human traitors who have been secretly hiding in the city. Some of them have been implanted with demon hearts, while others have gained power from powerful demons. They are always looking for opportunities to hunt down high-level, gifted professional awakeners like you too. And these people, in order to continue hiding in the city, will not easily reveal their occupations and identities during hunting unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely that the coordination department and the garrison department will find out. Because of this, Xiaohua, Xiaoxi, you must be more careful in the future. Chen He and Chu Shi looked at each other and nodded heavily. The loss this time is already big enough. We've all learned a lesson. Although the wilderness is extremely dangerous, it now seems that even within the towering city walls, it is not completely safe. There are leaks everywhere, so we cannot be careless. Soon, in Nankai City, Chu family, in a luxurious villa. What? Chu Tian stood up and supported the case. My good son-in-law is injured? After learning about Chen He's condition, Chu Tian was very worried. They surrounded Chen He and asked him about his well-being, and even took out many life-saving pills that they had kept at home. They even sent people out to buy medicine. Chu Shi also stayed by Chen He's side, taking care of him. Principal Wu and the duo of Lin Nai and Shin Kui simply stayed at the Chu family to avoid similar assassinations. 3 days later, Chen He has finally recovered almost completely. Having just recovered from a serious illness, he is in high spirits. But after Chen He recovered, the first thing he did was not to polish his basics and consolidate his mental strength, but to vigorously pull his own CC into the bedroom. Make a baby. Hubby, you, be gentle, why are you in such a hurry? I've been craving it for several days. My dear wife, can't you help me? Then how do you want me to help? I'm still injured. How about you, my dear wife, do it yourself? Family system. How can we do without developing our family? This is the right way. Chapter 46, Husband, don't be too hardworking, be more moderate. For now. In the small city of Nankai, due to the influence of my father-in-law, it is very unfavorable for the development of my own family, and there is still nearly a month before school starts. Then we can only develop in terms of population first. Therefore, it is necessary to create a baby. That's right. Everything Chen He did was to develop the family and make it flourish as quickly as possible. It was definitely not for the sake of the little boss dominating the big boss. Then, in the following days, Chen He and Shushi polished the basics during the day and worked tirelessly at night, day and night, making babies with crazy efficiency and without any restraint. This went on for more than half a month. Shushi is a new wife. Being pampered by Chen He tirelessly every night, she looks more and more beautiful and moisturized. She is already in her 20s, a young and youthful age. After half a month of painstaking cultivation and constant watering, Shushi's condition seemed to have acquired a bit more of the unique charm that only belongs to a married woman. She also gradually became more beautiful and charming. This is the double nourishment of love and body and mind. It looks different from before. Compared to the noble and aloof, inviolable, holy and ethereal image of those born into wealthy families in the past, now they have the extra beauty of a young woman and the charm of a woman. It makes people unable to take their eyes away after just one look, and the ecstasy goes straight into their bones. Certainly. This is only the case in front of Chen He. In front of other outsiders, Shushi is still a fairy from heaven who can only be admired from afar and not touched. She is stunningly beautiful and aloof and inviolable. This day, early in the morning, Shushi rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the dressing mirror. Just about to wash up. But she suddenly remembered that a few days ago, her husband Shinhee, that bad guy, didn't know what he was thinking, but he was suddenly not satisfied with just staying in bed. Instead, he hugged her and walked around the room. He even put his hands on her knees and asked her to do that in front of the mirror. It's so embarrassing. Speaking of which, it took a few days. Everywhere in the room were shadows of the two men who had fought fiercely. Although every time they were done, they would clean up together thoroughly, leaving no trace for others to find. But now, the more she thinks about it, the more she feels something is wrong, and everything she looks at makes her blush. I really don't know what to say. Even though Chen-hee, this bad guy, is young and full of energy, he can't be like this, right? There has to be some moderation, right? As she thought about it, Shushi couldn't help but lower her head and touch her smooth belly without a trace of fat. Logically speaking, at their age, they probably don't want children and don't want to be bound by offspring. What's more, they have just awakened and have a long way to go in the future. They should make self-improvement their primary goal. But every time that bad guy Chen-hee pinned her down and bullied her, she was unwilling to wear it. Well, she didn't want to be separated by a pathetic thick barrier. It makes her so embarrassed every time. Did this bad guy really want her to have a baby so soon? As for Chushi's mood, she doesn't care. She even felt happy and joyful at the thought of giving birth to a child for her husband. But, isn't it a bit too early? Is my husband too impatient? And this land can be cultivated frequently, but if it is cultivated continuously, not only will the oxen that plow the land be unable to bear it, I am afraid that even the land itself will not be able to bear it. Who knows, the land might be plowed up by cows. In fact, Shushi and Chen-hee were newlyweds, and they were as sweet as honey. They were inseparable every day, and this went on day and night, and Shushi enjoyed it very much. But after more than half a month, she really couldn't stand it anymore. Yesterday, while taking a shower, she felt that her skin was as white and smooth as snow, and even a little swollen. This bad guy. I don't even feel sorry for her. Instead, he keeps getting worse and worse. What on earth is his body made of? He's just like a tireless animal. Is this the third level of physical strength? No matter how happy you are, your body has its limits. She really can't take it anymore. There was a moment like that. Shushi was even thinking in his heart, should he find someone to help share the burden with him? I'm alone. I can't seem to withstand Chen-hee's intensive offensive. Now. Chen-hee also got up and walked to the bathroom yawning. Seeing Shushi staring at the mirror in a daze, I don't know what she was thinking about. Her face was shy and flushed. I guess she was thinking about something embarrassing. Chen He's eyes lit up. Cece, what are you thinking about? He put his arms around the girl's slender waist from behind, feeling the softness and sweetness beneath a layer of ice silk pajamas, and suddenly his heart felt hot. The morning sets the tone for the day, as it is the time when you are most energetic. Ah, husband. You, put me down. Amidst Chu Shi's exclamation, Chen He suddenly put his arms around the other person's slender waist and picked her up. He then turned his body so that Cece faced him and sat on the washstand with his back to the half-length mirror. He kissed the two sweet and soft cherry lips and was about to lift up the thin dress to continue the battle from last night. Hubby. Let me go, it's already daybreak, wait till night. Chu Shi pushed back in resistance. It's not that I don't want it at all. At this moment, after being teased by Chen He, she felt a little empty in her heart, a little numb, and wanted to let Chen He do whatever he wanted. But reason told her that she couldn't do this anymore. She quickly put in a little more strength, pressed her legs together and resolutely refused to let Chen He take advantage. At first, Chen He thought that his wife had picked up this little hobby of role-playing from somewhere, but he soon realized something was wrong. Cece seems to really not want to? His mind cleared instantly and he stopped moving. Cece, what's wrong with you? Don't you like it? Chu Shi was breathing heavily, almost unable to bear it anymore and almost relaxed. Fortunately, Chen He also dotes on her. I like it. But, husband, haven't we been doing this a little too frequently lately? I don't think this is good. We should exercise some restraint. Young men and women should avoid lust. Even if you want to do it every night, but don't be so crazy and don't ask for it so often, okay? Chen He felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Have I been too aggressive recently? Did it scare Cece? But what Chu Shi said made sense. School was about to start, and they couldn't continue to be so sweet and sticky after school started. By then, it will be easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. It's hard to sleep alone at night. Okay, then let's talk about it tonight and continue here then, okay? I haven't tried this wash basin yet. Chu Shi's face turned completely red, and she nodded shyly in response. It's all up to you. And so, several days passed. In the calm and peaceful practice, Chen He and Chu Shi's physical foundations have been honed to a very good level. Especially Chu Shi, whose physical strength has completely reached the first level, otherwise he would not be able to withstand Chen He's fierce attack every night. Although Chen He's physical strength has not yet reached the level of a third-order rank, it is almost there. Principal Wu was satisfied when he saw this, but he didn't say it. Well, the foundation is indeed almost polished, but it's not enough. After returning to our Magic City Academy, you can continue to polish your skills in depth at school. I think you've all been at home for a while now. Come with me tomorrow and head back to the Magic City Academy. The Magic City Academy has more abundant resources and conditions. Even though school hasn't started yet. But if we go earlier, Principal Wu can also give Chen He and the others special lessons earlier. Then, Chen He took Chu Shi to find Chu Tian and told him in detail about how Principal Wu would take them back to the academy. Chu Tian was naturally very happy. Although it was inevitable that father and daughter felt a little reluctant to part, he also knew that his daughter's future was the most important thing, and he kept emphasizing. After entering the Magic City Academy, you must study hard. Xiaohe is a capable person, Cece, you just need to follow Xiaohe in school from now on. Xiaohe, if you dare to let Cece suffer even the slightest injustice, I will beat you up even if I have to go all the way to the Magic City Academy. Chen He and Chu Shi smiled at each other. Don't worry, father-in-law. Chu Tian also took out a lot of money from the family treasury and gave it to the two of them. There are also some resources such as elixirs. The quality level was not enough in Chen He's opinion now, but it basically filled up all the resources that the family could bring. A poor family has a rich road. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Chen He and Chu Shi packed up their belongings and set off for the Magic City with Principal Wu and two senior students who were responsible for escorting them. Chapter 47. This is the Magic City Academy. In this chaotic era, the distance from one city to another is long. It is not easy to travel through time. You may encounter monsters blocking your way. There are 3 routes to choose from: land, water, and air. water and air routes are the fastest. However, generally only the 7th level strongmen above level 70 will choose these two routes. Because you never know what kind of terrifying monsters you might encounter in the air or in the water. And generally speaking, monsters in the air and water are often more powerful than monsters on land, and the two sides are incomparable. Shenhe and Shushi had heard about this from their teachers in school before. There are many great horrors hidden underwater and in the sky. No one can tell whether there are still terrifying monsters that have never appeared in the world. Even the monster atlas that humans have now is just the tip of the iceberg of the monster world. There are still too many powerful demons hiding, and their true appearance has not been revealed. So, because of this reason, most awakened people who want to go to another city will choose to travel by land. If you encounter high-level monsters even when traveling by land, you can only blame your bad luck. If the principal was traveling alone, he might choose to fly directly back to the Magic City, which is much safer than those airplane routes. But now that he had to take Chushi and Shenhe with him, it would be too dangerous to fly back to the Magic City. Therefore, he simply took Shenhe and Chushi and chose to go by land. Principal Wu is quite familiar with the route, so as long as he is careful, nothing will go wrong. With Principal Wu leading the team personally, the journey was not too far. After most of the day, Shenhe and his group saw the extremely tall and majestic city wall in the distance. That giant wall, which is 1,000 times more magnificent than the Great Wall, covers the sky and the sun, and shrouds it like a shadow of clouds. It can be seen clearly from hundreds of miles away. Under the giant city wall, Shenhe couldn't help but look up, looking at the extremely magnificent and towering city wall, and was quite shocked. It's like an ant seeing a mountain. At the beginning, when he saw the city wall of Nankai City, he was surprised. Compared with the city wall of Nankai City, the city wall of the Magic City seemed even more magnificent and tall, at least twice as high as the city wall of Nankai City. Moreover, the material and thickness of the city wall are far greater than those of Nankai. The number of awakened people guarding inside and outside is at least 10 times that of Nankai City. Shushi, who was standing next to her, was looking at the awakened people passing by and coming in and out of the city gate. Those awakened people did not deliberately hide their aura, and she could see that they were all of a good level. At a glance, they are all high-level awakeners. There are even some level 60, rank 6 awakeners. Looking around Nankai City, there are almost no 6th level strongmen. Here, they are as worthless as cabbages in the vegetable market, which gave Chushi a strong sense of shock. Her little hand couldn't help but pull Shenhe beside her. Hubby, look, just these passers-by entering and leaving the city are all high-level awakeners. Shenhe nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he felt very refreshed. This is the Magic City. According to legend, the Magic City is rich in natural resources and has many outstanding people. The scale and luxury of the place alone are enough to amaze people. All the conditions are not comparable to Nankai. The two of them felt like they had suddenly arrived in the capital from a small county town. They felt that they had seen a lot of things in the world. They exchanged a few words in a low voice. When entering the city, Lin Nai and Shinquo looked at each other, then turned to Principal Wu and said, Principal Wu, now that we have successfully arrived at the Magic City Academy, let's go back and report. Go ahead. Principal Wu waved calmly and watched the two leave. Then he took Shenhe and Chushi with him, and after briefly verifying their identities at the city gate, they quickly entered the city. As soon as I stepped into this devil city, Shenhe and Chushi were once again stunned by the colorful world before them and the various high-rise buildings lined up one after another. In Nankai City, places near the city wall seem a bit remote and rarely visited. But the Magic City is completely different. Not only are there many tall buildings, but there are also dense crowds of people passing by. The awakened can be found everywhere. There are relatively few awakened people in Nankai City, and at least 70% of them are ordinary people who fail to awaken. There is no such situation as there are awakened people everywhere now. In addition, many of the various shops and buildings on the road are closely related to the awakened ones. For example, alchemy rooms, equipment refining rooms, department stores that serve awakened people, etc. There is no end in sight. Extremely prosperous. Shenhe held Chushi's hand and walked quickly through the city. He saw many magnificent scenes of the Magic City inside all the way. This Magic City University is really the right choice. Just look at the prosperity of this Magic City. Given the pivotal position of the Magic City Academy in Magic City, how ridiculous would the resources it could obtain be? Soon. Under the familiar guidance of Principal Wu, Chen He and Shu Shi arrived at the gate of Magic City University, one of the 4 top universities. On 2 doors that are as majestic as pillars supporting the sky. The gold-plated characters of the Magic City University and the school emblem are engraved on it, and can be seen clearly from a long distance. Even in this Magic City, which is full of luxurious metropolitan scenes, the luxury of Magic City University is one of the best. It is the kind of landmark building that can be deeply remembered at first sight. Behind the gate is the vast and magnificent Magic City Academy. A sense of nobility comes over you. Chen He and Shu Shi were both stunned for a moment, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable sense of shock. Especially the 7 or 8 buildings that rise from the ground. They are of different specifications, but they are quite distinctive. Looking at them at this moment is like looking up at the walls of the Magic City from the city gate and sighing with regret. Moreover, the Magic City Academy has obviously been established for more than 100 years. The architectural style of the main building is very antique and its layout and decoration also have an ancient style. A strong historical atmosphere hits you in the face. This is where we're going to go to school for the next 4 years? How amazing! It is worthy of being one of the 4 top universities. Before coming here, Chen He and Shu Shi had actually already had a lot of imagination. But compared to the situation I am in now, they felt that their previous imagination was a bit too empty and thin. Come with me. Principal Wu was very satisfied with their shock. He smiled, nodded, and pointed in a direction with his cane. He gestured for them to follow him and then entered the school. At the same time, there are also many news spreading wildly in the school, causing a lot of discussion. Have you heard? The principal is back today. It doesn't matter whether the principal comes back or not, but I remember that the principal went out this time for 2 SSS level holy angels with specialties. This is the most sensational news recently. The twin holy angels of Nankai City. I remember that one holy angel was incredibly powerful before, and now 2 have appeared at once. I heard they're a newlywed couple, a talented couple with a beautiful face. What a perfect match. I'm really envious. I think this year's class is going to take off. Principal Wu has already entered the school. He brought those 2 younger students with him. Go check it out. After learning about the situation, many students from Shanghai were eager to come and see Chen He and Shu Shi, and they came one after another to enjoy the show. As the news continued to spread, more and more people came to watch. Many people gathered on both sides of the road, pointing and whispering around Chen He and the other person. His eyes were full of surprise and envy. Main building. Academic Affairs Office. Principal Wu led Chen He and the other 2 in to register for admission. When the teacher in charge of registration saw that it was Principal Wu, his eyes lit up instantly and he stared at Chen He and the other 2 with a look that seemed to want to eat them up. Principal Wu. These are the 2 holy angels. I've heard about it a long time ago. I didn't expect that you, the principal, would actually recruit me. Principal Wu smiled faintly. What do you mean? Is there anything I can't accomplish with my personal involvement? The registration teacher curled his lips. Ah, yes. How could he not know what their principal was like? See through it but don't expose it. Start registration. At this time, even the door of the Academic Affairs Office and the surrounding areas of the main building were surrounded by spectators. Many people even ran over to line up and watch, showing great enthusiasm. Being looked at by pairs of curious eyes. Chen He felt secretly happy, but still felt a little uncomfortable. Protect your own CC carefully behind your back so that no more people can see her. Aren't these seniors a bit too idle? Because the school has not started yet, there are no new students in the school. Only old students. Chapter 48 Privileges of SSS Level Talented Occupations. After completing the admission process, the teacher in charge of the Academic Affairs Office looked Chen He and Shu Shi up and down with a gossipy expression on his face. I opened my mouth to ask something, but as a teacher after all, I couldn't be too enthusiastic towards the students who came to register on the first day. It would be bad if Chen He and the other 2 were scared away. He threw a bunch of keys to Chen He and Shu Shi. Go ahead, it's in Villa 3, Area A. Forget it. I'll take you 2 there and familiarize you with our school. Don't blame your seniors for being so gossipy and enthusiastic. I just never thought that two holy angels like you could emerge from the tiny city of Nankai. What's more, they are a newlywed couple. Even the teacher wants to gossip about me. Chen He and Chu Shi. After Principal Wu brought the two of them to the academic affairs office and made some simple arrangements for the follow-up, he left. Obviously, he had a lot of things to deal with during his absence of more than half a month. Villa? Chen He was startled and looked at the key in his hand with an expression of disbelief. Our dormitory is a villa? The teacher in charge smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to explain. That's right. No matter what level of talent a student has, as long as they successfully enroll in the Magic City Academy, they will all be given a single-family villa as a dormitory. This is the basic rule of our school in the Magic City. The top schools in the four main cities are basically the same. We will provide students with great support in terms of living conditions and living environment. This is also a way to encourage students to strive to get into better schools. When the teacher in charge led Chen He and the others out of the main building, they saw a crowd of onlookers gathered everywhere like a tide, blinking their big eyes and looking at Chen He and the others with curiosity. He spoke sternly. Go away, you all have nothing to do, right? Do you want me to find you some work? As soon as these words were spoken, all the students scattered like birds and beasts, leaving in a somewhat annoyed manner. Soon, under the guidance of the teacher in charge, Chen He and Chu Shi came to the villa area of the dormitory and found their villa number 3 in Area A. Because you two are a legal couple, the school has allocated you a villa. I guess you newlyweds don't want to be separated, right? Sensing the teacher's almost uncontrollable gossipy mood, Chen He smiled and glanced at Chu Shi, whose face was blushing beside him, and nodded. No problem, teacher. The teacher in charge gestured. Put your luggage in the dormitory first, and I'll take you around the school. Oh, okay. Thank you, teacher. Walking on the fairly spacious campus road, the teacher in charge introduced the place like a tour guide, pointing to a building closest to the dormitory area, which had a big Wu character written on it, which was unique. This is the martial arts training ground. In addition to the martial arts training building and the main building, there is also a large playground that is specially used for students to practice sparring. Inside the martial arts building, there are many separate training grounds that can be rented out. They have various types of targets and training equipment. If you feel that you can't perform well on the playground, you can go to the separate training ground. Soon, Chen He saw the most important buildings in corresponding areas in the Magic City Academy. There are skill buildings, spiritual treasure pavilions, medicine pavilions, cafeterias, several colleges, the school's own training fields, monster cages, and so on. It has everything you need. This is the skills building in the library and information area. Basically, all the skill books currently available at the Magic City Academy, as well as books and materials available for students to borrow and read, can be found in this area. Also, right next to the skills building is the Technology Creators Association, where technologists from various colleges gather to exchange experiences in skill creation. A large portion of the skill books in our skill building come from the Skill Creator Society. Modu Academy is the best in the country in terms of technology and innovation. Even the top universities in the other 3 main cities have to recognize our Modu Academy in the field of technology and innovation. The teacher in charge boasted about it and gave a thumbs up, introducing it with great pride. Chen He and Chu Shi took a look at the building marked with the word and were shocked. This is the Lingbao Pavilion, where all kinds of weapons and magic treasures are stored. Next to the Lingbao Pavilion is the Exchange Office and the Weapon Refining Academy. Any rare materials you find in the wild can be exchanged for contribution points and credits at the Exchange Office, which can then be exchanged for more resources. Also, the Alchemy Academy can also exchange various rare ores and refining materials for contribution points and credits. The Alchemy Academy will occasionally send out missions to collect rare ores, and the overall rewards are very good. Chen He and Chu Shi took a closer look in the direction of Lingbao Pavilion and nodded in succession. Write down the locations of the exchange offices and the Equipment Refining Academy one by one. On the other side of the exchange office is the Medicine Pavilion, where all kinds of medicines are stored. Next to it is the Alchemy Academy, and its basic specifications are not much different from the Lingbao Pavilion. Besides, there's the Mission Building. It's where tasks are distributed between the various colleges, the school administration, and the various buildings. Completing tasks earns you credits, which can be exchanged for various resources within the school. The two buildings, Lingbao Pavilion and Danyao Pavilion, stand opposite each other, forming a tripod, with the skill building in the middle. The layout is quite magnificent. In addition, our Magic City Academy also has cultivation fields for various rare and exotic plants, cages for keeping living monsters, and the 7 largest colleges. Chen He couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It feels a bit like the sect in the novel. The teacher in charge of the Academic Affairs Office nodded, agreeing with Chen He's statement. That's right. It's not just our Demon City Academy. In fact, any awakened academy is a bit like the sects in novels. In novels, sects train disciples just to annihilate the demons. And we, the Awakened Academy, train batch after batch of students, all for the purpose of being able to slay demons, resist demonic invasions, and defend our country. I walked along the magnificent academy for a while. Suddenly, we came to a building that looked unknown but had hidden secrets inside. This building stands out among many tall buildings. There are only 5 floors. But Chen He took a closer look, and through the all-round sensory enhancement brought by the angel eyes, he noticed the strangeness around the building. Formation? What kind of place is this? I see at least 7 or 8 overlapping formations arranged around this building. It looks like the core of the entire Demon City Academy. The formation protection in other places is far inferior to that here. The teacher in charge smiled faintly and pointed at the 5-story building. This place, nominally speaking, is the Gifted Career Research Institute. Nominally? Chen He was completely confused and bewildered. The teacher in charge explained patiently. Actually, this is where all the SS level and above talented awakeners usually practice. This is also the main reason why so many protective formations were set up here. If anything goes wrong at the Magic City Academy, we must protect the safety of all top-notch awakened talents. Because both of you are SSS level holy angels, you can enter here to train later. The instructors there will design a training program specifically for you, one that is unique and most suitable for you. Besides, you hardly have to worry about credits. Basically, whether it's the martial arts training ground, the skills building, the spiritual treasure pavilion, etc., there are no restrictions on the 2 of you. You can come and go freely and choose any place you want. Chen He and Xu Shi were stunned for a moment, looking at the teacher in disbelief. No limits? The teacher in charge answered solemnly. That's right. This is the privilege of all SSS level talent awakeners. It would be like this in any awakened academy. And the reason for this is that there are so few SSS level professional awakeners. In the class you 2 are in, there are only 9 SSS level talented professionals in all the college entrance examinations in the country combined. It's not even enough for the 4 top universities. And the number of students who are admitted each year is basically in the single digits, very few, so both the country and the universities will do their utmost to train them. Chen He immediately became interested and asked back. Teacher, you know so much about this year's college entrance exam candidates, but do you know what the other 7 SSS level talented professionals are? The teacher in charge replied. These 7 professions are Fighting Buddha. Fighting Buddha? Chen He raised his eyebrows and almost blurted out. Sun Wukong? The teacher in charge shook his head and laughed. It's not the Fighting Buddha from Sun Wukong, but the SSS level talent class Fighting Buddha. You'll all know the specific class information in class later. The other 6 professions are Holy Spirit Mage, Undead Controller, Abyss Lord, Disaster Priest, Infernal Fire Envoy, and Universal Astrologer. Let us talk about the top monsters of this session. The teacher in charge said when he saw that everyone had almost finished touring the school. Okay, you 2 are free to move around now. In 3 days, it will be the first day of school for new students. Chapter 49 I want to start a company. In the next 3 days. Neither Chen He nor Xu Shi left the school, but were familiarizing themselves with the school environment. On the first day of school, Chen He took Xu Shi to the martial arts training ground out of curiosity. When the 2 of them arrived at the playground, they realized how conservative what the teacher in charge said was. The teacher in charge only said that this playground was a place for students to practice together to improve their combat experience and skill proficiency. To Chen He and the others, they thought it was just like any other school playground. But when we arrived at the playground, we found that the public facilities here were very complete. Not only are there simulation test instruments for various professions, but there are also many public targets and equipment available. It can be said that almost all imaginable training facilities are available here. There are 12 areas in total, including warrior, assassin, mage, etc. Awakeners of different professions can find corresponding areas for training here. It's not so much a playground. It is more like a large open square, covering a very large area with almost no end in sight. And this is just the public area. In the building engraved with the word Wu, there are many training rooms with different categories. There are low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-level divisions within the company. The various training instruments therein are worth 10 or even 100 times more than these public equipment. It takes a lot of credits to rent them. Speaking of which, Shushi could barely be considered to be from a wealthy family, as his father was the richest man in Nankai City. However, seeing the dazzling array of training equipment on the playground and the various training rooms in the martial arts building, he felt quite amazed. There are so many instruments and facilities that I have never seen them, let alone heard of them. It is worthy of being one of the 4 top universities. This family's wealth is unbelievable. After a careful tour of the martial arts training area, Chen-He took Shushi to visit the skill building. Thanks to the Technology Creator Society of the Magic City Academy, this skill building is exactly where the Magic City Academy has the richest assets. The height of the building is second only to the main building, with a total of 20 floors. The skill combinations and skill combinations of various professions are categorized and placed on each floor. There is also a search function that allows you to search for suitable skills currently stored in the skill building with one click. If you take out a single skill book and sell it outside, it can be sold at a sky-high price. The 3 skill books that Chen-He had learned from the Chu family were already top-notch sword skills in Nankai City, but in this skill building, they might not even be suitable as table legs. Seeing these many high-level skills, Chen-He's heart was pounding. He remembered what the teacher in charge had told him before, that all SSS-level talented professions can choose all the resources they need. In other words, he can choose any of these extremely high-level skills. Of course, Chen-He would not be carried away by this excitement. He knew that practicing Taoism was not as easy as a bear trying to break a stick. If you want too much, you will end up being inferior. The only correct thing to do is to specialize in one thing first. No wonder Principal Wu told us not to learn any skills. I guess those skills that are popular in the Nankai market have never been taken seriously by Principal Wu. Shushi murmured to himself and understood Principal Wu's good intentions. Then, Chen-He and Shushi visited along the way, learned in detail, and became familiar with the environment. I also learned about the many top-level healing pills in the pill pavilion, and even various elixirs that can directly help improve levels. I also saw the various powerful spiritual treasures in Lingbao Pavilion. Lingbao is not limited to magic weapons. There are also many disposable magic weapons, such as formation flags and formation plates that can instantly set up formations, and various talismans, etc. Everything you need. At last, Chen-He and Shushi went to the mission building again and carefully looked at the various tasks on the big screen. Mission: collect 1500 G of blue steel stone. Quest source: Refining Academy. Mission reward: 15 credits. Mission: collect shadow leopard skins 10. Mission source: Lingbao Pavilion. Mission reward: 20 credits. Generally speaking, the vast majority of tasks are in various buildings of various colleges in the school. If there is a lack of any materials, they will be released to the public in the form of tasks, allowing students to take the initiative to hunt down various monsters. Obtain materials in exchange for credits. In addition to the tasks issued within the school, Chen-He also saw many tasks from the Magic City Defense Department, the Coordination Department, the Ministry of Education, etc. Generally, they recruit people to patrol around the Magic City and clear out monsters and other tasks. Chen-He felt inexplicably jealous and eager to give it a try. But after all, the school has just started, there is still a long way to go, so there is no need to rush. Certainly. Putting aside these trivial matters of familiar school, Chen-He and Shushi shared a room and were assigned to the same dormitory, which gave them a chance to experience real cohabitation life. She works hard every day and makes babies day and night. Even though Shushi always shyly emphasized that Chen-He should be more restrained and not ask for too much, Chen-He was still young and full of energy, so there was no time for restraint. It's not over until I'm exhausted. But Shushi was very distressed, and from time to time he was thinking about how to find someone to share the burden. Is this bad guy in her family so capable in this area? So vigorous? The night before the official opening of the Magic City Academy, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Chen-He held Shushi in his arms, who was still breathing softly with tears on her face. After each session, Chen-He would always take Shushi aside for a warm moment. Talk about some sweet words between husband and wife. By the way, let us talk about the future. Chen-He already had a rough idea of how to develop his family. After thinking about it for a while, he told Shushi. CC, we're still new in the Magic City, so we're not very stable yet. But I plan to open a company off campus once the situation here stabilizes. To this, Shushi nodded gently and spoke in a weak and delicate voice. Starting a company? My husband has such ambition, I will definitely support him. But, husband, what kind of company are you planning to start? What will be your main business in the future? You are the man of the family. No matter what career you want to pursue or what company you want to start, I will support you. This time we came to Shanghai, my father prepared a lot of money for us. If my husband wants to use it, he can use it at any time as a starting capital. Shenhe felt warm in his heart and raised his hand to scratch the girl's nose. He straightened his black hair, which was a little wet with sweat, and stared at the beautiful face which was bullied by him and was unrecognizable. Although when Chu Tian gave the money, he said that it was the common property of the couple. No matter what Chen he wants to do, he can use it. But Shushi's attitude is to regard the husband and wife as one. I support him wholeheartedly. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Many thoughts came to Chenhe's mind, and he had some ideas about the company's affairs. But we still have to wait until we can go on a field trip to the Magic City. If possible, also ask Principal Wu for his opinion. I'm still thinking about the company's business, so don't worry. It's just an intention at the moment. Shushi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and spoke softly. My husband has always been capable of accomplishing great things, and he's used to planning before taking action. I always listen to my husband. Feeling the soft and warm body in my arms, my fingers stroked the naked skin, which was as smooth and tender as white jade, with a slightly sweaty feeling. He suddenly felt moved again. As he turned over, he pressed the girl under him again amidst her low cry of awe. Since you listen to me, CC, then kneel down. Hubby, stop it. It's already so late today. Tomorrow I will definitely do as you say. Tonight. Well, okay, then, hubby, be gentle. That's all. Time quickly arrived at the day for new students to enter school. School is starting. Outside the gate of the Magic City University, there are crowds of people and a lot of traffic. More than 100 freshmen, either with the warm farewell of their parents or alone, stepped into the magnificent gate of the Magic City University. There were also seniors from the student union and many teachers from the academic affairs office busy around. It was bustling with activity. Chapter 50, the exam is meaningless to them. On the large playground outside the martial arts building, Shenhe and Shushi walked in side by side. The loudspeaker on campus was still repeatedly broadcasting the message that all freshmen should gather at the martial arts training ground. School has started. Today is the first day of school. I almost forgot. Shenhe stretched lazily and said lazily. Shushi, who was standing next to him, gave Shenhe a look of reproach and said unhappily. How dare you say that? If you hadn't yesterday. Shenhe chuckled. What happened yesterday? Shushi was embarrassed to tell Shenhe, the bad guy, that he didn't sleep in the middle of the night, so he dragged her for a second round and didn't let her sleep until almost dawn. A soft, displeased hum escaped from his lips. Hubby, you just bully me. Shenhe's smile grew even brighter. That's only if you're willing to let me bully you. Are you not feeling well? I don't know who it was before, crying and asking me to push harder. Shushi blushed, and her delicate and beautiful oval face instantly turned red like a big red apple. He came up and covered Shenhe's mouth. Why does this bad guy say anything? If other people heard this, it would be so embarrassing. After a quarrel, the young couple raised their heads again and looked towards the martial arts training ground. Really? At this moment, many freshmen have gathered here, and they are lined up in neat and orderly rows according to the different positions arranged in advance. On the contrary, Shushi and Shenhe were a little confused. Since they entered the school, Principal Wu and the teacher in charge have never told them which class, college, or tutor they will be assigned to. So, now I don't know where I should stand. They could only choose a place with a better view and stand there, whispering quietly. On the rostrum. Principal Wu, leaning on a cane and looking like an elegant gentleman, walked up quickly. Following behind him were 4 vice presidents, as well as the deans and tutors of various colleges. This appearance immediately attracted a lot of discussion from the audience. Wow! That's Principal Wu, right? I've long heard that Principal Wu is a 7th-level expert, personally in charge of the Demon City. He once slew more than a dozen 7th-level demons that were wreaking havoc in the Demon City, and his record is remarkable. I didn't expect to finally see him today. Before coming here, I only heard that the faculty at the Magic City Academy was incredibly strong. Now that I see it, it's truly exaggerated. None of the instructors on the stage are below level 5. More than half of them are 6th level instructors. In addition, the other deans are all at the peak of the 6th level, half a step away from the 7th level. The 4 vice deans are also genuine 7th level. Although they are not as powerful as Principal Wu, they are also pillars of the Magic City. This is the Magic City Academy. We're really here. Principal Wu lowered his head and looked around, his face full of majesty. Seeing Chen-He and Chu-Shi talking in a low voice in the open space, looking intimate, he couldn't help but smile with pride and spoke in a deep and hearty voice. Welcome all students to apply to our Magic City Academy and become a member of our Magic City Academy. I am Wu Xingwen, the principal of this school. There was a sudden roar from below like a tsunami. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. Many people had obviously heard of Principal Wu's many impressive achievements and came here as his fans. At this moment, they were dancing excitedly in the crowd with eager eyes. Principal Wu smiled faintly and made a downward gesture, instantly silencing all the sounds. Then, he said calmly, well, the students who can enter our Magic City Academy based on their real abilities are all excellent. I won't elaborate on them here. Let's get straight to the point. Next, what awaits you will be an entrance exam for freshmen. I think you all should know that awakening is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. You must always maintain an indomitable spirit in your heart. Only then can you achieve the great way and reach the pinnacle. Once you enter the university campus, you are no longer the same as before. What awaits you next will be an even more arduous and extraordinary struggle. This entrance exam for freshmen is a brand new test for your college career, and it serves 2 purposes. First, it's about resource allocation. If you do well in the college entrance exam, the talent you awaken will be even more powerful. But that's all in the past. We're focusing on the future ahead. The entrance exam will comprehensively assess your specific abilities. Whether it's your ability to apply the specifics of your profession, the knowledge you learned in high school, or your own natural talents, all can be showcased in the exam. Students with good grades will receive better on-campus resources and have more monthly resources to receive. Secondly, we will arrange your subsequent courses, assign you instructors and colleges more reasonably. Speaking of this, Principal Wu's eyes showed a hint of fierceness. The sound also became louder. As we all know, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Resources are limited and must be allocated more rationally. Except for awakeners of SSS level talented classes who possess the most unique innate advantages, awakeners of any other level of talented classes need to fight for more resources on their own. This is also the school spirit of our Magic City Academy. How much ability you have, whether you can gain the favor of teachers and the academy, does not depend on us, but only on whether you want to and can. In my Magic City Academy, we have a tradition of developing exclusive courses for each student. The professions that new students awaken to are different, and their personalities are also very different, so the potential they can develop is naturally different. This requires the school to make corresponding course arrangements based on their career characteristics and personalities. That's what the freshman exam is for. I hope that all freshmen will give their all in the freshman exam, strive for more resources, and showcase their talents to the greatest extent possible. Do you have confidence? There was an immediate response from below. Have. Principal Wu looked at the energetic faces and their active and excited responses, and felt very satisfied. Finally, he turned his attention to Chen-He and the other 2. Chen-He, Chu-Shi, step out. You don't have to take the freshman entrance exam. You can pass it without taking it. What? Why? Exemption from the exam? The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. The freshmen, who were originally very excited, seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water. They stared blankly at Chen-He and Chu-Shi, who were called. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 2 walked out slowly, even holding hands. Many people feel like they have been fed a mouthful of dog food. Who are these 2 people? Wow! They're handsome and beautiful, they look like a couple, they look so cute. That's not right. Why don't these 2 people have to take the exam? Why? I also want to pass without taking the exam. This is definitely a shady deal. Could he be from a top-tier family? He's even exempted from the exam? This is so unfair. Wait, Shinhee, Shushi, why do these two names sound so familiar? Among the crowd, some freshmen from large families were slightly stunned, and then looked at Shinhee and Shushi with envy. They had already seen the information of these two people, and of course they immediately understood why these two people did not have to take the exam. Nonsense. That's an SSS level gifted class, a holy angel, and she's still taking an exam? What kind of exam is that? Is that necessary? Just kidding. Certainly. If there are people you know, there will be people you don't know. Then, someone stood out from the crowd and took the lead in questioning. Why don't they have to take the test? I've long heard that the academic atmosphere at the Magic City Academy is rigorous, that competition is paramount, and that strength is respected. I thought they'd offer some basic fairness. I didn't expect it to be this way, that there's a shady plot going on. Others who were not in the know also came forward to echo the sentiment. Yeah. Why is that? I don't accept it. Everyone is a top-tier talent above a level, how could we be worse than them? Who the hell is this? I don't accept it. If you have the guts, come out and try. Among the more than 100 freshmen who reported today, the worst ones are professional awakeners with A-level talents, and the best ones are even professional awakeners with SS-level talents. I don't feel that I am inferior to others at all. Shinhee and Shushi naturally felt very unhappy that they didn't have to take the exam. The first person who stood up to question it was an SS-level monster. I feel very angry. Why can Shinhee and the other two get special treatment from Principal Wu, but they can't? Seeing that they had become the target of public criticism, Shinhee and Shushi felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. It's not that they don't want to take the exam, it's that the principal simply doesn't let them take it. Although it's a bit Versailles to think so. Shinhee looked up at Principal Wu and felt that this old man had bad intentions. The school has just started, and you are already creating confrontation here? Maybe he wants to use his and Shushi's talents to suppress the arrogance of these freshmen? This old man is really disrespectful to his elders. Why are you still adding fuel to the fire? And amidst this wave of doubts, Principal Wu didn't waste any time explaining and spoke immediately. Xiaoyi, Xiaoxi, show us your awakened professions. Shenhe glanced at the beauty beside him and gestured for her to go first. Shushi nodded. Swish! A brilliant and sacred light suddenly spread out. Most of the playground was filled and washed by the holy and warm light. The strength of the First Order Holy Angel instantly shocked the entire audience. What the hell? Holy Angel Sword? First Order Holy Angel. I was wondering. So they are the legendary Nankai City's two SSS-level talented professional holy angels, two angels from the same family. So it's them. No wonder Principal Wu values them so much. If they're holy angels, then they really don't need to take the exam. This entrance exam is completely meaningless to the two of them. I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. I will reflect on it. Chapter 51 Chu Shi and Shenhe will be taken care of by me personally. Certainly. As Chu Shi finished demonstrating his profession, he held the holy angel sword pulled out from the void in his hand, and his whole body was emitting a brilliant golden light like an angel descending to the earth, shocking the entire audience. Next, it was Shenhe's turn to demonstrate. He looked around at the dumbfounded and shocked faces, thinking it was funny in his heart. I really don't mean to show off. It's all because of that old and unruly Principal Wu who forced me to show off. There's nothing we can do. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. A light that was 10 times brighter than the one Chu Shi had displayed before suddenly appeared. In the sky, an extremely sacred golden shadow of a holy angel seemed to emerge, instantly causing the surrounding freshmen to tremble and shake uncontrollably, and instinctively retreat in all directions. A terrifying aura of majesty swept the entire venue. It was as if a second sun appeared in the playground. Shenhe held an angel's holy sword that was as tall as his body. The angel's silver wings, shining brightly behind him, suddenly spread out. Between the eyebrows, there is a bright eye that is open, making everyone feel that they cannot escape from this gaze at all, and are completely locked by the sight of this eye. Angel eyes. His own aura, which had already reached the third level of strength, also transformed into a materialized angelic pressure that surged wildly in all directions, causing many freshmen who were relatively close to him to almost kneel on the ground. They were all bent over, as if they were devoutly worshipping a real angel. Quiet. The crowd fell into a brief silence, and then there was a loud explosion. Wow! There was an uproar. Hiss. There were gasps everywhere, contributing to global warming. All the students were shocked and stared at the scene in a daze. Holy crap! It really is a holy angel. And it's a third-level holy angel. Level 3? Really? Are you mistaken? Is it really that strong? It's definitely a genuine third-level skill. Our family has records that Angel Eyes is a talent skill that can only be truly unlocked after reaching the third level. Isn't this fucking outrageous? The strength of that beautiful young lady at the first level was already quite outrageous, and this one is even more of a heavyweight that defies the heavens. This world is so crazy. I feel like my worldview has collapsed. Sure enough, SSS-level talented professional awakeners are like people from two different worlds from us, like two parallel lines that will never intersect. Already at level 3 upon entering school, what the hell is that worth? And at this moment, not only were all the students in absolute shock, but even the instructors on the podium were so surprised that they were speechless. They were silent for a long time, looking at each other, petrified on the spot. Only the principal remained calm. Because Principal Wu already knew it. Feeling the shock everywhere at this moment, Principal Wu remained calm and composed, with an indifferent and proud look. As if to say, "Did you see it all? These are the students I recruited. This is the super monster I brought out personally. Our Magic City University will surely easily suppress the other 3 universities. All around." After a brief silence, the other deans and tutors also lowered their voices and began to discuss, their voices sounding full of strong surprise. No way? Really level 3? I've heard before that this guy named Chen he levels up very quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. Comparing them, Jushi is also a holy angel, but he's only at the first level now. Chen he was able to reach the third level in such a short time. He must have had some great adventure. I feel like, even if there was some kind of fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for someone to reach the third level in such a short period of time. This doesn't make sense. It's unique, it really is unique. Could it be related to demons? Don't let your imagination run wild. The people Principal Wu brought back couldn't possibly have anything to do with demons? This has completely refreshed my perspective. As far as I can remember, I've never heard of a new student at any institution being at the third level upon enrollment. This isn't an exaggeration, it's incredible. I remember that the highest ranking freshman before was the second level freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy. And that person, who was so incredibly talented back then, is now the Minister of Education. He's in charge of the Ministry of Education and the development of education nationwide, and he's the pillar of support for Hansha Nation. If this child hadn't died prematurely, his future development would have been extremely brilliant. Awesome. I admit it might be a bit vulgar to say this, but only the word awesome can express how I feel right now. After showing himself, he faced the shocked gazes of the crowd, as well as Chushi's eyes that were twinkling with stars as if she was looking at an idol. Shenhe smiled faintly, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and looked at Principal Wu. Sorry, Principal Wu, I forgot to wear my rank badge. And I haven't even registered myself at the coordination department yet. The badge he has now is the second level badge he obtained when he registered at Nankai last time. With his upgrade speed, he may have to exchange badges very frequently in the future. There was another uproar all around. Oh shit. Isn't this too pretentious? Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Principal Wu's smile became more and more satisfied, and he said casually, "Okay, after today's freshman exam is over, go to the coordination department to register." "Yes, Principal." Principal Wu's expression became serious. He looked at the person in front of him again and suddenly spoke in a loud voice. "Now, I declare that the freshman exam officially begins." He waved his hand, and the entire martial arts training ground seemed to be shrouded in a special environment. The sky turned into a huge vortex, with an irresistible and terrifying suction force, sucking all the freshmen present into it. Immediately following, the sky rippled with water and turned into a huge mirror standing tall from heaven to earth. Images were played on the mirror's surface in rotation, allowing one to view the situation of each new student in detail. Principal Wu began to introduce. For this freshman exam, all of you will be placed in a special secret realm. This secret space simulates a wild scene. You need to fight monsters in the secret realm. Different monsters correspond to different points. Of course, if you are defeated by the monsters in the secret realm, you will be kicked out of the secret realm and eliminated on the spot. You won't die, but you will be injured. Ultimately, the person with the highest points will be the top freshman of this year. They will be able to obtain the most resources and choose their own college. Plus, you can get extra credits as a reward. The countdown is 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, your location will no longer be safe. A large number of monsters will spawn. The exam will last 3 hours. Good luck! All the freshmen began to take the exam. Shenhe and Shu Shi looked up at the huge mirror with a look of surprise in their eyes. They could see that this mirror should be a magic weapon with a very high star rating, at least a 7-star magic weapon. It should be a magic weapon that can be controlled by a 7th level strongman like the principal. The Magic City Academy is indeed extremely wealthy. It's just a freshman exam, and they can come up with such a high-level simulation training tool? Shenhe and Shu Shi came to Principal Wu and watched the exam as if they were watching a show. It's quite entertaining to watch the freshmen, who either excitedly rush out to fight and hunt, or flee in panic, each using their own unique tactics when faced with the suddenly refreshed monsters. Watch and watch. Suddenly, a level 60, rank 6 instructor walked out from the crowd and came to Shenhe and the others. Hello, Shenhe and Shu Shi. I'm a mentor at the Tech Creators Society. You can call me Teacher Lu. Our Tech Creators Association possesses the nation's top tech creators and skill book resources. I am also a level 6 instructor and would like to offer myself as your teacher. Are you interested in studying with me? Seeing this, the other instructors looked at each other, and then they all felt extremely uncomfortable. This old 6. Everyone is watching the show, and you're already snatching people away? Do you have any shame? Teacher Lu's actions were like lighting a pile of dry firewood. It instantly caused a huge response. The other tutors didn't care about the situation in the secret realm or how the freshmen's exams went, they all ran over and started to grab people. My 2 young students, I'm a mentor at the Refining Academy. If you come over here, I'll ask our 3 deans, the most experienced and top-notch refiners, to refine magical weapons for you. I'm an instructor at the Alchemy Academy. I'm in desperate need of talents like you. I promise to give you all the pills you can eat. I'm a formation master. Follow me, and I'll take care of all the formation plates and flags you carry with you. Hey, she's clearly a warrior class, why are you instructors of special classes fighting over her? Can you even grasp her? You still have to follow me. A group of mentors began to scramble for the person frantically, pushing, shoving, and pulling around Shenhe. I almost got torn apart by 5 horses. No way. 2 SSS level holy angels, this is too tempting. Whoever can become the mentor of Shenhe and the others will definitely become the overlord of the Magic City Academy in the future. However, just when the tutors were arguing fiercely, each of them was a little angry and glaring at each other. Tap. Principal Wu knocked the ground with the crutch in his hand to stop the people from grabbing. Principal, please give us your opinion. The other instructors looked over. But Principal Wu showed a faint smile on his face. Don't bother snatching it away. You can't take it away. Because I will be the one personally taking care of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Chapter 52. Don't learn the Principal's bodybuilding method. Principal Wu is going to personally take care of Shenhe and Shu Shi? Oh my god. The principal, a powerful 7th level expert, actually competed with these instructors for students? Can you please have some shame? The instructors were quite surprised, and at the same time felt a little powerless, and sighed helplessly. If the principal is accepting a disciple. Presumably. The destinations of Shenhe and Shu Shi are already set in stone. These 2 will definitely choose to practice with the principal. I remember that Principal Wu hasn't taught students in many years. Ever since that incident. Shu, don't mention it. That was the biggest pain in Principal Wu's life. Principal Wu is going to accept another disciple? Indeed, this time it's a unique and unprecedented pair of angels. Who wouldn't be tempted? SSS level talents are rare to begin with, and professions like holy angels that almost surpass SSS level are even rarer. No wonder Principal Wu personally intervened. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to resist either. However, the principal is usually very busy. He is also responsible for guarding the Magic City and has to worry about the major and minor matters of the school. Can he handle it? The instructors looked at each other, feeling somewhat unwilling. They fought with each other for a long time, but it was of no use. It was directly intercepted by Principal Wu. Depend on. Principal Wu, please tell me earlier. If you had told us clearly a few days ago that you had already taken a fancy to the talents of Chen He and Xu Shi and wanted to take them as your disciples. We don't have to stare at it for so long. At this time, a teacher at the side suddenly stood up with a frown and said seriously, Brother Wu, are you planning to use that forbidden bodybuilding method to lay a foundation for these two holy angels? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding tutors, college leaders, and school teachers all changed drastically. Their expressions became quite serious, and they all looked at Principal Wu, who was in the crowd. No? If I really teach that forbidden method to Chen He and Xu Shi, wouldn't that be harming them? Principal Wu wouldn't be so careless about the overall situation, right? Principal Wu did not respond and fell into a brief silence. He just stared silently at the other people around him, answering with silence. Acknowledged. The principal actually intends to teach that forbidden technique? For a moment, the tutors no longer cared about what was going on before and all gathered around the principal. They all gave advice earnestly and with serious expressions. Principal, this is too serious a matter. You should think it over carefully. Since that bodybuilding method has been deemed taboo, it should not be taught any further. The danger level is simply too high. That bodybuilding technique, while incredibly powerful and rare in the world, isn't something I absolutely must learn. I don't think I can continue wasting my time like this. That's right. Principal, if you take even one wrong step in that forbidden method, you'll be doomed. Yes. If it succeeds, it will be very powerful indeed, but if it fails, it will harm Chen He and Xu Shi, the twin angels. If humanity were to lose two SSS-level talented awakeners, and they were holy angels, no one would be able to bear this loss. Principal, think carefully and don't let your previous achievements get to your head. Aside. Chen He and Xu Shi looked at what the instructors said. Both of them were confused and didn't understand what was going on. I was quite curious. What kind of bodybuilding method is this? Is it so dangerous? They all still remember it. Principal Wu had been emphasizing to them, repeatedly telling them, the importance of physical strength. Remind them all the time to strengthen their bodies and consolidate their foundation. In previous battles, Chen He had also deeply felt the benefits of having a strong body. Naturally, I feel that practicing the method of strengthening the body and enforcing the law, as well as consolidating spiritual power, are necessary. But listening to these instructors, they regard bodybuilding methods as taboos. Everyone is terrified when talking about tigers. What's going on? What kind of taboo is this? Finally, after repeated persuasion from a group of instructors and school leaders, Principal Wu sighed slowly. Okay, I get it. Don't worry, I won't let our SSS-level talented professional awakeners easily test that method. I understand your thoughts. As long as SSS-level talented professional awakeners take steady steps, they can ascend to super powerful heights without any obstacles. But I still hope that they can become even stronger. How about this? I'll think about it. Even if I really want to teach that bodybuilding method, I will explain the situation clearly first and leave the decision to Xiaoha and Xiaoxi. I won't force them. What do you think? Hearing this, the instructors and school leaders once again turned their attention to Chen He and Xu Shi standing nearby. In the blink of an eye, a flood of people swarmed over them. Using the same attitude as when he had just advised Principal Wu, he now advised Chen He and the others. Student Xu Shi. Student Chen He. You must be clear-headed. No matter what, you must not be carried away by the power of that bodybuilding technique. That's right. You must never learn that bodybuilding method. When the time comes, even if Principal Wu talks eloquently and tries every possible means to persuade us, you too must not listen. Principal Wu, aside from his obsession with that bodybuilding technique, is pretty reliable the rest of the time. So, listen to me. You can listen to everything else Principal Wu says, but when it comes to that bodybuilding technique, just treat it as a fart. That's right. The bodybuilding method is very harmful to people. Don't be fooled. Principal Wu. That's enough. I am a principal after all. Am I not as clear-headed as you when it comes to teaching about land? This attitude of the crowd not only failed to dispel Chen He and Shushi's curiosity, but made them even more curious. They really wanted to ask what kind of bodybuilding method this was. But seeing these school leaders treating me like a worn-out shoe, I felt particularly disgusted. I don't know whether I should ask. At this time, Principal Wu's steady and powerful voice echoed throughout the room, interrupting the chatter of the group. All right. Stop making noise here. I, Wu Xingwen, always keep my word. What do you have to doubt? After the freshman exam is over, I will inform Xiao He and Xiao Shi of the dangers of that bodybuilding method and let them make their own decisions. There's no need for all of you to meddle in other people's business. Do you think you're worthless? Right now, the most important thing is the entrance exam. Can you please keep an eye on them? The tutors and principals looked at each other, feeling helpless. After sighing for a while, he finally stopped persuading and did not insist. They could only hope that when Principal Wu explained the bodybuilding method to Chen He and the others would be able to clear their heads. Don't embark on this road of no return. Then, there was a brief silence. Everyone on the rostrum turned their attention back to the huge mirror suspended in the air, paying attention to the examination situation in the secret realm of the mirror space. Not long after. Woo woo! A strong wind suddenly emerged, and a vortex that distorted the space appeared in the sky again. A newly awakened person with an S-level talent profession was kicked out of the secret realm on the spot, looking very embarrassed. Seeing the changes in the surrounding environment, he knew that he was eliminated, and he was talking to himself in frustration. Damn it! What bad luck! I'm not even at the first level yet. How come I suddenly encountered a monster close to the second level? There shouldn't be many monsters like this in the secret realm, right? What the hell? A black shadow flashed before my eyes and I was kicked out. Chen He and Shu Shi wanted to laugh. They both just saw that this guy encountered an 18th level two-headed snake and was poisoned on the spot. Then, woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Whirlpools arose, and more new students were kicked out from the secret mirror realm. There are freshmen at the first level, and there are also many freshmen who are still at the trainee level. Soon, most of the freshmen were eliminated and their approximate grades were basically locked in. 3 hours later, the freshmen who stayed in the secret realm until the end and were also the last batch to be kicked out of the secret realm were 4 freshmen who had awakened SS-level talented professions. Their strength was surprisingly all at the first level. They are all the best among this year's freshmen. The points of these 4 people are also the strongest among the freshmen in this session, and the first place even achieved an impressive score of over 100 points, getting 101 points. At this point, the freshman exam is completely over. Alright. The points you each earned from hunting monsters in the secret realm can be viewed in detail on the report card. In addition, there will be evaluations of you from the student union and instructors from each college. I declare that the entrance examination for this year's freshmen is now over. On the rostrum, Principal Wu spoke loudly in a gentle voice. Chapter 53, There are no level 100 strong people in the human race? The freshman entrance examination is officially over. Chen He and Shu Shi watched the entire exam, took a look at the real-time feedback of the exam room situation on the mirror, and fell into a brief contemplation. Cici, have you noticed that none of the freshmen taking the entrance exam this time seem to have awakened any special or auxiliary professions? They're basically warrior, mage, agility, and defense classes that focus on killing and fighting. Shouldn't there be one? Shu Shi also nodded blankly and spoke with some confusion. I remember our teacher taught us this when we were in high school. Generally speaking, the ratio of combat professions, support professions, and special professions should be 6 to 3 to 1. This means that for every 10 awakened people, there will be roughly 3 support professions and 1 special profession. With over 100 freshmen, not even one, that doesn't make sense. Even if our Magic City Academy emphasizes continuous improvement and selecting the best, there shouldn't be no one. This is really strange. Chen He thought for a moment. I always feel that it is impossible that the school thinks that special and auxiliary professions are not important enough, so they don't recruit any of them. This doesn't make sense. After all, alchemy, weapon refining, and technology creation all belong to the fields of special professions and auxiliary professions. The 3 buildings of Modu Academy are the core of Modu Academy. There can't be no one to succeed. Although they felt very confused, Chen He and Shu Shi did not ask any questions. Because, if they themselves can think of it, how could so many principals and school leaders, as well as a group of tutors in various colleges, not think of it? There must be something here that they don't understand. You can ask Principal Wu separately later. Now, the instructors of the 7 colleges will select new students as their disciples based on your performance in the freshman entrance examination. Of course, you also have the right to choose. The top 10 freshmen have the right to choose their own advisor in college. This is a two-way choice. As for those ranked after the top 10, you can't even make it into the top 10. It's lucky that the instructors chose you. How could you expect anything more? Principal Wu said this with a hint of sarcasm. Many freshmen below were irritated by these words and their faces turned red, some wanting to retort. But I don't know how to refute it. The other tutors around dispersed and, according to the list prepared in advance, called out the names of students from the freshman camp and selected them. Lin Yan, step out. Lu Hong, step out. Chen He and Chu Shi were watching from the side, and since they were bystanders, they probably noticed a pattern. Well, I've discovered that these instructors have a clear direction when selecting students. Or maybe it's a profession that's in the instructor's area of expertise. For example, if the instructor is a top-tier warrior, then the student should also be a warrior. Or maybe they have something in common, like accepting 3 or 4 students at once, and all 3 or 4 of them are mages. It's true that they teach students in accordance with their aptitude. This is a result of careful consideration. Shu Shi nodded, thinking that Chen He had a very sharp vision. These small details can be seen clearly. Hubby, you can see it so clearly, it's amazing. But your wife, I'm not bad either. I also noticed a small detail. Have you noticed that these instructors initially chose students with lower rankings, and were more cautious in choosing the top-ranked students? Especially the top 4 SS-level talented professional awakeners. No one has chosen for a long time. Although the top 10 can choose their own mentors, they are obviously waiting to see which mentor is the strongest. Chen He raised his eyebrows and took a closer look. It was indeed the case. At the same time, he also felt the invisible eye contact competition and the crushing aura among the mentors. Although it is not expressed too directly, it is obvious that a silent battle for talent is going on, and the competition for the top 4 places is proceeding silently. In the end, the winner was decided. The 4 SS-level awakeners were selected by 4 instructors from different academies respectively. These 4 instructors are obviously highly respected, and their levels and strengths are among the best among the instructors. These 4 instructors each only selected 1 freshman. It seems they plan to provide one-on-one instruction. This is the Magic City Academy. This is how they use their teaching staff. A 6th level instructor, close to the 7th level, leading a student alone. This is something I couldn't even imagine when I was in Nankai City. Chen He and Chu Shi stayed out of the matter and watched the show. Before we knew it, the new students had completed their assignments. This marked the end of today's school day. The tutors said goodbye to the school leaders and dispersed quickly like the tide. Principal Wu gave Chen He and the other 2 a look, indicating that they should follow from behind. Come with me. I'll take you to the Vocational Research Institute. That will be where you'll be training from now on. Everyone will have a separate training area. The Vocational Research Institute is also the closest to the school staff dormitories. If there's any problem, all the school leaders will gather there. Principal Wu explained. Seeing Principal Wu's gentle and kind face, Chu Shi boldly asked a question. Principal, well, you should officially be called teacher from now on. Teacher, why haven't we seen any new students awakening special or auxiliary professions in this entire class? Isn't this unusual? Principal Wu looked at Chu Shi gently, then at Chen He, who was also looking puzzled, and explained. You may not know this, but our Magic City Academy basically only recruits the highest level special professions and auxiliary professions from the same class. And these high-level special awakeners and auxiliary awakeners are all very rare talents. Like you, they do not need to take the exam. They passed without taking the exam, and each of them has already been taken away by their mentors in colleges. Because of the special nature of their profession, they will be at a great disadvantage in the exam. We can't expect a tech creator to hunt monsters in a secret realm, right? We can't even ask an alchemist to escape from a powerful monster. They are not suitable for participating in the war. They should stay in the rear. Chen He suddenly understood. So that is how it is. No wonder there isn't a single awakened person of a special profession among these 100 or so freshmen. It turns out that the college and tutor had already been assigned, and they had been chosen by someone else. The ones who really need to undergo the assessment test are these combat type awakeners. There are many combat type awakeners, so the competition is more intense and cruel. Soon, the principal brought Chen He and Chu Shi to the Vocational Research Institute. The seemingly unknown small building actually had a lot of secrets inside. The underground space is extremely large and is built entirely as an air raid fortress. Principal Wu took them along the elevator to the underground training room. Then he turned around, smiled kindly, and asked with a hint of hope and persuasion. You should have seen the reactions of the school leaders and instructors just now, right? Are you curious about what these dangerous bodybuilding techniques are? Chen He and Chu Shi nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Then he stared at Principal Wu curiously. But then I heard Principal Wu say something meaningful. Before I explain this bodybuilding method in detail, I'd like to think about why this method exists. This is very important to you. Chen He and Chu Shi both pretended to listen attentively. Ever since humans opened up the path to awakening, the highest level experts have only reached level 99. We call them limiters. Up to now, hundreds of years have passed, and no one has emerged who can break through the 100th level and reach the strongest level above the 100th level. Not even one. Many people say that this step might be the boundary between humans and gods, a chasm that humans will never be able to break through. If you want to break through this level, you have to become a god. However, in contrast to our human situation, there are indeed powerful beings at level 100 among the demons. Chen He and Chu Shi were deeply shocked. They had never heard of such news before. Above level 7, all information is top secret. It's impossible to teach this in high school. When we hear it now, we are all deeply shocked. There are actually no level 100 strong people in the human race. Only an extremely powerful person at level 99? So, how have they resisted the demons for so many years? How to face the 100-level demon? Does it take several extreme masters to fight against a level 100 demon? But looking at the entire Hansha kingdom, there should be very few people who have reached the 99th level. Principal Wu did not elaborate on Chen He and the others' questions. Instead, continue with the previous topic. As for why there are no human warriors above level 100, it's because, when one's level reaches 100, both the body and the mind will be unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the profession. This caused his spirit to collapse and his body to explode and die on the spot. Reaching level 100 doesn't make you stronger, but instead becomes a death warrant. Whoever breaks through will die. It's like we are just mortals after all, unable to bear the might of a god with a rank below 100. Because of this, humans have actually been diligently researching methods of physical training and mental refinement, attempting to continuously increase the strength of their bodies and mental powers to the point where they can withstand 100 levels of power. Unfortunately, they have never been successful. In other words, all the existing bodybuilding and soul refining methods are not powerful enough. But, many years ago, my teacher, the previous principal of the Magic City Academy, developed a brand new, groundbreaking bodybuilding method. This bodybuilding method is extremely extreme and extremely dangerous. At the very least, they'll collapse professionally and become just an ordinary person, or at worst, they'll suddenly die. Chen He became more and more curious and couldn't help but ask. Teacher, has anyone actually used this bodybuilding method, and has it ever been successful? Principal Wu didn't know what he was thinking of, and he let out a rather sad smile. Indeed, some people have tried. The result was a success, but also a failure. Chu Shi also asked curiously. Teacher, what's going on? Principal Wu said miserably. He has become a demon. Chapter 54, 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons, Absorbing the Demon Core? Chen He and Chu Shi were both stunned. Demonized? Humans can actually be demonized? I've never heard of this before. How on earth did they do that? What kind of bodybuilding method is this? What the hell is going on? The two were puzzled. With the little knowledge they had, they still couldn't figure out the details. Principal Wu sighed and explained. This bodybuilding method is called the 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons. The original prototype actually only had 9 levels, but after repeated deliberation and research by my teacher and my fellow apprentices, it was expanded to a 10th level, collectively known as the Divine and Demonic Refining Method. This bodybuilding method may seem complicated, but it's actually quite simple. A total of 10 levels and 10 exercises. The first level requires the blood of 100 kinds of demons below the first level to cleanse and strengthen the body, and use the demonic power contained in them to temper the body. For the second level, you need to use the blood of 100 first level demons for tempering. In addition, you need to use demon cores of the same level to refine your spirit, and at the same time strengthen and temper your mental strength. For the third floor, use the second level one, and so on, all the way to the 10th floor. You'll need the 9th level demon blood and demon core. All kinds of methods in the world require the coordination of physical strength and mental strength. This method can strengthen the body and consolidate the mental strength at the same time. It can be said to be the most ultimate and top method among the bodybuilding methods. But the practice method of this sect is a little too unbelievable. The consumption required is also exaggerated. Not to mention the 100 kinds of demon blood, not to mention the need to collect demon cores and magic cores of the same level. This thing is the most valuable treasure on the monster, and it can be used for refining medicine or weapons. A first-level demon cannot be bred at all. Only a very small number of top-level powerful demons can produce the second level. There is a relatively high probability that the third level will be born. It is not until the fourth level that all demons have demon cores and magic cores. Very precious. As for the idea of using demon cores to refine the spirit and solidify spiritual power, it was unheard of. Can this thing also train mental strength? After hearing this bodybuilding method, Chen He and Chu Shi were stunned. It is totally unimaginable that there are such bizarre methods in the world. Is it still possible, like this? Don't demon cores and devil cores need to be repeatedly tempered to eliminate the evil nature and regrets in them even when they are used for making pills and weapons? If I absorb and refine it directly, won't my mental strength collapse? And the demon's blood. Even if a single kind of demon's blood is used to temper the body, it can easily cause severe damage to the body and cause great pain, let alone the blood of 100 kinds of demons mixed together. It contains hundreds of kinds of power that demons possessed in their lifetime. Is this the right place to soak and exercise? It's no different from taking a bath in lava. If you can't bear the severe pain, you may die on the spot. It was indeed very dangerous. Using demon blood to temper the body, and then using demon cores to refine the soul, this method sounds too weird. No wonder the people who used this training method before were demonized. Demon blood, demon core, if you continue to train your body and soul like this, it would be strange if you don't become a demon. I can't even imagine how much courage that guy had to be able to do this. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make such a decision unless he had some mental problems. Mental problems? Honey, you're being a bit conservative. I don't think anyone would do that unless they were seriously ill. Principal Wu. The more Chen He thought about and pondered this method of bodybuilding, the more he grimaced. Eliminate the feasibility issues of this method and the dangers it contains. Just talking about the consumption, it is a terrifying amount. The first few levels are easy. As long as you go out into the wild to gain some experience, you can basically search for demon blood and demon cores, and getting them is not too much of a challenge. It just takes some effort. But the next few floors, the 7th and 8th floors? It is necessary to kill hundreds of high-level demons before you can obtain their blood and cores. Especially the 10th level, the consumption is too terrifying. It actually requires the blood and cores of hundreds of 9th-order demons. Who can afford it? The 4 top universities definitely cannot afford it, and even the top wealthy families in the 4 main cities with a history of hundreds of years probably cannot afford it. Such a big deal. If one could truly succeed in cultivation, the strength of this physical body and the resilience of the mental power are comparable to those of a demon. In fact, because of the existence of professional characteristics, it is even more powerful than demons. This was something that we would never have dared to think about in the past. Even warrior-type professions, when placed at the same level, are fragile compared to the physical strength of the monsters. Only defense-type professions can barely compete with the monster's physical fitness. That's only barely possible. The physical fitness of demons has always far surpassed that of humans. If I could really do that. For a moment, Chen He and Chu Shi both felt complicated. On the one hand, I think this bodybuilding method is too weird and can kill people. On the one hand, I feel extremely excited and a little moved about its powerful effects and the results that can be achieved in the future. After introducing this bodybuilding method, Principal Wu showed a look of reminiscence on his face and began to tell the story again. The last person to use this method of bodybuilding and soul training was my senior brother. He is my teacher's most valued and most talented disciple. I still remember to this day what a splendid performance our senior brother made during that time. It's no exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled and unrivaled. He was very talented at the time, the most talented one in our class. The one who awakened is also the SSS level talent class Yin Yang Sage, which surpasses the SSS level. According to legend, if this profession is elevated to its peak, it can subjugate the human world with the power of balance, balancing the heavens, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the yin and yang of all things, and all five elements. It possesses endless power and great potential. At the beginning, senior brother decided to use the method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit. It has been going smoothly. With senior brother's extraordinary talent and extraordinary ability, he can easily crush the remnants and negative influences in the blood cores of those demons. My teacher values me so much. If it weren't for senior brother's personal trial, this 9 refinements of gods and demons wouldn't have been perfected all the way to the 10th level. Senior brother played a crucial and decisive role in this. Until the eldest brother steadily advanced all the way to level 60, entered the 6th stage, and practiced body and spirit training for the 6th time. Big brother's body and mind have undergone serious abnormal changes. He's almost insane. Some demonic features begin to appear on the body occasionally, such as scales appearing on the body, a tail growing on the back, and the hair turning into demonic hair, etc. It's very strange. Then, after reaching the 7th stage and his 7th body and spirit training, not only did the eldest brother's body begin to exhibit demonic characteristics, but even mentally, he would occasionally believe that he was a demon. They will regard other humans around them as their mortal enemies and will attack them. He's starting to show signs of madness and insanity. However, at that time, Master also had the Alchemy Academy of the Demon City Academy, which developed a resistance pill specifically for him that could restrain and suppress this demonic transformation. Combined with his yin-yang innate skill of the way of balance, it could also maintain a good balance. Most of the time, the patient is mentally alert and fully awake after being sedated. And until he reached level 80, the 8th stage. Because the eldest brother ignored the advice, he secretly conducted his 8th body and spirit training. At that time, all of us opposed his stubbornness and forced him to stop at the 7th level. Even if we were eventually promoted to the 8th level, we absolutely cannot undertake the 8th body and spirit training. But unfortunately, our senior brother at that time didn't care and secretly collected all the materials needed for body and spirit training. And after he completed his 8th body and soul training, he became completely abnormal. He almost completely lost his humanity and turned into a demonic monster. Complex demonic features appeared all over his body, changing into a fox tail, a dragon tail, scales, and a shell. My body is like a monster formed by the intricate patchwork of hundreds of demons. Moreover, this monster is extremely unstable and changes all the time. Also, he often thinks he's a demon and attacks humans. All the pills and sedatives I've developed before are no longer effective. As a result, he caused many tragedies and killed many powerful 7th and 8th level humans. At that time, the country's top leaders decided that they had to kill the eldest brother and eliminate this source of evil. But the eldest brother at that time had gone through 8 sessions of body and soul training. Whether it was physical or mental strength, it was not only comparable to the demons, but even surpassed them. He bravely fought his way out of the siege of several 9th level warriors and escaped into the wilderness. Until now, it's been missing. Hear this. Chen He and Chu Shi were completely stunned. He wanted to say something but couldn't. How could the eldest senior brother, who had just broken through to the 8th level, escape from the siege of several 9th level warriors? Is this person still human? This physical and mental strength is too terrifying. What kind of monster did the previous principal create with his own hands? So, I believe that my teacher's method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit is actually successful. It's just that we need to curb and nip in the bud any signs of demonization before they appear. Over the years, I have been constantly improving this method of forging the body and refining the spirit, but even now, I still lack someone who is willing to use this method. Unfortunately, I'm old, and my strength has already been fixed at level 7. I can no longer use it. And anyone who can endure this bodybuilding and soul refining method must be an SSS level talented profession. So, Xiaohe, Xiaoxi, is there one of you willing? I only want one. Having said that, Principal Wu paused again and emphasized seriously. Of course, even if both of you don't want to, I won't force you. I will respect your choice and wait for the next destined person to appear. Currently, we in the Magic City Academy still have many very good methods of strengthening the body and refining the spirit. You still have a choice. Chapter 55. Select the forbidden bodybuilding method. Choose only one of the two. In this case, even if the body and soul training really failed, and it was finally confirmed that there was something wrong with the method and it could not be passed on, at least there would still be an SSS-level talented professional holy angel left. Although, if two people use this divine and demonic refining method together, it will be easier to provide Principal Wu with more ideas for improvement, and the chance of success will also be greater. But, what if both fail? Principal Wu really can't afford to take the risk. There is no way the country would allow him to do such a thing. There was a crisis before where the eldest brother turned into a monster, and it has not been resolved until now. The country is still trying to track and locate the location of the eldest brother and want to eradicate him completely. Now, if this unprecedented pair of angels eventually ended up like this, not only will Principal Wu lose his position as the principal of the Magic City Academy, he will also probably be charged with a serious crime. Actually, just picking one is already too much. Principal Wu also considered for many days before finally deciding to ask Chen He and the others for their opinions and choose the successor of the Divine Demon refining technique. The main reason is that humans really need a powerful method to strengthen the body and refine the soul. Otherwise, the predicament of being suppressed by demons can never be saved. The human race really needs a supreme power beyond level 100 to lead the human race and suppress the demons. Principal Wu's approach is also a gamble on luck. But more of it is a martyr's mentality. If you fail, you will die. If he fails in the end, he will pay with his students' lives. Certainly. At present, whether to learn or not mainly depends on the opinions of Chen He and Xu Shi, and see what choice they make. If things don't go as he wishes, he won't force it. Regarding this statement, Chen He and Xu Shi looked at each other and thought for a moment. Teacher, please give us some time and let's discuss this privately. Yes, teacher, this is not a decision that can be made on a whim. We need to discuss it carefully. Principal Wu was not too anxious, he was only anxious for a short while. Nodding and saying, okay, then go back and discuss it. Once you have made a decision, feel free to come see me in the principal's office. A moment later, Chen He and Xu Shi walked back to the dormitory arm in arm. Along the way, they both remained silent, each with their own thoughts and ideas. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Xu Shi couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to speak. Husband, do you want to try this divine and demonic refining method? If you weren't moved at all, you wouldn't have hesitated for so long, right? When she said this, she saw that Chen He's expression was indeed a little agitated, so she gritted her teeth slightly and spoke very seriously. Husband, we are one as husband and wife. Don't even think about getting rid of me. If you have made up your mind to choose this method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit, I will also learn it with you. No matter how dangerous or difficult this divine and demonic refining technique is, I will face it with you. Chen He looked at Xu Shi, who was looking very serious. Her big eyes were misty, and her beautiful face was also tense and serious. Chen He took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the girl's shoulders. Instead of answering the question in a hurry, he asked Xu Shi a question. Cici, do you still remember what profession I awakened to? I've never told this to anyone else except you. Xu Shi nodded and answered. All professions. How could this possibly be the end for me? You said before that the second job would be unlocked soon. Does that mean it will be unlocked soon? As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Shi suddenly froze. She is not stupid either. This touched his heart, and he guessed Chen He's thoughts instantly. Chen He nodded and said something earnestly comforting. Yes, you still remember that I am a fully awakened professional. And I've actually clearly sensed that my second career might be unlocked soon. Just now, when the principal was explaining that humans don't have level 100 experts, he said the reason they can't reach level 100 is because after reaching level 100, the strength of the mortal body simply can't bear the extremely powerful power of the profession. This undoubtedly tells us the importance of physical strength. It also reminds me that perhaps awakening more professions is a curse rather than a blessing. Or rather, this itself has a price. If my second job was a weaker one, it would be okay. But if it was an SSS level, top-tier job, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for my body to withstand it. What's more, even if my body can withstand the arrival of a second profession, as more and more professions are unlocked in the future, the demands on my physical and mental strength will naturally be extremely high. The pressure will definitely increase exponentially. So, if it's just an ordinary method of strengthening the body and refining the soul that's applicable to everyone, it might not be able to meet my own requirements at all. Perhaps, I won't even need to reach a very high level. By the time I break through to level 60 or 70, my body and mind won't be able to bear it anymore. By then, who knows, it might just be like what Principal Wu said, like those ninth order extreme people who tried to advance to level 100, exploding on the spot with a bang. Shu Shi was so frightened that his whole body trembled. I can't even imagine what would happen to her if Chun Yi really exploded. She would definitely go crazy. No, no, no. My husband must not die inexplicably like this. Do I really need to learn it? But Shu Shi still had doubts in his heart, thinking back to what Principal Wu had said before, especially the final outcome of that brilliant senior brother. She could never make up her mind. But the teacher said that this divine and demonic refining method is quite dangerous. Not to mention the final demonization, just the process of tempering the body with the blood of 100 kinds of demons and absorbing the power of the demon cores could drive a person crazy or even kill him on the spot. Either death or disability. This is not alarmist. Chen He shrugged and spoke casually. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only gamble. I bet that the principal has truly perfected that divine and demonic refining technique, and that I can hold on. But, Cece, please at least give your husband the confidence he deserves. You know how powerful I am, don't you? You cry and beg me to be gentle every night. Shu Shi blushed a little, but immediately shook her head. You, don't use that to convince me. I'm really afraid of losing you. Hubby, why don't we just take it slow and steady? Maybe the teacher has another way to solve your problem of full professional physical strength. Chen He gently pulled the girl's snow-white and tender hands and spoke earnestly. Okay, Cece, I know you're worried about me. You're doing this for my own good. But think about it, is it so easy to expose such a thing as a full professional to others? Except for the close relationship between us two husband and wife, I don't trust anyone. Also, let's think about it from a different perspective. Since a single profession and body alone can't withstand the side effects of the god demon refining technique that will ultimately lead to god demonization, then as a multi-professional, perhaps by sharing the burden through multiple professions, I won't be so easily demonized. Perhaps, this divine and demonic refining technique is quite suitable for my all-round profession. Shu Shi was stunned when he heard this. After Chen He's soft words and gentle training, they climbed the snow-capped mountains and crossed the grasslands, and received a lot of both meat and vegetable training. Shu Shi couldn't bear the shame anymore after a while. She had no strength left in her body and fell limply into Chen He's arms, gasping for breath. Final. We still reached a consensus. Shu Shi agreed to Chen He using the divine demon refining method given by Principal Wu, but she chose other methods of body and soul training. Then, after some sweet and affectionate talk, the two of them took a bath and felt refreshed. They went back to the principal's office and found Principal Wu. Informed Principal Wu of their final decision. Teacher, we have already discussed it. From now on, I will follow you, teacher, to learn and use this divine and demonic refining technique. As for Cece, she will choose another method of strengthening her body and refining her soul. I hope you can recommend a sufficiently good method to Cece. Principal Wu's eyes lit up and he was very happy. I thought that after what he said before, even if the two of them could make up their minds, they would probably have to discuss and think about it for a long time before doing so. I didn't expect that the decision would be made so quickly. Chen He is a very decisive and efficient guy. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who can accomplish great things. He took out a book on bodybuilding and soul refining from the safe next to him and handed it to Chu Shi. Xiao Shi, this book, Ninefold Spiritual Refining Method, is the best method for strengthening the body and soul in the school right now. It was also created by our previous principal, the current Minister of Education of the Magic City, an 8th level expert. Even 8th level experts are using it, and its upper limit is extremely high. I originally planned to let you two learn this part. If Xiao He hasn't made up his mind yet, he can choose this part of the training with Xiao Shi. Chen He shook his head decisively. Teacher, now that I have made my decision, I will not go back on my word, let alone regret it. Don't worry. Principal Wu nodded with satisfaction. He did have some tentative intentions. Seeing that Chun He was indeed a very stable and opinionated person, he praised him. Well, I already have a feeling you might be my best student. 1 month from now will be the day for students to go out for their first training. Since you, Shoha, have chosen the divine and demonic refining technique, I will prepare the materials for you as soon as possible. A week later, we will begin our first body and soul training. Then, do it a week later for the second time, and half a month later for the third time. In just 1 month, you will have completed all 3 of the previous body and spirit training sessions that you didn't do before. After the third round, it's time for freshman training. I'm already looking forward to your performance then. Chapter 56, 3 consecutive levels up, all skills perfected. 1 month later, it will be the first freshman training? The freshmen will receive various studies and education for 1 month, and after 1 month, they will officially go into the wild to actually face the monsters. This is basically the case for every awakened academy. Only other weaker and lower ranked academies for ordinary awakeners will need to teach for a longer time, and only when the students' levels are higher will they dare to take the new students out for training. The 4 top universities, such as Shanghai University, have more background and capabilities and can protect the lives of these new students. Every time a new student undergoes training, the instructors and principal of the Magic City Academy would select a relatively safe area in the wild in advance, and expel and kill high-level demons of particularly high levels in advance, leaving an area suitable for the training of these freshmen. Just like the safe areas and shallow water areas marked on the beach. Such training generally does not pose a life-threatening risk, but can also serve as a training tool as much as possible, allowing students to gain practical experience as quickly as possible and grow stronger. Certainly. For example, in the 4 top universities and other top-ranked advanced institutions such as military academies, many freshmen have actually gone through field training before entering school. Some are brought along by family elders as guardians. Others have specially hired awakened people to provide protection. For freshmen, training is not only an opportunity to improve practical experience, but also an opportunity to improve their level. You can integrate what you have learned before and improve faster. Okay, you can go and do whatever you want now. Xiaoxi now only needs to follow this set of 9-layer spiritual refining methods to strengthen her body and soul. As for Xiaohe, she can read some books and learn some skills at the skill building and the technician academy. Wait until I have all the materials for the divine and demonic alchemy techniques ready, then come back. Evening. After dinner, Shenhe and Shushi walked around the campus hand in hand, admiring the various scenery on campus, and then returned to the dormitory. Didn't even wait to enter the door. Shenhe couldn't bear it any longer, so he stretched out his hand and directly hugged the slender waist in his arms. He buried his head in those 2 soft cherry lips, pressed Shushi against the door, and took whatever he wanted. Shushi was distracted for a moment and felt weak all over. Her big eyes were closed, her long eyelashes were trembling constantly, her breathing became heavier, and she was almost forgetting everything else, and only knew to silently respond to Chenhe's constant demands. But soon, she regained some clarity of mind and realized that she was still outside the gate. What if someone sees me? She quickly pushed Shenhe away and opened the door with her little hand. Then he pulled Shenhe by the collar and pushed him into the room. Click. Shenhe hooked his foot and closed the door, then turned around and pressed the stunningly beautiful girl against the door with a bang. Don't do it here. Let's go back to the bedroom, husband. This low call seemed to carry with it a charming charm that was so enchanting that it could melt one's soul. My heart was pounding with panic. Even though the door was closed. But there is only a door between them. If her husband is honest with her right here, and she accidentally shouts out, "Wouldn't someone with ears through the wall hear it?" That would be so embarrassing. Although according to her recent observations, the sound insulation of this dormitory villa is very good. But what if? When Shushi thought of this, he became panicked, dizzy, and felt that his whole body was filled with a strange stimulation. Shenhe chuckled, leaned close to her delicate white earlobe, and whispered softly. Just here, okay, my dear wife, I can't wait. You don't. Shushi had no strength to resist, her little face completely engulfed by the redness. But the next moment, she screamed and felt her body lighten. Shenhe pushed the door against him and made him stand up with his knees bent, holding his calves. Shushi was so frightened that her whole body trembled slightly. She immediately pursed her lips and covered her moist little mouth with both hands, for fear that she would hear any strange moans. Then, the room was filled with charming sounds that lasted for a long time without stopping. Like a river crashing against the shore. Wave after wave. One wave is higher than the other. The next day, Shenhe and Shushi left the school together. Because we haven't gone to the coordination department to update our respective levels yet. In addition, Chen He also plans to register a company. Since I'm still relatively free today, I might as well do both things at once. After leaving school, Chen He and the other two first came to the coordination department of Demon City and uploaded their current levels into the official record files of the coordination department. Chushi, Professional Holy Angel, current level 12. The staff member in charge of recording looked at Chushi in surprise. I didn't expect that a random registrant would be an SSS level Holy Angel. Chen He, Professional Holy Angel, current level 32. Wait, what did you say, level 32? The staff didn't react at first and just kept typing on the keyboard. But after he completed the registration, he suddenly reacted and looked up at Chen He in a daze. A look of incredible shock. This Chen He looks so young it's unbelievable. The Awakened class was also an SSS level class, and it was promoted to the 3rd level so quickly? So, are these the two holy angels who have been making headlines all over the country recently? What kind of talent is this? It's really amazing. The staff's attitude instantly became more serious, and they completed the real-time update of the two people's levels. Alright. I checked backstage and found that each country has given you a share of resources. This is what you deserve. It's on the way now and is expected to be delivered to the school in a week. In addition, having said that, the staff member glanced at the two people who were in love with each other, and there seemed to be deep affection flowing in their eyes. He smiled and added a blessing. Congratulations to you two, and happy wedding. Thanks. Chen He and Chu Shi responded with a smile. At the same time, I was curious about what kind of resources they would be. Unfortunately, the person in charge doesn't know either, so we can only find out after the resources are delivered to the school. The resources allocated by the country to the SSS level chosen ones should not be obtained easily, right? Then, out of the door of the coordination department, Chen He took Chu Shi to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a company. Original. Considering the age of Chen He and Chu Shi, registering a company is not an easy task. It would take at least a month to go through the whole process. However, when Chen He filled out the form, he stated that he was an SSS-level talented professional holy angel. In addition, after verifying their identity through the rank badge issued by the coordination department, everything becomes a natural process. All departments and the entire Industrial and Commercial Bureau gave the green light. Chen He and the others hardly had to do anything extra, and they quickly completed the company registration and obtained all the required certificates. Bang! A steel stamp was placed on the qualification certificate. The head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau handed the newly issued qualification certificate and company legal certificate to Chen He with both hands, officially completing the company registration. Chen He looked at the word Chansi written on the company name and couldn't help but smile. The Chen in Chansi is the homonym of the Chen in his name Chen He. When it develops in the future, it will be a subsidiary of his Chen group anyway. As for the 11 in Chansi, its meaning is self-evident. He glanced at Chu Shi beside him. Seeing Chu Shi, her heart was filled with sweetness, her eyes were crescent-shaped, and the corners of her mouth were sweetly upturned. She clearly felt the deep affection from her man, and her heart was filled with joy. She felt her legs go weak and she subconsciously tightened them. I inexplicably want to give the man in front of me some reward. Hubby, you don't have to think about me like this. In fact, Chen He didn't even discuss the company name with her, it was just decided. This is also the main reason why she feels sweet in her heart. Chen He smiled faintly. We are husband and wife, so calling it Chensi Company is a good omen. If you really feel happy, why not reward me tonight? Chu Shi didn't know what she was thinking about, her face flushed red, and she punched Chen He's chest with her pink little fist, humming and whispering. Humph! This bad guy only knows how to bully others. As for the reward you mentioned yesterday, how can I agree to it? Let me think about it. Is that kind of place also suitable for Chen He to tease? No. So embarrassing. Chen He smiled but said nothing. Chen He had already thought of the general business scope for this company named Chensi, which was mainly engaged in the purchase and sale of demon materials. In addition to selling demon materials to the country, they can also be exchanged for credits from institutions of higher learning. There are also various private companies that buy and sell. Relatively speaking, the prices of private companies will be higher. However, private companies only need certain quantities or specific types of demon materials. After making money with the first batch of demon materials, He can expand the company and even hire and cultivate a hunting team unique to the company to regularly hunt monsters in the wild and provide a steady supply of goods for the company. Of course, this is all in the past. Now that I have just registered the company, thinking about these things is a bit too far away. After registering the company, the system prompt came to my ears instantly. Ding! Congratulations, the family has acquired its first property, taking a huge step towards revitalizing the family. Reward level increased by 3 levels, and all skills learned are completed. Before registering, Chen-He guessed that registering a company would definitely bring him good rewards. As expected, the level increased by 3 levels, allowing Chen-He to instantly reach LV35, one step closer to the 4th level. The speed of level increase was really like riding a rocket, too easy. As for the perfection of the skills learned, for a moment, he felt that a lot of knowledge turned into a torrent and absorbed into his body like an enlightenment. His comprehension of the 3 sword techniques he had learned before, as well as the basic methods taught by Principal Wu and the method of enlightenment, had greatly improved. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Integrate it thoroughly, make it natural, and completely integrate it into yourself. This directly led to a significant improvement in Chen-He's own combat power. In the future, you only need to develop comprehensively according to the development direction of the ancient famous families, and you will definitely receive rewards from the family system continuously. This is indeed a big step towards the revitalization of the family. Chen-He instantly felt very excited. Chapter 57: The first time to forge the body with demon blood. The level is upgraded silently. Perhaps only Chen-He himself felt it. It was as if he had been enlightened, and his aura and strength had been greatly elevated. But as long as he doesn't expose it deliberately, no one will know that his level has been raised. This is level 35? Since he didn't directly upgrade to the 4th level, he didn't have to worry too much about his level being exposed. Soon, Chen-He and Chu-Shi returned to school. Chen-He calmly waited for the principal to prepare all the materials and complete the body and soul training. Chu-Shi also began to practice the 9-layered spiritual refining method recommended by Principal Wu, the most advanced method of the Magic City Academy. Many instructors in the school have practiced this method. Some of the tutors were even students of the previous principal, so they could naturally give Chu-Shi some guidance. So, in the next few days, Chu-Shi and Chen-He practiced separately. In addition to the training of strengthening the body and refining the mind, Chen-He and Chu-Shi also learned some skills recommended by the school teachers that were suitable for them. From this point, we can also see the professionalism of the Magic City University. After discussion and research by the Technology Creators Society, Chen-He and Chu-Shi were each given 2 suitable high-star skill books for practice. In the past, Chen-He had practiced 3 sword techniques: sword slashing style, sword drawing and slashing, and sword chi rainbow. After being upgraded through the family system, it has become completely complete and integrated. Chen-He has already begun to master a part of the sword intent that is unique to him. He has already gained a glimpse of the sword art that is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and focuses on the pursuit of the most extreme speed and the most intense burst. The mentors of the Tech Creators Society understood this point precisely. Shocked at Chen-He's mastery of skills. Afterwards, he taught Chen-He 2 more sword techniques that were also more about meaning than form. The main purpose was to allow Chen-He to integrate them, further deeply grasp the sword intent, and create a sword intent that was unique to Chen-He. You can say that Chen-He had initially passed the stage of learning the moves, and what he needed next was to master and understand the intention. This requires years of practice and some sudden enlightenment under certain opportunities. Don't be impatient. As for Chu-Shi, he had the foundation of flowing water sword style before. The instructor of the Skill Creators Society saw that Chu-Shi had a tendency to specialize in some established sword techniques, so he gave him 2 sword moves that were similar to the flowing water sword style and were superior alternative skills. These are the first 2 moves of the higher star level Tianyun Guanxue sword, which I have been studying and practicing recently. Daytime. Chen-He and Chu-Shi are constantly improving themselves through the process of tempering their bodies, honing their mental strength, and practicing their skills. At night. Naturally, the 2 young boys and girls could not sit idle, and they had to make love and have a baby. It's only been a few days. Daily development was quickly started in every corner of the dormitory villa. The living room, bedroom, study, and kitchen have all been developed by the couple. However, because he had to practice, and Chen-He was more concerned about Chu-Shi's attitude, he was restrained, so it was not as frequent as before. If not for Chen He's personality, he would have already moved to the balcony. Time flies. Soon, a week passed. Principal Wu mobilized all resources and channels of the Magic City Academy and prepared materials for 3 sessions of body and soul training. He took the initiative to find the dormitory. Xiaohe, I'm almost done with the preparations here, you. Principal Wu said this, but immediately became confused. Because he saw Chen He and Xu Shi were actually cleaning the table in the living room. The table collapsed? Principal Wu was confused and at a loss. The table in the living room collapsed? That's strange. Every year when new students arrive, the school carefully inspects every dormitory. How come the table collapsed just a few days after school started? Could it be that someone in the dormitory management department was negligent? Chen He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xu Shi, who was blushing beside him. Xu Shi said in a low voice. Teacher, this table, we can just buy another one ourselves to replace it. No need for the school to arrange it. This is all the fault of that evil man Chen He. I didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Principal Wu. It was so embarrassing. If Principal Wu knew that the table was collapsed by the two of them, how would she live in the future? Fortunately, Principal Wu obviously didn't expect that young people nowadays could be so extravagant. He didn't care about such daily trivial matters and took Chen He away directly. Xu Shi originally wanted to go and take a look. But Principal Wu disagreed. This will prevent Xu Shi from worrying too much and disturbing Chen He's mind when he sees the strange scene of the demon's blood entering his body. In desperation, Xu Shi had no choice but to continue following other instructors step by step, training his body and soul, and learning skills. Not long. Chen He followed Principal Wu all the way to the basement of the Vocational Research Institute. In the deep and dark environment, the strong smell of blood rushed straight into the nose. A pool of blood appeared in the very center of the room. It contains the blood of hundreds of monsters. It looks fresh, like blood from a freshly slaughtered animal, thick and bright red. It seemed as if one could still see very illusory blood shadows, entangled with each other, making people feel a strong sense of discomfort. Among them should be the blood of hundreds of monsters below the first level collected by Principal Wu. However, the blood level of these monsters is still very low, otherwise Chen He could not imagine what kind of scene of demons and monsters dancing wildly in this blood pool would be. Principal Wu glanced at Chen He, whose expression was serious, and took the initiative to comfort him. Alright, don't be so nervous. You're already a third-level expert. The blood of these low-level monsters won't do anything to you. The reason why I asked you to start from the first stage of body and soul training is, firstly, to allow you to lay a solid foundation, and secondly, to allow you to get familiar with the feeling of the demon blood entering your body and tempering it. I will protect you the whole time. Later, you will take off all your clothes, jump into the blood pool, and stay in the blood pool for a day. During this day, the blood of the hundreds of demonic beasts in the blood pool will actively erode your body, and even rush into you one after another. It's like a demonic beast trying to rush into your body and madly bite your flesh. This is also part of bodybuilding. You must relax your body and mind as much as possible. You cannot resist the erosion from the monster blood. You must try to accept it and allow it to erode you, so as to achieve the purpose of tempering. Wait until the monster blood has completely tempered my body, then force all the monster blood out of my body. The first body training is complete. Chen He looked solemn and nodded slowly. Okay, teacher. He immediately took off all his clothes and jumped into the pool of blood. Thump! The blood pool began to churn and splash, and then, whirlpools quickly formed around Chen He. The pool of blood began to bubble up like boiling water. At the same time, Chen He, who had just entered the blood pool, felt the blood of hundreds of monsters in the pool eroding his flesh through the pores all over his body, and constantly drilling into and merging into his limbs and bones. Chen He did not resist. Instead, he clenched his teeth, endured the strange impact and stimulation, took deep breaths, and relaxed his body. He let the blood of the monster flow wildly throughout his body. It feels like there are little snakes swimming around in the body, filling every limb and cleansing the whole body. At first it felt a little weird, unbearable, and painful, but soon my body got used to this feeling, and I seemed to vaguely feel a surge of power flowing into my body. The body seems to be undergoing a powerful transformation. Chen He gradually became addicted to this sensation, repeating the tempering of the demon blood in his body. Time seemed to have lost its meaning to Chen He. He gradually fell into a half-sleep and half-wakefulness state, unaware of his surroundings. Soon, a day passed. Principal Wu, who had been guarding nearby, glanced and spoke up to remind them. Xiao He, it's okay. One day has passed, the first round of bodybuilding has been completed, and I can force the monster blood out of my body. Boom! A ball of blood exploded, and the dark red sticky blood in the entire blood pool splattered everywhere. Chen Yi's streamlined muscles were as shiny as water, and there was a faint red mist that was faintly visible inside, but it quickly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Because they are all the blood of demons below the first level. With Chen Yi's current third-order strength of level 35, it was easy for him to force all the monster blood out of his body and instantly suppress the remaining thoughts of all the monsters. He looked down at himself. Apart from noticing that the muscle lines seemed to be tougher and the skin and flesh were a little tougher, there seemed to be no special changes. He thought the process would be really dangerous. Now it seems that it is just like that. Doesn't it feel like anything has changed? Chen Yi muttered to himself. Principal Wu smiled. This is normal. They are all monsters below level 1, and you have laid a good foundation before. They are all level 3. The effects of your first bodybuilding exercise aren't very obvious to you. Call. Chen Yi exhaled a breath of foul air and nodded slowly. Principal Wu continued to instruct. Alright, go back and exercise more for the next week to fully activate your muscles, bones, skin, and blood circulation. Get familiar with the improvements this time has brought, as well as the experience of your first bodybuilding session. A week later, we will conduct the second round of body and soul training. Chapter 58. This mental strength is too exaggerated. After leaving this deep and dark blood pool basement, Chen Yi followed Principal Wu's instructions and exercised every day to keep his muscles, bones, skin and blood flowing. As soon as possible, fully integrate the improvement of the first body and soul training into your body. And after returning to the dormitory, Xu circled around Chen Yi several times, looking up and down, trying to figure out what was going on. But he really didn't see anything abnormal about Chen Yi. It's no different from a mosquito bite, it doesn't hurt or itch. The worries in my heart also eased a little. Husband, you are so gifted, you can definitely control this divine and demonic refining technique, right? Except for you, I'm afraid no one in this world can do it. Perhaps, the teacher has already completely perfected the divine and demonic refining method. Don't be afraid in the future. It will surely go as smoothly as this time. Xu said this, but in fact he was just comforting himself. After all, it's impossible to say that I'm not worried at all. She was still very worried. I was afraid that one day Chen Yi would be taken away by the principal and would be gone when he came back. After all, today is just the beginning. How dangerous and terrifying the consequences will be, who can say for sure? The golden crow rises in the east and the moon rabbit sets in the west. There is no time for practice. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. This week, every day, Xu would train his body and soul and learn skills under the guidance of the instructors from the Vocational Research Institute. Chen Yi exercises in the dormitory every day. Practice on your own. At night, the two of them continue to try to make a baby as usual, hoping to get pregnant as soon as possible. Ever since the living room table collapsed incident, Chen Yi may have felt that he was a little too crazy at times, and has restrained himself recently. But Xu, who had tasted the sweetness of it, was accustomed to Chen Yi's previous strong attacks. The posture of driving the pile with great strides forward. Now that I've suddenly become more restrained, I feel a little uncomfortable. Every night, she would actively ask Chen Yi to go faster to restore her previous energy. They even took the initiative to come forward to please. Chen Yi felt the joy of pulling, and every night he would feel dizzy and forget everything else while holding the beautiful woman in his arms. A week later, it's time for the second body and soul training. Chen Yi came to the familiar basement and saw the same pool of blood, the same demon blood washing the flesh. But this time, the shadowy figures of monsters emerging from the blood pool had obviously become much more real and solidified, as if hundreds of monsters had appeared before him. It is obvious that the monster blood used is of a higher level than before. This is the second time of forging the body and refining the soul. This time, the time for cleansing through the monster blood is 2 days, and the blood used is the blood of 100 first-level monsters. Thump! Chen Yi didn't need Principal Wu's reminder at all, and jumped into the blood pool with ease. Gurgle gurgle. The viscous plasma stirred rapidly, and large blood bubbles kept emerging from it, exploding and bursting, looking full of weird evil. At the same time, Chen He felt a stabbing pain all over his body, as if there were hundreds of monsters constantly tearing his body and flesh apart, trying to eat him. The degree of pain has increased by dozens of times compared to last time. However, these external pains were secondary. This time, he also felt the invasion of the remnants of various demons and the power of monsters remaining in his blood. It was like some monster was whispering and grinding its teeth in his ears. The physical torture is getting worse. But Chen He had a very good foundation, so this kind of pain was not unbearable. If you grit your teeth and persevere, you will soon get used to it. Time passes by little. This time, Chen He clearly felt that as time passed, the improvements brought to various parts of his body were very subtle, but it made him feel both painful and happy. The body is really getting stronger. 2 days later. Xiao He, 2 days are up. The tempering is over. At Principal Wu's reminder, Chen He suddenly opened his eyes. The crimson color in his eyes quickly faded away, and he regained his clarity, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Phew! The demon's blood attached to his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, just like blood bubbles bursting and exploding. This time, Chen He also used the suppression of his status level to easily force all the blood out of the monsters. As he moved his limbs, he felt his body experiencing a comprehensive strengthening. Whether it is the firmness of the muscles, the toughness of the skin, or even the strengthening of bones and ligaments, and the tempering of blood and bone marrow, there has been a considerable improvement. Crunch! He kept stretching his muscles, and his body made a sound like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. By the end of the activity, he felt completely refreshed. As light as a swallow, yet strong enough to lift a tripod. The strength of this body is at least twice as strong as before. You know, my physical strength before was already at the average level of a third-level awakener. If I were to train on my own, without leveling up, and use the simpler training methods I used before to improve my physical strength, it would probably take me 3 to 5 years to achieve this kind of result. This bodybuilding method is really effective. Principal Wu looked around and, apart from Chen He's exaggerated size, which was a little confusing for an old man like him, everything else was good and he was very satisfied. Very good. After 2 sessions of body and soul training, I think you have a deep understanding of the power of this method. After you return, you should first rest well. Then, as before, keep your body active so that you can quickly familiarize yourself with the improvements and quickly integrate them. Wait half a month, no, 10 days. After 10 days, we will conduct the third body and soul training. Principal Wu originally planned to have Chen He conduct the third session half a month later. But unexpectedly, Chen He's first 2 attempts at body and soul training went so smoothly. No errors were encountered. It was much better than he expected. Obviously, Chen He's body is very receptive to this divine demon refining method. In this case, there is no need to delay too long. 10 days are enough for Chen He to fully master his current strength. He is truly worthy of being a top-tier SSS level demon. It's great to be young. At this moment, Principal Wu seemed to see the glory of his senior brother in Chen He again. But he quickly shook his head to get rid of these distracting thoughts. Thinking about this now, it feels a bit unlucky. I hope Chen He will never become the second big brother. For the next 10 days, Chen He maintained his previous daily rhythm. During the day, the couple practices separately, and at night they come together to make a baby. There is no difference from before. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Chen He stepped into the door of this deep and dark basement for the 3rd time. But this time, the layout inside the basement was different from before. This time, the plasma in the blood pool is the blood of 100 second-level monsters. Blood shadows are floating on it, and there is a shrill and crazy roar lingering in the ears. The residual spirit of the monster in the blood is stronger than before. Outside the blood pool, on a long table, there were actually demon cores of hundreds of different demon beasts. It seems that this 3rd time of forging the body and refining the spirit, in addition to using the demon blood to train the flesh, it is also necessary to use the demon core to temper the spirit and soul. Chen He was stunned when he saw this. What the hell? Hundreds of second-level monster cores? Among second-level monsters, the drop rate of this thing isn't very high, right? If you want to get hundreds of them, you'd have to kill at least a few hundred, or even 1,000, right? In a sense. Because the second-level monsters are not like the 4th-level monsters that will definitely give birth to monster cores. So, the second-level demon beast core is extremely rare. What's more, these are hundreds of different second-level monster cores, which are extremely rare. I don't know how much effort Principal Wu put in. Now, hundreds of animal cores were placed in front of him, dazzling with all sorts of colors. What a big deal! In surprise, Principal Wu informed Shen He. This time, you need to cleanse your body in the monster blood pool for 3 days. Furthermore, during these 3 days of cleansing your body, you must devote your energy to absorbing these demon cores. Remember, when you absorb the demon core, your mental power will definitely show the demon beast soul that originally remained in the demon core. Those residual souls are different from these superficial remnants. They are the real demon beast souls. You need to constantly crush and shatter the souls of these monsters, draw strength from them, and continuously absorb them to achieve the effect of polishing your mental strength. And this is soul refining. A soul refining method that is purer and more extreme than any other soul refining method. In addition, the blood of monsters is used to cleanse and temper the body. This is the way to forge the body and refine the soul. Shen He nodded slowly and without hesitation, jumped into the pool of blood. Thump! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood pool boiled and surged again. Swish! 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 Rays of light suddenly flashed, and hundreds of demon cores flew into the air, floating right above the pool of blood. As Chen He raised his hand to attract, the power of the demon cores spread out and turned into torrents, rushing into the brain. At this moment, Chen He felt the blood of the monsters around him madly eroding his body. At the same time, he began to absorb the soul of the monster in the first monster core, refining, crushing and absorbing it, honing his mental strength, as if he was experiencing the double torture of body and mind. There is no greater tempering than this. Suddenly, a blue ocean appeared in Chen He's mind, as if he had suddenly found himself in another world. A huge hammerhead shark emerged from the surface of the sea. Open your bloody mouth and bite people with your sharp fangs. At the same time, a shrill roar exploded wildly in the depths of his mind, continuously devouring the blue sea. Chen He understood in his heart. This azure ocean is formed by the gathering of one's own spiritual power, commonly known as the spiritual ocean current. The soul of the monster was constantly devouring his own mental power. Immediately. Wow! The tide rose on the sea, the wind and clouds surged, and a huge wave suddenly emerged from the spiritual ocean and pounced on the monster. Swish! Boom! The waves transformed from spiritual power instantly wiped out the soul of the hammerhead shark monster, and the unwielded parts of it turned into thousands of light points, turned into pure spiritual power, and merged into the spiritual ocean. The next moment, Chen He suddenly opened his eyes. Principal Wu, who had been keeping an eye on this place and carefully guarding the law, was a little surprised to see Chen He open his eyes. Ah? It's over so soon? How is that possible? It shouldn't be. He remembered that even a genius like the eldest brother, when he was refining the soul of the demon core for the first time, faced with the soul of the first demon beast, it took him nearly an hour to figure it out because he didn't know the right method. How come Chen He is so fast? Xiao He, what's going on? The first demon beast soul was refined just like that? Chen He explained calmly. He was killed by a wave. Principal Wu was stunned and dumbfounded. Killed by a single wave? How the hell is this possible? Although Chen He's mental strength is close to 400 points, isn't this strength a bit too much? Chapter 59, Mental Strength Has Become Stronger? Principal Wu took a deep breath, completely surprised by the strength of Chen He's mental power. Isn't this too outrageous? It stands to reason that before the 6th and 7th stages, the spiritual attributes of most awakened people should be similar, with only slight differences in strength at best. In terms of total mental strength, shouldn't Chen He be much stronger than other professionals of the same level? Principal Wu looked confused. I can't understand it at all. Before Principal Wu could react, Chen He closed his eyes briefly, then quickly opened them. A golden light flashed in his eyes. It's over again? This is over. This second demon beast's demon core had apparently just appeared in the spiritual ocean when it was directly killed by a wave created by Chen He's mind. Xiao He, what are you doing? Principal Wu's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. But before he could hear any answer, the third demon core floating in the sky quickly fell to the center of Chen He's eyebrows, and the demon beast soul inside it, which seemed to be a real entity, instantly invaded Chen He's spiritual world. Principal Wu looked at it intently. This demon core should be the demon core of the most top-level tiger-type demon beast among the second-level demon beasts. It should be more difficult to deal with than the previous demon cores. Chen He should pause this time and put in some effort, right? Result. This third demon core also did not think twice. As soon as it closed its eyes and opened them again, it was directly killed by a wave in the spiritual ocean. Principal Wu's breath stopped, even though he was watching very carefully, trying to observe how Chen He did it. Observe whether there are any changes in Chen He's spirit. But, I still can't see anything. How the hell did they do this? Even though Wu Xingwen is a principal, he is knowledgeable and has seen too many big scenes. But the scene that Chen He created today was something he had never seen before. Unheard of. This is so. Principal Wu felt that his worldview was collapsing. Could it be that the holy angel who awakened the top SSS level profession could also greatly enhance the strength of his own mental power? Impossible. Shushi is also a holy angel. If this is true, Shushi's mental strength should be so strong. But at the moment, Principal Wu didn't think there was anything strange about Shushi's mental power. This kid, what kind of freak is he? Just as Principal Wu's mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts, Chen He's actions did not stop for a moment. The fourth one was solved in a breath. Another one was killed by the waves. Now it's the fifth one. Principal Wu was so shocked that he was completely speechless. When his senior brother Lin Mufeng was training his body and refining his soul, he was still calm after absorbing the first demon core, but when he absorbed the second demon core, he was obviously a little tired. It's like the mental energy is too much and the person is drained. It was not until he became completely accustomed to the process of absorbing and refining the demon cores that his actions gradually improved and the speed of absorbing the demon cores became faster and faster. This all requires a process. It was nothing like Chen He, who took it and absorbed and refined it directly without any reaction at all, not even a slight pause or delay in between. Is this still a human being? His senior brother Lin Mufeng is already one of the world's top talents, but why does he pale in comparison to Chen He? This gap is a bit too big. Not only did Chen He not feel tired at all, he seemed to be becoming more and more adept at it, and absorbing and refining it was like playing. What a joke! If it were me. Principal Wu Xingwen simply put himself in the situation and swapped places. He felt that if he came alone, at level 30 or so, absorbing one or two would be a struggle. It is unknown whether these hundreds of demon cores can be absorbed and refined within 3 days. Looking at Chen He's current state, he absorbed the magic cores one by one without stopping for a moment. These 100 demon cores seem like a lot, but in reality, they won't last long. And the most important question is, Chen He is not fully focused on refining the demon core now. This body is still being tempered with demon blood. The intense pain and stimulation will at least take away some of your energy. He was able to achieve this level by dividing his mind into 2 parts. It can also absorb magic cores like a piece of cake. That's too exaggerated. What kind of disciple did I accept? Principal Wu had previously said that those 5th and 6th level instructors couldn't accept Chen He as a student because they couldn't control him. But after observing for a while, Principal Wu suddenly felt that he, too, was losing control. Or, go and invite the old principal? Principal Wu's mouth twitched and his face became increasingly stiff. And at this moment, Chen He was indeed becoming more and more adept at absorbing and refining the magic core. After just a few refining sessions, Chen He had already mastered how to use his mental power and how to manipulate its subtle changes. The soul of the monster just appears in the spiritual ocean. Even the soul of the monster has not been determined yet. It would be instantly shattered by a spiritual wave from Chen He's spiritual ocean, as if it had never appeared from the beginning, allowing Chen He to experience the feeling of making clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. So relaxed and carefree, so light-hearted. That's all. Chen He continuously absorbed and refined the blood one after another. At the same time, the demon blood all over his body was also being tempered, but he always maintained an indifferent attitude. It went on easily. The demon cores floating in the air were flying down with a whoosh, and their number was decreasing one by one. As time goes by bit. Aside. Principal Wu, who had been calm, glanced down at his watch. It took less than an hour in total to absorb and refine all the 100 demon cores, leaving only the last one. Until Chen He raised his hand and dropped the demon core, he completed the absorption of the last demon core. Principal Wu was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just like that? Among the physical and soul refining exercises, the most difficult soul refining exercise was completed so effortlessly. He still remembered the first time his senior brother refined his soul. It seems like it almost couldn't be completed in 3 days. How many times stronger is Chun Hee's mental strength than that of the eldest senior brother? Hundreds of times? Principal Wu felt his head was buzzing and he was confused. Chen He slowly opened his eyes. His brows were furrowed, and there was a very bright light in his eyes, which flickered and lingered for a long time. It was as if 2 flames were ignited in his eyes. Even Principal Wu felt inexplicably unable to look at it. A mental pressure that was not particularly strong swept over. This mental power was probably comparable to that of some 5th or 6th level warriors. But he was still worried that something might be wrong, so he asked quickly. Xiao He, do you feel anything unusual? Chen He shook his head calmly and touched his forehead with his hand covered in sticky blood. Abnormal? There's nothing abnormal? I just feel a little dizzy, and my mental strength seems to be stronger than before. It should be over 400 points now, right? Chen He wasn't too sure either. Because as far as he knew, my high school teachers taught me that the total amount of mental power is basically determined by nature and it is difficult to improve it later. I didn't expect that refining the soul once could actually improve my mental strength. This was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Principal Wu was shocked again. His lips trembled as he looked at Chun He. All the wrinkles on my face were squeezed together. A lot of the knowledge learned in high school is actually not accurate. It's just an enlightenment function. In fact, mental strength is not static, it can increase. However, that effect basically applies to strong people who are above level 60 and have entered the 6th level. If you want to increase your mental strength, only strong people at level 6 or above can do it. Chen Hee's situation of having his mental attributes improved at the 3rd level is unique and unheard of. No matter how much you refine your soul, it stands to reason that you can only increase the strength of your mental power. There will be no increase in total volume. Xiao He, are you sure you're not kidding? Is it really a mental boost, not an increase in strength? Of course Chen He wasn't joking. This is no time for jokes either. No, teacher, my mental strength has really increased. Hiss. Principal Wu's breathing became heavier and he really didn't know what to say. After opening his mouth for a long time, he could only say, "Cleanse your body first, then come with me to test your mental strength." This is no small matter. It could potentially cause a stir in the entire awakened academic community. Chen He nodded. Without saying anything more, he closed his eyes again and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the tempering of the demon's blood. Cleanse your body with peace of mind. Soon. 3 days passed quickly. Xiao He, come out. Boom. A ball of sticky blood exploded again. Chen He revealed the smooth lines of his back, as if he had opened a dragon's spine. His muscles were trembling and wriggling slightly, and a strong blood color was running through his skin and blood vessels. That indicated how powerful Chen He's body was at this moment. The skin is very tough and even if you cut it with a knife, you won't make a scratch. The concentration of qi and blood in the body and the toughness of bones have also been greatly improved. Feeling refreshed. This time, forcing the monster's blood out of the body was still easy and stress-free. The entire body refining process was smooth and at best safe and sound. Certainly. He clenched his fist and waved his arm. He also clearly felt that after this session of body and mind training, his physical body and mental strength were much stronger than before. Although, it's not directly twice as strong. But it is far from being comparable to the 3rd level body in the past. Cool. Chen He pondered for a moment and uttered only one word. Bang. Principal Wu threw Chen He's clothes out from the air. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself by hanging out here. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll take you to test your mental strength. This is the most urgent matter. Chapter 60, Mental Power Surges, and the training begins. Magic City Academy. Vocational Research Institute, underground, in front of the mental detector. All the teachers and Principal Wu stared solemnly at Chen He as he entered the tester. Some teachers were still whispering to each other, not knowing what was going on. What does this mean? What's there to detect about mental power? Hasn't it been tested before? Before the awakening day, the innate spiritual power basically determines the subsequent spiritual power attribute values until the 6th level. It is impossible to improve it. Why bother, principal? What's all this fuss about? Could it be that Chen He's mental strength has really improved? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If I could improve my mental strength before reaching level 6, I'd eat this tester. The discussion among the teachers gradually became heated. No one quite believed that Principal Wu's new holy angel disciple could come up with anything unprecedented. DD. At this moment, the mental power tester suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterwards, the final test results quickly appeared on the big screen. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Spiritual power, 411. For a moment, Principal Wu's breathing became heavy, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he was extremely excited. Even his back was straight and his eyebrows were beaming with joy. It was as if he was showing off to the other instructors. See? This is my apprentice. 411? What the hell? Is this true? Has your innate spiritual attribute broken through 400? No wonder Principal Wu values you so much and even brought you here for an examination. Is he trying to show off to us? The innate spiritual attribute has exceeded 400. This is indeed astonishing. If I could bring up a student like this, I would probably show it off. The principal is awesome, and this new holy angel student is awesome too. No. This isn't an innate value at all. I've seen Chen He's profile before, and while his innate spiritual attribute is quite high, it hasn't even exceeded 400. I remember it was 399. What? 399? How did it become 411 now? How did they do that? No way, before the 6th level, mental strength can really be improved. In an instant, there was a sound of shock in the testing room. Many people gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. With an expression in eyes as if he was looking at a monster, he stared at Chen He and the tester in front of him, and Principal Wu in front of him with his hands behind his back as if he was turning his back to the world. Everyone was shocked. Principal Wu was actually also very shocked at this moment, but he deliberately did not show it. He still had to pretend to be cool. If you don't pretend to be cool, you will live in vain. I was also thinking in my heart. Mental strength has indeed increased. It completely exceeds the mental power limit of the previous awakeners before the 6th level. And it rose by as much as 12 points in one go. Even among the strong men of the 6th or 7th level, this 12-point increase in mental power can be called a surge. So strong. This wave is ridiculously strong. Normally, it should increase after the 6th level. But Chen He was only at the 3rd level, and he had already risen. What does this indicate? Principal Wu thought about it seriously and felt that there might be only one explanation. This shows that Chen He's current mental strength is very strong. In other words, it has become so powerful that it cannot be any stronger, and there is no way to continue to increase its strength, so there will be a change in the total amount. How old is he? 18 years old. He is only level 3. You can reach a state of perfect saturation of mental strength, and even have a substantial surge in mental strength. This is too exaggerated. You know. This kind of situation where mental strength is perfectly saturated. Even among the 6th and 7th level strongmen, it is quite rare. It requires years of continuous improvement, constant tempering, and constant practice of various methods to consolidate mental strength to achieve repeated tempering. But what about Chen He? Was he born like this? Some are born in Rome, others are born to be slaves. This world is so fucking unfair. It was as if Chen He had skipped the tedious process of consolidating his mental strength that others had gone through. In the future, he wouldn't even need to consolidate it at all. His mental strength was already as solid as the roots of an old tree. Unshakable. This is so. Principal Wu recalled. It seems that his senior brother Lin Mufeng only achieved perfect saturation of mental power and improvement in mental attributes when he completed the 6th body and soul training, right? This kid is so terrifying. Xiao He is simply the one chosen by heaven to practice the divine and demonic alchemy techniques. I can't find anyone more suitable than Xiao He. And at this time, Chen He, who walked out of the tester, also saw the effect of his mental strength skyrocketing by 12 points. He subconsciously looked at himself and felt his physical and mental state. Teacher, I feel like I can start the 4th phase of body and spirit training right now. There's no need to wait until the 4th stage to proceed. We can do it now. because these first 3 times of body and soul training were not difficult at all for me. It was as if I had only benefited from the demon blood in Demon Core, without suffering any loss at all. I feel like I'm far from reaching my limit. In fact, after observing for a long time, Principal Wu also felt that this was the case. Shenhe's first 3 times of body and soul training were too easy. But reason prevailed, and Principal Wu shook his head and said, "No, it's too dangerous. Let's just stay here now. You must wait until your level reaches the 4th level before you can proceed with the 4th body and soul training. The divine demon refining technique is extremely dangerous after all, so stability is paramount." Shenhe remained silent and could only nod in response. Principal Wu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Alright, you've made significant progress in these 3 times. Go back and work on your health. The day after tomorrow is the day of training. You can prepare well when you return. I hope to see you shine in this training." Watched Shenhe leave. Principal Wu walked away with great pride and confidence amid the astonished and shocked gazes of all the teachers. He was going to prepare the materials Shenhe needed for his 4th body and soul training. With Shenhe's improvement speed, who knows, before he finishes collecting the materials, the other person might have already reached the 4th level. Back to the dormitory. "Husband." She looked over in surprise. Then he took small steps and ran up quickly. He simply opened his arms and gave Shenhe a big hug, rubbing his ears against his, carefully feeling the changes in Shenhe's body, and asked very seriously, "Husband, is there anything abnormal with your body?" "Abnormal? Of course not." "Oh, that's good, that's good. It seems that this divine and demonic refining method has really been perfected." Shenhe lowered his head. Looking at the charming and beautiful girl in his arms, he stroked her wet long hair. A faint body fragrance and the rich aroma of shampoo float into the nostrils, full of irresistible temptation. She obviously knew that he was coming back, and she had already washed herself and was waiting for her in advance. And as they hugged, their bodies fit tightly together, so tightly that he could clearly feel that under the thin nightgown, it seemed as if she was not wearing anything. Vacuum? This little goblin. Shenhe immediately raised his head, leaned over to the girl's beautiful pink face and nibbled it, then he grabbed her slender waist, lifted her up and ran straight to the bedroom. "Ah! What are you doing, husband? Why are you making such a fuss as soon as you get home? Cece, is there anything wrong with my body? Shouldn't I let you feel it carefully?" Shushi's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. But I still tightened my legs and felt hot in my heart. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. They hadn't seen each other for 3 days, and now they were immediately like dry wood in a raging fire, completely letting go of their reserve. The next 2 days, Shenhe and Shushi temporarily put their cultivation on hold and stayed in the dormitory. I never got out of it. Principal Wu said that he should take good care of his body. Making a baby is also a necessary step to activate the body. A day of training. After being busy and fooling around for 2 whole days, Shenhe and Shushi helped each other get dressed. There was no time to clean up the mess in the room. After a quick tidy up, they changed their clothes and went to the martial arts training ground in the dormitory area hand in hand together. Now, in the martial arts training ground, a stream of people gathered, including almost all the freshmen, nearly 200 people. All the special and auxiliary professions that had not appeared before were present this time, and the number of people had doubled compared to before. Also, and the mentors of these freshmen are almost all 6th level strongmen above level 60. Besides this, there are also 4 7th order strongmen at level 70 who are also in the group. They are the vice president, the dean of studies, and 2 other nominal tutors with the title of professor. They are the real backbone and core force of the Magic City Academy. These strong men gathered together to be responsible for protecting the freshmen during this training. To avoid real casualties, always keep an eye on the situation in the training ground. The person in charge of leading the team is the school's executive vice president, Yuan Shuxiang, a red-haired woman who looks very charming, with a cold temperament but also a hint of charm. She said in a cold voice, "Now, all instructors, start calling the roll." For a moment, there were responses all around. Lu Firen. Arrive. Shan Ping. Arrive. Shu Shi. Arrive. It was quickly confirmed that all 197 people were present for this training. Vice President Yuan Shuxian gave the order immediately. Very good, all freshmen, follow me. The location of this training is called Taihu Nest. Chapter 61, thousands of people from 4 academies undergo training. On the way to the trial location, Yuan Shuxian, the executive vice president of Shanghai who was in charge of the team, was introducing the details of this training. Her voice was clear and loud, reaching the ears of every student present very clearly, so that all the freshmen present can hear it clearly. Taihu Nest, as the name suggests, is located in Taihu Lake. After the spiritual energy revived, the world rapidly changed and expanded. Countless plants and animals experienced the effects of the spiritual energy's revival and mutated, giving rise to a considerable number of demons. Human settlements were forced to merge with one another and relocate to nearby large cities. They then built high walls to unite and defend against the foreign demons. This is also because there are many ruins of old towns in the wilderness outside. The original size of the Suzhou Wuxi Changzhou urban area is not small, so it doesn't need to be merged. However, there is a super city next to it, which is Shanghai, one of the 4 major cities. So, the 3 cities of Suzhou, Wuxi, and Changzhou have been merged into a fairly large first-tier city called Southern Jiangsu. Of course, its scale is still far smaller than our Magic City. While introducing the Magic City, Yuan Shuxian did not forget to brag about herself. As a native of Shanghai, having lived here for so many years, the sense of superiority in my heart has long been engraved in my bones. As for this time, the training location for all the freshmen of the Magic City Academy is located in Taihu Lake next to Sunan City, the city where Suzhou, Wuxi and Changzhou merged. Within the Taihu Nest area, there are quite a lot of both aquatic and terrestrial monsters. While the monsters on land are ferocious and powerful, the monsters underwater are even more unpredictable and terrifying. Once encountered, they are likely to be crushed by their strength. At the same level, it is difficult for awakened people to compete and kill underwater monsters. However, Taihu Nest has been regularly cleaned up by the surrounding universities and colleges. There are no high-level demons, not even a single demon, in the area. Among them, the highest level monster is only level 4. It can be said that this is a very good place for freshmen to gain experience. Plus, there's Demon City, one of the 4 main cities, nearby, as well as the powerful Sunan City and Hangzhou City, and even the more distant Jilin City. Thus, Taihu Nest became the back garden of the surrounding city universities, becoming a natural monster spawning area for freshmen from the 4 universities to train and gain experience with each other. Having said that, Yuan Shuxian looked around with a pair of cold eyes, her gaze flying. His eyes swept over the freshmen of the school who were participating in the training, and his voice became colder and colder. This time, the training will not only include the freshmen from our Magic City Academy, but also the freshmen from Jilin Academy, Sunan Academy, and Hangzhou Academy. This is a joint training session for freshmen from the 4 major universities. There are nearly 1,000 new students at the 4 universities combined. Every time, the freshmen from our Magic City Academy have always performed exceptionally well during their training. As one of the 4 top universities, the Magic City University is destined to take first place. We need to teach the other universities a lesson. I hope you can perform at the level expected of freshmen from our Magic City Academy. Don't let me down. I don't want you to be the worst class of students I've ever taught. Do you understand? The freshmen were instantly awed and inspired. As the executive vice president of Magic City University, Yuan Shuxian is quite proud and confident in the students she has nurtured. These freshmen, who have finally been admitted to Magic City University after more than 10 years of hard study. They themselves are also one of the most brilliant and talented geniuses among humans. Some of them are even descendants of top wealthy families. How could they not have the pride that only belongs to geniuses? Upon hearing this, everyone became excited and eager to try it out. Responded loudly. Understood. I have to say that Yuan Shuxian is very good at livening up the atmosphere and boosting morale. Looking at all the freshmen responding energetically, Yuan Shuxian nodded with satisfaction and introduced it aloud again. Later, your respective instructors will give you detailed maps of Taihu Nest. The map will clearly mark all the areas separated from the Taihu Nest. It will clearly indicate which level of demon beasts are in each area and what the recommended hunting level is. Yuan Shuxian took out a newly bound edition of the Taihu Lake Nest Monster illustrated book from her arms and said, "This illustrated guide to the monsters near Taihu Nest will be distributed to you one by one later. Before the training begins, you must read it carefully, and memorize it carefully. It details the types of monsters within Taihu Nest. You need to pay attention. If you encounter the monsters recorded in the first 10 pages, you must hide away. If you encounter the monsters on the first 3 pages, just run away. That's not something you can fight against right now. If you really end up dead or disabled because of this, it's not worth it. The purpose of this training is to allow you to improve yourself as much as possible, not to kill you. In order to ensure that the outdoor training environment is restored to the greatest extent possible, and to recreate that dangerous situation, the instructors will not take action easily unless there is a real risk to one's life. Of course, if someone can break through to the 3rd level as a freshman, then these rules of mine won't apply to them. I'm just saying that the rules apply to everyone. Yuan Shushan glanced at Chen He with some amusement. For a moment, many freshmen looked at Chen He with either surprise or envy. Although almost all the freshmen in the school had heard that this class had produced such a freak monster, who had just entered school and had broken through to the 3rd level, and was also one of the unprecedented 2 holy angels. But until today, some freshmen met Chen He for the first time. That's Chen He? You become a 3rd level holy angel right after entering the sect? So handsome. The girl next to him is pretty too, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. I'm so envious. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the escort vehicle of the Magic City Academy was speeding through the endless wilderness. We didn't encounter any danger along the way. 2 hours later, they arrived safely at the Sunan Academy in Sunan City. After all the new students from Jinling Academy and Hangzhou Academy arrived, they went to Taihu Nest together to start their training. The scale of this Suzhou University is also quite grand. If the freshmen had not seen the rather exaggerated scale of the Magic City Academy and the luxurious resources of its 7 colleges, they would probably have sighed in awe. But now, it's commonplace. After seeing the highest mountain in the Magic City Academy, one naturally would not take other smaller peaks seriously. Therefore, the freshmen of the Magic City University all raised their heads with great pride, welcoming the shock and scrutiny from the freshmen of the Southern Jiangsu University. Now, there are about 200 or 300 new students at Sunan University. They all stared with wide eyes, looking at the freshmen of Modu Academy with curiosity. Everyone is a little curious. Is this genius? Are they from the Magic City Academy? It really is the atmosphere of a top university. What a shame. I was only 20 points short at the time, just a little bit away from getting into the Magic City Academy. Stop dreaming. With over 20 points, you'll eliminate hundreds or even thousands of people. What are you dreaming of? This is genius. Because Shanghai University has always adhered to the principle of selecting the best from the best. Even the worst students are A-level talented professional awakeners, and in the Sunan Academy, the highest level is only S-level talented professional awakeners, and there are very few of them. Most of them are A-level and B-level professionals. When you look at them side by side, it's easy to tell which is better. After Yuan Shuxiang's story just now, coupled with the envious and shocked looks now, the freshmen of the Magic City Academy naturally felt a sense of pride. Unruly pride. The pride of not taking anyone seriously. This made many freshmen at the Southern Jiangsu University feel disgusted. Chen He and Chu Shi, who were standing at the front of the crowd, were among the crowd, looking at the students of Sunan Academy with great curiosity. Just at this moment, the convoy from Hangzhou University arrived at Southern Jiangsu University. The freshmen from the 3 institutions looked at each other. After all, they are young people. Even if they really meet a freshman with a higher level and stronger talents, they will feel more or less unwilling to accept it before the real competition. Want to try it? Instead, the tutors and presidents of the 3 universities had a very pleasant chat with each other. After a while, the new students of Jinling Academy also arrived late. Because the journey is a little farther than that of other academies, Jinling Academy is always the last to arrive. The new students from the 4 colleges have arrived. The instructor in charge called the roll again to confirm that everyone was present. A total of nearly 1,000 people lined up in an orderly manner. There are also more than 100 strong people, including vice principals, tutors, etc., who are responsible for leading the protection team. Except for the 4 7th-level masters from the Magic City Academy, the rest are all 6th-level masters. Now that all the freshmen have arrived, it's time to head to the training ground. Yuan Shushan looked around, and her cold voice spread throughout the audience. Everyone, let's go. Then, the group set off in a mighty procession, heading for Taihu Lake Nest. Chapter 62 High-level demons sneak into Taihu Lake's nest. Taihu Lake Nest. It got this name because the original area of Taihu Lake has expanded dozens of times, and countless islands of different sizes have appeared in Taihu Lake. Looking down from the sky, islands of all sizes are scattered all over the place, just like a huge ant nest, hence the commonly accepted name of Taihu Lake Nest. Here. It is a purely natural monster spawning area. The closer you get to the center, the stronger the monsters will be. In the most central area, whether it is the monsters in the lake or the monsters on the island, they are all 4th level monsters. When the level is still relatively low, most awakened people cannot fly or survive underwater. When facing an underwater monster, the danger can be imagined. It's hard to truly resist being beheaded. For a large number of awakened people, killing an underwater monster of the same level may be much more difficult than killing 6 or 7 land monsters. At this time, the earth trembled slightly. Rumble. Rumble. In the distance, a large number of overlapping and alternating figures quickly arrived at the edge of Taihu Nest. Nearly 1,000 freshmen had all arrived. The instructors informed the freshmen of many of the things they needed to pay attention to early on. No need to waste any more time on this now. Yuan Shuxian waved her hand and gestured forward. Now, everyone disperse and practice on your own. Swish. The crowd quickly dispersed. They advance and retreat together, either in groups of 3 or 5, according to the team they formed at the beginning. Or you can go to the selected area alone, and according to your own level, go to the corresponding monster area to start killing monsters and improve your own level. Shenhe and Shu Shi ignored the invitations from others to form a team, as they had already agreed on their respective leveling areas. Shenhe sent Shu Shi to the first level edge area marked on the map. It was a relatively large island with many monsters, including some amphibious monsters. Let's stop here. Shu Shi looked around and pulled Shenhe's hand. Shenhe raised his hand and rubbed her little head, speaking seriously. You, just focus on leveling up in this first level area and don't provoke those underwater monsters. Be careful. Shu Shi felt sweet in her heart as she listened to Shenhe's gentle exhortations. But he didn't have time to continue being affectionate and pushed Shenhe from the side. Okay, I know everything. You should go and gain experience too. We'll meet up later. The two quickly parted ways. With Shu Shi's current level, he must kill monsters in the first level area on the edge of this area to raise his level. When Shu Shi reaches the second level, Shenhe will come to pick her up. Then, we can move on to the second level area. With the upgrade speed of the Holy Angel, this should not be a difficult task. At most, it should take 1 or 2 days to upgrade to the second level. Shenhe spread his angel wings and began to move towards the more central area of Taihu Nest. The target is the area where the third-level monsters are located. During this process, he saw many freshmen, each of them separated into teams, who looked like small black dots from a high vantage point. Some people saw holy angels flying through the sky and couldn't help but stop and look up. His eyes were full of excitement, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Oh shit. This is so cool. He was just at a low level, yet he was able to soar in the sky. They had to carefully shuttle between the lake and the islands, which was no match for Shenhe's flying speed in the sky. This is also a human being. The closer he got to the center, the more rapidly the number of new students Shenhe saw decreased. When he came to the area where second-level monsters were common, he could hardly see any human figures. The vast majority of freshmen are currently only at the level below the first level or the first level, and it is almost impossible for them to come to the second-level area for training. It's only been a month, and my grades in school are improving very slowly, which is normal. Just as He was thinking this. Suddenly, a pretty figure in a clean and neat white outfit came out from the first level area and moved towards the second level area. Looking from high altitude, it is clearly visible. Compared with most other freshmen at the first level and below, he stands out from the crowd. At last. The graceful figure stayed in the second level area and began to fight with the second level monster. That looks like the emblem of Jinling Academy? Someone from Jinling Academy actually entered the second level area? And it's a girl? Doesn't this mean that this girl has reached the second level? Shenhe's eyelids twitched in surprise. Newborn? Second level? If it weren't for the level increase from the family system, Shenhe would only be at level 2 now. This girl from Jinling Academy is no ordinary girl. You know. Among the freshmen of the Magic City Academy, apart from Chunhee, the highest ranking ones are the 4 SS level talented professionals, who call themselves the 4 heroes of the Magic City. But they were only at level 19, stuck before reaching the second stage. It has not yet reached level 20. And this girl from Jinling Academy has actually reached the second level? Could it be an SSS level talented profession? But if that were the case, it would be easy to get into the 4 top universities. Why did you choose Jinling Academy? There must be some secret. Shenhe was actually a little curious about the girl's specific level and occupation, but it was just curiosity, so he didn't stay to explore further. The most important thing right now is to level up. He has no great interest in digging out other people's secrets. So, just spread your angel wings and continue walking deeper. As for the white-dressed girl from Jinling Academy, Ling Lan, she naturally noticed Shenhe as well. The posture of the angel wings flying along the way was so conspicuous. Even if you want to fake it, you can't. She knows Shenhe. After all, Shenhe and Shushi, the twin angels, have caused a sensation across the country. It's hard not to know them. But Ling Lan saw Shenhe actually spread his wings and continued to move closer to the central area. She was also a little surprised. Huh? Could it be that this holy angel named Chunhee is already at the 3rd level? It's simply unimaginable. Are holy angels so powerful? Ling Lan opened her mouth slightly. Watching Shenhe fly all the way to the island in the 3rd level area, a faint ripple appeared in his heart. To this, Shenhe didn't pay much attention to it, and wouldn't care even if he knew. Soon, Shenhe, who was heading towards the center, encountered a golden lion crawling in the dense forest of the island, and his eyes lit up instantly. A 3rd level golden lion? No, its aura and stature indicate that its level is close to the 4th level. At least he's level 38 or 39. That's it. The golden lion is one of the most powerful monsters in the monster encyclopedia of Taihu Lake Nest. It is the kind of powerful monster that you must flee from as soon as you encounter it. The overlord among the 3rd level. If other freshmen saw this, they would probably try to avoid it as much as possible. Swish! Shenhe drew out the holy angel sword in midair, and the angel's silver wings behind him suddenly flipped up, swooping down and charging straight towards the golden-haired lion. As one of the land overlords of Taihu Lake, the golden lion is naturally quite domineering. Without any hesitation, he pounced on him. Roar, roar, roar. The murderous intent is chilling. Ka! A golden sword light from the angel's holy sword instantly exploded in the dense forest. Let us get started. He started with a newly learned sword move that emphasized intention over form, called Heart Sword. Wherever your heart goes, that's where the sword will fall. Kill everything. The monster's level is higher than his, but that doesn't mean it is stronger than him. The man and the beast started fighting instantly. One high, one low, one flying in the air, one swooping down on the ground. One terrifying airwave after another was stirred up on the island, and waves also exploded on the surrounding lake surface. Now, around the Taihu Lake Nest, the battle between the man and the beast also attracted the attention of the leaders and tutors of the 4 academies. The leaders and tutors of Jinling Academy, Hangzhou Academy, and Southern Jiangsu Academy all widened their eyes. During the battle, Shenhe's strength level and aura were fully unleashed. Level 35? This is too strong. It's only been a few days since we started school? Over a month? How did they get to this level? Why aren't they students from our Sunan Academy? I admit I'm jealous. When will Hangzhou have a monster like this? The people around were first surprised at Shenhe's revealed level, and then a burst of envy was heard. And at this moment, Yuan Shuxian, the vice president of Magic City Academy, as well as other school leaders and instructors, could not help but stare in amazement at Shenhe's level. They started talking in a low voice so that only a few people could hear it. When did Shenhe level up again? After these 3 levels, is it so easy to level up? Can I level up in school? I remember when Shenhe entered school, he was in class 32, right? How exactly did the principal train? Could it be that practicing that divine and demonic refining technique can speed up the leveling process? What a monster! Of course, they didn't show it. Everyone tried their best to appear calm and composed. Give everyone in other universities an attitude of yes, our Shanghai University is so awesome. They even smiled politely at each other and praised the freshmen of the 3 universities in Jinling, Hangzhou, and southern Jiangsu, starting a business like mutual praise mode. Your students are also very good. Yes, didn't Jinling Academy also send out a second-level girl this time? Yes, reaching the second level at such a young age is quite remarkable. Actually, the third level isn't that impressive. At most, it's unprecedented and unmatched. Just as the leaders and tutors of the 4 institutions were chatting and paying attention to the leveling status of the freshmen in Taihu Nest Field, 30 kilometers away. Several high-level demons with terrifying auras quietly approached Taihu Nest. And in the city of Sunan, there were also several powerful humans who left the city and went into the wilderness. He put on a thick black robe, hiding his figure and face under the hood of the black robe. Under the cover of the aura of the black robe, quietly approaching the Taihu Nest. Chapter 63, Level 37. Surrounded by Level 5 monsters. Inside the nest of Taihu Lake. The freshmen were all killing monsters, trying to increase their levels and become stronger as quickly as possible. At this time, looking from a high place, you can see many freshmen successfully killing monsters and improving their levels. In just a few hours, thousands of freshmen were promoted by 1 to 2 levels. Xu Shi, who was at the core of the first-level monster area, moved forward and killed a large number of monsters along the way, almost killing all the monsters within his sight. One person directly wiped out all the first-level monsters on the entire island, causing many other freshmen who came with high hopes to return disappointed. And relying on the Holy Angel's unique advantage in upgrading speed, Xu Shi successfully upgraded his level to LV19, level 19, which was only 1 step away from the second level. He was the fastest level upgrader among all people. Even the first 4 SS level awakeners who previously called themselves the 4 heroes of the Magic City are still stuck at level 19 and have yet to successfully advance to the second level. This made Xu Shi a little excited. I was even eager to run to the second level area to see if I could kill the second level monster and reach the second level as soon as possible. After all, it took a long time to kill these first level monsters, but the experience gain didn't seem to be that much. He has been unable to advance to the second level. Just when the freshmen in the outer areas were all rapidly improving their levels. In a place close to the central area, Chen He had been fighting with the Golden Lion, which was close to the 4th level, for a long time. Chen He was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of physical strength. Boom! Large areas of grass and trees were broken, and the island shook violently in an instant. Large pits appeared on it one after another. The Golden Lion roared and broke many trees. Snap! A large piece of rock exploded on the spot, and boom! It crashed into the surrounding lake water, causing waves to hit the shore. Crash, crash. Although it kept hitting the shore, the whole island looked more and more shaky, constantly twisting and shaking, as if it would completely fall apart and explode at any time. Under the lake, there seemed to be a large number of monsters in the island, constantly shuttling back and forth, circling around the island, trying to swallow the monsters and people inside as prey. Boom! Swish! Thousands of rays of light suddenly gathered together and surged into a brilliant and scorching golden light. A sword beam that almost directly penetrated the entire island suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. This was also a new sword technique that Chen He had just learned, called Heaven and Earth Combined, which gathered the aura of heaven and earth into one sword. Click, click, click. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed and collapsed, leaving no foreign objects behind. Enough to annihilate everything. Roar, roar, roar. The Golden Lion roared and roared as if it wanted to tear Chen He apart, but the terrifying roar turned into a shrill roar the moment it connected with the sword light. The next moment. Phew! Large clumps of blood suddenly spurted out like a geyser, merging the entire view in front into a sea of bloody limbs. The Golden Lion's huge body, which was nearly 8 meters long, was horrifically cut into 2 pieces. The 2 halves of the body collapsed and fell to the sides. Behead! Chen He took a deep breath, and a light flashed in his eyes. Finally, the Golden Lion was killed. The Golden Lion, with strength close to the 4th level, which was enough to dominate this 3rd level area, was killed by Chen He. The next moment, a prompt message came from his career panel. Ding! You successfully killed the Golden Lion. Your level has increased by 2. 2 more levels up? Chen He subconsciously glanced at his career panel, especially when he saw the level column on the panel, which showed LV37, his eyes brightened. As expected, he still killed someone above his level. He gained a lot of experience. I can level up by leaps and bounds every time, but this is far from enough. This is just the beginning. Before coming to Taihu Nest to participate in the training, Chen He had already set a small goal for himself. That is, level 4. He must successfully reach the 4th level before completing his training. Considering his profession as an SSS level holy angel, this shouldn't be difficult. Continue. Just as he finished checking his career panel and was about to continue killing monsters and leveling up. Boom! In the center of Taihu Nest, the ground suddenly shook violently. It was like an underwater volcano suddenly erupted, radiating from the center to the surroundings in an instant. The strong vibration caused the entire Taihu Nest to shake wildly. Roar, roar, roar. The fierce roar of some unknown monster suddenly sounded and gathered into a wave in the distance. It seemed that hundreds of monsters were affected by the vibration and flew around. The other islands and lakes ahead suddenly stirred up a terrifying aura wave. Dark clouds covered the city, and a terrifying demonic aura rose up. Chen He looked down at his feet. The island, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly began to shake. Immediately following, Chen He saw that all the monsters on the island seemed to have fallen into a state of madness and began to riot. As if they were organized, they killed their way towards the islands outside. At the same time, Chen He looked at the lake in the distance, where countless black shadows emerged. Large groups of black shadows, with overwhelming momentum, plundered towards the islands on the surrounding edges. He witnessed with his own eyes that not too far away from him, several 4th-level lake monsters brazenly emerged from under the water and attacked the new students outside. There is a giant toad as big as a mountain of flesh. There are also huge blood turtles that can cause earth-shaking movements at any time. There were also many monsters with different appearances and fierce auras. When they saw the newborns, they pounced on them and bit them madly, and they all fell into a state of madness. It was like a small beast tide. Now, outside the nest of Taihu Lake, the vice presidents of the 4 schools, as well as the school leaders and tutors who were originally chatting, were all startled and immediately noticed this unusual situation. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why did the monsters in Taihu Lake's nest suddenly riot? In all these years, nothing like this has ever happened in Taihu Nest. Could it be that there is some powerful demonic beast in the core of Taihu Nest that triggered this demonic beast riot? Not good. Those freshmen might be able to fight back against first-order monsters and those below, but facing such a frenzied attack from 3rd and 4th-order monsters, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to resist at all and will be killed on the spot. Hurry! Save them! Save them now! A group of people dispersed instantly and launched a very clear rescue operation for the freshmen around them. They hurriedly pulled all the freshmen back to the safe area to help fight against the rioting monsters. Chen He is in the 3rd level area near the center. Because several 4th-level monsters ran past him hurriedly without even looking at him, not treating him as prey at all, Chen He's heart jumped and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. This must be some higher-level monster that sees him as prey. That's why these 4th-level monsters ignored him. He didn't hesitate at all. Swish! The angel's silver wings behind him suddenly spread open, and he turned and flew into the sky, trying to escape. However, next second, whoosh whoosh, rustle. Thousands of silver feathers flashing with cold light, like sharp blades, shot out from the distant sky, shooting towards Chen He. Like thousands of arrows shot at the same time, the dark mass almost blocked all of Chen He's paths. Chen He raised his brows and could only turn back, moving his body backwards. At the critical moment, he reacted very quickly and narrowly avoided those feather arrows. Tap tap tap. He landed back on the island, holding the angel's holy sword in both hands, and looked intently in the direction where the silver feathers were flying from. Phew! A sharp whistle shook the sky. When he looked up, he saw a huge falcon with a bright silver body flying high in the sky. Its aura was like a surging wave, extremely terrifying. The huge eagle eyes stared at Chen He coldly. It was as if looking at a corpse, looking at a prey that could be swallowed at any time. The 5th-level monster, the silver-winged falcon. This kind of monster, even if placed in the depths of a dense forest or the heart of a wilderness, is a dominant force that cannot be underestimated. I didn't expect it to appear here. Chen He's eyelids twitched wildly, and he wanted to curse in his heart. Oh shit. Isn't it said that the highest level monster in Taihu Nest is level 4? How the hell could a 5th level monster appear here? But this is not the whole nightmare, it is just the beginning. Chen He's mind was shaken, and he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura approaching rapidly from behind. He dodged quickly, his body tilted, and he staggered dozens of steps, almost falling to the ground. He controlled his body and barely stopped. I just dodged it. Boom! The ground where he had just been stood suddenly exploded, and a huge palm print appeared there, directly creating a big hole. Amidst the flying earth and rocks, Chen He looked closely and saw another huge two-headed chimpanzee covered with shiny black hair. The 5th level monster, the two-headed demon ape. It raised its thick arms that looked like trees, and continued to beat its chest, roaring ferociously, with a violent aura sweeping all over its body. Chen He's scalp instantly went numb, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. 2 5th level monsters? 2 whole ends. What the hell is going on? Before Chen He could think too much, another dangerous aura descended. Chen He dodged in a hurry, but this time he almost failed to dodge, and could only roll hurriedly on the ground. With the help of the angel's silver wings flapping behind him, he regained his balance and stood up again. Take another look. Good job. There was a 5th level monster, a 5th level green rock turtle with a shell as big as a mountain, which suddenly appeared from under the water. Its 2 thick arms supported the island, and it was almost about to overturn the entire island. The 3 5th level monsters formed a triangle shape and surrounded Chen He in the middle. At the same time, Vice Principal Yuan Shuxian, who was outside Taihu Nest, also noticed Chen He's situation immediately. 3 5th level monsters, 3 killed 1. This is fucking outrageous. Her body flashed, and peach petals spread all over the sky. With a breeze around her, she flashed into Taihu's nest, ready to rescue personally. However, boom! A black-robed figure suddenly fell down, landing precisely on the path in front of her. He stood in front of Yuan Shuxian, blocking her way. He. Vice Principal Yuan, where do you want to go? Your opponent is me. Chapter 64 7th Level Melee. A figure in a black robe, with a strong aura. There was no level suppression, and it was completely exposed in front of him. The pressure of the 7th level swept over. Obviously, his strength is not inferior to Yuan Shuxian, the vice president of the Magic City Academy. He is also a 7th level strongman. It wasn't just Vice Principal Yuan Shuxian who was blocked by the sudden appearance of the powerful black-robed man. Even the other 3 7th level strongmen who were school leaders from the Magic City Academy were all stopped one by the black-robed man with 7th level strength. The 4 people whose way was forcibly blocked had their faces changed drastically in an instant. Where did the 7th level come from? Looking at the 3 cities of Sunan, Jinling, and Hangzhou, there aren't many level 7 warriors used to suppress demons. How come 4 of them suddenly appeared? Oh no! This is obviously a long-planned hunt. Their target is Chen He and Shuxi. Damn it, I knew it from the beginning. The news of this twin angel sect has spread too much. Now almost everyone knows about it. It's impossible to hide it at all. It's a traitor. A damned traitor to humanity. Damn it, let's do it. Even if we have to risk our lives today, we can't let the 2 angels be destroyed in our hands. Do whatever it takes to evacuate the freshmen and capture these human traitors. The expressions of the 4 7th level experts from the Demon City Academy were all solemn. Looking at the 4 7th level black-robed men standing in 4 directions respectively. The next moment, without any warning, they rushed towards the men in black robes. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion and it exploded instantly. The aftermath alone spread to a large area around it. A mountain and forest collapsed, an island was shattered, and the lake water was stirred wildly, creating huge waves tens of meters high. The world has changed. The melee between the 7th level strong men had just broken out, and the situation changed immediately. While the 4 good and 4 evil 7th level warriors were brazenly fighting each other, there were also commands coming from Yuan Shuxian's mouth, spread throughout the venue. Instructor Modu, listen to my orders. Rescue Chen He and Chu Shi at all costs. Also, I would like to ask the school leaders and instructors of Jinling Academy, Hangzhou Academy, and Sunan Academy to mobilize as soon as possible to rescue the freshmen of Modu Academy and other freshmen affected by the epidemic. Also, immediately fire a signal flare to notify the Sunan City garrison to come to the rescue. Holy Angel, we must not die here. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Go quickly. Go quickly. Go quickly. As Yuan Shushan's cold voice spread throughout the venue, everyone present was shocked. Their state suddenly became fierce, their eyes were sharp, and they were busy. Immediately disperse into multiple lines. Rescue those who need help, and ask for help. There are also mentors who have entered the Taihu nest and are fighting with other rioting beasts, forcibly containing the 3rd and 4th level monsters in the area. Try to create opportunities for thousands of freshmen to evacuate quickly. Oh shit. This group of heartless demons and traitors to humanity all deserve to die. It's obvious. Everyone thought of it. Today's hunt is definitely aimed at the 2 holy angels, Shenhe and Shushi. Apart from the 2 holy angels, there is no other reason for the other party to make such a big move. Almost everyone came out. For 7th level human traitors, plus countless demons. It has been a long time since such a large-scale and sensational incident occurred near southern Jiangsu City. If they really succeed, it will be a huge loss that the entire Hanxia kingdom cannot bear. All the school leaders and tutors present understood. The leaders and tutors of the other 3 universities are doing their best to help the freshmen of the Magic City University while helping their own freshmen. Among the instructors of the Magic City Academy, there were 4 instructors whose strength was close to the 7th level, and all of them were awakened instructors at the level of half a step to the 7th level. They quickly sent 2 to rescue Chenhe and 2 to rescue Chushi. Divide the troops into 2 groups. Boom! Click, click, click. A fierce battle erupted on the island. A sudden flash of golden light rushed down, and 2 3rd-level monsters pounced on them madly. Shushi looked stern when he saw this. She's not even at level 2 yet. Suddenly, 2 3rd-level monsters appeared from nowhere. This is trouble. While she was trying to resist the attack from the opponent, she was also trying to find a way to retreat. Suddenly, the majestic figures of the 2 mentors came from the air and crossed the distance in an instant. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them raised their hands brazenly. The next moment, terrifying power and elemental fluctuations instantly gathered into a tide, transforming into an endless supply of powerful palm power, slamming down from the sky. Phew! Wherever the palm wind reaches. The 2 originally extremely ferocious and terrifying 3rd-level monsters exploded on the spot like broken watermelons, turning into powdered meat paste on the ground. 2 mentors who were half a step to the 7th level floated down with serious expressions. They raised their hands and cast several talismans on Shushi. For a moment, Shushi soared into the air and was pulled by the 2 mentors to quickly escape to the outside world. We must leave the Taihu nest immediately and go to a more crowded place as possible. Avoid the core of the opponent's hunting. Rumble. Boom boom boom. The battle between the 8 7th level strong men in the distance caused the sea of clouds in the sky to roll around wildly. The sky seemed like the Milky Way pouring down to the ground, with thousands of rays of light pouring down. Extremely terrifying and intense. Ordinary awakeners do not have the strength of the 6th or 7th level. If they are affected even a little bit, they will be smashed into powder on the spot. The sounds sounded like thunder. Shushi didn't care about these disturbances, and looked at the 2 mentors beside him with some fear and worry. Teacher Yang, Teacher Chi, don't worry about me. Where's my husband? My husband's safety is more important than mine. He's currently in the core of Taihu nest. There must be many powerful monsters. The 2 instructors looked very serious, but they tried to slow down their tone as much as possible and spoke softly to comfort them. Don't worry, instructors Bao Rongshuan and Chi Rueji have already gone to rescue Chenhe. You should have heard of the names of these 2 teachers. They are the 2 most powerful instructors below the 7th level in our Magic City Academy. Don't worry, classmate Chenhe will be fine. Shushi nodded in response, but was still a little worried. A pair of beautiful big eyes kept looking towards the depths of Taihu nest, but unfortunately the scene was too chaotic and nothing could be seen at all. The other side. The 2 mentors, Bao Rongxian and Chi Rueji, who rushed to rescue Chenhe, were forcibly blocked by 2 black robe men who appeared from the shadows. These 2 men in black robes also have the strength of level 6, close to level 7. Although he is slightly weaker than the 2 strongest instructors below level 6 in the Magic City Academy, it is difficult to defeat his opponents in a short period of time if they are of the same level. Got entangled. Obviously, the demons had been planning this for a long time. In order to kill the two holy angels in one go, they mobilized all their forces, almost calculating all the top combat forces that the four academies could mobilize, and gathered together the strongest among the human traitors. Pin down all the strong men from the four academies. Make it impossible to rescue effectively. At the same time, not far away, smoke and dust rose up, and a terrifying pressure as powerful as mountains and seas was approaching madly. Three extremely powerful auras of 7th level monsters are rapidly approaching this side, shadows are floating, mountains are hidden, and they are already very close to Taihu Nest. This scene caused all the leaders, instructors, and freshmen present to change their expressions drastically. Even Yuan Shuxiang, the vice principal of the Demon City, who was battling the 7th-ranked black-robed individual, had a solemn look in her eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that today's hunt was doomed to end badly. If we continue to drag it on, we will be in big trouble once the other side's 3 7th-level demons arrive. Their army of thousands of people is likely to be slaughtered and wiped out. Yuan Shuxiang's cold voice resounded throughout the venue once again, reaching everyone's ears. Quick! All instructors, take the freshmen from the 3 schools and evacuate immediately. Retreat to Sunan City. Leave us alone. We will suppress these 7th-level traitors and demons. Snap! There was a roar of thunder. A strange and sharp sneer came from the black-robed man in front of him. He. Vice Principal Yuan, you're being too optimistic. Things have gotten to this point now, and you still think you can protect them? Suppress us? You can't even suppress me. Boom boom boom. Another terrifying 7th-order melee aura erupted, causing the earth to violently shake, the sky to shift wildly, and hurricanes to rage. And when the entire Taihu Nest was in chaos. Chen He, who was located in the center of Taihu Nest, was fighting against 3 5th-level monsters alone. There was no possibility or room for counterattack. Only escape. Boom! A claw mark swept across, and Chen He dodged in a panic. Boom! Huge rocks as big as a hill came crashing down, and Chen He could only flee in a hurry. Fortunately, thanks to the speed and flexibility brought by the Angel Silver Wings, as well as the power of 3 body and soul training sessions in the past month, his control over his physical and mental strength has greatly improved. Moreover, the body's resistance is much stronger than before. With the help of the inside effect of Angel's Eye, he accurately found the gap and escaped a short distance with great difficulty. Although it was difficult to break out of the encirclement and he could only keep dodging in a panic, he was at least able to barely avoid the fatal attacks of 3 5th-level monsters. So that you don't get hurt too seriously. But not for long. There were all kinds of small wounds on his body, and blood was dripping, staining his clothes red. Even though it's not fatal. But if he keeps delaying, he will die of chronic illness and there will be no way out. What to do? What should I do? Chapter 65, Judgment/Level 4, Level 39. Chen He fled as fast as he could, the angel's silver wings behind him flapping at almost the maximum speed. The scenery on both sides was rapidly receding. The sensory ability brought by the angel's eyes was also fully stimulated to the extreme, looking for every gap possible to avoid the encirclement of the 3 5th-level monsters. Behind him and around him, 3 5th-level monsters kept changing their movements and moves, attacking Chen He from all directions, constantly forcing Chen He to retreat. This forced him to constantly change his position and flying direction. In just a moment. You may even have to change positions 3 or 4 times in a row. Chen He couldn't hold on for long with such a high frequency and fast pace of dodging and escaping. Even if it means wasting time, they will force Chen He to death. A moment later. The 3 5th-level monsters that had been unable to defeat Chen He were all getting a little impatient. It's like being unable to sleep in the middle of the night, hearing mosquitoes buzzing in your ears but wanting to hit them but unable to hit them no matter what, and feeling like there are bugs all over your body. Bang bang bang. The 2-headed demon ape angrily pounded its chest with its huge arms, making a deafening sound. Roar. Both heads of the 2-headed demon ape were roaring angrily. Then. Boom. Crash. The forest ahead was in disarray. A 4th-order mutated black ape, also of gigantic size, rushed out from the dense forest and forcibly blocked Chen He's way. This is the helper that the 2-headed demon ape forcibly summoned. At this moment, the offensive of the 3 5th-level monsters was impenetrable, but Chen He still found gaps and flaws to escape. To put it bluntly, it's because there are loopholes in the encirclement from 3 directions. And now. The 4th level mutant black ape successfully blocked the biggest flaw. This time, even if Chen He had wings, it would be difficult for him to escape. The two-headed demon ape instantly became excited, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit out bloody murderous light. And seeing this, although he was still on the verge of despair, Chen He was not afraid and did not stop running. Instead, he sped up. Gathering all strength and ready to go, he rushed towards the fourth-level monster. The moment it almost completely approached the mutant black ape, swish! A heaven and earth combined sword technique was unleashed. Carrying the great trend of heaven and earth, it transformed into an aura that was almost perfect, with overwhelming pressure and a vast sword energy that came down straight away, slashing madly. The terrifying sword intent made the mutant black ape change color instantly, and subconsciously raised his arms to try to block the resistance. In this instant, from Chen He's angel eyes perspective, a bright red light flashed. The mutant black ape's weakness is exposed. Swish! Boom boom boom! A violent sacred aura suddenly descended, like thousands of rivers returning to their source, surging continuously. It was as if a real god had descended from the sky, opened his eyes in anger, and an extremely sacred and majestic shadow of a huge holy angel appeared magnificently, with divine power. The holy angel's extremely majestic golden eyes suddenly opened wide. Thousands of dazzling angel holy swords appeared out of nothing and were born in the void, completely locking onto the mutant black ape like thousands of arrows shooting at the same time. Snap! Boom boom boom! The lights of thousands of angels' holy swords finally converged into one point. Holy sword skill, judgment! Chen He suddenly clenched the angel's holy sword in both hands, raised it high above his head, and slashed it down from above. Infinite power. The power of the gods. Everything is concentrated in this sword. The shadow of the holy angel pointed his hand as a sword, and an angel sword pierced the sky and fell. Like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then there was a crazy roar. The sword light of judgment fell with unparalleled force. It appeared in an instant and fell in an instant. The fourth-level monster just barely resisted Chen He's heaven and earth combined sword move. He took several steps back and was seriously injured. There was no time to resist the sword of judgment that came right after him. Crash! Puff puff puff! The mutant black ape was chopped into pieces on the spot by the brilliant sword light. The cross-section of its body was as smooth as a mirror. Its fourth-level body was no different from tender tofu where the sword light passed. It was directly split into two. Because the sword light fell too quickly, the two halves of the mutant black ape's body took several seconds to explode, turning into a large pool of red and white rotten flesh and blood, spilling onto the ground. The prompt sound of the career panel came to my ears. A lively power also came from the body. His own aura suddenly became like a rolling river, flowing endlessly, and it actually increased a lot. Chen He's level was raised again by crossing levels and killing the mutant black ape. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the mutated black ape. Your level has increased by 2. LV 39. Sure enough, he had reached the boundary between the third and fourth levels, and Chen He clearly felt that a lot of experience points had overflowed from this upgrade, so he should be not far from breaking through to the fourth level. If I could kill another fourth-level monster, maybe I can break through to the fourth level. After killing this fourth-order mutant black ape, Chen He, who should have been a little weak because his level increased twice, instantly recovered to his peak condition. It's even better than the best state before. He quickly glanced at the level on the profession panel, LV 39, and glanced at the 3 5th-level monsters fighting frantically behind him. There was a glint of light in his eyes. Thoughts surged in my heart. If he could raise his level to level 40 and enter the fourth stage. Can you fight against the 3 5th-level monsters in front of you? No. 3 5th-level monsters, with strength that has just reached the fourth level, would probably find it difficult to fight 3 of them at once and forcefully counterattack. But even if I really can't win at that time, escaping should be no problem. At least we won't be as passive as we are now. He was so timid and beaten that he was in a very bad state. He could only escape and dodge, and was at a disadvantage. Thinking about it. While Chen He was fleeing, he was deliberately looking for traces of other monsters. Now, the entire Taihu nest was in an uproar, and all the monsters were rioting like a tide, rushing forward one after another. It shouldn't be difficult to find another monster of the right level. This is his chance, the chance he has been waiting for. At the moment, the senior leaders and top combat forces of the 4 academies were all controlled by those human traitors and powerful demons. They were stranded in various places and had no way to come to support him. If he wants to survive, he has no choice but to save himself. He wants to try. How powerful are the holy angels after the 4th level? Don't you guys want to kill me? Don't you want to surround and kill me? Very good. At that time, he must bite off a piece of meat from these 3 monsters. At the same time, because this judgment comes from heaven. The shadow of the holy angel covered the sky and earth, attracting great attention. High in the sky, Vice Principal Yuan Shuxian, who was at the core of the 7th level melee battlefield, noticed the center of the Taihu nest with her eyelids twitching. The other 3 7th level powerhouses from the Demon City also became extremely anxious and worried. They were all concentrating on dealing with the black-robed man in front of them. Try to fight your way out of this situation and rush to rescue Chenhe. However, under the intensive attack of the 4 black-robed men, it was difficult for them to find a gap and break out of this situation. And far away. Rumble. Boom. The earth was shaking constantly and violently, and the sky was dark. Mountains and forests collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything is being annihilated. The 3 extremely powerful auras of the 7th level monsters increased their speed, found the direction and target of Chenhe's judgment, and rushed straight towards him. This battlefield is in such a chaotic state that it seems the winner will be decided soon. Chapter 66 The leader of human traders appears. Now. While Chenhe was running away, desperately trying to avoid being chased by the 3 monsters behind him. Outside the city of Sunan, a fierce battle also broke out. Tear. A crack was torn in the sky, and the twisted and hideous turbulence of time and space inside was violently rioting. Boom. A twisted dark black lightning exploded, followed by a surge of wind and clouds. There was chaos all around. The sky was filled with a strong murderous aura and extremely terrifying and sharp air currents. 8 figures that are described as tall, powerful, and majestic are constantly fighting in it, and their movements have the power to shake the sky and split the earth. The aftermath exploded in all directions, turning the earth into dust. Rumble. Boom. The loud noise continued. On the city wall of Sunan City, all the awakened members of the garrison were lined up on the wall, looking at the scene in the sky with very serious expressions. Everyone was stunned. As they watched, everyone felt inexplicably irritated and extremely worried. Where the hell did all these powerful people come from? I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. I've never seen such a grand scene since I was born. What the hell is going on? Why did they start fighting? I know. Those 4 figures in uniform are said to be the director and deputy director of the Sunan City Law Enforcement Department, as well as the Minister of Education and the Minister of Coordination, who are going to support Taihu Nest. A total of 4 ministers, all of whom are at the peak of the 7th level. Who are those other 4 men in black robes? They look sinister and evasive. They're obviously not good people. How dare they stop the 4 ministers? At this moment. Tear. A figure in a black robe flew out from the sky, and his black robe was torn apart. The inside was exposed to the lizard skin that was slippery and covered with green sticky pus, and a foul smell was emitted. It's a demon. Holy crap, it's a demon that's transformed into a half-human, half-demon state? As far as I know, the ability to transform into a half-human demon requires a very special type of demon, otherwise it must be at least at the peak of the 7th level, right? Oh my god. These are actually 4 peak level 7th order demons? No wonder they were able to forcibly stop the 4 ministers here. What the hell is going on? Is the sky falling? Where did the 7th level battle come from? Will the 4 ministers lose? Will our Sunan city be able to hold on? I'm not worried about my own life or death, I'm more worried about whether Sunan city will fall. Don't be afraid. The 4 ministers are also at the peak of the 7th level. They won't lose so easily. In my opinion, the situation is about to be reversed. The final winners will definitely be our 4 ministers. There are only 5 peak level 7th level experts guarding the entire Sunan city. Now all 4 of them gathered outside the city and a fierce battle broke out. The only person missing was the chief of the garrison department. This is because the duty of the chief of the garrison department is to defend the city. He is currently stationed at the core center of the city defense formation and will not be dispatched easily. As long as people are in the city. The people die and the city perishes. On the battlefield of the 7th level melee in southern Jiangsu City and in the middle of the 7th level melee in Taihu Nest, a large number of figures flashed, being sandwiched on both sides. The scale is huge, with more than 1,000 people. It turned out to be the leaders and tutors of the 4 universities, who were taking the new students back to southern Jiangsu City. From afar, they saw the dark scene outside Sunan City. When looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. How the hell is this still there? How many powerful warriors have the demons and the human traders sent this time? This is terrifying. The scale of this high-level battle is truly unprecedented in my life. How terrifying. Is this a 7th level expert? It feels like if they wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing a bug or an ant. This is the first time I've seen so many powerful people fighting in one day. Mom! I want to go home. Woo woo woo. This isn't the place for me. I just left the novice village, and you're asking me to join a high-level game? How cruel can you be? What are you doing here? Is this still Hanxia country? And at this moment, being in the crowd, listening to the discussions of people around me, I was not only shocked, but more worried, panic, and fear. This feeling of having no control over life and death is really terrifying. For a moment, many people even felt relieved in their hearts that they were not holy angels. This time, the demons and human traders sent out so many people, which clearly showed that they came for the twin holy angels. At most, they were just innocent victims, and not the main hunting targets. So, with Chen He outside attracting firepower, the danger they faced was not too great. Etc. There seems to be a holy angel in the team. For a moment, many freshmen focused their attention on the beautiful Chu Shi. Everyone was more panicked and frightened about this stunningly beautiful girl. The holy angels are here. Will other demons and human traders continue to attack us like mad dogs? Can the mentors around them protect them? Chu Shi faced many strange and bizarre looks and felt very complicated. However, she didn't care what others thought. She only had one thought in her mind. Just worry. I am really worried about my husband's condition. My husband is a lucky man, so he should be able to survive smoothly, right? What's more, my husband has so many people protecting him. Nothing will happen. Of course. Husband, you must come back alive. Wait until you return safely this time. At worst, I'll agree to let you go off the right path. And among the crowd, Chu Shi was not the only one who was worried. Other mentors in the Magic City also shared the same concern for Chen He's life and death. They could all see that the potential of the holy angel Chen He was actually greater than that of Chu Shi, which could be seen from the speed of his upgrade. Not to mention, Chen He is now also practicing the mysterious and unpredictable god and demon refining method. The future achievements cannot be underestimated. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, perhaps a 9th level holy angel can be born. By that time, how strong will Chen He be? Such a monster, please don't die here. And this is a scene of crazy and fierce fighting among high-level strong men. It didn't just happen outside the city of southern Jiangsu and outside the Taihu Nest. At the same time, outside Jilin City and Hangzhou City, there are situations where strong human beings are blocked by demons or top strong human traders. The message from Taihu Nest seeking help is to protect Chen He and Chu Shi at all costs, and to rescue the 2 holy angels at all costs. The demons and human traders also apparently received the order. Organize reinforcements from various cities at all costs. Delay the hunting operation for Taihu Nest at all costs. Intense battles broke out everywhere, just like in the southeastern coastal area of Hanxia country, where large-scale high-level battles broke out from point to surface, radiating out to a wide range. A full-scale war, almost on the scale of a war, is about to break out. The situation in the surrounding major cities is in chaos. At the same time, outside the Demon City, which is farther away from Taihu Nest, when they received the distress signal from the direction of Taihu Nest, 3 tall and majestic figures stepped on the void and flew out of the towering walls of the Demon City at a high speed. Surprisingly, they were none other than the Minister of Education, the Minister of Law Enforcement, and Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy. 2 peak 8th level masters. A 7th level peak powerhouse. It can be said that all the strongest combat forces of the Demon City have been mobilized while ensuring that the city can be defended. And seeing these 3 powerful men so anxious and rushing out of the city to provide assistance, the entire Demon City was also in an uproar. Everyone was confused. What is going on? What on earth happened? Before more people could understand the hidden truth in detail, the gate of the magic city was closed and locked on the spot, and no one in the city was allowed to go out. This time, the demon city is even more boiling. Is this the war coming? However, the 3 top-level warriors of the demon city had just left the city, stepped into the wilderness area, and rushed towards the Taihu nest to provide assistance. Not a moment yet. Boom! A loud noise that seemed to be able to shake the sky apart suddenly erupted. It was a giant poisonous cloud that could envelop half of the city. Boom, boom, boom. The Minister of Education of the Magic City immediately stepped out and raised his hand to defeat the poisonous cloud. His eyes were sharp, looking ahead with disdain. Where did these scoundrels come from? They actually attacked me by surprise. Boom! 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 3 figures suddenly descended from the wilderness and appeared. There was actually a black-robed man whose aura was at the peak of Beiji's, and 2 monsters that had just entered the 8th level. His figure is like a mountain, his aura is like a city, suppressing us. Principal Wu Xingwen's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Poison King. It's actually you. The other 2 8th level strongmen from the demon city also had sharp eyes at this moment. Obviously recognized the person. The leader of the 3 kings of the Holy Fire Cult, one of the traitorous human factions. I didn't expect even you would be dispatched. Looking at all the human traitors, strong men at the peak of the 8th level are extremely rare, and there are only a few of them. To be able to reach this level is already the leader of all human rebels. Unexpectedly, even the most powerful being like the Poison King was dispatched to siege this time. The enemy is placing too much importance on Chen He and Chu Shi, the 2 holy angels. The black-robed man Poison King sneered sinisterly, like a cold-blooded venomous snake. He, if it was just an ordinary holy angel, it wouldn't be that scary. What's terrifying is the holy angel with an incredible talent and an even more incredible growth rate. Of the 2 holy angels in Nankai City, we only want the life of that evil creature named Chen He. Why don't you just give me his head directly, so that we don't have to fight each other? Situ Changhe, the former president of Modu Academy and the current Minister of Education of Modu, sneered and shouted coldly without answering. Get started. The next moment, he suddenly became a killer and rushed straight towards the Poison King. The head of the law enforcement department and Principal Wu followed closely behind, too lazy to talk nonsense and took action directly. An 8th level battle broke out on the outskirts of the demon city. Rumble. The 2 sides fought fiercely. In an instant, the situation changed suddenly, and the sun and moon lost their light. Chapter 67 Level 41. Analysis of Angel's Eyes. Inside the nest of Taihu Lake. Swish, swish, swish. Crash, crash. The silver wings of the angel behind Chen He flapped continuously, and the scenery on both sides also swept backwards rapidly. Although he was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed, he was still injured under the joint siege of 3 5th level monsters and paid a heavy price. There were dense wounds all over his body, and the blood almost dyed his clothes red. But fortunately, after 3 sessions of body and soul training, Chen He's physical strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, the strengthening brought about by the training and cleansing of the body is an all-round strengthening. The healing of flesh and blood has also been enhanced. Therefore, many wounds will quickly scab over after a while and begin to heal rapidly. Generally speaking, the injuries all over his body were just superficial. It's not too serious. At least, no damage was done to the root. At this moment, Chen He, who was constantly injured and was constantly surrounded by various attacks like a tide, was running away at a fast speed with a miserable look on his face. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he complained helplessly. Damn it, why hasn't it been upgraded yet? Why is it so difficult to cross this level from the 3rd to the 4th level? Just before this, he had killed 5 or 6 3rd-level monsters while fleeing, all of which were at the peak of the 3rd level and close to the 4th level. But it hasn't been upgraded yet? After killing the 4th-level mutant Black Ape, he clearly felt that he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th level, but after hunting for half a day, there was no movement. This is a fucking human being. While escaping, he used all his strength to squeeze out a gap to burst out with all his strength and complete the hunt with 1 strike. Every time you have to pay a lot of price, the consumption is quite large. If this continues, he was just afraid that he would really die here. Just as Chen He was mumbling and complaining silently. Swish. The lake water in front suddenly churned, and a large black shadow suddenly emerged from under the water. Phew! Crash! Then, a large black shadow emerged from under the water, broke through the water and soared into the air, opened its bloody mouth, spewed out an extremely foul-smelling airflow, and came towards Chen He to bite. That was a 4th-level monster. Moreover, by looking at the shape, luster and color of the scales on its body, it can be distinguished that this is a 4th-level fang lionfish. It has a deadly poison in its body, and with its sharp teeth it can easily swallow a large cow. In an instant, Chen He used the keen senses brought by the angel eyes to judge that its level was at least the upper middle level of the 4th stage, or the level of 46 or 47. This level gap is a bit too big. Chen He couldn't guarantee a kill with one strike. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to do it. His previous consumption was really too great. Now, even if I want to gather all my energy and spirit to complete a judgment, I can't do it. Currently, he can only use the 5 sword skills he has learned. And there is only one chance. If he misses the first strike, once the fanged lionfish falls back into the water, or if he is caught up and killed by the 3 5th-level monsters behind him due to a brief entanglement, he will have no choice but to die. Damn it! Let us fight. This is my only hope. Even if the possibility is slim, I have to give it a try. Chen He's eyes were bloodshot, and he was determined to die. This is a life or death situation. He must seize the opportunity and give it a try. Think of this. All the countless distracting thoughts in Chen He's mind disappeared. He took the initiative to clear all his thoughts and even stopped paying attention to the 3 5th-level monsters behind him. Now. Eyes look at the nose looks at the mouth looks at the heart. The 7 orifices become one. The body and mind are connected. The so-called combination of qi and force and momentum, and the situation are all there, which is called intention. In mid-air. He suddenly closed his eyes, forgetting everything around him, ignoring everything around him, and even forgetting that he was flying in the air. Now. His whole world consists of only himself and the holy angel sword in his hand. He suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air, and felt that his limbs, bones, and internal organs were all enveloped and ignited by a mysterious aura at this moment. Sword intention. From the heart. A sword intent arises in my heart, and the sky and the earth become wide in an instant. Eat my heart sword. Chen He held the angel holy sword in both hands. Under the powerful speed of angel silver wings, not only did it not retreat, but it rushed towards the fanged lionfish, flying towards it with its bloody mouth wide open. And within the eyes of the fanged lionfish, a fierce bloody light burst out. Roar, roar, roar. It roared fiercely and increased its speed a bit. The dark green fish scales all over the body burst into a fierce luster under the sunlight. Now. Chen He's entire body's energy and spirit were completely solidified into one point. He no longer thought about how to dodge the attack of the fanged lionfish, he only thought about killing the enemy. Kill this 4th-level monster. Don't avoid or flee. Don't hide or retreat. Charge. With the help of Angel's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a deadly flash of blood. The only fatal weakness of the fanged lionfish that could kill with one blow was in its bloody mouth. Die. He rushed towards the huge mouth with fangs and charged forward. The next moment, he rushed directly into the fish's mouth, as if he was giving himself a head. Being bitten hard by the upper and lower fangs. Teeth marks deep enough to see the bones suddenly appeared on the waist, back, and shoulder blades. Puff. Blood splattered. But Chen He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and the light of his heart sword exploded deep within the fish's mouth. Tear. Puff. Puff. Amidst the loud bang, the huge fanged lionfish, with a body as large as 8 meters long and wide, exploded like a big water ball filled with water, and all kinds of red and white things, broken limbs and debris inside splattered everywhere. The body was completely torn apart by the sword energy that was in harmony with his mind, and shattered into a cloud of blood mist. Kill with one hit. Rumble. Under the strong inertia and the crushing damage from the bloody mouth, Chen He's body crashed into an island not far away in a very embarrassing manner. He rolled over several times before he managed to stand up straight with the help of the angel's silver wings. He covered the wounds on his chest and abdomen that were still dripping with bright red blood, and the eerie white bones inside were faintly visible. This time, hedging the risk and forcibly killing the target, he also suffered serious injuries. At the same time, next to his ears, a prompt sound from the career panel came. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the tusked lionfish. Your level has increased by 2. With this level upgrade, Chen He's level officially broke through the level 40 mark and reached LV 41. Became a genuine 4th level strongman. At the same time, he found that the talent skill column and the career panel had changed, and new abilities were unlocked. Name, Chen He. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 41. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Angel's Eyes. Primary effect, Insight, can see the target's weaknesses. Intermediate effect newly unlocked, Analysis, analyze the target's attack moves. Innate skill 4, Angel's Judgment. Primary effect, kill at the same level. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Oh my god. I've successfully unlocked my 4th talent skill, Angel's Judgment. I can now gather all my strength and forcibly kill enemies of my level. In addition, the intermediate effect of Angel Eyes has also been unlocked, which is the ability to analyze. This analytical ability seems quite powerful. It's like the MAX Pro version of the previous Insight. In a hurry, I checked the career panel and briefly understood the effects of Angel Judgment and Analysis. Although he was in a difficult situation, Chen He felt very comfortable. Judgment can kill those of the same level, whether they are humans or demons. This means that when you meet someone of the same level, you can kill him with just one sword. And if he could clearly see the opponent's attack pattern through analysis, he could dodge the attack more easily. It is even possible to predict the opponent's offensive in advance and launch a counterattack based on the understanding and mastery of the opponent's attack methods. The saying "know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle" is exactly this truth. In addition, this level upgrade allowed him to complete a cross-level enhancement. It has also had a great impact on my own condition. Although, it is impossible to completely heal all the injuries. But he already has the strength to fight again. Although he had just been injured, causing his speed to decrease. But it is enhanced by the effect of analysis. Now, the 3 5th level monsters behind him can only eat his dust from behind. Think of this. Chen He instantly cheered up, flapped his angel's silver wings once again, and flew into the air. Swish! Swish! One powerful attack after another came. But it was clearly analyzed by Chen He's Angel Eyes, and the judgment was clear and obvious. They were all dodged lightly. It was even easier to dodge than before he was injured. This made Chen He extremely excited. This also made the 3 5th level monsters behind him jump in anger, and their entire bodies turned red. Continue to hunt him down more intensely. And at this moment, far away in Taihu Lake Nest, on top of a thick and tall tree, a man wrapped in thick black cloth, with only a handsome pale face exposed, was watching the situation of Taihu Nest from afar. Under that thick black cloth, his body seems to be constantly changing. Suddenly a thick tail grew on its back, suddenly it squirmed and tried to grow wings, and suddenly scales were crawling around, twisted and weird. His mental state also seems to be somewhat split and frantic. From time to time, he would bang his head against the tree trunk next to him to stay conscious and not go crazy and turn into a real monster. He has sharp eyes. From a great distance, he witnessed Chen He dodging the attacks of 3 5th order monsters. His face twitched and twisted, but he forced a smile. Junior brother, he is indeed a good seedling. But how far can he reach in physical and spiritual cultivation? If Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy was standing here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person's face. It was none other than the senior brother Lin Mufeng, who had escaped from the siege of 9th level experts and disappeared without a trace. After muttering to himself briefly, he raised his head again and looked towards the center of Taihu Nest. He muttered, "Aren't you going to close the net yet? These guys playing tactics are so filthy-minded." Chapter 68, When the net is closing, I am the bait? Taihu Lake Nest. Where Chen He is. Due to the level increase and the latest improvement of the talent skill Angel's Eyes, the intermediate effect is unlocked. Although there is no way to kill these 3 5th level monsters. But relying on just 3 5th level monsters, they were not able to defeat Chen He. Roar, roar, roar. All this strenuous pursuit and desperate fighting ended in vain. This made the 3 fifth-level monsters very angry. I was scratching my head anxiously, but there was nothing I could do. Even seeing that the attack was full of loopholes and could not hit him at all, Chen-He was dodging it with increasing ease, but he did not forget to turn his head to taunt and provoke. A 5th-level monster? 3 killed in 1? That's it? You 3 can't do anything to me. If we fight one-on-one, I will kill you. 3 pieces of garbage. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 fifth-level monsters were furious and wanted to rush over like crazy to cut Chen-He into pieces. However, just as the 3 fifth-level monsters suddenly jumped up and tried to launch a new round of attacks. Boom! Crunch! The earth suddenly cracked. Countless huge rocks and soil shattered, and a huge mouth that covered the sky and the sun suddenly tore out from the ground and swallowed the 5th-level 2-headed demon ape that was rushing in the front into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The huge mouth chewed happily, and in just a few bites, it easily chewed the previously ferocious and domineering 2-headed demon ape into a pool of blood. Mixed with blood and flesh, it was swallowed into the stomach. Before Chen-He and the other 2 fifth-level monsters could react, 2 more ugly giant mouths emerged from under the earth, tearing the earth into a chasm. They bit down a 5th-level monster in one mouthful, chewed it into pieces in 2 or 3 bites, and swallowed it into their stomachs. But it only took a breath. All 3 fifth-level monsters are gone and have become food for other people. There is not even the slightest chance or room for resistance. What swallowed them were 3 7th-level monsters with ferocious faces and bodies as tall as mountains. A giant python, a giant tiger, and a giant wolf. Each head only showed its head, and it was about 30 or 40 meters high out of the ground. If its entire body were to emerge from the ground, it would become a gigantic beast hundreds of meters tall. It was exactly the 3 powerful auras of 7th-level monsters that had rushed over earlier. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The 3 5th-level monsters that were chasing Chen-He suddenly transformed into 3 7th-level monsters. Hiccup! The 7th-level giant python that swallowed the 2-headed demon ape burped. He raised his huge evil head, spoke in human language, and said in a cold voice, "What a waste of 3. Eating them would make my teeth dirty. I can't even take down a mere rank 4 trash human. It's really embarrassing for us demons." Then, those cold, emotionless snake eyes fell directly on Chen-He. Chen-He's scalp instantly went numb and he broke out in cold sweat. All the retreat routes around him had been completely blocked, and he had lost all chances of escape. The 7th-level giant python snorted coldly and looked down on him. Holy angel? Ha, this is just a 4th-level trash. Only when you grow up can you be called a holy angel. If you don't grow up, you are just a little chicken at the mercy of others. Nothing more than that. In front of a true high-level expert, you are nothing. After saying that, it suddenly opened its mouth and a sharp blood arrow shot out from it. Attack Chen-He directly. There is a sense of contempt, as if I can easily kill you with just spitting. Facing this blow that was enough to kill the game, Chen-He was suppressed by the aura of the 3 7th-level monsters and could not move at all. Moreover, the 7th-level giant python had already blocked all his retreat routes and energy. Even if it is using angel eyes to the extreme, he couldn't find any flaws at all, let alone analyze the movements of the 7th-level giant python. It is said that the 7th level is a huge watershed. Cross this level. It is equivalent to raising the level of life. There is a saying that those below the 7th level are all ants. Is this a 7th-level expert? Chen-He had a blank expression on his face, but a trace of sadness rose in his heart. Am I going to die? For a while, Chen-He seemed to see a revolving lantern flashing rapidly. He saw his parents and relatives, and also saw the person he missed the most, Cece. If he died, Cece, you would be very sad, right? But he had really reached his limit. Facing 3 5th-level monsters, he still had room to resist. But this is a 7th-level monster. Level 7. Even though Chen-He was determined, he felt a little desperate at this moment. God wants him to die. Just when Chen-He thought that he was going to die here. In the pupil, the blood arrow was rapidly enlarging. Suddenly, whoosh! Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the world was solemn. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth and crush everything rose into the sky. like a pillar supporting the sky and a beam spanning the sea. Swish! In almost a thousandth of a second, a sharp radiance erupted with a series of sonic booms, surging through the air. The sky was split into two at this moment. A giant blade that was 1,000 meters high and as thick as the Great Wall flashed in the sky, flying across the sky, tearing through space. It was like a sharp axe chopping down the sapling, destroying with ease. Puff! The blood arrow that made Shen-He feel despair exploded on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Also shattered to pieces and completely cut off by the light were three huge heads tens of meters high. These three 7th level monsters with terrifying auras were killed on the spot. Puff! 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 3 blood pillars shot up into the sky, forming a huge blood-colored waterfall that splashed ink across the sky and earth like a geyser. The entire Taihu nest was then engulfed in a violent rain of blood. The world fell silent. Shen-He stared blankly with his eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening before him. What the hell is this? 3 7th level monsters, gone? Just a breath of time, and it's gone? He raised his head in a daze, only to see that the huge weapon that reached the sky was actually a 3-pointed, double-edged sword. Just now, it was this 3-pointed, double-edged sword that fell from the sky and directly killed 3 7th level monsters. What the hell is going on? A 3-pointed, double-edged sword, this seems to be the weapon of the legendary Guanko Erlang, Xingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, and Yang Jian, right? What on earth is this? High in the sky. I saw a man wearing shining silver armor. The sky was dim, with stars and moon scattered everywhere, and he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. In the void, the 3-pointed, two-edged sword that pierced the sky and the earth kept shrinking, and finally turned into the size of an ordinary weapon, flying into the hands of this person. The third eye on his forehead seems to be able to see through all the truths of the world. He roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue and creating a hurricane over Taihu Nest. Closing the net. Immediately. Swish. 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 One after another, figures soared into the sky, and the powerful aura covered the sky and the earth like a tidal wave. It makes people so shocked and frightened that they dare not say more. At the core of Taihu Nest, 6 8th level warriors suddenly appeared. The breath is vast and boundless. They descended from all directions and launched a bloody and brutal massacre against the human traders and high-level demons that appeared everywhere. Ah! How is this possible? How is this possible? It's him! He's the war god who protects the Hanxia kingdom. Fuck! Run! No! No! It shouldn't be like this. How could humans discover our hunting plan? How could it be? So, we are the prey. We are the prey. Ha 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 ha. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. You launched a sneak attack, showing no respect for martial ethics. Is it too late for me to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Now. Those black-robed human traders who had been quite rampant in fighting for a long time no longer cared about the enemies in front of them. They were terrified and fled madly in all directions. However, in front of the 6 8th level strongmen, there were also the siege of 7th level strongmen such as Vice Principal Yuan Shusheng, who launched a siege in return. In just a moment, all the black-robed human traders were killed while screaming. No one survived. This was almost a one-sided massacre without any suspense. Same. Also, in the Taihu Nest, those monsters whose levels exceeded the 4th level, and even the high-level monsters that appeared everywhere, were all killed one by one. A high-level melee in which the two sides were evenly matched, and even the human side was at a disadvantage. In just a short moment, it was calmed down. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain, that's about it. The situation reversed instantly. These scenes seemed so bizarre that they completely stunned Shen-He. He muttered to himself blankly. What the hell? What the hell? So many powerful human traders, just gone like that? Gone? This is fucking too intense. What's going on? No. Something's wrong. Shen-He only realized what had happened at this moment and slapped his forehead in shock. This all seems like a fucking premeditated plan. From the beginning of the experience in Taihu Nest, it was all a plan. And it seems like I, a holy angel, have been used as bait. Oh shit. Fortunately, he had been in despair before, and had narrowly escaped death several times. He almost died, but he managed to fight his way out of the pursuit of 3 5th level demons. It turns out that there has always been an 8th level expert and that 3 figure backing them up? This is too outrageous. Chapter 69. When did the holy angel become so powerful? Chen He raised his head and looked up at the sky. I saw the majestic man in silver armor and a long, blood-red cloak on his back. The man had a third vertical pupil between his eyebrows, looking majestic and imposing. He held a 3-pointed, 2-edged spear in his hand. He was indeed an extremely majestic and domineering powerful man. Chen He stroked his chin, carefully recalling everything that happened today. It's obvious. He was used as bait. It is specially used as bait to catch those powerful individual traders and high-level demons. And he was kept in the dark and used from beginning to end. Although this experience of being chased truly served the purpose of training, allowing him to complete the transformation from the 3rd level to the 4th level in the shortest time. And it also greatly deepened the actual combat ability. If he were to encounter a 5th level monster like the former again in the future, he would have the strength to fight and would not be so timid. He would even be able to remain calmer when facing such ambushes and hunting. But he has gained experience. The fact that these people used him as bait cannot be let off so easily. Chen He has never been the kind of person who would suffer a loss. It must not be used as bait in vain. We must squeeze out some benefits. Blackmail hard. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. Then, at this moment, Chen He was still holding his chest and gasping for breath. Swish. Rustle. Yuan Shuxian, the vice president of Magic City Academy, suddenly flashed and transformed into countless peach blossom petals, appearing beside Chen He with a fragrant breeze. Chen He was seen covered in blood, his clothes soaked. Yuan Shuxian frowned immediately and anxiously checked Chen He's injuries and body. Student Chen He, are you okay? The wounds on your body, hiss. Fighting 3 5th level monsters, you must have suffered so much. I didn't expect you to be able to persevere for so long. You are indeed a top genius that even the principal praises. The teacher is so proud of you. Chen He was fine. After a while, the wounds on his chest and abdomen caused by the fanged lionfish had healed a lot. Gradually began to heal. It is not as hideous as before where the bones can be seen. I think as long as I go back and take good care of the wound, it will heal quickly. This divine and demonic method of strengthening the body and refining the soul is truly a top-notch method to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Its uses are endless. I'm fine, Vice Principal Yuan. Not only am I alive and well, but I've also successfully advanced to the 4th level and unlocked new talents and skills. What? Vice Principal Yuan was shocked, breathing rapidly, with a look of intense surprise on his face. 4th level? Already past level 4 so soon? How the hell can it be so fast? You know, it has only been 2 months since Chen He awakened. A breakthrough to the 4th level already? Oh shit. It's outrageous. The average strength of graduates from their 4 top universities is around level 4. In other words, Chen He's current strength is already at the level of a graduate. What is the value of this? Although, being able to advance to a higher level as quickly as possible is the main purpose of sending students here to train together this time. Moreover, many unexpected events occurred afterwards. This led to Chen He forcing his way out of the encirclement at a critical moment, forcing his way through the bloody situation and gaining additional opportunities. However, Chen He's upgrade speed was a bit too exaggerated. Yuan Shuxiang opened her mouth to say something. But he seemed to be hesitant to speak. After hesitating for a long time, he asked with a stammer. What on earth did you just go through? How did you improve so quickly? Weren't you being hunted all the time? People can't, or at least shouldn't, level up while being hunted, right? Chen He saw shock written all over Vice Principal Yuan's beautiful face. It's absolutely shocking. I feel a little happy for some reason. So he recounted his experience in detail. Vice Principal Yuan, I was just being chased by 3 5th level demons. In fact, I also killed quite a few monsters along the way. The first one was a mutant black ape that was probably just entering the 4th stage, level 41 or 42. After killing it, I directly improved several levels. I feel that I can break through to the 4th stage in no time. At the time, I was thinking that if I could break through to the 4th level during the pursuit, maybe I could successfully shake off the pursuit of those 3 5th level monsters and escape. So, I tried my best to find traces of other monsters, and forcibly killed 5 or 6 peak level 3rd level monsters. But unexpectedly, the level has not been improved for a long time. I was also quite exhausted at the time, and I felt like I was about to be caught and killed due to my lack of strength. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and I encountered a mid to high level 4th level fanged lionfish. Desperately trading injuries for injuries, I forced the heart sword I had learned earlier to kill the fanged lionfish. Only now can I truly break through to the 4th level. As Chen He continued his story, the expression on Vice Principal Yuan's face became more and more interesting and surprised. Obviously, he was shocked again. What? What are you talking about? Yuan Shuxiang could clearly understand each word individually, but when all the words were put together, she found it difficult to understand. Oh my god, what are you talking about? You told me to take it slow, first take it slow. Why don't I quite understand? 2 4th tier monsters? One of them is even a level 46 or 47 fanged lionfish? That's one of the top 3 top monsters in the entire Taihu Nest Monster Atlas. You were being chased by 3 5th level monsters, yet you were able to kill them? And the price was just a non-fatal wound? This. There were 5 or 6 peak level 3rd level monsters before? You were probably only around level 30 at the time, probably in the middle of the 3rd stage, right? With the strength of a mid-level 3rd stage cultivator, you killed 2 4th level demons? And you killed 5 or 6 peak level 3rd level demon beasts? Oh my goodness, you're exaggerating. No wonder he was able to reach the 4th level in such a short time. When did this damn holy angel become so powerful? Even if the holy angel truly surpasses the top SSS class profession. But the problem is, it's not like she hasn't seen top professions that surpass the SSS level. But I have never seen anyone as powerful as Chun He. Thinking of this, Yuan Shuxiang suddenly came to her senses. Wrong. It's not the holy angel profession that is powerful, but Chen He is powerful. Heart Sword is one of the most difficult sword techniques to learn among all the skill books in the Magic City Academy. Like the heaven and earth combined move that Chun He had learned before, both are sword moves that emphasize meaning over form. What you need to rely on is the ability to comprehend. Once you can comprehend it thoroughly, you will be able to unleash extremely strong strength. But if you don't understand it, you may never be able to get started in your life. It's too weak to even be used for chopping wood. That is to say, Chen He's talent for learning skills is also top-notch. This is a real monster. Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang was stunned and almost dumbfounded. I couldn't speak for a long time. Although the holy angels that were born before upgraded very quickly and had extremely exaggerated combat power, these strong men were far behind Chen He. So, it's not that the holy angel profession is too powerful, but that Chen He is really too powerful. It's simply a pentagonal warrior with no blind spots in all directions. Is there anything he can't do? At this time, Chen He suddenly recalled the demons he had killed before. Although many monsters can be killed with one strike and blown to pieces on the spot, it is difficult for too much material to be left on their bodies, but even if there are only some broken limbs or monster cores, they are all treasures. Must pick it up. He doesn't care if others kill strangely. But you have to collect all the spoils of the monsters you kill together. Vice Principal, I want to collect the materials from the monsters I killed earlier. Yuan Shuxiang was speechless. Unexpectedly, after so many things happened, what Chen He cared about most was still the spoils. This guy is a real person. She nodded and accompanied Chen He, walking back along the route they had just escaped. Recollect loot materials. The view along the way is simply shocking. Yuan Shuxiang reconstructed the entire process of the chase from the perspective of an observer, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This child. It's amazing. Walking. Chen He suddenly tilted his head and asked. Vice Principal Yuan, who is that Erlang Shun? His profession should be related to the legendary Erlang Xianchengzhenjuan, right? Yuan Shuxiang didn't react at first, wondering who Chen He was talking about. Ah. Chen He raised his hand and pointed at the handsome man with 3 eyes in the sky. That's him. Oh, him. Yuan Shuxiang finally realized what was happening. He is the protector of our Hansha nation. In the eyes of many powerful high-level demons and high-ranking human traders, his name is truly feared. His name is Yang Zhenhua, and he's the head of the country's newest department, the United Front Work Department. It's also an SSS level talent class, and the class name is Three-Eyed Lord. The level currently disclosed to the public is 98. He is also one of the 5 strongest people in our Hansha country. Chapter 70, the United Front Work Department is established. Top 5 in the country. After listening to Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang's introduction, Chen He was a little confused. A brand new department? The United Front Work Department? Has there been such a department before? How come I've never even heard of it? The other 3 departments, as well as the Garrison Department, which is an extremely important department, were all established a long time ago. This is the first time I've heard of the name United Front Work Department. Even Yang Zhenghua, one of the top 5 three-eyed gods in the country, is the director of this department. It seems that Hanxia Kingdom attaches great importance to this department. Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang nodded and informed him. Yes, this United Front Work Department is the newest department established by the country. Come to think of it, it was established right after your class of university students started school. Currently, the document has just been distributed to the 4 major cities, and it hasn't become widely known yet. Also, the very existence of this department is quite special. Chen He suddenly realized, thought about it, and then asked. Then, what are the responsibilities of this United Front Work Department? There should be a fundamental difference between this and the 4 existing state departments, right? Yuan Shuxiang answered each question patiently. Anyway, these secrets cannot be hidden from Chen He. With Chen He's incredible talent, coupled with his SSS level talent as a holy angel, he might establish a close connection with the United Front Work Department in the future. The establishment of the United Front Work Department is mainly to fight demons in the wild. After all, humanity can't just stubbornly resist and stay behind high walls forever. We also need to expand outward, conquer, and even officially sound the clarion call for a counterattack. Therefore, the main responsibility of the United Front Work Department is to completely eliminate the evils, traitors, and heretical cults lurking within our human race, as well as to forcefully counterattack those high-level demons who are eyeing our human race covetously. Use the strongest force and the most fierce attitude to fight back. Try to recapture the cities that were completely lost to the demonic invasion. Chen He was stunned when he heard this. I roughly understood the specific purpose of establishing the United Front Work Department. In the past, the main purpose of the Ministry of Education, the Coordination Department, the Law Enforcement Department, and the Garrison Department was to defend as much as possible and protect the current boundaries and territory of the human race. Because even with the full cooperation of these 4 departments, defending the city is still not an easy task. If you make a mistake, you may be attacked by a large-scale invasion of demons. And in the future, the situation may be reversed. To put it bluntly, humans could only defend themselves in the past, but now, under the leadership of the United Front Work Department, they are starting to fight back. This is a good thing. But at the same time, Chen He was also a little worried. Is this really possible? Humanity is facing the constant invasion of demons. After all, it is still a bit difficult. Trying to fight back now is more likely to result in a waste of time and money, or even cause more meaningless sacrifices. It is also unknown whether the United Front Work Department can do all this well. Then, Chen He thought about it briefly and then asked other questions. Vice President Yuan, could you tell me who the other 4 of the country's 5 most powerful men are? What are their innate professions? I've never heard of this before. Vice Principal Yuan smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, this information itself is not a secret. It is known to everyone in the upper echelons. It also has a strong deterrent effect on demons and human traitors. In fact, these other 4 powerful people are the heads of the 4 major departments. The head of the garrison, Yu Tianfang, is level 99 and possesses the extremely rare SSS level talent class, Star Prophet. He possesses the will of the galaxy, observes the heavens and the earth, deduces all things, and responds to disasters and averts them. The Minister of Education, Xiang Shifei, is level 99 and holds the extremely rare SSS level talent class, 9 Heavens Thunder Lord. He is in charge of the Tianxiao Thunder Department, and all myriad thunder techniques and celestial phenomena are under his control. The head of the Law Enforcement Department, Luan Hongsheng, is level 96 and holds the rather rare SS level talent class, True Lord of Karma Fire. He controls the Crimson Lotus Fire of heaven and earth, burning the heavens and devouring the earth. Head of the Coordination Department, Su Qiqing, is level 95. She holds the rare SS rank talent class, End Valkyrie. It's rumored that she can summon the spirits of the heroes of Valhalla to fight alongside her, and possesses the power to trigger Ragnarok. She's a chosen Valkyrie. Shenhe listened very carefully and briefly memorized the occupations and levels of these 4 powerful men. Then, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Vice Principal, why are there so many levels of difference between these ministers? The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Education are both at level 99, legendary masters who have reached the pinnacle of perfection. Meanwhile, the Minister of Coordination is only at level 95. Isn't that a big gap? In other words, among the experts ranked from 6th to 10th in our country, perhaps none have reached level 95? This is a bit strange. Why are there so few 9th level experts at the highest level of the country? There are very few 9th order warriors above level 95. Even if humans cannot have a level 100 supreme expert, the number of extreme experts cannot be so rare, right? Yuan Shuxiang shook her head and laughed, explaining. What do you think 9th order experts are? Are they cabbages? Can you just own them so easily? The higher the level of the awakener, the more difficult it is to level up. Don't be fooled by the fact that your level is increasing very quickly now. But once you reach level 60 and enter the 6th stage, your level increase will become very slow. After reaching the 9th level of the 90th level, advancing to the next level becomes even more difficult than ascending to heaven. Each level up requires 100 or 1,000 times more energy than before. Moreover, once you reach the 9th level, each level you advance will likely double your strength, or even several times stronger. Why is it that when a level 99 extreme master attempts to forcefully break through to level 100, he's unable to utilize the skills of his class? It's very simple. Because the gap between level 99 and level 100 could be 4 or 5 times, or even 10 times or more. At the 9th level, it can be said that each step is a new level, and each level is a new heaven. Compared to your current low-level advancement, it's almost like 2 completely different worlds. Let alone our Hansha nation, even if we look at the entire world, there are not many powerful humans above level 90 in the entire human realm. Very few. The vast majority of awakened people die before they can truly grow up. On the other hand, there aren't many demons out there, even those at level 9 or even above level 100. They're also quite rare, and they won't be deployed easily. Shenhe wrote down all these situations one by one. It can be considered as an enlightenment. He can think of this level promotion as an online game, that is, the higher the level, the more experience points are required. So, the level increases very slowly. Especially at the 9th level, the experience points required for each level upgrade may be an astronomical number, more than the experience points required for all previous level upgrades combined. It's really fascinating. When he breaks through to the 9th level one day, perhaps he will be able to kill a 7th level demon with the snap of his fingers, just like the three-eyed god, Minister Yang Zhenghua. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So strong. Suddenly, Shenhe felt that he had the motivation to become stronger. He also wants to be the strongest person who plays chess behind the scenes and treats everyone else as pawns and bait. After learning so much high-level information, Shenhe has almost collected all the materials about the monsters he killed before. And at this moment, the Minister of the United Front Work Department in the sky had long since disappeared. He didn't even say hello to Shenhe, the bait, nor did he give Shenhe the opportunity to extort benefits in return. Shenhe was not willing to accept it and mentioned it to Vice Principal Yuan beside him. Vice Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on with this operation? I seem to have been kept in the dark the entire time. I've been used as bait, right? Does the school know about this? Mention this matter. Yuan Shuxiang's face also looked a little ugly. In such a short period of time, so many enemies gathered together, and so many high-level demons and human traitors appeared. It's hard to say that there was anyone deliberately plotting and adding fuel to the fire. They even actively spread the news. How is that possible? Moreover, the appearance of Yang Zhenghua and those 8th-level strongmen from the United Front Work Department at the last moment clearly showed that it had been planned long ago. But their Magic City Academy, and the instructors and leaders of 4 other academies, actually knew nothing about it. Still training here in Taihu Nest like a fool. Yuan Shuxiang couldn't help but frown and said with some annoyance. Student Shenhe, don't worry, this matter won't just end like this. The principal and the school will definitely seek justice for you. We, the 4 universities, must also ask the United Front Work Department for clarification. Fortunately, there are not many powerful human traitors dispatched in this matter, and the only high-level demons that have appeared so far are the 7th level. Whenever an 8th level or even 9th level demon appears in Taihu Nest, even if the United Front Work Department killed them all, it is estimated that all the people from the 4 universities who came to Taihu Nest today would die here and be wiped out. In high-level battles, even the slightest impact on low-level awakeners will result in massive casualties. However, these people involved in the game were kept in the dark from beginning to end, and were used as bait to be manipulated at will. It's just chaos. He doesn't care about the safety of the people in the 4 institutions at all. In the past, everyone treated SSS-level talent classes like treasures, protecting them meticulously. How could they stand out like this, rushing forward to act as bait and target? If something really goes wrong, who can take the responsibility? She must seek justice for Chenhe. Demand justice for the students and tutors implicated in this incident at the 4 universities. This matter is not over yet.